Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The story begins in the middle plane of Murim, in the monastery of the Heavenly Demon Cult. The patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Cult, who was actually the Heavenly Demon, sat on his throne. A man knelt before the throne and addressed him. The first elder of the monastic order, the fifth demon, had tears rolling down his face as he spoke about how all 9 sects, orthodox and unorthodox, were already under his control, so why was the Heavenly Demon still inactive? The man was outraged, because it was not enough that the Heavenly Demon was a famous master, so he did not understand what to do because the patriarch did not care about anything. A voice rang out from behind the first elder of the monastic order, demanding that he not say stupid things. The Heavenly Demon spirit asked if his warrior thought he was carefree, and then said that if the fifth demon forgot, then one day while practicing the divine arts, his body and soul separated, and he could not return to his body. The Heavenly Demon folded his arms and began to say that at first it was fun, and he could fly to the moon if he laughed, but then he was interrupted by the cry of the first elder of the monastic order, who began to cry even more because the Heavenly Demon did not care about his monastery. The patriarch got angry and called for lightning, indignantly saying, "For whom is he explaining here? Because no one is listening to him at all," and then demanded that the man stop crying. He hit the man with all his might, but his blow, as well as the magical power, passed through the body of the first elder of the monastic order without causing him any harm. The patriarch turned away from the man in frustration and complained into the void that no matter how good a martial artist he was, without a physical body everything was useless. The Heavenly Demon suddenly froze in surprise, seeing something unexpected in front of him. A black hole opened up in front of him, sucking in magical currents. The space around him began to swirl and rushed in streams towards the portal. The Heavenly Demon's spirit was also drawn towards the abyss, and he did not understand what kind of irresistible force was pulling him there. He resisted as best he could, confident that he could not be sucked in just like that, after which he used rock gravity. However, his spell did not work again. He cursed, remembering that without a physical body the spell would not work. The currents rushed towards the portal with even greater force, sucking the Heavenly Demon into themselves. At the end, only a blue streak of Manga flickered, and the portal slammed shut. People with disdainful expressions said that any person could become better than him, because he was just a commoner. Besides, he had no abilities, so the path would go away and would not interfere. Since they had a 90-year-old old man, and even he was only classy, the nightmare abruptly gave way to a tragic memory where someone was calling Hensu. The guy opened his eyes with a scream. He sat up in bed, breathing heavily while coming to his senses. Finally, he calmed down, after which he moaned dejectedly that he was very tired. Space was divided into before and after 2 years ago, in the 12th month. One day, portals to other worlds opened simultaneously all over the earth, and from these portals, monsters began to crawl out onto earth in hundreds. They destroyed everything and everyone that came their way. Humanity went on the counterattack with the best weapons of its time. However, modern weapons were useless against monsters. Humanity was threatened with complete destruction. And then superpowers began to awaken and people. Among them, the S-class hunters stood out, in whom the abilities of the highest power had awakened. Their weapons were effective. They fought against monsters. Monsters seemed weak compared to them. When the war ended in victory, the S-class hunters gained unlimited power. The worst was for the 1% of people without superpowers, the so-called commoners. Hunsu was one of them. Hunsu, a young man of 27, a commoner, was now sitting on his bed and looking at his phone. He was depressed. A message came on his phone saying that the hospital was short of beds, and if he did not pay off his debt by the end of the month, they would have to discharge Hunti, even though they wanted to help. Hunsu believed that discharging Hunti would lead to a painful death, and therefore it would be better for him to die himself, so the boy took out a rope. He began to tie the knot, thinking that it was better to die than to see his last loved one die in agony like the others, and if he did not have a guardian, the state would take care of him. Hensu burst into tears, apologizing to Hent, but he believed that he had done all he could. Suddenly, bright streams of mana began to swirl in the boy's room, which greatly surprised him. The boy looked at the bright light coming from the wall. Suddenly, a portal opened in the room, releasing everything that had been absorbed before. Hensu screamed in fear, asking what it was, and then began to call for help. A heavenly demon burst into the room, angry at this turn of events. In surprise, he knocked Hensu off his feet. Both men fell onto the bed, which softened Hensu's fall, who ended up at the bottom. Dust rose from the bed and Hensu immediately asked what the uninvited guest was. The sky demon loomed over the boy and asked him in surprise if he could see him. Hunsu immediately crawled to the wall, screaming in fear. The boy put his hand out in front of him and began to lament that if the sky demon had come to rob him, he had come to the wrong door, because the boy was a beggar and had nothing of value. The sky demon straightened up, looked around, and then asked where he was. Hunsu was even more frightened because he saw the man hovering above the floor. He stuttered a little and asked the sky demon if he was a hunter since he had come from a portal. The man asked in surprise what a hunter was and whether it was food, after which his attention was drawn to the monitor screen, and he wondered in surprise what kind of strange painted lantern it was. He tried to grab it, but the man was still incorporeal, which upset him greatly. Hyunsu hid his face in his hands, saying that he understood everything, and the unexpected guest was the ghost of death, who came for his soul, but he had already changed his mind, because he had a brother and he wanted to protect him, so he asked for mercy. The heavenly demon painfully flicked his finger on Hyunsu's face, indignant that he was first mistaken for a thief, and now saying that he was also a ghost of death. Hyunsu immediately assumed a child's pose on the bed, while the heavenly demon looked in surprise at his middle finger, which had just managed to touch the guy. He put his hand on Hyunsu's head, realizing that he could touch him, while the guy himself asked him to stop and not to hit him. The heavenly demon thoughtfully stroked his beard. Without answering the question of where he was going, the heavenly demon passed through the wall of the guy's apartment. The city was drowning in sunbeams when the patriarch flew through the streets. He watched the horseless carriages that people rode with interest, and he read them as fast. He was also interested in the house, which he had never seen in his life, after which he realized that this was definitely not the middle plane. Suddenly, the sky dragon turned to the boy, trying to stop him. However, the boy passed by without even noticing the patriarch. The sky demon realized with disappointment that he could not touch him, and most likely, he was only material for Hyunsu. The man made a decision for himself. He called for lightning and quickly rushed back to the boy's apartment. Hyunsu was covering the wall with tape. This hole scared him, which is why he decided to tape it. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin, wondering if he should report this portal to the authorities. Another message came on his phone. It turned out to be Haxon calling, and Hyunsu immediately greeted him. The man explained that they needed support at the portal, after which he asked if he could help Hyunsu, to which he immediately agreed and promised to get better with them. The room heard that the portal was of Class B, so he asked the guy to get ready. Hyunsu happily exhaled, telling himself that death was not an option at all. Besides, because Haxon himself called him, the guy perked up. Suddenly, the voice of the sky demon was heard, saying that in his area they called those who chatted to themselves holy fools. A frightened question was heard from the apartment about why the man appeared again. The sky demon thoughtfully asked if the guy thought that he really needed to go back to his miserable hut. Besides, he tried to leave, but an unknown force made him come back. He hovered over the guy, asking where he was going, to which Henson replied that he had to get to the portal to help people, after which he asked the man to find himself another place to live before he arrived. The sky dragon asked him to explain what portals and hunters were, which the guy kept mentioning, but he was surprised that the man didn't know what it was. He threw the backpack over his shoulder and said that he had no time to explain, and then began to threaten that if the sky demon did not get out of his apartment, he would call the police. Suddenly, the man grabbed the guy by the jacket, asking if he really wanted to be late, because by the time he got there on foot, the sun would already set. Sky Demon activated the Sky Demon wings, and they flew into the air. People exclaimed in surprise because Hyunsu was flying. The guy, who was embarrassed by the people watching, asked to stop. As soon as the guy saw the red bus, he again demanded to stop since they had already arrived. Sky Demon let go of Hyunsu, and he flew down, barely holding back from vomiting. However, he managed to suppress the spasm, but it did not make the guy feel any better. The bus drove onto the highway. Hyunsu sat alone, nervously thinking about the fact that Class B portals are generally dangerous. His legs were twitching as he thought about how if he survived, there would be enough money to pay off his hospital debts. Suddenly, a sky demon appeared in front of him and asked where he was going, which scared the boy so much that he screamed, causing people around him to turn around. He asked in surprise if the man was still following him, to which the man, still hanging upside down, asked where else he could go because the power returned him every time he tried to leave. Hyunsu worriedly thought about what this old man wanted from Neo, and decides, was he really going to follow him around? The sky demon leaned half out of the bus, saying that now he would at least have someone to talk to which Hyunsu wanted to answer him rudely. The bus arrived in Kangdongjai in the Ilcha Mountains because a portal had opened at the top of the mountain, and the hunters were almost there, but the supports were supposed to each take a piece of equipment that was signed and then move out. Hyunsu grabbed the box and threw it over his shoulder. After a while, they approached an open portal near which armed hunters were standing. One of the hunters introduced himself as Haxon through a megaphone, after which he explained that he was in charge of the operation on this portal, and a squad consisting of 1 B-class hunter, 4 C-class hunters, and 5 supports would go into the portal for reconnaissance, after which he clarified if anyone had any questions. Irin, a B-class hunter, intercepted the megaphone and demanded that people not forget that the B-class portal was dangerous there too, so she asked the battle-hardened ones to keep an eye on the newcomers. She demanded to check the equipment, and Hansoon, putting on a bulletproof vest, heard the guys nearby talking about how they volunteered to be supports only to see Irin, and how gorgeous she was. Suddenly, a cry was heard from behind the guy that they had not seen each other for a long time. It turned out that Johnson, a Lhasa hunter, approached him, asking if Henson was still a support, and then asked if he didn't care what he had done on the last operation. Henson blushed slightly with annoyance, realizing that Johnson was there too. He remembered how the last guy had beaten him up because Johnson first deliberately provokes people, while pretending to just joke, and he had once put him out of action for a whole month for nothing. Johnson swung, asking why the guy was surprised, then said that he could at least say hello, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Hensu immediately covered himself with his hands, expecting a blow. Johnson hung over the guy, asking who had called Hensu, and after he found out that it was Hunter Hansen, he calmed down a little. He hit Hensu hard in the chest, demanding that the guy try harder today than last time. Johnson walked away, fixing his hair and laughing, pleased with himself. The Sky Demon appeared from behind Hensu and called Johnson a polite boy, compared to whom even the leader of the Niskic sect would be more polite, to which Hensu explained that this bad man always causes trouble and blames others. The Sky Demon immediately hit the guy hard on the head. Hensu immediately became indignant why the man was fighting, and the others immediately looked back at him, not understanding what was wrong with him. Suddenly, the call to begin the operation was heard. The first hunter entered the portal. Then the hunters began to enter in the same order in which the squad compositions were previously announced. When Hensu entered the portal, he mentally screamed, thinking that he would never get used to this, even if he passed through the portal 100 times. The Sky Demon thought about the fact that he was experiencing the same sensation as when he was sucked into this boy's world. Finally, Henu got out of the portal. He saw that the ground was dry, so he wondered what kind of world it was. Haxon turned to one of the hunters and ordered her to analyze what kind of world they were dealing with. The girl immediately began to deploy the installation. The Sky Demon looked sternly at Haxu and ordered him to go ahead and scout the area himself, and the guy objected since they were not allowed to do so without an order. The Sky Demon was indignant because Hensu could not move away even a step, and it became clear to him that the guy was an ordinary servant porter, to which the guy wanted to answer him, but in fact, the man was right. The Sky Demon said that although there was a desert on the surface, he felt the movement of underground waters, which surprised Hensu, who thought that if someone else saw the man besides him, they would say that he was an oracle. The girl took off her headphones and said that the essence of this world is water, although this is strange, but these were the results of the measuring device. Jongson put his hands on his hips and asked how they should understand this, and maybe she made a mistake in the settings and screwed up their changes, to which the girl replied that she was sure of the correct result. Jongson thought that such a result was impossible, when small streams of water began to beat under his feet. Suddenly, a fountain of water exploded nearby. Powerful streams of water began to beat from cracks in the ground, frightening the people. A nasty sound was heard, and the hunters were attacked by monsters. The hunters began to shout that they were mermaids, and they did not understand how the monsters noticed them. One of the commanders demanded that they stop panicking, after which he told the newcomers to stick to the hunters. One of the mermaids immediately attacked the hunter. He knocked the man to the ground and spun him in a whirlpool. Water streams knocked people off their feet, and the mermaids finished them off with their spears. Hensu covered his ears with his hands in fear and started screaming that it was impossible, since there was usually a safe zone at the entrance to the portal, and even B-class hunters were barely coping right now. One of the hunters demanded a spear from Hensu. However, the guy didn't have time to grab it because one of the mermen jumped on him. A powerful flash knocked the guy off his feet. The hunter turned around and demanded the spear again, but cursed, assessing the situation. Hensu was horrified because the merman's harpoon pierced his body armor like a simple rack. As soon as the guy raised his head, he immediately turned white with fear. A huge merman was looming over him. Hensu bit his lip, wondering what kind of monstrous weapon was in his hand. The harpoon flashed in the sun when the merman realized it, swinging to attack. The monster rushed towards the guy, wanting to pierce him. However, someone's hands protected the guy, stopping the blow. Blood sprayed across Hensu's face. The Sky Demon snapped his fingers and explained that the Sky Demon King's strike was 10 times stronger than the ultimate technique of the Shaolin monks. His eyes flashed as he said that it looked like he could fight monsters, and at that moment Hensu screamed in fear again. The Sky Dragon muttered in disappointment that he had lived to see some mermen, and then demanded that Hensu watch carefully as he was about to see the master in combat. The hunters and mermen engaged in hand-to-hand combat. One of the monsters aimed his spear at the Sky Demon, but the latter missed the weapon itself. The Sky Demon seemed to lazily turn to face its opponent, while the latter followed the harpoon by inertia. There was a surge of force, hitting the monster in the torso. The merman let out a disgusted cry, swung again. The Sky Demon was indignant, saying that the merman was still too young for this by about 1,000 years. He thought that it would take more time to even scratch him, and then punched the monster in the face. At that moment, another merman arrived. The sky demon hit him too, asking if he wanted to avenge his fallen brother, but he considered monsters a parody of the human image, and this was disgusting. Light began to shine around the sky demon, harming the merman. The monster shouted something to his brothers. The sky demon explained that Chaos Flash destroys all opponents 45 meters in a direction. Bright light grew, filling the space and killing monsters. The hunters ran away from it in fear, fearing that it would hit them too. The merman suddenly found himself next to Hensu. However, the sky demon immediately directed power at him, leaving a furrow in the ground. Johnson asked in surprise what it was doing, because he did not believe that Hensu was capable of such a thing since he was just a support. Suddenly, a scaly paw grabbed the cliff. The merman, making a threatening sound, climbed onto the ledge. The demon asked him if he was the fish prince since his appearance was different. The heavenly demon concentrated his power and said that the enemy had the honor of dying at the hands of the master. The monster began to scream again. The man attacked him, not even turning around to see the result. However, he immediately felt weak, not understanding what was happening, because his energy immediately disappeared somewhere. He realized that the Kai energy left him and he could no longer harm the monsters. Rule slowly realized that their opponent was weakened. Hensu saw how one of the mermen climbed onto the rock behind him. The monster jumped, deciding to attack. Hensu crossed his arms and at that moment a bright flash illuminated him. He still fell, hitting the rock painfully. The impact caused stones to rain down. The guy exhaled all the air from his lungs. He fell to his knees, realizing that the block had saved him, but he couldn't take it anymore. The sky demon was right there and reminded him that he would die if he didn't get up right now. As soon as Hensu turned around, he saw the monster attacking him. He started to run, but tripped over the sky demon's leg. That's what saved him, because the mermaid missed by a couple of centimeters, hitting the ground next to his head. The blow was so strong that the mermaid broke through the ground. Hensu broke out in a cold sweat. The monster, without thinking twice, swung its leg to hit. The sky demon saved the guy this time too, grabbing him by the waist and running away. He demanded that the guy look at this creature carefully. He asked him to pay attention to the fact that although the mermaid looked strong, his bones were thin and stuck out in weak spots. His collarbones were especially weak. The sky demon kicked the guy in the direction of the monster and demanded that he break the monster. The merman loomed over him again, and Hensu muttered in fear that he had not intended to do anything, but that old man had simply pushed him in that direction. As soon as the monster opened its fanged mouth, Hensu heard that in close combat he should use his elbows and break his collarbones. But the boy thought that the patriarch had gone mad. The sky demon demanded that the boy look at the enemy, and Hensu finally prepared to attack, deciding that he no longer cared. He hit the monster hard with his elbow, closing his eyes in fear. This did not harm the merman, but made him even more angry. Hensu did not wait long and hit the monster again. The sky demon reminded him to hit the collarbone. Hensu hit the fallen merman with his elbow. Finally, he realized that he had knocked out the merman with his own hands, after which he tried to catch his breath. The sky demon asked with displeasure why the boy stood there rooted to the spot. He nodded at the spear and ordered the boy to finish off the monster. Hyunsu grabbed the spear hesitantly, remembering that he had killed many small monsters before. He pointed the tip at the merman, doubting whether he could kill such a creature. The sky demon said that if the boy let the monster rise, it would finish him off, so there was no time to waste. Hyunsu saw the monsters approaching when the patriarch told him that he needed to kill the merman already and help his comrades. Haxon and Ch Junsun fought hard, being with Irin in the thick of the battle. Hyunsu bit his lip, comparing his situation to being in a war. He remembered asking his father to look somewhere when they were driving in the car. Then suddenly a monster burst out of the ground, knocking down their car. They began to turn and scream in fear. The shockwave was so strong that the car fell off a cliff. Tears began to roll down Hyunwoo's face as he remembered his mother and father dying and Hyeonti in the hospital. He raised his spear, shouting that this was all because of the monsters. With great force, he thrust the spear into the merman. The monster's tail trembled one last time as life left it. Mana enveloped the boy's legs. Hyunwoo shuddered in surprise. A system window appeared in front of the boy, informing him that he had expanded his boundaries by overcoming difficulties. He wondered in surprise if this might be an awakening, since he had finally become awakened. He immediately opened the window with his stats to confirm. He was dumbfounded when the system window informed him that his unique ability was following hints. Hyunwoo grabbed his head in despair at how he managed to awaken such a useless ability. The ground sparkled, reflecting the sun's rays. Junsun breathed heavily, glaring at the space. Haxon and Irin also stopped, seeing how many corpses of their creatures were lying on the ground. Haxon thought tiredly about how their formation was broken, and they were close to defeat. He bit his lip, not understanding why such monsters appeared in a Class B portal. Junsun shouted to the hunters that their reconnaissance had failed them. This portal was a higher class, so they should leave. Irin supported him, shouting for them to retreat before more monsters arrived. The girl demanded that everyone who was still on their feet help the wounded. People were wailing that they hated mermen. Hansen thought about how this was the first time he had been in such a dangerous situation. He looked at the sky demon and realized that he would not have survived if it were not for it. Suddenly Haxon came up and said that they needed to talk when they returned. Hyunsu looked at him worriedly, not understanding what he had done wrong. Was the guy really trying to punish him? People started to enter the portal. Hyunsu was helping one of the hunters through the portal and thought that he had done nothing to deserve a reprimand. It was quiet in one world near the portal. Haxon started talking about how those who died in this battle would be awarded posthumously by the association, after which he declared a minute of silence in honor of their fallen comrades. The hunters lowered their heads in mourning. Johnson thought about how it was annoying that the association would probably pin this incident on them as seniors, and at that moment Haxon said that despite their pain and losses, they had gained one awakened today. Johnson glanced at the commander with displeasure. Hyunsu felt everyone's attention when Haxon asked for applause for him. The people around him immediately began to rejoice, and the boy realized that this was exactly what the commander wanted to talk about. People started to gather around the buses when Haxon asked to pack the gear as it was. Hyunsu was carefully taping the boxes. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Junsung asked with a nasty grin if the guy was happy. He said that the world was definitely going crazy, and Hyunsu tensely asked himself what he was planning again. Junsung patted the guy on the cheek, saying that someone died and someone was now a new awakened. He demanded that Hyunsu tell him what ability he had unlocked. There were whispers that Junsung was picking on the support again, but they were also curious about what ability the guy had awakened. Hyunsu was unsure if he should say it, but he decided to say it anyway. Junsung immediately started laughing when he heard that it was following hints. The people around him echoed him when he began to mock the unique ability of following hints. Hyunsu shook his head, not wanting to become a laughing stock. The sky demon leaned towards the boy and sternly asked if he understood correctly that Hyunsu was embarrassed by his ability to follow the prompts, after which the boy asked him to shut up. Changsung became wary and asked who Hyunsu was talking to, because did his roof start leaking when he woke up? He swung his sword and offered to look at the boy's ability. A system window immediately appeared in front of Hyunsu's face, informing him that follow prompts was activated. The sky demon immediately appeared behind the boy and ordered him to take a step back. Hyunsu retreated and Changsung's blow passed through empty space. He barely managed to straighten up, not realizing what had just happened. The system window reported that the use of the follow prompts ability was successful, so the attack power was increased by 15%, and at that moment Changsung cursed. He clenched his fist and decided to attack again, asking if Hyunsu wanted to fight one-on-one. He attacked the guy. The Sky Dragon ordered Tiger Squat left, then Lightning Strike right, after which the system window reported that the recording of the Tiger Squat left, Lightning Strike right technique had begun. The Sky Demon's eyes flared with power. Mana began to gather around Hyunsu, but time seemed to stop, and the new technique was recorded directly into his memory. Junsung took off from the ground, jumping at the guy. Hyunsu used Tiger Squat left, and stopped the enemy with his hand behind his head. He swung his hand and used Lightning Strike right. The blow was so powerful that Junsung flew back. He fell on his back, and a deep dent appeared in his armor in the chest area. He tumbled to the ground. Finally, Junsung stopped falling. People immediately crowded around him, surprised that Hyunsu had knocked down a B-class hunter with one blow, and they didn't understand how that was possible since he had only woken up a couple of hours ago. One of the hunters came up and decided to check Junsung's pulse. The man turned to Irin and said that the guy's pulse was normal, but he still asked to call the medical experts. Hyunsu looked at his hand with excitement and thought that it was incredible that he had knocked out Junsung. Someone approached the guy and called him by name. The hunter turned to the stunned guy and said that using force against a colleague was strictly prohibited and could result in criminal liability. Then Haxon leaned over to the guy and said with a sly smile that for the first time he would pretend that nothing had happened. He promised to put in a good word for the guy in the association, and that Hyunsu himself should come for the evaluation since he needed to be assigned a class. Hyunsu was surprised to find that everyone was delighted that he had given away Changsung. Someone congratulated him, and Hyunsu was forced to turn around. Behind him stood a smiling Irin, who expressed her hope that they would work together. The boy's heart seemed to miss a beat because the girl had spoken to him. When she left, the Sky Demon asked if he liked the girl. Hyunsu immediately denied everything out loud, which attracted Irin's attention. He wanted to say something else, but hesitated, so the Sky Demon demanded that he speak already because he did not want to drag every word out of him with pliers. Hyunsu abruptly knelt down and begged to be taken as a student. However, the sky demon looked at the boy with disdain when he asked to teach him martial arts. Hyunsu kept begging the silent sky demon to be his teacher. The man thought about it. Hyunsu tensely waited for an answer. Finally, the sky demon said that he did not want to. He explained that he does not take anyone as a student, and if he takes the boy as a babysitter, how will he have time to practice martial arts? Hyunsu asked a reasonable question about what is the point of him practicing if he is incorporeal. Besides, Hyunsu remembered how the sky demon said that he was very bored. The man heard the threat that if he dies, the man will not return to where he came from. The sky dragon tensed, because there was a grain of truth in this. He heard the words of the boy that he had already seen how helpless he was in the portal, and if not for the sky demon, he would not be able to do anything at all. The sky demon turned to Hyunsu and said that, let's say, he teaches the boy, and he will rise to the rank of hunter, after which he was interested in whether this will give the boy freedom of movement. Hyunsu clarified whether it was about portals, but the man wanted to know about all the worlds. Hyunsu explained that if he earned Class A, then so be it, that he would be able to go wherever he wanted, and if he got Class S, then he would become a People's Commissar, which meant that no one would dare challenge him. The Sky Dragon said that in that case, he was untouchable. The man said that Hyunsu must undergo the ritual of 9 circles, which greatly surprised the boy. Hyunsu heard that the Sky Demon would become his teacher, so he must bow 9 times. Hyunsu turned around, realizing that there were many people around, but the Sky Demon was adamant. The boy bit his lip. The people were perplexed when they saw Hyunsu begin to bow. Irin thought Hyunsu was a little crazy. Night fell over the house. The Sky Demon became angry, shouting about dirt. He was indignant that Hyunsu was going to serve his teacher in such a pigsty, to which the boy replied that he was tired, so he would die tomorrow. However, the Sky Demon thought otherwise, so he asked how many slaps the guy would need to get him to move. Then he wondered why Hyunsu had stuck the paper on the wall. The guy tore off the paper and said that he was scared of the portal from which the man came. The Sky Demon thought about it. He tried to climb into the portal. Then he grabbed Hyunsu by the shirt and ordered him to follow him. They walked along the portal. The Sky Demon felt only emptiness, so this place seemed strange to him. He decided that this would be a great place for Hyunsu to pass the test of life and death, which stunned the guy. The man sat in the lotus position and asked Hyunsu to take off his shirt and sit down, and when he tried to ask why, he simply demanded not to contradict the teacher. After a while, Hyunsu sat next to the teacher. The Sky Demon concentrated mana. He touched the student's naked back so that he could feel the flow. Hyunsu turned around in fear and asked what the teacher was doing, to which the teacher demanded that he keep his back straight. The Heavenly Demon explained that he would adjust the flow of the boy's meridians and energy nodes, since before studying martial arts, it was necessary for the energy currents, like the blood circulation, to be clean and unimpeded. Hyunsu listened tensely, saying that if this was too much for him, then he would certainly not be able to withstand the training. Suddenly, mana began to flow through the boy's body. Hyunsu was pierced by severe pain when the teacher began to act. He fell, trying to relieve the pain. The Heavenly Demon was surprised that the boy's body was stable. Finally, he moved on to the last ritual. This time, Hyunsu was able to restrain himself and coughed from the pain. Finally, everything stopped. The Heavenly Demon thought that he had not seen such a healthy body for a long time. Cleaning the chakras took little time, but the boy's whole body ached. He tried to catch his breath, despite the fact that he was drenched in sweat. The man asked if Hyunsu was okay, and he admitted that he almost died. The Heavenly Demon looked at the heavily breathing guy and felt sorry for him, because his body was perfect for martial arts and he lived in a time when martial arts were forgotten. Finally, they came out of the portal. Hyunsu shared that he felt so light, as if all his fatigue had been lifted by hand. The man said that this was natural because he cleared the guy's clogged chakras. Hyunsu said contentedly that he was not so light, as if he could fly. Suddenly, Hyunsu really did fly and hit the ceiling. He hit the ceiling with his head, and then the man remembered that he forgot to say something. It turned out that he shared his Kai energy with Hyunsu, in other words, a piece of the Heavenly Demon's divine skill. The guy fell to the floor and asked how it was. The man said that it was dangerous, and he is still amazed that the guy survived at all. Hyunsu began to be indignant because he was almost killed. The Heavenly Dragon immediately hit him because the student raised his voice. Hyunsu wondered what the Heavenly Demon would do if he killed him, but he shrugged, saying that he hadn't. He looked at the computer desk and said that if Hyunsu hadn't been able to withstand even a particle of his divine energy, he wouldn't have been able to even begin training, and what he had learned was the only technique available. The house heard that this was a powerful technique, and with it alone he wouldn't have been able to become a student anyway. The sun was shining brightly above the association. The mirrored building sparkled, reflecting the rays. Hyunsu went to the reception. 2-year-old asked with a good-natured smile how she could help, and Hyunsu immediately introduced himself, saying that Hunter Haxon was supposed to sign him up for an evaluation. Suddenly, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "Was it really him?" She immediately approached him and asked to take a photo with the guy. After that, the deuce told him that Hensu needed to go down to the 5th underground floor where he would find the appraisal department and he needed the chief appraiser Noxu. Hensu felt uneasy and the sky demon told him to be a coward since he had to get a title to become his disciple. Finally, the guy got out of the elevator. He looked around, not understanding which way he should go. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard from somewhere. Something started smoking behind the glass. The number 687 appeared on the screen. Hensu stood next to the screen in surprise and looked ahead. The blonde waved her hand and the man behind her called her hit excellent. Running up to her, the man noticed that she had scored almost 700 points and said that it was incredible. Cracking her knuckles, the girl said that she could score even more and decided to try again. The head evaluator folded his arms over his chest and refused to test her again, explaining that she was a B class and that it was too early for her to try to score 900 points to become in a class. The woman sighed in displeasure, placing her hands on her hips. Noxu looked back. He peeked out of the office and noticed the protagonist. With his arms outstretched, the man said that the awakened one had arrived quite early and that Haxon had warned him about it. The man in the cap turned around, seeing the new test subject. Extending his hand, the young man could not believe his eyes and said that it was a great honor for him. The head evaluator explained that rumors of this man's exploits had spread very quickly, and with his hands on his head, Changhong was delighted that the awakened one had put Junsong in her place. Remembering how the association employee had taken a selfie with him, Hyunsu understood what was going on. With her hands pressed to her chest, the blonde asked if they could continue testing. There were training machines along the wall. Noxu announced that he would begin assessing the guest's class and asked his assistant to continue testing Hanel. The boy exchanged glances with the girl. He closed his eyes, embarrassed that they met each other's eyes. Peeking over his shoulder, the sky demon asked him what kind of unhealthy fear he had of women. The boy said that he had no fear. The blonde looked back, and the hunter closed his eyes so as not to look at her. Walking down the corridor, Hanel asked if this person was definitely awakened. Changhong answered in the affirmative. Furiously waving her arms, the girl concluded that in that case, this could be her future colleague, whom they would meet in battle. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist was upset that he had to wear such a tight suit. The cult patriarch crossed his arms over his chest and called it obscene and said that clothes were needed to hide the loins. Hensu was beside himself with shame. Hiding in the wall, the old man said at last that walking around naked would be more decent than in such a suit. The guy approached a special device. Noxu asked him to confirm his readiness. A red light came on. The teacher asked the test subject to feel his danshin and its energy. The young man tensely pursed his lips. Lowering his head, he sighed. Flying around him, the heavenly demon explained that the power that his student put into the new technique yesterday comes from the center of Kai energy, which must be learned to use. Following the prompts was activated, blue energy concentrated in the hunter's fist, which emitted incredible power. The protagonist swung his hand. Gritting his teeth, he took a fighting stance. Streams of energy swirled around him. A bright flash lit up the room. The blast wave destroyed the floor of the testing room. The powerful impact created another flash. The head evaluator looked out of the office in shock. The scoreboard showed 1,120. With his mouth wide open, Hyunsu thought that this couldn't be true and couldn't believe that he got such a result, despite the fact that the girl only got 700. Frowning, the boy thought that he used a lightning strike like yesterday, but this time the power was noticeably greater due to the control of Kai. Running up to him, Noxu called him a class warrior and explained that S-class can be achieved by getting over 1,500 points. Dust flew around the punching bags. The boy asked if he could try again. The man agreed. Seeing that the device was broken, he thought that Jongsung would have died if he received a blow of the same strength. The hunter stretched out his arms to stretch. The head evaluator asked if he wanted to try again. Noxu smiled sheepishly and explained that they had no spare devices, so they couldn't test his strength again. The protagonist suggested moving on to the next test. There was a sign on the door that said kick testing. Hensu hit the punching bag with his shin. Turning around, the man saw that the scoreboard showed almost 1,400 points. Picking up the tablet, he said that just a little more and the subject would have been an S-class. The guy laughed sheepishly. Frowning menacingly, the heavenly demon said that his student would have been able to knock out 1,500 if he had concentrated his Kai energy faster. The young man jumped up to hit the tablet. The next test was running on a treadmill. While the hunter ran, the chief evaluator held a stopwatch in his hand. A special machine fired fast projectiles. Leaning first to one side, then to the other, the protagonist dodged them. Noxu raised his index finger and declared that he was a stable a class and said that he was almost certain that he was in a class even though they were not finished yet. He raised his hand to his face and added that the subject would be able to take the most important test, the combat simulation, later that afternoon. There was a treadmill next to the wall. The head evaluator asked the subject to go to the cafeteria to get something to eat and offered to sign up for the next test tomorrow, but Hyunsu said that he would take the combat simulation today. There was a sign above the door that said cafeteria. There was a delicious ramen on the table. The boy said that he had not eaten something like this for a long time because he could not afford it since its price on the market had risen after the factories were destroyed. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat quickly. Sitting next to him, the heavenly demon asked if it was delicious. His student replied that it was the best food in the world. Watching him, the cult patriarch said that they also eat different noodles and said that noodles are the best product in the universe. The hunter made a tube of lips to eat the noodles. Extending the chopsticks to the master, he offered him to try ramen. The old man was indignant. There was no one at the neighboring tables. The man was angry because the student was teasing him. The protagonist said that this was revenge for his sarcastic remarks throughout the day. On the wall hung a sign that said Combat Simulation Room. Hyunsu approached it. Suddenly, something made him flinch. An injured Hanel came out of the room. She closed her eyes, groaning in pain. Grabbing her by the shoulders, Changhong asked if she was okay. Helping her forward, the assistant praised her for her excellent work and offered to send her to the office, where she would be given documents on assigning a class. The guy's brows furrowed in tension, realizing that this was not going to be easy. He walked into the office. Noxu greeted him in the battle simulation room with a wide smile, and the young man walked up to a special device that had been created by a brilliant engineer, Anderson. There was a virtual reality helmet on top, and the chief evaluator explained that the battle simulation gave the most realistic experience of fighting monsters. The helmet dropped and landed on the hunter's head, and the man said that the damage he received in the simulation would also have real consequences. The device shackled the protagonist's hands, and he had to go through 10 levels in total. Bracelets appeared on his feet, and Noxu added that classes starts right from level 4. Smoke appeared around the huge mechanism, and the simulation began. Lights lit up in the darkness. Soon there were more of these lights. Green grass appeared under Hensu's feet. The world around him was built from system hexagons. A bright flash appeared in the sky. The sun's rays penetrated through the foliage and illuminated the forest. Birds were flying in the sky, monkeys were jumping on the branches. The boy asked, wide-eyed in fear, if this was really a simulation. The heavenly demon said that whoever created this machine clearly knew about the magic of mystical dimensions. The young man asked what it meant, folding his hands behind his back. The cult patriarch explained that this magic was used to deceive the enemy or to hide something. The hunter closed his eyes. The old man laughed and said that for this master, such a technique was nothing more than a cheap trick. The heroes looked around. A strange sound was coming from the bushes. The man looked to the side. The monster jumped out of the bushes and opened its mouth wide. The heavenly demon concentrated blue energy around his hand. The cult patriarch waved his hand. The wolf was hit. The old man smirked and said that he had run out of strength that day, so he couldn't kill any more monsters. Hearing something, the man looked back. The protagonist was looking at his hand in fear, and there was a corpse of a monster lying next to him. Pointing at himself, Hensu asked what the teacher thought of his abilities now. Several more monsters pounced on him. The sky demon said the name of the lazy donkey roll spell, and with his mouth wide open, the boy asked what it meant. The cult patriarch ordered him to perform this move, and a notification about the activation of the follow hints ability appeared against the background of blue particles. The wolves jumped forward, while the young man fell to the ground and rolled to the side. The monsters turned around and growled. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared above them. The giant monster stepped on the beasts, crushing them. An ogre appeared in front of the hunter. The monster swung its fist. Jumping to the side, the protagonist somehow avoided the blow. Looking back, he saw the enemy's fist in front of him. Hensu ducked, causing a powerful blow to split a nearby tree in half. Dodging successive attacks, the boy shouted that this monster was too big and asked what he should do in such a case. Rising into the air, the old man said that he had a great opportunity to understand what he was capable of and suggested that he come up with something himself. Pursing his lips, the young man realized that he could not run away because he would not be assigned a class. Rushing forward, the hunter decided to show the enemy what Classa was capable of. The protagonist hit the ogre hard in the leg. The monster bent over, barely standing on its feet. Looking up, Hensu was frightened by its red eyes. Looking at its leg, the boy realized that the enemy had instantly come to his senses. The monster grabbed him with both hands. The ogre raised him above its head. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought that if he lost consciousness, it would all be over, so he needed to pull himself together. Lowering his head, the hunter decided to calm his breathing and distribute his internal energy throughout his body. The man watched him from above. The protagonist felt the energy of the sky demon. A flash of light flashed in his stomach. Biting his lower lip, Hensu felt the energy spread through his veins. The energy that appeared around him left cuts on the monster's hands. Having lost his fingers, the monster let go of his opponent. The guy put his hands on his head. Finding a fulcrum, he kneed the enemy in the face. Blood gushed in all directions. Several white flashes appeared in the darkness. The young man woke up in a battle simulation room. Putting his hands on the fence, Noxu announced that the 4th level had been completed and that the next level would be ready in 5 minutes if the test subject was ready to continue. The head appraiser narrowed his eyes and thought that he had never seen anyone break through the physical suppression system. The girl approached him from behind and called the awakened one strong. The man looked back and said that he had great potential and that they would see a lot more. Minna crossed her arms. Her colleague was surprised that she was sent to them so quickly and concluded that rumors of talent quickly reached the association. The woman looked down and thought that she could not allow such a rare class of fighter to be taken away from their guild. A snowstorm was raging in the desert. Grabbing his shoulders, the protagonist felt an incredible cold. The sky demon was surprised that this mage could even create an illusion of weather. Looking at his disciple, the cult patriarch thought that even among the sorcerers who own the technique of mystical dimensions, few were capable of such a thing. Someone ran forward, begging for help. The stranger threw herself into Hensu's arms, and he asked her what had happened. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the guy tried to figure out what was going on. The girl clenched her teeth, steam coming out of her mouth. Turning into a demon, the woman bared her fangs. The monster grabbed the young man by the throat. Shocked, his eyes wide, the hunter realized that a fight with vampires awaited him on the 5th level of the simulation. A bright light was burning in the room. Crossing her arms over her chest, Minna thought that this test subject had a rare talent and was very different from all the awakened ones she had met along the way. The main character put his hand forward. The girl noticed its impractical fighting stance, which resembled ancient martial arts films. Hensu hit the air in front of him with his knee. The woman thought it was amazing, but effective. With one powerful blow, the guy cut off the vampire's head. The monster in the cloak opened his mouth wide and called him a worthy opponent. Suddenly, a hole appeared in his chest. The young man climbed onto the roof and pierced his opponent through and through. In his hand was the monster's heart. The sky demon grinned and praised his student. Standing at the keyboard, Noxu reported that the 5th level had been passed and called the awakened one amazing. Once in the battle simulation room, the hunter was breathing heavily. The head evaluator asked if he agreed to move on to the 6th level and explained that there would be a 30-minute break. The sunset sky turned orange. Clouds floated above the association building. The exhausted protagonist walked out of the office. Looking up, Hyunsu thought that he could have done even better. The man clapped for him and said that he had nothing to regret because he was the first among class of fighters to pass the 5th level. The sun was shining in the corridor. Noxu suggested that they go to the office to get the documents. The building was bright. Bowing, the head evaluator said goodbye to the test subject. The boy thanked him for his work. The young man headed to the elevator. There, he was met by a cheerful Minna. Extending her hand, the girl introduced herself and said that she was pleased to meet him. Shaking her hand, the embarrassed hunter said hello. The sky demon said that women would line up to meet his student. Putting the documents on the table, the association member asked the awakened one to read the terms of the contract from her organization. The protagonist took the papers in his hands. The huntress explained that such conditions as theirs would be attractive to any A-class person. Leafing through the papers, Hensu wondered if he really had the opportunity to officially become a hunter. The documents contained a list of conditions, among which was a stable salary and an allowance for expeditions to portals. Remembering the meeting with the director in his office, the guy thought that then he had to pay a deposit himself to get a support position. Putting her hand on the table, Minna explained that this contract was drawn up individually for him. Sitting on the couch, the sky demon admired her beauty. Looking at the student, the patriarch of the cult asked what he would do when such a beauty offered him to sign an important document. Holding a straw from a drink in her mouth, the girl wondered if the awakened one did not like the terms of the contract. The young man looked at the teacher. The old man explained that in such moments you need to think with your head and said that his student deserved more and should set the terms himself. The man asked how long he was offered to serve in this association. The hunter took the documents in his hands and read that he would have to work for 10 years. The main character said that he would prefer a contract for 5 years. The woman's eyes widened in amazement. The sunset was visible through the window. Hensu explained that the bonus for risk to life and health was too small, considering that he was required to conduct raids on S-class portals. The association member frowned in disappointment, surprised that a newcomer would set such conditions, and thought that they should never miss out on a person who had the potential to grow to S-class. Suddenly, someone burst into the office, kicking down the door. Putting her hands on her hips, the stranger was indignant that the association did not value hired hunters and always wrote such slave contracts. The girl looked down. The guys wondered why she had come at all. The guy, opening his mouth in fear, realized that this was the Red Lions Guild. Smiling, Yurak confirmed this and introduced herself. After shaking his hand, the woman asked if her visit had interfered with their conversation. The young man replied that everything was fine and thought to himself that in front of him was a real representative of the S-class. The sky demon closed his eyes and laughed, admiring the beauty of the guest. The hunter wondered why his teacher was acting like this. Sitting on the sofa, the Red Lion member stated that her guild would offer the awakened one much more than the association, no matter what they offered. Opening his mouth wide, Minna asked who let her into the building in the first place. Urek replied that she was registered with the association. Crossing his arms over his chest, the patriarch of the cult said that he had never met such power in this world as hers. Frowning, the protagonist thought that in front of him was the leader of the strongest guild in Korea. Twirling her index finger, the girl said that the answer was obvious and that in her guild he would have much more opportunities than in the association. Clenching her fists, Minna reminded that her organization has a monopoly on portal raids. The woman's brows furrowed in pity when she heard that the Red Lion Guild had been granted the same rights as the association and was only waiting for the official decision of the commission. While they were arguing, Hensu's mouth dropped open in surprise and he realized that the Red Lion Guild was now as powerful as a government agency. The light was on in the office and the girls were arguing, discussing the corporate ethics of each organization. The guy stood up and drew attention to himself. He put his hand to his chest and said that he had made a decision. The women's mouths dropped open in amazement. A portal opened in the Ilcha Mountains. People were fighting monsters with magic. The man's eyes widened and he realized that they were in trouble because this was not in the intelligence data. They were told that they would have to walk on wet ground. But here was a deep sea. Having cut the monster's throat, the brunette thought that there were too many enemies and that they were too fast, so it was definitely not a B-class portal. Having loaded the signal flare, the warrior decided that they would be destroyed if they did not come up with something, so they needed to call the squad leader for help. The man in the mask saw a signal fire behind him. Raising his hand up, the commander ordered everyone to retreat and said that he would hold off the monsters. Raising his eyebrows, his subordinate remembered that the leader had a unique ability just for emergencies, so they would be saved. The man used a special technique. Shadow clones appeared around him. It was one of the most difficult S-class techniques, lasting up to 10 minutes. The sergeant grabbed his comrade and went to the surface. Once on land, the commander said that now everyone owed him a beer. The people shouted that they survived only thanks to him. Taking off the oxygen mask, the brunette wondered where his real body was. The squad leader climbed out of the water. Seeing him, the warrior smiled joyfully. Suddenly, a loud splash was heard in the sea. A huge monster jumped out of the water and opened its mouth wide. The beast snapped its teeth and cut the sergeant's body in half. The man frowned menacingly and called out to the commander. Night had fallen, and the lights were on in the association building. Sitting on the couch, the girls were upset that they had been deceived. Frowning, Urek remembered that the awakened one had decided to wait for other offers in case a guild with more favorable conditions for him could be found. Bowing, the protagonist asked his allies to call him back later. After these words, Hensu headed for the exit. Closing her eyes, the girl was outraged by his behavior. Sternly frowning, she thought that this man had refused the contract with the Red Lions and the association, and doubted that any other guilds would even contact him. A fire flared up around her body from anger. The woman ran out of the office and ran down the hallway. Raising her eyebrows, Minna thought that her friend had not changed and was still as hot-tempered as before. White clouds floated above the building. The room was in perfect order. Hyunsu's mouth dropped open in surprise when he saw that he now had access to a transcendental class skill, because he did not understand what that meant. Standing before him, the heavenly demon declared that the student would now learn the skill superiority walk. The boy remembered that classes could be earned by defeating a strong monster or finding a rare artifact. Looking at his mentor, the young man wondered if there were classes higher than the 5 known to mankind. Frowning, the patriarch of the cult explained that stance and proper movement were the basics of martial arts and that one must learn these basics in order to begin learning techniques. Lowering his head, the old man asked the student to watch and remember and expressed confidence that he would be able to master it the first time. The hunter closed his eyes and promised to pay attention. The man raised his hand in front of him and said that this was the first set of movements of the superiority gate out of 5. The heavenly demon took a step forward. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise when the system reported that the user had mastered the first set of movements, the heavenly demon apparition. White clouds of smoke appeared around the cult patriarch. With his mouth open in shock, Hensu noticed that his teacher seemed to be moving and not moving at the same time. Clouds of smoke swirled around the old man, who was pacing back and forth. Putting his hand behind his back, he declared that this was the heavenly demon apparition. The boy's eyes widened, wondering how this could even be repeated, and the system reported that his cognitive abilities had declined and that the user had not absorbed the information. With a blazing eye, the man explained that his student could not master the skill at once, despite his ability, and asked him to concentrate and observe. The heavenly demon took a step forward and used the second set of movements. Seeing his mentor fly into the air, the young man's mouth fell open in shock. The cult patriarch furrowed his brows sternly and explained that one could ride the air like a dragon to appear behind the enemy in an instant. He ran forward and circled the air. The old man landed on his feet and said that it was sky demon flight. The hunter thought that this flying speed was nothing compared to being dragged through the air by his teacher. The system reported that the level of comprehension had dropped. The protagonist's eyes widened in amazement. The man clenched his fists and explained that the student would be able to learn the first 6 techniques of his cult, the crushing blows from the sky, if he mastered the apparition and sky demon flight. The system reported that the user had received information about this skill. Hensu's mouth fell open in shock and saw that it was another transcendental skill. The boy looked at his mentor in horror. The sky demon frowned and asked him to stop making faces because the third set of moves was even more difficult. Flames appeared under his feet. The cult patriarch spun around in a whirlwind. The young man furrowed his brows in fear. The system reported that his level of understanding had dropped to 0. Looking ahead, the hunter noticed that he could not see his teacher because of his speed. The old man appeared behind him and explained that this was the soul exit technique. The protagonist looked at his burning legs. The man explained that this was a special set of moves that would help him get behind the enemy. Folding his hands behind his back, the sky demon declared that the 4th set was Soul Whirlwind. The cult patriarch spun around himself, emitting waves of fiery energy. Hensu covered his face with his hands, resisting the gusts of wind. Suddenly, a cluster of blue energy flared up between the heroes. Standing in front of him, the old man explained that this invisible whirlwind absorbs the enemy's soul and called this set one of his favorite counterattack techniques. Biting his lower lip, the boy realized that he had not seen anything at this speed and wondered how he could repeat all of this. Frowning, the man added that if the disciple mastered Soul Vortex and Soul Exit, the next 5 heavenly crushing blows techniques would be available to him. A bright light illuminated the space. The youth asked if there were really 11 techniques in total. The answer was negative. Holding his sparkling hands behind his back, the heavenly demon said that there were 12 techniques in total, and that the minimum requirement for the 12th technique was to know the 5th set of the superiority walk. The hunter lowered his gaze and realized that fully mastering the superiority walk did not guarantee mastering the 12th heavenly crushing blows technique. The cult patriarch raised his leg to demonstrate the 5th set. The old man forcefully slammed the ground and used heavenly demon sovereign descent. A powerful shockwave caused the protagonist to open his mouth wide. The ground beneath him shook and his body soared into the air. The world around him spun around, and Hensu couldn't believe that this was the result of just one kick. His body collapsed to the ground. The man towered over him, saying that the whole point was to have everyone bow down to him. The boy fell face down on the ground, with smoke billowing out around him. Clouds were floating in the sky. The bright sun was shining through the windows of the association building. There were people sitting in the office. One of them said that only 4 B-class hunters and 5 supports had survived the last raid. The brunette stood in front of his colleagues, saying that the association's 3rd raid into the Ilcha Mountain portal had been defeated due to the death of the sergeant. Gritting his teeth, the man asked if the intelligence data on this portal was giving them the wrong classification, wondering what the intelligence department was doing anyway. Pointing forward, someone stated that the intelligence department had never made a mistake in classifying portals. The man asked how it could be explained that even an expedition of Class A and Class B warriors could not clear them out. Everyone looked around when someone asked for a little attention. Standing up from the table, Minna said that they could even fight, but that would not solve the problem. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl declared that she had a plan. The protagonist jumped out of bed in horror. The sky demon hanging next to him called him a disgrace. Hyunsu asked how he ended up here. The cult patriarch gritted his teeth and stated that his disciple had fainted and could not stand the training. The boy looked down and remembered that he had tried to learn the superiority walk. Frowning menacingly, the old man explained that this skill was a mastery that allowed one to move through the air as if on the ground, and said that the disciple would have died instantly if he had shown his full strength. Clutching the blanket, the young man realized that he did not want to go through something like this again. Looking at him, the man explained that this skill would require a minimum of 120 years of Kai, and asked the student to focus on increasing his energy potential, starting with the phenomenon and flight techniques. The hunter furrowed his brows and agreed. The stars were shining in the night sky. There was a light on one of the floors of the association building. There was no one in the hallway. Minna was sitting at the table in her office. Looking down, she remembered the man asking what kind of plan they were talking about. Pointing at herself, the girl explained that the association should consider collaborating with other associations. The old man asked what all this meant. The woman raised her hand and suggested establishing an alliance with the Red Lion Guild. In response, many dissatisfied exclamations were heard. Her colleagues, their mouths open in anger, asked if the right to use portals would not be enough for this guild, and said that it would be better for her to quit with such an attitude towards work. The huntress lowered her head, thinking that for the association, portals had already become an object of trade, and that these people did not even understand what it was like to raid a portal, since they had never even been there. Clouds were visible in the blue sky. People were walking along the pedestrian street. The protagonist picked up his phone and saw that his salary had arrived. Poking at the screen, Hyunsu decided to pay his brother's hospital bills first. He punched the wall when he noticed that there was almost nothing left after paying. The boy leaned his head against the wall and thought about what would happen if he had a contract with the guild. Many notifications appeared on the screen. The boy realized that all the guilds wanted to work with him, and remembered that in addition to this, the association and the Red Lions made him an offer. The hunter smiled widely and said that he wanted to buy ramen, since he would soon have money. The sky demon asked if he was talking about the noodles and red broth. Showing a peace sign, the protagonist confirmed this and offered the teacher to try the soup too. The cult patriarch got angry. The old man tried to hit the student with his hand, but he managed to dodge. The man closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Hyunsu said that he learned a thing or two about the appearance of the sky demon. The mentor hit him on the head and asked him not to be arrogant. There was a blue sign hanging above the store. The guy went inside. Looking around, he noticed that there was no one there. Someone greeted him. The young man saw a girl waving at him and asked how she was doing. Yun replied that everything was fine. The hunter approached the shelves with noodles and realized that his friend worked there on weekends. Sorting out a box with goods, the store employee explained that she should try to beat her younger brother and sister. The main character frowned and looked down. Taking the scanner in his hands, Hyunsu shouted that he would scan the goods himself. The woman thanked him. The guy took a bill out of his wallet. He opened the door to the outside and said that he left the money near the cash register. The girl said goodbye to him. Yun ran out of the store and shouted that her friend forgot the change. The young man said that he did not need it and asked his friend to treat his siblings to chicken. The shop employee scratched her nose and thought it was very cute. The heavenly demon flew up to the student and asked if he really wanted to buy a girl's heart with money. The hunter shuddered and said that it was not so at all. In the past, the woman sat next to the hospital bed. It turned out that she also lost her parents when the portals opened 2 years ago, so she had to raise her brother and sister alone. Smiling, the protagonist added that his friend also sacrificed school to earn money for her family. Hitting him on the back of the head, the patriarch of the cult said that his student should not sing his own praises. There was a pot of soup on the table. Hyunsu closed his eyes and admired this incredible taste. Sitting next to him, the old man asked if it was really that delicious. The guy replied that they make the best ramen in the world. The man looked down in disappointment. The young man brought the noodles to his mouth. The heavenly demon grabbed his hand and was indignant. Controlling his hand, the cult patriarch ate what was on the chopsticks. He made a tube of lips and sucked in the last of the noodles. The hunter opened his mouth in shock and shouted that he had managed to eat. Giving the old man a thumbs up, he declared that this was truly one of the most delicious dishes in the entire universe. Patting the disciple on the head, the man said that he could only eat from his hands and called him good. The heavenly demon put his hands on his knees and asked his comrade to feed him. The protagonist gritted his teeth in displeasure and thought that he had another inconvenience. Cars were driving along the streets. Someone was carrying a garbage bag in his hand. Yun smiled and thought that she was lucky that the lunchboxes that children liked had not yet been taken apart. The girl heard a loud sound and turned around. The sewer covers rose into the air, water gushed out like a fountain. Soon there was so much of it that people were literally being swept away by the waves. The mermen rushed forward, holding weapons in their hands. The city dweller, his mouth open in fear, wondered what it was. The monsters attacked the people who found themselves in the water. Raising his spear into the sky, the monster declared that this was now their world. Towering over his fellow mermen, the mermen declared that they would drive out all who had filled this land of abundance. Grinning, the villain called himself the ruler of this place. The land collapsed into large fragments. A huge sea serpent swam along the street. Yun, frightened, covered her chest with her hands and cried. The protagonist sat in the lotus position, training his Kai energy. Looking away, the heavenly demon was surprised that this dimension was deserted, but there was always a surge of energy here, and wondered why it was through this place that he ended up in another time and space. Hyunsu stood up and said that he felt refreshed and energetic after this energy circulation practice. The cult patriarch crossed his arms and explained that energy circulation not only increased his energy potential but also cleared his flows of negative energy. The boy smiled and thought that he would continue to practice so that in the future he would not even have to go to doctors. The old man furrowed his brows sternly and asked him to take a stance to practice appearance and flight. The young man spread his arms and realized that he was able to master these techniques to some extent due to his awakened ability, although his cognitive abilities were not at their best during that training. The hunter decided to try to reproduce the skill and ran forward. The man saw his disciple turn around and jump into the air and was surprised that he was able to use the skill so well for the first time. Clouds thickened in the sky. The sky demon asked the disciple to use flight. The blue sky was reflected in the windows of the association building. The sun's rays shone on the glass. Suddenly, an alarm sounded and the red lights lit up. People in the office ran from computer to computer, noticing that the monsters from the Ilcha mountain portal had begun to invade. Putting her hand to her chin, Minna realized that they needed to unite with the Red Lions to prevent this from happening, and remembered that if this had happened in Kangdong, then the Isaac Guild should already be there. Frowning, the girl shouted that she needed to be in the center of the fighting, and ordered her subordinates to send all available fighters there. The woman headed for the exit, because she thought that the Isaac Guild would not be able to cope without outside help. People were walking along the streets of the city. The protagonist followed his mentor out of the portal. The heavenly demon sat on the bed and called him over. Hyunsu was embarrassed by such kindness. The cult leader smiled broadly and said that he needed to eat after training, so the student should make him ramen. The disgruntled boy picked up the pot. The old man asked him to light the magic lantern from which the messenger spoke and explained that he wanted to know more about this world. The young man turned on the TV. The news appeared on the screen. The presenter reported that chaos had broken out in the Kangdong district and that fishmen had filled the city and were killing citizens. Looking down, the tense hunter realized that they had broken out of the portal in the Ilcha Mountains and wondered if the third raid had also failed. Sitting on the bed, the man asked if this was the same place they had been recently. The answer was affirmative. Shocked, his eyes widened. The protagonist remembered that Yun lived in this area. He immediately ran out of the apartment. Hyunsu ran ahead down the street to come to the rescue as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the boy stopped. There was a large stream of cars in front of him. Biting his lower lip, the young man imagined the route and realized that getting there by car would take too long, and a direct road would only take 20 minutes. But there were buildings on his way. The hunter put his hands on the ground and decided to use Sky Demon Flight. He took off from the ground, raising dust. The protagonist slipped between the cars, climbed onto the roof and ran forward. Hyunsu jumped off the wall of the building and found himself high in the air. The guy determinedly knitted his brows and ran across the roofs. The patriarch of the cult flew after him and watched his progress. Monsters were devouring the inhabitants of the city. Heartbreaking screams were heard. A huge panther swung its paw and wished death to the enemies. Its claws sparked. The beast pounced on a fish, which almost devoured a woman. Looking out the window, the inhabitants of the city recognized this man. Hyunsu grabbed the flag and ordered his comrades to fight confidently and without panic. The man put his sword on his shoulder and agreed. Swinging it, Bogum cut the mermaids in half. One of the monsters pounced on him from behind. Looking back, the butcher decided that things were bad. The monster approached him. The warrior swung his sword. Someone clenched his hand into a fist. At that moment, the mermaid exploded. Sitting on the boat, the girl laughed at her friend's boat. Pulling the bowstring, the archer asked why he did not take something better. At that moment, arrows pierced the heads of the monsters. Several explosions were heard in the air. Grinning, the chemist from Kangdong introduced herself. The man gave her a thumbs up. Suddenly, blood splashed on him. The sea serpent bit off Bogum's head. With tears in her eyes, the woman called out to her friend. She shot several arrows forward and wished death to her enemy. The Black Panther grabbed her and ordered her to leave him alone so that she would not be eaten too. The monster's glowing eyes widened. The monster opened its mouth wide and rushed after the boat. Rising above the water and falling back into it, the snake swam forward. It had sharp fangs, and its eyes glowed red. Watching it from the air, the leader of the mermaids declared that hunters make excellent food. Grinning, the villain laughed and said that the more of them there are, the better. The monster approached the boat almost point blank. Hyunwoo looked back and noticed its sharp fangs. Jumping into the air, the protagonist used a tiger crouch to the left and thought that this was a normal move that could be used to put a lot of energy. Leaving a long trail of blue energy behind him, Hyunwoo hit the monster right on the top of its head to make the attack stronger. Guildmaster Isaac and his girlfriend opened their mouths in shock when they saw this. The heroes were sitting on a jet ski when the monster's body rose out of the water. The blue snake raised its tail, causing waves. People watched through the window, saying that it was unbelievable. They did not understand who it was. Hyunwoo turned around, asking if that hero really killed the monster in one hit. Because that would not happen, the archer gritted her teeth, assuming that it was some S-class. The sky demon folded his arms over his chest, saying that the life force has not yet died out. The protagonist landed next to him. The guy's eyes widened when the giant snake opened its mouth wide next to him. The monster slammed its body onto the building, causing a bright flash. Hyunwoo clenched his hands into fists, looking forward. The snake opened its bright eyes wide. He opened his mouth furiously, chasing the hero and showing his sharp teeth. The protagonist quickly changed his position, dodging attacks. The system reported that the technique, the phenomenon of the heavenly demon, was learned by 40%. The guy ran forward. Hyunsu closed his eyes, thinking that his legs were falling off from this technique. The heavenly demon folded his hands behind his back, looking at the giant snake that was chasing the guy. The man approached the hero, who was dodging the monster, saying that he was a fool, because you can increase the strength of your muscles many times over when you distribute energy. Hunu angrily asked why he did not say this before. The heavenly demon looked ahead with bright eyes, ordering him to do this. The hero agreed. Cars were moving along the road. The girl nervously clenched her teeth. Nina opened her mouth wide and frowned, saying that there were traffic jams on the roads and the subway was clogged. She clenched her fist as the screen showed footage of the battle. The commentator was amazed and excited, asking what kind of hunter it was. Mina's eyes widened. The screen showed the body of a giant snake rising from the water. The commentator said that this was a stream of one of their viewers. An unknown hunter was currently fighting this creature. The girl's mouth opened in surprise, listening to the words that the commentator could not believe it. Because they did not even know this hunter, she immediately realized that it was Hunu. Nina opened the car door, getting out. The girl ran forward among the cars standing in traffic. The protagonist thrust his fist forward with bright energy, thinking that the flight of the heavenly demon had adopted an adapted version. The giant snake opened its mouth wide, rising above the water. The system reported that the technique, the flight of the heavenly demon, was learned by 30%. Hunu smiled, standing on the stone and saying that he had done a good job of damaging him with this move. If this were a test, it would have been at least 1,300 points. The giant blue snake raised its head, making a characteristic sound. The sky demon folded its arms across its chest, looking at the guy and mentally telling him that the snake's most vulnerable spot was the chin. He needed to get close to the creature using the sky demon's flight and give it an uppercut. Hunu opened his mouth wide, saying that he understood everything. The sorceress raised her hands up, calling on the Lord and asking him to send her strength. The girl opened her mouth wide, her eyes shining brightly as she said that this man was dangerous. He needed to be killed immediately. The snake opened its bright eyes wide. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, concentrating a bright stream of energy and saying that the monster was finished. The creature hit him with its tail on the body, creating a bright flash. The guy flew into the wall, raising stone fragments into the air. The sorceress raised her staff towards him, commanding the serpent to absorb the hero and take his power to grow. Hunu froze, finding himself pressed into the wall of the building. The giant blue serpent clenched its teeth in rage, looking at him. The celestial folded his arms across his chest, hovering over the girl and thinking about how this sorceress was supporting the monsters with healing magic. That was a completely different matter. He barely felt such a strong desire to interfere as now, if he were material, he would turn them all into dust, but he needed to save the student. The girl raised the staff above her head and put her other hand forward, saying that this world would belong to them. The giant monster opened its mouth wide next to the protagonist, who was unconscious. The creature and the sorceress turned around, hearing a voice that ordered them to stand still. Urek folded her arms across her chest, landing on a stone, her body surrounded by bright streams of energy. The girl put her foot down. The giant serpent opened his bright eyes wide. Looking at Urek, she asked if things were really that bad for the super newbie. The sky demon folded his arms across his chest, talking about this girl. Urek put her hands on her hips, saying that he was a good boy, because he defended the city. If he knew about the sorceress's presence here, maybe he would have won. The girl smiled widely, saying that she was telling him as a future member of the guild that she would deal with everything herself from now on. She clenched her hands into fists, a bright stream of energy flared up behind her. The sorceress opened her bright eyes wide, saying that this was a very strong mortal, they did not expect this. The girl pushed off the stone with her foot. Urek rushed straight to the giant serpent, leaving a bright stream of energy behind her. The sky demon picked up the student, saying that they needed to go. They flew forward, the man's cloak fluttering in the wind, asking the hero to take into account that this was not a flight, but a strategic retreat. The girl opened her mouth wide, telling the creatures to leave. The monsters bared their teeth in anger, looking at her. Yun held her hands out in front of her, sitting on the steps, telling them not to touch her. The girl opened her mouth wide, calling for help. An arrow hit one of the monsters in the head. A hole appeared in the chest of another creature, from which an arm was visible. The monster's eyes widened as the body of his comrade exploded next to him. Hunu opened his mouth wide, asking if she really wanted him dead. The chemist archer smiled, saying that she knew what she was doing. The girl clutched a bow in her hands, approaching Yun and asking if she was safe. The girl clasped her hands, thanking her for her help. The chemist archer looked at Huna, saying that he would take her to a safe place, then armed himself with a weapon, saying that he would look for other survivors. Yun sat behind the girl on the ATV. The chemist archer started the engine, telling her to hold on tight. The guy opened his eyes, looking at the dark silhouette of the man in front of him. The sky demon looked ahead, saying that the hero had already woken up. Hunu pressed his hand to his stomach, asking the teacher what happened. The man stood by the window, folding his hands behind his back and saying that the snake was controlled by a sorceress. If not for her, the victory would have been his, but he lost. The protagonist rose from his seat, asking why he took him to this place. The sky demon looked at him, saying that this was a strategic retreat. He asked to listen when the teacher speaks, even if the guy fainted. Hunu noticed that he did not say anything to him. The man looked at the explosion outside the window, saying that there was nothing to worry about. The boy cried out in confusion. Shards of glass flew past his face. The sky demon noticed that this warrior had come to the hero's aid. Hunu bowed his head and tried to get up, saying that this would not happen. The man asked what he was talking about. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that this snake was his prey, and he would not let anyone take what belonged to him. The boy covered one eye. Hunu fell to the floor. Bright streams of energy were around his body. The sky demon folded his arms across his chest, saying that with such an exhausted body, there was no talk of a battle now. The man looked at the young man sitting on his knees, saying that meditation and energy circulation were needed. The sky demon asked who this warrior was. The hero closed his eyes, saying that she was the leader of the Red Lions Guild. The man looked at the explosions outside the window, saying that since it was her, it wouldn't be hard for her to handle the two of them. The protagonist leaned his hands on the rock and stood up, saying that he started this and had to finish it. The teacher folded his arms across his chest, saying that his body couldn't take it. Hunu opened his mouth wide, saying that he lost his parents because of people like them, and his brother was in the hospital. The protagonist imagined a guy with a medical device on his face, lying on a bed. The boy clenched his fist, addressing the teacher and saying that he gained strength thanks to him. He does not want to give up halfway again. Hunu looked at the man from under his brows. The heavenly demon folded his arms across his chest, thinking that he saw talent in the hero, but did not expect that he could have such a fighting spirit. He looked at Hunu's furious eyes, thinking that these were the same eyes, but fire appeared in them. Bright streams of energy appeared around the body of the heavenly demon. He said that there was one way. The boy cried out, asking what it was. The man folded his arms across his chest, saying that this way has serious consequences. The hero nodded. Yurak raised her fist with bright energy above her head. She put it in front of herself. A bright flash appeared in front of the girl. The monster rose above the water. Yurak took a few steps forward. The girl put her hand with bright energy forward, saying that she does not like fights on the water. She frowned and turned around, asking where that annoying sorceress had gone. Streams of energy filled the room. The heavenly demon put his hands above the protagonist's head. He thought about the opportunity for the guy to feel the taste of the power that awaits him in the future. A bright stream of energy was concentrated above naked Hunu. The man told him that his time was limited. The hero should not forget that he is mortal, so he should not rush into trouble. Yurak grouped herself, hovering above the monsters in the water, her body surrounded by bright streams of energy. The girl raised her hands up. A bright explosion thundered behind her. The force wave raised high waves. The giant snake clenched his teeth, looking at her. Yurak smiled, saying that he was caught. The snake frowned, his eyes shone brightly. The girl raised her hand with bright energy and moved towards the creature, saying that she would fry him. The sky demon held his hands to the boy's head. The hero clenched his teeth. Hunu covered his eyes from the bright light. The giant snake threw his head back, dodging the bright flash. The sorceress froze, looking at the giant explosion ahead. She frowned, saying that the Lord would be angry. She did not expect to meet her equal here. The sorceress raised her hands up, calling out to the Lord. Yurak smiled and turned to the girl, saying that her tricks would not work. The girl landed on a stone, saying that her worm was in danger, which is why she immediately appeared. Yurak put 2 fingers forward and smiled, saying that she was just in time. The sorceress opened her eyes wide as bright streams of energy surrounded her body. The girl snapped her fingers. A bright explosion thundered. The sorceress opened her mouth wide and screamed, saying that this was impossible. The giant snake opened its mouth wide. Watching the burning body of the girl fall into the water, she addressed it as Zarateka. The hero nervously clenched his teeth. Hunu raised his head up, his eyes shining brightly, and his body was surrounded by streams of blue energy. Streams of dust rose above the floor. The protagonist froze and lowered his head. The system reported that he had temporarily awakened his ability, the body of a heavenly demon. Yurak smiled, asking how the snake felt without a healer. The giant monster twisted its body above the water. The girl bent down and took off her shoes, saying that this was why she did not need to wear expensive shoes. Yurak stood barefoot on the stone. She moved forward, leaving behind a bright stream of energy and saying that she was tired of standing on ceremony with him. She needed to finish with this. The girl, whose body was surrounded by bright streams of energy, hovered in front of the giant monster's face. Yurak opened her eyes wide in surprise. The giant snake opened its mouth, releasing streams of bright energy upward. The girl put her hands in front of her, protecting herself from the bright flash. Yurak lowered her head and hands. She flew back into the stone wall. The monster clenched his teeth. Splashes from the girl who fell into the water appeared in front of him. Yurak sank to the bottom, raising her arms and legs up. bright rays of the sun hit the helicopter's rotor. It flew over the roofs of the buildings. The soldier picked up the radio, informing the leader that the evacuation of citizens was complete. There was free territory around them. Yurek closed her eyes, diving under the water, her hair rising up. The girl smiled widely and opened her eyes, thinking that this was great. She grouped herself, bright streams of energy appeared around her body. Yurek straightened up and clenched her hands into fists, saying that she was one of 9 S-class hunters on this planet. A bright explosion thundered over the water, raising waves and rock debris. The girl stood in front of the giant monster, saying that she blew up all the buildings around it, so it had nowhere else to hide. The snake opened its bright eyes wide. Yurek smiled and held out her hand in front of her, saying that he was a corpse. The guy grabbed her wrist, asking her to wait. The girl opened her eyes wide, looking at him. The protagonist froze, looking at her. Nina ran forward, thinking that Hyunsu could not cope alone because he had almost no experience in combat. The girl ran to a sports store. She opened her eyes wide, saw cast iron weights outside the window. The man placed the weight on the counter in front of her, saying that she owed 15,000 won. Nina threw the weight on the ground, raising streams of dust into the air. The man looked after her, saying that she forgot the change. The girl put her hand in front of her, picking up the weight from the ground. Nina bent her hand, spinning the cast iron weight around herself. The girl grabbed it by the handle, stopping it in front of her. Nina raised her eyebrows, holding onto the weight and rising into the air. The man opened his mouth, watching the girl fly away. Hensu held Yurek's hand. The girl smiled, asking why he came. The protagonist smiled back, saying that he would finish off this monster himself. Yurek raised her eyebrows, saying that this would not do, because he had enraged her much more. She looked at the guy with a smile, saying that if he promised to join the guild, she would be more accommodating. Hensu smiled, letting go of her hand. The girl looked at him. The guy's body was surrounded by bright streams of energy. Yurek looked away, thinking that the hero was somehow charged. She knew that he was talented, but now he was like a taut string. A bright flash appeared next to her. Hensu disappeared from the spot. Yurek opened her mouth, saying that she did not even notice how he moved from the spot. The giant snake opened its mouth wide in front of the hovering guy. Hensu opened his bright eyes wide and clenched his hands into fists, using the first level of crushing blows from the sky. The protagonist hit the monster with his fist, using seed burning. The blue snake opened its mouth from which streams of blood flowed. The monster twisted its body, moving along the ground and raising streams of dust into the air. A trace of the guy moving forward appeared above it. Hensu stopped with his feet in front of his face. The monster bared its teeth furiously. The hero put his hands in front of himself, using the second level of crushing blows from the sky. The guy put his hand forward, a bright flash destroying the body of the giant monster. He used root burning. The creature growled furiously, gritting its teeth. The sky demon watched him, thinking that with this ritual he had increased the hero's endurance to unimaginable heights, but he did not understand how the guy had also grabbed some of the sky demon's muscle memory that they had passed down from generation to generation. The giant snake opened its bright eyes wide, moving forward. It opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue in front of the protagonist. Hensu gritted his teeth. Using the sky demon's flight, he ran away from the bright stream of energy from the monster's mouth. The guy quickly changed his location, running along the writhing body of the monster among the tall buildings. The hero raised his hand up. His body was surrounded by bright streams of energy. He used the third level of crushing blows from the sky. Hensu punched the snake's head with leaf burning. Bright streams of energy and stone debris rose up. Blood spurted from the wounds on the creature's body. A bright explosion tore the giant snake's body into small pieces. Yurek's eyes widened as she looked at the explosion, saying that it couldn't be. Mina landed next to her, holding a weight in her hand, asking how that was possible. The girl smiled, saying that she was late. Mina pressed her hand to her chest, asking if it was true Hensu SSI. Yurek's mouth opened in confusion, repeating her words. The system reported that the temporary awakening of the ability had been terminated. The protagonist's eyes widened, wondering if this was all true. The guy lowered his head and clenched his teeth. Hensu opened his mouth wide, coughing up blood. The protagonist lost his balance, falling head first. Yurek and Mina rushed to his aid, leaving a bright trail behind them. The man folded his arms across his chest, watching them, saying that the guy had taken the two best beauties for himself. Streams of water raged near the man holding onto the stone. It spilled over the street, skirting the stone debris. The little girl and boy put their hands forward when they saw their sister. Yun happily hugged them, kneeling down. The girl smiled, saying that she was glad that they were okay. The children wiped their tears with their hands. The chemist Archer pressed the phone to her ear, saying that she took Yun home. She asked how Hunu was doing. He was standing among the bodies of the defeated monsters, saying that their situation was gradually improving here. The leader of the Red Lions dealt with the sorceress. The girl opened her eyes wide and gritted her teeth when Hunu said that the snake was destroyed by that unknown hunter. The hero said that the water level here dropped to almost zero, so in other places it should also go down. The chemist Archer was sitting on a jet ski, saying that this was great. Yun looked out the window, listening to the girl's words that the danger had passed so they could rest easy. She waved after the archer, thanking her for saving her and asking her to take care of herself. The girl raised her hand in response. There were white clouds in the blue sky. A green cross was visible on the hospital building. People were walking along the corridor of the hospital. The protagonist sighed heavily as he lay in the hospital bed. The sky demon folded his arms, hovering in front of him and asking if the boy was going to get up. Hyunsu stood up, asking if he was really in the hospital. The protagonist gritted his teeth, asking what happened and if he was defeated. The man remarked that he had a lousy memory. The sky demon sighed heavily, asking if he really didn't remember anything. The protagonist widened his eyes as he looked at him. The boy opened his mouth as the man reported that he lost consciousness after using sky-smashing blows. The sky demon opened his mouth wide and frowned, saying that he was thinking about how to punish the impudent boy who dared to use his sky-smashing blows haphazardly. Hyunsu held his hand out in front of him, saying that he didn't remember anything. The door handle swung down. Yurak and Mina appeared on the threshold, the girls happily smiling as they greeted the boy. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, looking at them. The young men rushed into battle, deciding to kill every single one. They immediately began to strike the monsters. A white building appeared, and it turned out that the association and guilds were currently busy searching for and finishing off the remaining fishmen. The journalist handed the microphone to the man, asking him to comment on the situation. The remains of buildings appeared, and a promise was made to find and kill each of the fishmen. The scene moved to a red building. A bathroom appeared. Bubbles appeared in the water. The hospital stood against the backdrop of a blue sky. A doctor and a guest were walking down the corridor. There were apple pieces on a plate. Yurak carefully handed one of them to Hens. She angered Minna, calling her petty. The girl smiled, telling her friend to show the young man something already. Minna closed her eyes, agreeing. Something sparkled in the box. The girls looked pleased, and the men were amazed. The old man approached, saying that he had never encountered an elixir of such incredible power. Minna smiled, talking about the hearts of monsters. Yurak noted with satisfaction that by eating such a heart, the hero's stats would increase many times over. During the conversation, Hensu only awkwardly listened, surprised. The old man licked his lips, noticing that this elixir contained 500 years of Kai energy charge. Yurak happily ruffled the young man's hair, justifying such a gift by their kindness. At this, Minna began to quarrel with her. The ladies embarrassed Hensu with their squabbles. The screams of the girls were heard in the room. The old man sighed, noticing that his method gave a minimum of 70% absorption. The ladies bumped their foreheads, continuing to argue. The man laughed, watching them with satisfaction. Hensu instantly blushed after his question about which of them he would marry. The girls looked at him with interest. The hospital appeared against the backdrop of the sunset. Yurak sighed, rubbing the back of her head. She peered through the crack. In the ward, Minna was showing something to Hensu. She was shuffling through the sheets of paper, reporting changes to the contract. Suddenly, she looked down, realizing that she needed to recruit him faster. Hensu only responded with embarrassment. Minna left the ward, stating that it was Yurak's turn. She walked past the girl contentedly. The young man was surprised to see the pink-haired girl in front of him. He flinched when his leg was touched. Yurak smiled, asking if he liked the association's offer. Hensu awkwardly looked away when the conversation turned to attractive conditions. He was amazed when the girl suggested that he was guaranteed immunity from criminal liability for killing people. The young man tensed, not understanding how Yurak knew about this. The room was illuminated by light, and the phrase was heard that Hensu would soon rise to Class S. The hero was surprised when it turned out that an awakened Class S did not need immunity. Yurak smiled menacingly, declaring that the power was in the hands of Class S hunters. She put her hands on her hips, finding it funny to give them immunity. The girl turned away, saying that now Hensu only needed patronage. She put her hand on her chest, claiming that he needed her patronage. Yurak left the room. She patted Minna on the shoulder, wishing her luck. At this, the lady only looked away, mentally cursing. She looked into the room again. Hensu with a dark face said that he was sorry. Minna awkwardly lowered her gaze, saying that she would not force him. She tucked her hair behind her ear, wishing the young man health. Suddenly, the girl turned around when she was called out. Hyunsu tensed up, realizing that asking Minna for anything was shameless for him. Closing his eyes, the hero asked the association for help. A blue sky with rays of sunshine appeared. A red building with a car at the entrance was visible. Joyful Yun entered the room, waking up the kids. They looked sleepy, and it turned out that the girl would soon have a part-time job. The children, not having had enough sleep, got out of bed, and Yun suggested that they sleep after breakfast. They were brushing their teeth, and the boy did not understand why they could not have breakfast after sleeping. Something appeared from the water in the bathtub. Yun worriedly turned around to the room with the children, hearing screams. The children ran out of the bathroom in tears, pursued by the monster. The girl tensed up, screaming for the children. The creature grabbed the girl. It brought her closer to its mouth. Suddenly Yun took a knife. She confidently rushed with it at the monster. Yun approached the monster to save her sister. She plunged the kitchen knife into its side. The merman felt no pain and, growling, turned around. With a blow of his hand, he threw the girl back. The woman crashed into the kitchen cabinets and knocked over a pot of soup. Her body fell to the floor. The monster looked happily at its prey. Suddenly, Minna kicked down the door and burst into the apartment. In her hands was a large iron ball. The huntress jumped forward and hit the enemy with it. The little girl fell to the floor. The powerful blow almost knocked the monster off his feet. Gritting his teeth, he growled in displeasure. Knives and sharp spikes hung in the air around the girl. She pointed her hands forward. The projectiles flew towards the enemy. The merman covered his head with his hands to repel the attack. Many cuts remained on his body. Putting her fingers together, the woman cast magic and wished for the villain to go to hell with his fellows. The explosion blew the monster's head into pieces. Turning around, the association member asked if the civilians were okay. Holding her sister in her arms, Yun thanked her savior and asked how she knew they needed help. Smiling, Minna replied that Hyunsu asked her to do so and was glad she made it in time. White clouds floated across the blue sky. A hospital sign hung on the building. The medical workers opened their mouths in shock and asked how the patient could have recovered so quickly. The protagonist looked at his arms and said that his body still felt heavy, but at least he didn't have any pain. The nurse picked up the plaster cast and said that he shouldn't have removed it himself. The doctor continued to be surprised that the awakened one had recovered so easily. Looking at him, Hensu called himself very fast. The doctor said that it was the first time he saw something like this. The guy went to the reception desk. The hospital employee smiled and said that the Red Lion Guild had already paid all the bills and that the patient could go free. The bright sun illuminated the streets of the city. The young man walked down the street and was glad that the guild did everything for him. The sky demon noticed that Yurak took good care of his people. The hunter picked up the phone and realized that she probably didn't have much money left after paying all his bills. Seeing something on the screen, he opened his mouth wide and screamed. The protagonist's eyes widened and asked how many zeros there were. The patriarch of the cult asked why his mouth wouldn't close. Hensu saw that the amount was 600 million. His hands trembled. The sun was shining above the store. The old man asked what they were talking about. The guy explained that this was the amount of the down payment. As the young man staggered down the street, he repeated that this simply couldn't be happening. The man asked if his student had lost his mind from all that gold, and the hunter clutched his phone to his chest and said that his teacher didn't understand how terrible it was to be a beggar. The sky demon looked away when the protagonist asked him to imagine what it was like to see ramen at the store every day but not be able to afford it. The cult patriarch lifted his comrade into the air and said that they had an urgent matter. Hyunsu asked what was wrong. The old man smiled widely and said that he urgently needed to try some ramen. The sun's rays shone on the windows. A black portal appeared in the wall. The heroes were sitting in the desert, which was shrouded in white smoke. The boy's mouth opened in surprise when the man explained that absorbing 10% of the elixir would give him a charge of Kai energy equal to 20 years. The youth raised his eyebrows when he heard that mastering the heavenly demon method would allow him to increase this figure to 70%, which is equal to 140 years. The heroes sat in front of the box. The cult patriarch asked what his disciple would do when he gained such power. Only silence was heard in response. The hunter lowered his head and said that the event when the portals opened 2 years ago took a huge number of lives, and that he and Yun lost their parents. White smoke billowed around the heroes, and they fell silent for a while. The protagonist confidently clenched his fist and declared that, as an awakened one, he would not allow anything to happen that would make people experience such grief again. The old man scratched his beard and asked if the invasion of monsters was the arrival of the great horde that his ancestors had told him about. Hensu asked what it was. Frowning and recalling the scenes of his students' battle, the man asked if he remembered how he used techniques that he had never been taught during the last battle. The guy replied that he did not remember, but he knew about it. The young man gritted his teeth and imagined the villains. It turned out that heavenly demons pass on their divine skills from generation to generation. The monster with dozens of eyes opened its mouth. At the beginning of time, the first heavenly demon said that all this was necessary in order to one day repel the great horde. The hunter's eyes widened in surprise. The cult patriarch placed his hands on his knees. The protagonist said that there was one problem, because this prediction was not from his dimension. The old man opened his mouth wide and declared that it was true, and called it another reason for wanting to return as soon as possible. White smoke covered the ground, giving into the gusts of wind. Minna raised the ball above her head. She landed in front of the door. The girl looked at the piece of paper and thought that this must be his address. The woman picked up the phone and thought that for some reason her friend was not answering the phone, despite the fact that he had already been discharged from the hospital. The phone vibrated on the table. There was a knock behind the front door. Standing on the landing, the huntress wondered what she should do, because she needed to quickly inform him of what happened in the Yun house. The man frowned furiously and ordered his disciple to eat. Holding the burning sphere in his hands, the protagonist asked how anyone could swallow something like that. The sky demon gave him a flick and told him that it should be eaten and not swallowed. A large tumor appeared on Hensu's head. The patriarch of the cult said that if he were not his mentor, the student would probably have eaten this elixir piece by piece and nothing would have come of it except that it comes out in the toilet. The guy bit into the sphere. The young man puffed out his cheeks to stop the urge to vomit. Minna pulled the door handle and noticed that it was open. The girl looked into the apartment and called out to her friend. The woman looked around and asked if anyone was home. Suddenly, something made her look away. The huntress noticed a crack in the wall. The golden ball was stuck in the protagonist's mouth. Standing with his back to him, the sky demon asked him to even out his heartbeat and listen carefully to it, and thought to himself that it was simply impossible to concentrate because the student's face was too funny. The cult patriarch explained that one mistake could lead to him becoming disabled. Hensu tensely squeezed the ball with his lips. The boy closed his eyes and lowered his hands. The old man suggested starting with the inner shell of the aura and asked the disciple to stop perceiving the elixir as food and tune into its energy, and then move it from Danshan to the Wailu point. A glow appeared at the bottom of the boy's abdomen. The man asked him to very slowly transfer the energy to the Beihui point. A white aura hovered above the hunter's head. Seeing a black spot on the wall, Minna lowered her hands. She rolled up her hands and wondered how long it would take not to clean the house for mold to grow, resembling a portal. The girl put on gloves and stuck her hands in soapy water. The woman wrung out a wet rag over the basin. A ringing sound was heard, which made her look back. Putting the phone to her ear, the huntress heard that the general manager of the branch was looking for her and said that she would come to the office right away. The association member walked out the door and was upset that she didn't have time to wash the stain. Once outside, Minna raised the ball above her head and flew into the air. The heavenly demon folded his hands behind his back and asked the disciple to transfer the elixir energy to the outer shell of his aura. Clouds of white smoke appeared around the protagonist. Raising his eyebrows, the cult patriarch thought that the energy of the snake's heart was yang fire energy and assumed that these portals contained monsters of incredible strength. Hensu's body emitted a blue glow. The old man remembered that martial arts are the quintessence of yang energy, so he would have to change his polarity later anyway, so it was even good. The guy puffed out his cheeks and closed his eyes. The system reported that the absorption rate of the elixir substance had reached 32%. The man rose into the air and asked the disciple to return the elixir when it completely dissolved in his aura back to his inner shell and not let it escape. The absorption rate of the substance reached 50%. A bright light illuminated the youth's face. He gritted his teeth, resisting this energy. Hearing the scream, the heavenly demon raised his eyebrows and asked the disciple to be patient. The hunter pouted his lips to hold back the elixir. The absorption rate continued to increase. The patriarch of the cult asked the disciple not to give up because the seed of power was growing in him. Blood gushed from all the holes on the protagonist's face. The absorption rate reached 70%. Smoke rose up and red lightning ran around. The old man lowered his gaze and realized that his comrade was in a deep trance. Hensu continued to hold back the blue fire in his hands. The man was surprised that he managed to reach 80% and wondered if this dimension really gave such opportunities. Blood continued to flow from the boy's eyes and nose, with 10% left until it was fully absorbed. The man rose high into the air and decided to help the student finish what he had started. The sky demon closed his fingers and directed energy into the boy's back using primordial Kai. The hunter opened his mouth wide and spat out blood. His eyes lit up. A powerful explosion of blue energy was heard in the desert. The clothes on the protagonist's body were torn to shreds. The system reported that the user had completely absorbed the elixir substance. Hensu rose into the air. A notification explained that his body had reached the peak of yang energy and gained immunity to thermal effects. The boy's white eyes widened. The ability to follow hints had been improved. His body fell to the ground. The system reported that the user would be able to learn the techniques of any individual once a day. A green cross hung on the hospital building. Doctors gathered at the entrance to the emergency room, rushing to take the wounded to the intensive care unit. The building was in complete chaos. The medical staff could not cope with the influx of patients. The wounded residents of the city were sitting on the floor. Entering the hospital, Minna thought that there was no room to walk. She frowned pitifully and realized that it was all because of the merman. The girl looked into the ward and asked how her friend was feeling. Lying on the hospital bed, Yun replied that she was already much better. The woman sat down next to her and said that her brother and sister were transferred to the Sasong Medical Center due to a lack of space. The girl asked if everything was okay with them. The huntress put her hand to her forehead and said that they had not yet regained consciousness. Stroking her friend's head, the director of the association explained that this was one of the strange symptoms after the mermaid attack and assured her that the doctors would do everything to help them. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. Minna went out into the hall and called someone. She looked ahead and said nothing. The woman put the phone in her pocket and thought that her friend still hadn't picked up. Remembering how the monster had thrown Yun aside, the huntress wondered how that could have happened and realized that her friend had suffered the most. At that moment, the monster had almost swallowed the child. The director of the association could not understand why the girl had not yet regained consciousness, because she could have lost consciousness from fear alone. While the mermaid held Yun's sister in his arms, her brother was standing around the corner. For some unknown reason, both children had fallen into a coma and were in the hospital. The blue sky was reflected in the glass. Holding a folder in his hand, the man said that they estimated the damage at 1 billion won, adding that the number of casualties had reached 100 people and was continuing to increase. Yurek clasped her hands, and the guild member explained that the doctors noticed an inexplicable state in those who arrived after the mermaid's attack, as they all fell into a coma. Standing in the Red Lion's office, the man added that the doctors could not find the cause of this state yet. Leaning on her hand, the girl thanked her subordinate and decided that it was none of their business anyway. The guild member headed for the exit. The woman put the phone to her ear. The guild leader looked at the screen and was angry that the newcomer had just joined the guild and was no longer answering her calls. Yurek released fire from her mouth and realized that this happened after he received his salary of 600 million won. Clouds hung in the sky. The sun's rays illuminated the blue-roofed buildings. The door of the store was open. Someone opened a can of beer. Sitting on a chair, Haxon asked if the woman from the Red Lions had taken him in after all. Jill took a sip and called the newcomer quite impressive. The man frowned and asked how the Red Lions were able to recruit him. He smirked and said that he would kill him. The leader of the experienced Shadow Guild clenched his fist. His comrade asked him not to talk nonsense and live peacefully without war. The scene of the protagonist's battle appeared on the screen. Haxon said that it was better to kill him than to let the Red Lions Guild rise. The waves caressed the sandy beach. The protagonist lay on a lounge chair under an umbrella. Someone stroked his head. Minna squatted down and noticed that her friend was very tired. Walking towards them, Yurek asked how much sleep they could get. Holding the ball in her hand, Irin asked if her friend had forgotten that they were supposed to play volleyball. The girl threw the ball forward and said that whoever lost would have to pay for the meal. The ball hit Hyunsu in the face. The boy put his hand to his cheek and said that it was the first time he played volleyball in his life. The woman was surprised that he could not even hit such a serve. The ball fell into the sea. The young man went into the water to get it. Suddenly, the ball was pulled under the water. A huge sea serpent appeared above the surface. The monster dived back and called the enemy to return his elixir. The hunter found himself deep under the water. Fire was burning around him. The protagonist assumed that it was underwater lava and noticed that the water here was very hot. The monster swam around him, while fire was gushing out from under the ground. Suddenly, Hyunsu woke up and opened his eyes wide. Sitting in the lotus position, the heavenly demon ordered the student to make him ramen. The boy realized that it was a dream. The cult patriarch pointed to his watch and said that the big hand had already passed the number 12 5 times. The young man realized that he had slept for 2.5 days. Clouds were floating above the association office. Minna opened her mouth in shock and asked what it meant. The hunter pushed the phone away from himself when the girl screamed that he should not have eaten the elixir himself because he could have died. The sun's rays reflected in the glass of the Red Lions Guild office. Crossing her legs, Yurek was surprised that the newcomer ate the monster's heart and slept for 2 days. The woman smiled and was glad that he was okay. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that she had reacted much calmer than expected. Continuing to feed his mentor, Hensu promised to stay in touch. He accidentally poked the sky demon in the cheek. A portal was opened next to the computer. The guy saw that his level had increased and his mouth opened in surprise. A system window appeared in front of him with a description of the ability follow hints level 3. The young man jumped with joy because he had a new ability. The patriarch of the cult asked why he was so happy. The hunter put his hand to his chest and said that he now had the opportunity to use a technique that he was not taught once a day. Looking down, the old man said that this could not be, and decided that it sounded unfair. The protagonist teased him and asked him not to doubt the existence of this skill. The man gave him a strong flick. Crossing his arms, the heavenly demon asked why his disciple was dodging. Hyunsu grabbed his head and said that his forehead was not a testing ground for flicks. The patriarch of the cult looked at his hand and wondered how his disciple learned to dodge. The hospital building was in the shadows. The guy was sitting in the hallway with his girlfriend. Yun covered her eyes with her hands and asked what would happen if her brother and sister never regained consciousness. The boy put his hand on her back and said that they would definitely wake up. The girl wiped the tears from her eyes. The hunter noticed that they were very similar. The light was on in the hospital corridor. Standing in front of the hospital bed, the protagonist said that this was his younger brother and added that he was also admitted to this hospital. Hyunti was lying on the bed in an oxygen mask. Hyunsu explained that he never regained consciousness after the car accident. The woman looked at him pitifully. The guy said that the doctors could not understand why the boy never woke up. Yoon took his hand. With tears in her eyes, she introduced herself and said that his brother did a lot for her. Hyunti lay motionless. The girl said that her friend was really looking forward to his return. The boy watched the woman communicate with his brother. The heavenly demon lowered his gaze and said that a strange aura emanated from him. A stake was driven into the heart. The patriarch of the cult concluded that the seal of a curse was placed on him. The old man crossed his arms and explained that there was one way to get around it. The stairs led to the entrance of a white building. A green sign was lit above the emergency exit. There was a skeletal spear on the stand, and the auctioneer asked who was willing to bid more than 70 million won. The brunette smiled and raised his hand. The girl raised her index finger and accepted the bid, raising the price to 80 million. Yihuk closed his eyes and chuckled. Sehuk raised his hand and raised the bid. The Aegis Guildmaster bit his lower lip in displeasure. There were cars parked in the parking lot, and footsteps were heard. The man opened the car door and thought that today was a productive day. Someone called out to him, causing him to look back. The brunette approached him and asked if his colleague was crazy to pay 200 million for something that was only worth 70 million. The guy pointed at the spear and said that he was willing to pay 300 million. He got into the car and asked why they even go to auctions if the price of 200 million seemed scary. Yihuk raised his leg. The powerful blow caused a blast wave. The car was smashed. Smoke was pouring out of it. The man smirked and asked if his colleague was tired of living. The young man put a spear in front of him and decided to try out his purchase on someone who was picking a fight. The head of the Aegis Guild put on steel gloves and promised to show the scoundrel that this weapon was only worth 70 million and no more. Sehuk rushed forward and asked his colleague not to try to seem tougher. The brunette swung his steel fist. A strong blow sent the guy flying. He hit the wall of the parking lot. Yihuk clenched his fist and declared that no one who outplayed him at the auction had ever left alive. The bright sun shone in the windows of the Red Lions Guild. There was a photo on the table. Yurek asked how long her friend was going to cause trouble. The man just smiled silently as the girl yelled at him for getting inundated with complaints because of him. He held out his hand and explained that he couldn't help but be angry since Sehuk had simply come and taken his item from the auction. The woman clenched her teeth in anger. Pointing her finger at her colleague, she asked him to shut up and said that she wouldn't tolerate this continuing. The huntress frowned menacingly and promised to rip him apart and burn him if he caused trouble again. The leader of the Red Lions asked him to leave. The light was coming into the room through the blinds. The door to the office slammed shut. The brunette came back in and wanted to object. Yurek asked what he wanted. Yihuk smiled and asked when she was going to introduce him to that rank rookie. The girl shouted that it was none of his business. The man opened his red eye and warned that he was not trying to establish a hierarchy or anything like that. The woman summoned fire in her hand and ordered him to leave. The head of Aegis was upset that he could not even say anything. Walking down the corridor, he thought that he would meet him soon anyway. Clouds floated above the hospital building. Yun smiled happily when she heard that her friend was a hunter. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and replied that becoming awakened has some fixed term. The girl called it very interesting. She put her hand to her chin and decided that it would not be surprising if some high-ranking person helped him with this. Putting his hand on her shoulder, Hyunsu said that he would visit Hyunti and her siblings, and asked his friend not to worry about anything and to rest. The heroes watched as the woman left. The boy stood in front of the hospital bed and asked the teacher about a method that could help him. The heavenly demon crossed his arms and said that it was called the chopping heavenly tongue. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what it was. The patriarch of the cult looked at him and said that the student could not use it yet. The hunter asked why. Magic concentrated in the man's hands. It turned out to be a secret technique, a type of witchcraft that one of the heavenly demons invented, so it cannot be used by someone who does not have the body of a heavenly demon. The protagonist smiled widely and said that he could use it. The old man frowned suspiciously. Hyunsu put his hand on his chest and reminded him that he could repeat any one technique once a day due to his increased level of following hints. The boy moved his hand towards his brother. He lowered the corners of his lips and used chopping heavenly tongue. The system reported that the user was imitating a superior level skill. Waves of white energy appeared around Hyunti's body. The young man realized that it really worked. A magic circle appeared in front of his hand. The man sternly knitted his brows and wondered how this was possible. The magic circles followed each other and approached the patient's body. The hunter brought his hand directly to his chest and decided that he needed to increase the release of Kai energy. The magic circles penetrated the child's chest. The boy's heart began to beat very strongly. The protagonist's eyes widened in fear. A huge amount of energy flew out from under his hands, which illuminated the space around him. Hunu fell to the floor next to the bed and asked why the ability did not work. Flying up to the bed, the sky demon felt the power of an incredibly powerful being and asked the student not to be disappointed in himself because he simply did not have enough strength. Light smoke hung around Hunu's head. There was a jeep parked next to the store. Throwing up his hands, Gil said that they needed all the strong hunters right now and asked why his colleague wanted to destroy this newcomer. Haxon said that he would not be able to change his mind anyway. Someone entered the room and asked why there was so much noise. The armor on the guest's body sparkled. Someone was happy to see him back. There were beer cans on the table. Yamamoto looked at one of them and said that this was why he did not want to work with Haxon. The man suggested that he too be a loner. The vice chief put the can on the table. The African American asked what happened to the fragment this time. The hunter frowned and replied that this time there was also only a deserted desert. Looking at him, Jill suggested trying to search for a new fragment in Korea. His comrade said that they would have to wait and see since the country was entrusted to the Red Lions. There were kitchen utensils on the table. The man said that the appearance of that hunter could advance the search for the fragment. Yamamoto agreed with him and suggested that the expedition would begin soon. Gritting his teeth, and explained that if the boss of paradise turned out to be the ancestor of dragons, then the portals scattered around the world would turn out to be fragments of paradise, and that collecting all the fragments in a year would be comparable to a curse. Explosions thundered around the dragon. The monster said that this would not end there and that if people did not collect all the fragments in 1 year, the world would face a disaster that even S ranks could not cope with. The hunter angrily gritted his teeth and said that they must find all the fragments in a year at all costs. He slammed his fist on the table and said that this was why they needed as many high-ranking people as possible. Jill agreed with him. The sunset was visible behind the hospital building. The protagonist walked up to the young brother and sister. They were lying motionless on the same bed. There was a sensor attached to the side of the bed. The doctor said that they had done everything they could, and that the only thing they could do was put a heating pad on them. The nurse covered the children with a blanket and said that there were many patients like them in this room. Sitting by the bed, the woman asked when her husband would wake up. The girl replied that she could not say this, and added that a doctor would come soon, whom they could ask about this. The heavenly demon frowned and said that the reason was cold energy. The patriarch looked at the grieving family and remembered that all these people met with mermen. The fish flashed its fiery eyes. All creatures under the sea originally carried yin energy. The old man frowned sternly and explained that mermaids possessed a special, strong yin energy that ordinary people could not accept. The man's mouth dropped open in fear when he saw the monster in front of him. The bear was sleeping in a den. When the yin energy of a person and the yin energy of a monster collide, they combine and become cold energy, causing people to hibernate. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. He looked at the teacher and asked if there was any way to cure them. Hunu smiled widely when the man suggested using yang energy to remove the yin energy, because then everyone would wake up. The little boy pointed forward. His mother turned around. The boy lifted the child's body. The woman asked what was going on and said that they needed to be in a stable condition. Her son showed her the phone and said that it was the Imugi killer. The hospital visitors looked at the young man in amazement. The hunter put his hand on the boy's chest. Dark energy flew out of his head. The heavenly demon pointed forward and ordered the disciple to burn the yin energy right now. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he wanted to absorb this yin energy. The cult patriarch spread his arms and said that his body was at the limit of yang and asked if he didn't know what would happen to him if he absorbed the yin energy. Hensu caught the energy that flew out of the child's head with his hand. The old man gritted his teeth and expressed his indignation. The boy clenched his fist. The system reported that he had managed to completely absorb the yin power and that his body had gone from extreme yang to the harmony of yin and yang. Beautiful roses grew on the boy's head. The man's eyes widened in surprise and realized that this was the peak of the 3 flowers blooming. Watching his disciple, the heavenly demon thought that even though it was only for a moment, he had managed to reach the peak of the 3 flowers blooming stage in a trance. The boy raised his head and asked what the body with the harmony of yin and yang meant. The cult patriarch frowned sternly and realized that this was a body that surpassed both the extreme yin body and extreme yang body, and wondered how a skill could do something like this. The old man scratched his beard and said that this was a real scam. Seeing that the boy had woken up, the hospital visitors opened their mouths in shock. The child looked at his friend, and the hunter was glad that he recognized him. The woman ran out of the room and called the doctors. A light was on in the hallway under the ceiling. People gathered around the bed with the children. The protagonist clenched the dark energy in his fist. Everyone in the room burst into tears after seeing the real miracle that the children had woken up. Yun was talking to someone on the phone, tears streaming down her cheeks. She stood in the hallway and sobbed quietly. The girl hugged the phone to her chest and thanked her comrade for helping her. Cumulus clouds floated across the blue sky. The sun set behind the hospital. The number of patients in a comatose state increased so much that there were not enough hospital beds. Holding a folder in her hand, Minna decided to ask the head of the department to increase the number of beds. The employee said that they would have to increase the number of medical personnel. The girl looked around when she heard the phone ring. The woman put the phone to her ear and asked if her friend really did it. Urek frowned and asked how he managed to do it. The man got up from his bed. The family rushed to embrace him. The main character joyfully clenched his fist. The system reported that his body had reached the first level of yin and yang harmony. The woman shook his hand and thanked him for saving her husband. Hyunsu said that he did what he had to. The guy suggested going to the next ward. The doctor agreed and grabbed the door handle. A huge number of awakened patients and medical personnel followed the young man. People smiled. The girl called the awakened man amazing. The old man wanted to take a photo with him. The heavenly demon smiled and said that it was good. The hunter asked what exactly it was about. Crossing his arms over his chest, the patriarch of the cult concluded that these people were praising his disciple and asked him to get used to such treatment. The light was on in the ward. While helping the elderly man, the protagonist heard a call. He put the phone to his ear and said that he was in the Sasson hospital. Standing in her office, Urek said that the association sent them a request for help in their hospitals. The girl raised her hand and added that they had sent a check for it and that the newbie could take all the money. Hensu scratched his head in embarrassment and called himself an ordinary guild member. The woman said that actions taken of one's own free will had nothing to do with the guild. The boy decided to go to the association as soon as he finished his business at the hospital. Smiling happily, the leader of the Red Lions praised him for his excellent work, calling it a compliment, and thought that now the association would be in their power. A crescent moon rose above the city. Haxon sat on the couch. His phone vibrated. The man brought it to his ear and heard that his subordinate had found the boy's address. The hunter grabbed his jacket and asked his comrade to send him the address. He closed the door behind him. Guildmaster Aegis went outside and buttoned his jacket. The scoundrel stood in a stance and put his hands on his knees. White particles sparkled around him. He looked confident. Jumping forward, Haxon flew like a bullet in the right direction. His quick movements left blue traces in the sky above the night city. Morning came. The sun illuminated the city. The sky was reflected in the windows of an apartment building. The dissatisfied protagonist asked if his teacher was tired of ramen. The sky demon closed his eyes and reminded that the student himself called it the best food in the world. Hensu resigned himself and went to the kitchen to make soup. A call from the guild leader appeared on his phone. The guy put the phone to his ear and asked why he was being called at such a time. Urek asked where he was right now. The young man smiled and said that he was at home and was going to cook food. The girl ordered him to leave there immediately. The patriarch of the cult clenched his sparkling fist and said that something very strong was approaching. The hunter ran out of the apartment and headed for the stairs. In an instant, he was on the street. A strange sound made him look back. Something flew across the sky above his head, leaving a red trail behind it. A pillar of light fell right on the road in front of him. A powerful explosion rang out, throwing up nearby cars and a manhole. Resisting the blast wave, the protagonist put his hands in front of him. A man appeared in the thick smoke. Haxon grinned evilly and called his enemy by name. The man swung a cloud of energy and wished him death. Hensu's eyes widened. A wave of light headed straight for him. A loud explosion thundered in the middle of the street. Smoke enveloped the body of the head of the Aegis Guild. He had a menacing appearance. The sun illuminated the building of the Hunters Association. A red light came on. An alarm was heard. Pressing his head to the monitor, an employee of the association reported that an unidentified living organism was currently in the area where the newcomer lived. Minna frowned tensely and realized that supersonic speed was rare even among S ranks. Urek put the phone to her ear and realized who was to blame for all this, because Haxon hated him to the depths of his soul. The girl took off her shoes and thanked her colleague for the information. Her entire office was on fire. The woman called herself the only one who could stop it. The director of the association turned around and thought that she should go too. Someone stopped her. The hunters looked back and saw her boss. The CEO sternly knitted his eyebrows and said that there was no point in going there because there would be a battle of S ranks. Sitting on the chair, the man said that the association would not stand aside either and explained that they had already asked the Azure Dragon Squad to begin preparations for using the divine item, the Mirror World. 3 motorcyclists in colorful suits raced along the road. The man in the yellow suit turned around. The voice on the radio asked them to prepare to face the S rank and warned that this was a completely different level from before. The bee, ant and cheetah bowed their heads and confirmed their readiness. One of them rushed forward and asked if the mirror world was with the falcon. The man grinned and confirmed it and said that he was moving. He was standing on the roof of the building. There was a strange device behind him. The next moment, the hunter jumped down. His arms turned into wings and his head turned into a bird's head. Flapping his wings, the awakened one rushed forward, flying over the city. Haxon grinned maliciously. The man watched the protagonist manipulate energy. The heavenly demon was surprised that he also received the power of yin and concluded that he managed to reach the evolution realm. The cult patriarch crossed his arms and decided that the enemy's power was much stronger than that of the Red Lion woman and that he had reached the realm of the Supreme Peak. Henshu spread his arms and asked why the stranger appeared out of nowhere and attacked him. The Aegis Guildmaster frowned and was surprised that the rank was able to parry his attack. The boy looked around. The people in the building asked what the sound was and assumed that there was an accident somewhere nearby. The boy opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was dangerous here and asked the civilians to leave quickly. The old man asked him to focus on the battle. The hunter turned around. A wave of dark energy approached him. His body was enveloped in a blue aura thanks to the art of flowers. The protagonist smiled widely and asked if the enemy was using the same attack and thought it would work. Haxon appeared behind him. Thanks to the transformation of his body, his arm was covered in steel spikes. Gritting his teeth, Henshu wondered how many abilities he had, since he had just fired energy bullets and now transformed his body. The angry man swung his fist. The Aegis Guildmaster lunged forward and used a supersonic triple punch. The boy put his hands in front of him and blocked the attack. The shockwave threw his body far back. It crashed into the wall and broke through it. A powerful explosion destroyed the first floor of the building. The young man flew even further and found himself in someone's apartment. His body fell to the floor, dust rising around him. The hunter got up from the floor and coughed. Frowning, he thought that he could not feel his right hand, and was surprised that he had to end up like this even after obtaining his internal energy. The villain burst into the room through the hole in the wall. With his eyes shining, Haxon swung his fist and used a supersonic punch of 5 machs. The protagonist tensely pursed his lips. The patriarch of the cult asked if his disciple had studied the gate of the heavenly demon in vain. Henshu slammed his feet into the floor. The system reported that follow hints had been activated and that the understanding level of flight had reached almost 60%. The boy used the second technique of the heavenly demon walk-in, moving from side to side, headed towards the enemy. Approaching him, the young man thought that it was his turn and swung his fist. Another explosion thundered in the building. A cloud of smoke rose in the room. The hunter flew back. His body destroyed the wall and crashed into a nearby building. A wave of fiery energy appeared in the sky. Frowning, Urek hoped that they had not met yet and wondered how long the newbie would last against such an enemy if they met in battle. Flying over the city, the girl thought that everything would be over in an instant, so she needed to get there as quickly as possible. The protagonist was standing next to a destroyed wall. The man approached him and called what was happening strange. He looked at his opponent and said that he wanted to finish him off with just one blow. Flying next to them, the sky demon thought that his disciple was really strong, since he managed to attack the enemy right away, despite the fact that his level of understanding was not that high yet. The patriarch of the cult lowered his eyebrows and decided that if the disciple could not overcome such a test, then most likely he would not become a sky demon. The head of the Aegis Guild swung his fist and admired how long his opponent was able to hold out. Henshu looked down and asked what he was talking about. The scoundrel's eyes widened in shock. The guy summoned a cloud of energy in his hands and asked what his enemy was talking about. He had a look full of determination. Haxon closed his eyes and covered his head with his hand. The boy swung his arm. Waves of blue energy appeared around his fist. The hunter thrust it forward and used a seed strike. The man tilted his head to resist the powerful energy. A strong explosion was heard on the battlefield. The protagonist froze, raising his fist to strike, preparing to pierce his opponent. Haxon blocked with his hands, defending himself from the boy's strike. Hunu used the seed strike. The shockwave threw the man back. He stopped, resting his feet on the ground. Haxon froze in mid-lunge, thinking that this strike was stronger than he expected. The man gritted his teeth, looking at his steel arm. Haxon tilted his head, thinking that it was impossible for an Arank to destroy his reinforced arm. The hero thrust out his steel arm, enveloped in bright streams of energy, using a silver pulse. Hunu let out a surprised cry, his eyes wide. Haxon smiled, clenching his 2 reinforced hands into fists. The sky demon frowned, saying that his recovery was on par with demonic monsters. The man folded his arms, standing behind the boy, saying that he should not let him rest and used the tree strike to destroy Haxon's insides. The system reported that the listening instruction was activated. The boy raised his hands, using the skill martial arts. The protagonist put his palms in front of the man, throwing him back with the skill tree strike. Hunu frowned, thinking that he would slowly destroy each of his transmutations. The man smiled. A bright stream of energy swirled into a vortex. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise, seeing streams of water approaching his body. The boy froze among the streams of rising steam, thinking that the man had evaporated from the tree strike. The sky demon hovered behind him, saying that Haxon's energy was still here, which meant he was alive. The guy nervously clenched his teeth. The hero looked down when the teacher said that the opponent was below him. Haxon raised his hand with a sharp claw, approaching the protagonist from below. The man braked with his legs. He waved his hand. Henshu disappeared from the spot, leaving a bright trace behind him. The guy jumped back, braking with his legs and hand. The protagonist gritted his teeth, seeing that the man had disappeared from the spot. A steel hand lay on his head. Haxon grabbed him by the hair and raised his other hand with a claw to strike, saying that he would kill him painlessly. Henshu frowned and put his hand in front of himself, saying that the same thing would not work with him. The guy waved his hand in front of Haxon's face, ordering the leaf strike to cut the man's body. Haxon closed his eye when a bright stream of energy appeared near his body. The pillar was cut by the stream of energy. The severed corner of the building was falling down. The man froze, looking at the wound on his body. He pressed his hand with a bright stream of energy to it. The protagonist frowned, thinking that Haxon was recovering again. He had to destroy him with a series of attacks, but it was too dangerous since there were too many people here. Hyunsu moved forward, thinking that today was a day off, so he needed to get to the school. Since this place was on a hill, he should be able to minimize the damage as much as possible. The guy was rapidly approaching a tall building behind residential buildings. Haxon held his hand to the wound, thinking that this was a serious injury. Even using the silver pulse, he did not fully restore it. The man opened his eyes wide, pressing his hands to his head. A bright explosion thundered on the ground. Leaves that had fallen from the trees flew over the school building. The protagonist put his hand forward, running along the corridor of the school. The boy looked to the side, thinking that this was the top floor. Fortunately, there was no one here. Haxon appeared next to him, leaving behind a bright stream of energy. The man smiled, asking if he was trying to protect others. Henshu was thrown to the side. He broke through the wall with his body. A bright explosion raised stone fragments into the air. The protagonist sat with his back to the wall, saying that someone like a man who fought even in residential areas has no right to be a hunter. Henshu clenched his hands into fists, moving forward. The hero opened his eyes wide when Haxon appeared behind him. The man smiled, waving his hand. A bright explosion raised stone fragments from the walls and floor into the air. A wave of strong explosions swept through the entire building. A bright stream of energy broke through the ceiling, descending to the floor below. Desks and stone fragments flew into the air. Haxon looked at the hole in the floor, saying that he was starting to think that killing the guy was a shame. Who would have thought that he would last so long? The protagonist was lying face down in a pile of stones. There were holes in the ceiling every few floors. Haxon smiled widely and raised his hand with a bright stream of energy above his head, saying that the guy could blame his boss for this. A pink circle with dark streams of energy moved down the floors. A bright stream of light was visible through the windows of the school. A powerful explosion lifted the stone debris of the building into the air. A series of bright and loud explosions passed through the entire building. The dark silhouette of a man hovered in the air. He landed on the ground, carefully placing his foot. Haxon stood in front of the burning rubble of the building. The hero smiled, saying that this country is bad at assessing skills because the guy is not in a rank, but already in S rank. The man took a step forward, wondering if he should go back. Haxon's eyes widened as he heard a sound behind him. He turned around, looking at the bright streams of energy coming out from under the rubble. The protagonist was floating in the air, his body surrounded by bright streams of energy. Haxon smiled contentedly. Henshu lowered his head, standing on the ground. The man frowned, saying that the guy had surprised him again. The hero's body was surrounded by bright streams of energy. He moved forward. Haxon concentrated the bright energy in his hand, saying that he would burn the guy until he turned into ash. The man gritted his teeth, raising his hand up. He opened his eyes wide, thinking about his bullet energy disappearing, although this had never happened before. Henshu was getting closer to him. Haxon bit his lip nervously, thinking about how his body could still function normally. The protagonist's eyes shone brightly. The man raised his fist and opened his mouth wide, saying that this was the end. Henshu easily dodged his blow. Haxon frowned, saying that this was bad. The boy struck him. The force wave threw the man back. The protagonist frowned, looking forward. Haxon flew back. The hero used the second technique of the heavenly destroying demonic fists, the seed strike. The man gritted his teeth. He flew over the stone rubble of the building, leaving a bright trace behind him. The boy clenched his hand into a fist, looking at the bright explosion. Henshu took a fighting stance, standing among the streams of rising dust. The events took place 5 days ago. There was a blue sky above the brick building. There was a circle of dark energy in the wall. The hero raised his fist in front of the heavenly demon's face. The boy raised his leg, but the man dodged again. Henshu delivered a stream of blows, but never hit the teacher's body. Bright traces from the swings of the hero's fists remained in the air. The man stopped his feet on the ground. The heavenly demon smiled, throwing the hero back with one blow. A bright explosion raised rock debris into the air. The boy opened his mouth, breathing heavily. Hyunsu was sitting in the lotus position. The sky demon was floating in the air, telling him to listen while circulating his energy. The man opened his mouth, saying that the boy had both the sky demon seed and also incredible internal energy of the Amugi, but he could not use them properly. Tears flowed down the protagonist's cheeks. He thought that this was true, he had received more internal energy, but he felt that he had become stronger, except for high-level recovery. He did not understand why. The sky demon imagined a well, saying that the boy needed to think about it. The teacher imagined two people with buckets of water. One of them fell. The man said that the strong one could bring water 100 times, but the weak one most likely could not even 10 times. The hero imagined a bucket lowering into the well, saying that the water in it would not dry out. Hunu lowered his head, thinking that he should become stronger. The sky demon folded his arms across his chest, saying that the training that would help him become stronger and use his internal energy was fighting in real battles. The boy did not raise his head. The man clenched his fist, saying that defeating a strong opponent was better than 100 training sessions. Hunu stood among the rubble of the building. He gritted his teeth, thinking that he was right in front of him, his first strong opponent. Streams of dust rose from the rubble. Haxon leaned his hand on the stone. He screamed loudly, rising from the rubble, his body surrounded by bright streams of energy. The man unclenched his fist. Haxon smiled contentedly, looking forward. The protagonist took a fighting stance, thinking that the man could still stand on his feet. Even after 2 hits of seed, he really was a monster. Hunu clenched his hand into a fist, imagining a bright protective sphere around his body. He thought that his whole body felt like it was burning from this attack. Haxon smiled, looking at the guy and saying that no one would have thought that he could hit him so hard. No wonder the Red Lion wanted him for himself. The man looked at the flow of energy in his palm, realizing that the skill was still not ready. Haxon leaned forward, saying that although he was called an astral mage, he was also capable of close combat. The hero pushed off the stone with his foot. The man frowned, moving forward rapidly. Haxon left a bright flow of energy behind him, using the skill 5 swings. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, seeing the opponent approaching. Haxon punched him in the chest. Hunu closed his eyes. He was thrown back by the flow of bright energy. The hero flew back. The man hurried to be behind him, moving in the air. Haxon was floating head down where the protagonist's body was heading. The man smiled and raised his blade arms, saying that he couldn't escape, he was going to take his head. The sky demon watched from the side, telling the guy to pull himself together because his head was about to fall off. The man opened his mouth wide, telling the hero to use the sky demon's soul. The protagonist gritted his teeth. The system reported that listening to instructions was activated. Hunu opened his eyes wide. The system reported that his understanding of the sky demon's soul had increased to 65%. The sky demon gritted his teeth, thinking that the guy should succeed. Above the ground was a blue sky covered with large white clouds. The guy scratched the back of his head and smiled, saying that the sky demon's soul was too heavy. The man folded his arms across his chest, saying that it might be difficult to understand, but he needed to think about it like this. The sky demon raised his index finger, saying that the first step is to take 1 step back. You need to let your consciousness pass through this point. Hunu opened his eyes wide, mentally repeating the teacher's words. Haxon brought the blades to his throat, saying goodbye to the guy. The hero clenched his teeth. The protagonist's phantom left the body. Hunu used the skill, the soul of the sky demon. The man brought his blade hands together. The hero's body disappeared, leaving a bright trace behind. The hero smiled, wondering what was that. He was sure that the guy just flew towards him at great speed. Haxon froze, seeing a bright flash ahead. He put his hand in front of himself, trying to close himself from the blinding light. The man put a block with his hands in front of him, while streams of bright energy passed through his body. The hero froze in the raised curtain of dust, asking what was that. Hunu raised his hand with bright energy to strike, telling him to explode. The man's eyes widened, realizing that he couldn't block it. Hunu thrust his palms in front of his body, using a tree strike. A bright explosion thundered, sending rocks flying into the air. The hero's mouth dropped open, breathing heavily, standing in the dust that had risen. His palms were pressed against Haxon's body. The protagonist's eyes widened, looking at this. The boy furrowed his brows, thinking about how he had used all of his strength to scoop up the water from the well. The man's eyes shone brightly as he said that it was his turn. Haxon kicked the hero in the chin, leaving a bright mark in space. The ground was littered with the bodies of fallen warriors. The boy smiled and clenched his hands into fists, saying that he would kill the demon. The giant monster opened its mouth wide, saying that the sky demon was the only one left. He had exceeded all his expectations, but still, the boy had already spent most of his strength. The creature asked if the hero really thought he could win. The sky demon smiled widely. He swore on the honor of his fallen comrades, saying that he would tear the monster's skin, dry it, and eat it in order to suit their souls. The demon opened its mouth wide and pressed his hand to his chest, saying that he would give the boy a chance to become his right hand, then they could conquer the world together. The boy told him to be silent. The ground beneath the hero's feet cracked, releasing streams of bright energy. The monster opened its burning mouth, saying that the boy had definitely used up all his internal energy. The sky demon clenched his hand into a fist, saying that this is a martial art that sky demons can use even without internal energy. The hero frowned, saying that he could borrow powers from nature. He used the divine arts of the heavenly demons, the heavenly spiritual body. The creature opened its eyes wide, asking what it was. The boy flew into the air, surrounded by a bright stream of energy. People looked at the burning school building in panic, not understanding what was happening. The Azure Dragon squad was moving forward on motorcycles. The hero braked sharply, causing his vehicle to turn around. He put his foot on the ground. The boy took off his helmet, saying that they were there, it was necessary to act with utmost caution. The hero looked at the rising smoke from the explosions, saying that the entire area was completely destroyed. He did not understand how this was even possible in 20 minutes. The girl crouched among the rubble, launching a copter into the air. The boy brought binoculars to his face, saying that he heard that Haxon was hunting Hunter Hensu. Most likely the hero was already a corpse. He opened his eyes wide and screamed, looking through the binoculars. The protagonist and Haxon were punching each other in the face. The man flew back with a scream, flipping in the air. Hensu was on the ground, asking for permission to ask a question. The protagonist asked why the man appeared out of nowhere and attacked him. Haxon smiled widely, saying that he did not understand what the protagonist was talking about. The guy frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking how he could not understand. The protagonist held the binoculars to his eyes, saying that Hensu was still alive. They were in hand-to-hand combat. The guy sitting next to him asked in surprise what he just said. Haxon leaned forward and laughed. The man smiled, saying that his energy beam had been restored. He flew into the air, leaving a bright trail behind him. Haxon smiled widely, spreading his arms out to the sides. A bright stream of energy appeared in his chest. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. A stream of powerful energy rushed from the man's chest to Hensu, who was standing on the ground. The sky demon grabbed the guy by the shoulders, carrying him away from the powerful explosion. The hero cried out in pain as a bright stream of energy left a wound on his side. A deep hole was left in the ground, next to which streams of dust and black smoke rose. The people from the Azure Dragon squad opened their eyes in surprise, wondering how they were supposed to stop this monster. This was just madness. Haxon hovered in the air, clenching his hands into fists. He did not understand what just happened. The guy seemed to be pushed away. He looked at the main character lying on the ground, saying that in any case, he was enough for one more attack at most. The copter hovered in the sky above the lying guy. Hensu closed his eyes, sadly knitting his brows. Nina nervously pursed her lips, watching him through the large screen, mentally asking him to get up. The sky demon knelt down next to the boy, telling him to get up. Even though the hero was his disciple, he couldn't continue to help him. The man's eyes widened as Hunsu addressed him. The hero saw his younger self appear next to his teacher. The body of the young sky demon hovered over the hero who was lying on the ground. The boy realized that the master was diving into his consciousness. A bright energy thread passed between the heroes' heads. Nina opened his mouth wide, ordering the people to intervene before Hunsu died. The heroes of the Azure Dragon squad froze between the rubble as the order to engage was given. The boy frowned, thinking that it was an order, but now that he saw them in action, he couldn't bring himself to move. The hero raised his binoculars to his eyes, asking them to wait a moment. He reported that Hunsu had gotten up. The boy pressed his hand to the wound on his side, getting up on one knee. The sky demon frowned, thinking that although it was rude to interrupt someone's fight, he simply couldn't let him die. He needed to help him so that the boy could escape. The man looked at the hero, saying that it was enough since he couldn't do anything anymore. Hunsu lowered his head, saying that it was not so. The hero frowned, saying that the skill he had acquired through the third level of listening to instructions was repeating one of the master's skills once a day. The boy furrowed his brows when the information came that the order had been cancelled. They needed to stay as support. Haxon smiled, asking what the hero was muttering. There was a bright stream of light in his chest. Hunsu clenched his hands into fists, looking at him and saying that this was a martial art that he could use without internal energy. The boy opened his mouth wide, using the skill Sky Spiritual Body. The sky demon gritted his teeth, thinking that he had never taught him this. Hensu tilted his head and frowned, rising into the air. Haxon gritted his teeth, acknowledging his strength. However, he was already tired of it. The man released a bright stream of energy from his chest into the hero's body. The guy concentrated the bright energy in his hands, saying that he needed to attack. He put his hands in front of him, directing a bright stream of energy at his opponent. A mirror appeared between the two beams of energy. Haxon arched his eyebrows in surprise. A bright stream of energy entered the reflective surface of the mirror. The protagonist opened his mouth wide. Two beams hit the mirror from both sides. The hero realized that the mirror was absorbing their energy. Around the mirror, hovering in the sky, there were small streams of two types of energy. It broke into small pieces. The heroes landed on the ground, looking at each other. The guy raised his head, seeing a silhouette in the sky, blocking the sunlight. Haxon folded his arms across his chest, realizing that this was a mirror world. The heroes watched the scene from the rebel. The boy noticed that the mirror world had been destroyed after one use. The man turned around and looked up when he heard his name. A bright stream of energy rushed to the ground between the heroes. Yurek landed on one knee, closing her eyes. The protagonist's eyes widened when he saw the boss. The girl turned her head to look at him. She smiled, saying that it was a great job. The girl wondered who this amazing person was who lasted so long against Haxon. Yurek smiled and clenched her hand into a fist, telling the Azure Dragon squad to stand behind them. She would take care of him herself. The boy raised his eyebrows, thinking that it was a great relief that the girl had arrived here in time. Haxon smiled, asking if she really thought she was going to take him on alone. He called her a stupid girl who thought too much of herself. The heroes looked up at the bright flash in the sky. A rectangular portal appeared above them. A gloomy Yamamoto came out of it, followed by Jill. The events took place a week ago in the gate committee. The bright rays of the sun fell on the large windows of the building. People were sitting at a large table. The hero suggested talking about the decision they made. It was reported that the automatic translation device was activated. Everyone needed to put on headphones. A man in red clothes stood up from his seat, saying that the gate that the ancient dragon spread, the guilds that have S-rank hunters in each country will be in charge of paradise. The man raised his hand, saying that if the gate appeared in countries without S-rank hunters, they will choose a guild to go there according to the situation. Haxon folded his arms, asking why they were called if they just spoke about their decision. He stood up and slammed the table, asking how that would happen if humanity's survival depended solely on how strong they were. The hero pointed his thumb at himself, saying he was from the experienced Shadow Guild. They would act on their own, so the rest of us should remember that. The girl stood up, saying he was terrible. Yurek pointed her finger at him, asking why he always had to go against the flow when they needed to work together to have any chance of surviving this disaster. The man cried out, saying it was none of his business. Haxon clenched his fist, saying if he could stop this then humanity would live, otherwise they would die, that was all. People crowded between the cars parked on the road. The policeman pointed his baton forward for a passing car. People moved forward in fear. They discussed how the gate had opened at the school. They needed to get as far away from here as possible. Streams of dust rose over the rebel. The boy peeked out from behind the rock, asking what this was. 4 S-rank superhumans were here. If they started a battle, it would most likely be a national-level disaster. The heroes turned their heads to see Yamamoto and Jill had arrived. The man took a few steps forward. Yamamoto frowned, asking Yurek for forgiveness for his boss being stupid again. Jill held his hands out in front of Haxon. The protagonist pursed his lips, thinking that he had seen this man in a magazine before. He was ranked 8th among the S ranks in the entire world. This was a divine sword. Jill frowned, looking at the man, asking him to look at what he had done in a foreign country. The protagonist recognized the 9th on the list. He was a space and time mage. Hyunsu looked at Haxon, thinking that this meant that the person he had fought was a German, ranked 2nd in the world. Jill gritted his teeth, asking Haxon to stop provoking people. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, biting his lip. The boy imagined the pictures, thinking about how Haxon had never appeared in newspapers or on TV, so no one knew what he looked like. People only knew that he was very cruel. Yamamoto clenched his fists, saying that their guild would apologize on a national level and compensate for the damage caused. Yurek folded her arms in displeasure, saying that he could forget about it. The protagonist pressed his hand to his chest, saying that he could not forgive him. Hyunsu clenched his fists and opened his mouth wide, saying that he was attacked for unknown reasons, and the school he went to was destroyed. The boy held his hands out in front of him, saying that due to the suddenness of this attack, the locals were also harmed. The man addressed him. Jill raised his hand to his head, greeting the hunter Hyunsu and introducing himself. The hero widened his eyes in surprise, asking if he could speak Korean. The man tapped his temple, saying that he could match brainwave lengths to speak all languages. Gil looked back and pointed in the direction with his thumb, saying that they weren't here to fight, they were here to get this guy, so he needed to calm down. Yamamoto bowed to Hyunsu, saying his name and saying that they would apologize and make it up to him. The man interrupted, asking what he meant by apologize. Streams of dust rose from the rubble. The hero asked if they would just apologize after all this mess. Would making it up to him make it up to him? The hero opened his mouth wide, saying that he needed to finish this with this man, so the man needed to get out of the way. The girl held her hand out in front of him. Yurek frowned, saying that Yamamoto was the vice leader of experienced Shadow, so he could be trusted. Fortunately, there were no casualties, so they would end it here. Yamamoto put his hands at his sides, telling Haxon that this was an open act of invasion. Even if an army was sent here, they would not be able to do or say anything against them. He placed his hand on the hero's back, saying that it was time for them to return. Haxon smiled, looking at the protagonist, telling him to finish next time, for now he needed to become stronger. Yamamoto froze in place, the man rose into the air and disappeared, leaving a bright trail behind him. He brought his hand to his head, saying that they had prevented another crisis. Yamamoto clenched his hands into fists and looked at the boy, saying that he had heard that the hero was a rank hunter, but whenever a strong hunter appeared, it was worth celebrating. Jill raised his hand, saying that he hoped that he and the boy could get along. The boy clenched his fist, saying that he was 20 years old. The man put his hands out, creating a square portal. Jill waved at the heroes, telling the boy that he hoped to see him again. The protagonist cried out in displeasure. Hensu gritted his teeth, looking forward. The girl looked at the boy standing on the ground, thinking that she only hoped that he would not die. Who would have thought that he could fight Haxon on equal terms? The protagonist clenched his fists and looked away. Yurak wondered how strong he was. A bright light was burning in the windows of the building. The sign said, "Traumatology." The doctor adjusted his glasses, looking at the boy sitting on the couch and saying that his wounds were healing much faster than expected. By tomorrow everything would be over. Yurak smiled, looking into his eyes and saying that he seemed to have become stronger after eating the snake. The hero laughed nervously. The girl stood at the exit, saying that he could sleep here if he was tired. Hyunsu put on his jacket, saying that it was okay, he would sleep at home. The train was moving along the railway. The jacket had the crest of the Red Lion Guild. The Sky Demon folded his arms over his chest, asking why the boy was using this instead of the Sky Demon flight. The hero noted that today was a difficult day, so he wanted to take the subway. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He bowed his head and opened his eyes, remembering the moments of today's battle and thinking that it was too dangerous to fight next to ordinary people. Today no one was hurt. The hero wondered what other people would think of him. There was a dark night sky above the buildings. The boy walked forward along the road. He opened his eyes wide, thinking that everyone must be worried about the devastation. Hyunsu's mouth dropped open as he saw the new school building ahead. The boy's eyes widened and he turned around as he heard the girl say that he did a good job today. Nina folded her hands in front of her and smiled, saying that she was worried about him a lot. The hero put his hands in front of him, asking what the leader was doing here. The girl said that the association had a team in charge of restoration. She was here with them to restore this area. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise. The boy hugged her, happily thanking her and saying that she had no idea how worried he was on the way here. Hyunsu's eyes widened and he pulled away, apologizing. The girl blushed. The hero's eyes widened as he heard his name being called. People from the windows waved at him. The boy looked at them in surprise. Mina smiled. Standing behind the hero, Hyunsu scratched his head as he listened to the people's words of gratitude for saving their area. The gate was an unusual shape. There was a blue sky above the large mansion. The spacious hall had a red floor. The man saying that the king was unhappy that the Watergate plan had gone wrong due to the misjudgment of the monsters. The girl knelt down in front of him, telling him not to worry as the fragment from the Western Sea of Korea should be enough to destroy them. The man asked if the parallel plan was okay. The girl smiled, saying that it was 72% complete. If necessary, he could personally intervene and it would be over. The hero crossed his legs and smiled, saying that it was true, but it would be nice to see the progress of the plan. The news anchors were being filmed by a camera as they broadcasted. The man and woman were focused on their work, reporting on Baldur's crime. The boy was watching TV, listening to this conversation. Yihuk broke into a smile, thinking it was cool. He jumped up, shouting for Hyunsu. He lowered his head, thinking that the boy had survived. Lightning surrounded his hand and he wondered how the girl would look at him if he broke Hyunsu's neck. Suddenly, Yihuk bumped his fists. He promised Hyunsu that he would meet soon. The blue sky appeared. In the background, there was a brick building. The old man crossed his arms over his chest, telling the boy to start cooking. Hyunsu happily walked out of the shower. At this, the teacher got angry, asking how dare he walk naked in front of him. He slapped him on the back of the head at his words. Hyunsu reached for his phone, saying that he ordered something special. The man looked at him questioningly. Smiling widely, he assumed that his student was going to make 2 packs of ramen. To this, Hyunsu awkwardly replied no, wondering if this was really his teacher. A work table appeared and a question was asked about what they were going to eat. Raising a finger, the boy said that he was going to make spicy pork with rice. The old man wondered if his student thought that was better than ramen. It turned out that these dishes were too different to compare. The food was already set out on the table. The teacher was invited to try a piece. The man did so. Suddenly he was surprised. He trembled, frightening Hensu. Cries of indignation were heard, because the teacher had not known about such a delicacy all this time. A building with large windows appeared. There was no one at the entrance. Suddenly a certain character appeared. It turned out to be a pleased Hensu, because this was his first official expedition. He smiled happily, surprised that he had become a red lion hunter. The young man turned around when he was called. He shuddered when he met the man. It turned out to be Menjin. The hero immediately extended his hand to him, embarrassing him with his greeting. The man calmly noted that it would not be easy for Hensu on his first expedition, so they needed to try together. Then the teacher appeared, asking who he was since the young man had such a reaction to him. Suddenly, the scenes of Mengjin's exploits were shown while he was being praised. Hyunsu smiled, saying that he had been a fan of his for a long time, but suddenly noticed something. It turned out that the hunter Junsung was standing nearby. The young man immediately went to shake his hand. He was alarmed after he asked again who it was. Suddenly, the teacher slapped him on the back of the head. Holding his head, Hyunsu asked why he was doing this to him. The man gritted his teeth, asking why his student was lowering his head so low in front of those people. Hyunsu was surprised when the old man said that he should act like the successor of the heavenly demon, and not bow his head in front of anyone. To this, the young man with a determined look said that he would try. Irek stood joyfully with a man on her arm. It turned out that it was a photo that the girl was looking at sadly. She stood up when the young man she was looking for looked in. Irek stated firmly that she needed to ask him something. Hensu was surprised when she decided to ask him directly. The girl approached him, asking if he was going to continue working with her. The boy looked confused at this. Irek only calmly noted that he had survived the battle against Haxon. She lowered her head, thinking about the hero's rank. Suddenly, Yurek pointed her finger at him, stating that he was now definitely an S-rank hunter. Hensu was surprised by this information. Something flashed in the window, and the girl remembered that she had promised to help the boy until he became an S-rank. Hensu tensed up when it turned out that this contract was now invalid. He hesitated when the question was asked about what he was going to do. The hero began to speak hesitantly. Yurek was happy when it became known that he was going to stay here. The boy put his hand on his chest, noticing that he still had not done anything for this guild. He crossed his arms and declared that he was not so shameless, making the girl laugh. Suddenly, Yurek grabbed his shoulders, telling him to try harder on his first expedition. Hensu happily accepted the order to change into his gear. He bowed as he left. After closing the door, the young man found the teacher behind him. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying that he had involuntarily lowered his head. The old man immediately slapped him on the back of the head, reminding him that Yurek was his boss. He even called her a good boss, smiling. Hensu laughed when the teacher said that he knew who a boss was because he watched the news and dramas. The soldiers lined up. A serious Yurek appeared, saying that it was time to get the fragment of paradise. Yurek frowned and said that they were going for a fragment of heaven, so they would need high-ranking items and potions. The soldiers became serious upon hearing this. Yurek spread her arms out to the sides, saying that the most important thing would be courage to protect their comrades. The Sky Demon crossed his arms, saying that although he had always thought Yurek was impressive, today she had definitely shown herself to be a heroine. Raising her hand, the general said that they should look at their comrades and see if they could protect them. The men looked at each other, confident in each other. Yurek raised her hand and shouted, announcing the start of their mission. The events take us to a luxurious mansion. One of the servants was heading to the master's room. Kneeling before the master, she said that the Red Lion Expeditionary Force had just arrived. The knight grinned and asked how strong they were. The girl smiled and said that in addition to Yurek, there were 30 more ranked fighters. The knight stood up, ordering the servant not to let down his guard, because 30 warriors were a serious threat. The knight suddenly covered the servant with his cloak, saying that even so, the Red Lion Guild would end. The girl grinned while being covered with the cloak. A moment later, her body along with the cloak disappeared. The events take us to the sea. The portal of paradise was opened over the sea. A ship sailed to the portal. Yurek, standing on the bow of the ship, said that this would be her first order in paradise. Mengjin gritted his teeth, saying that in this two-part expedition, the first group failed and only an S-rank hunter survived. Recalling the bloody battle, the man said that although the second part was successful, more than 20 people died and most were injured. The protagonist shuddered in fear when Mengjin said that people go to paradise and die after they find out what it is. That is why this place is called paradise. Looking at the portal in front of him, Mengjin said that just by coming face to face with one of the fragments of heaven, he would start shaking in fear. The heavenly demon frowned and told the student that death awaited within this gate. The protagonist became serious, realizing that even if his teacher said something like that, the threat was serious. Yurek suddenly released Mana, saying that they should move forward because the key to saving humanity lay within the gate. The crowd immediately rushed forward. One by one, they began to pass through the gate. Soon, the protagonist's body passed through the gate. He immediately rushed down. At this time, Yeok landed on the desert sand. The protagonist began to look around, trying to figure out where he was. The heavenly demon again manifested itself, examining the surroundings. Looking into the distance, he said that the territory was too vast to be an illusion. The old man then told how he almost died in his youth because of the price he had to pay for an illusion known as the Heavenly Guardian, a technique of the mystical dimension. If a person fell into the illusion, then he simply had to destroy the thing that would reveal the illusion. The protagonist looked at the desert and expressed understanding. Scratching the top of his head, Hyunsu said that in any case, everyone had already left. The guy glanced sharply at the teacher when he said that there was still someone here. Yihuk was walking in the sand. Scratching the back of his head, the guy tried to understand where everyone had gone. Squinting, he assumed that he was alone here. Suddenly, he noticed a bright sparkle in front of him. The guy was happy to see a diamond, which was at least 500 carats. Rejoicing, he reached out his hand to the diamond. Suddenly, a monster emerged from under the sand. Yihuk bared his teeth, realizing that the diamond could not just be lying there. The guy managed to dodge the monster's tongue. Enveloping his hand in Kai, he rushed to attack using Rock Destroyer. With one blow, Yihuk threw the monster back. Suddenly, another monster appeared next to him. It swung its tail at the guy. Yihuk used Spartan Shield, blocking the attack. The guy smiled nervously, saying that it was better to take as many things as possible on an expedition. He abruptly pulled his hand back, shouting to give him a bone spear. A moment later, he gritted his teeth, remembering that he had no assistance. His feet slid on the sand. Yihuk abruptly jumped up, preparing to use Rock Destroyer against the monster. With one blow, he crushed the monster's head. The guy's lips trembled as he said that the fight was not difficult. Suddenly, someone's shadow covered him. Yihuk was scared, seeing a huge monster behind him. Looking at the enemy, he was indignant, not understanding why he was so big. Seeing the approaching Kai, Yihuk used a double shield, but the monster's blow was able to destroy the shields and throw the guy back. Yihuk's body raised a huge cloud of dust, rushing across the desert. The monster did not wait for the guy to get up and rushed at him. Yihuk sweated and began to curse. Suddenly, a beam of Kai hit the monster's body. The protagonist used the Seed Strike, creating an explosion on the monster's head. Yihuk exclaimed in shock upon seeing this. At this time, Yurak was flying over the sea. Continuing to release Kai, the girl said that she could not even imagine that they would be scattered all over the territory. The girl suddenly accelerated, assuming that there was another gate inside this gate. Her body turned into a red beam from the speed. After a while, she stopped above the sea. Looking into the distance, she said that she could not just continue flying, and it would be better to study what was under the water. Raising her hands, she created many spheres of flame. A moment later, she waved her hands, sending the spheres into the water. A powerful explosion occurred at that location a second later. The size of the explosion was so huge that it could be seen from afar. Water immediately began to flow into the formed crater. Yurak flew down through the steam. The girl soon stopped and looked back. She saw many pairs of eyes looking at her. At this time, in another part of the dimension, a battle was taking place in the forest. The explosions on the battlefield did not stop. Monsters were tearing apart the corpses of dead warriors. Menjin, breathing tiredly, told his comrades not to give up. Being surrounded by monsters, Menjin shouted, saying that once they surrendered, their comrades would die. One of the warriors grabbed the monster's mouth, asking Menjin when they said they were surrendering. A moment later, he tore the monster's mouth apart. Kicking the wolf, he told Menjin that he was still going to return and collect the reward. Swinging his blades, Menjin grinned. Suddenly, one of the warriors enveloped himself in lightning. Having struck the wolf with lightning, he shouted, saying that no one should underestimate a rank. Suddenly, a monster that had crept up behind him attacked him. The wolf threw the enemy away from itself. Blood dripped from the armor onto the ground. At this time, Jusun was barely holding back after being wounded. Menjin rushed to his aid with a scream. Jusun glanced at his comrade and told him not to approach. He saw how a monster with a huge weapon appeared above Menjin. The man, feeling the threat, turned around. The golden monkey dropped its weapon right on him. Surprisingly, Menjin was able to hold back the blow. Gritting his teeth, the man shouted, saying that he was the steel god Menjin would not lose to him. Suddenly, a pair of monsters began to approach them. The man froze in shock when the monsters pierced his body. Taking advantage of the moment, the monsters began to attack Menjin. Jusung, in anger, sharply hit the wolf in front of him, seeing the death of his friend. The monster fell to the ground, having received a mortal wound. Junsung moved, trying to take out the horn. He abruptly shifted to the side, suffering pain from the wound. The warrior grabbed the monster by the horn. He began to strangle the monster and scream, saying that they themselves came here to die. So a huge number of monsters tried to kill a couple of hunters. Meanwhile, a certain girl watched everything from a cliff. Knight, drinking tea, said that everything should end before Lord drinks tea. The girl, putting her hands on her hips, laughed, saying that Gulag had not even come out and they had already died. Knight grinned, saying that if Gulag came out, it would become completely boring. Then he asked what the name of the guy was who killed a Mugi and survived the battle with Haxon. The girl turned around, calling the name of the protagonist, but mentally she was indignant because she was calling the guy's name for the third time. Suddenly, the girl took out binoculars and began to watch the battle. Smiling, she said that the boy should not be able to deal with the Sorcerer King alone because she picked one of the strongest. At this time, the protagonist walked with Yeok through the desert. Yeok raised his hands, constantly talking about something to Hyunsu. Smiling, he told the protagonist that it must be fate that they met. Bowing to the protagonist, Yeok said that he almost cried, thinking that he was the only one who was separated. The protagonist was indignant, trying to understand if the head of the Aegis Guild always talked so much. Slapping his palm, Yeok said that he knew that a never-before-seen hunter was born when he defeated that huge Amugi. The heavenly demon looked at the student, telling him to give the boy one more time so that he would shut up. Yeok, happy about something, told the protagonist that he watched all the videos of his battle. Hyunsu smiled nervously at the teacher, trying to explain that he couldn't hit the guy. Yeok stopped talking, noticing his partner's unusual behavior. He frowned, trying to figure out what was wrong with Hyunsu, because while they were talking, he looked at the sky several times. Remembering how he collected information through the laptop, Yeok mentally said that at first he thought that the guy's ability, listening to instructions, was something that first came to Hyunsu's mind to hide his abilities. Yeok stopped looking at the protagonist, trying to figure out what kind of instructions he was listening to. He began to remember the protagonist's fight, his instant movements, as if he was practicing an unreal martial art. The guy was constantly striking the Amugi without feeling fear. The sky demon sighed, telling the student that the guy was continuing to watch him. The protagonist looked at the mentor in confusion when he told him to be careful with Yeok. The guy himself bit his lip, assuming that the protagonist was listening to instructions from a ghost. When he glanced at him sharply, the protagonist was already looking at him with suspicion. Yeok nervously smiled and asked the guy why he was looking at him like that. The protagonist pointed to the side and told him to look there. There was a portal right in front of them. Yeok cried out in shock when he saw a gate within a gate. A huge portal opened up in front of the two ships. The ships aligned and sailed next to each other. On one of them stood Minna with an entire army behind her. Standing in front of the portal, the girl reported that the Red Lion Guild and the Aegis Guild had entered the gate at the moment. The woman clenched her fist and added that they would only enter if they all failed. The man set up some kind of device. He looked back and explained that the intensity of Anderson was 24 units and that when it reached 100, the gates would collide. The director of the association hoped that her friend would be safe, her hair fluttering in the wind. The heroes stood in front of a portal in the desert. Yeok suggested going inside. The protagonist stated that it was dangerous to go in there because they didn't even know what kind of place it was. The man smiled and concluded that his comrade had some doubts about this. He decided to go first and took a step into the rift. Hensu extended his hand to stop him, but his partner had already disappeared behind the portal. Flying next to him, the sky demon suggested forgetting about him and starting to explore this place when the noisy man finally disappeared. The guy looked back and said that he could not do that because they had come here as a team after all. The patriarch of the cult asked how his disciple dared to ignore his words. The young man took a step into the portal. His foot jumped out of another portal. It turned out that the second rift was on a high slope. The heroes almost fell down. The hunter used sky demon flight and ran up the wall. Soon he found himself on top of a strange building. The protagonist looked to the side and wondered where his comrade was. The head of the Aegis Guild grabbed the sheer wall with his hand. Hyunsu looked down and saw his friend climbing up. With his help, Yeok was able to climb up. The man frowned tensely and said that this was the right place. The guys saw a huge city in front of them. The hunter said that this was the first time he saw an entire civilization inside the gate. He walked forward along the wall and asked his comrade to go in the opposite direction and enter the castle from there. Hyunsu frowned when he was suddenly asked to stop. The head of the Aegis Guild handed him a red cylinder and explained that he might need it because there was no communication here. The guy took the device in his hand. Yeok asked to use it if something happened. The man waved his hand and said that they would see each other soon. The young man thought that this was to be expected from a veteran. The hunter smiled sheepishly and said that one should not judge others by themselves. The old man was indignant at his words. In the middle of the city stood a dilapidated clock tower. Inside, everything was overgrown with grass and vines. A skeleton, wearing armor, sat on the throne. His sword stood next to him, and the wind roared. The dead man's hand trembled, and the gates of light opened. Corpses of warriors lay on the ground, and smoke was everywhere. The stranger placed her hands on her waist and noticed that all of the rank representatives of the Red Lions Guild had been destroyed. Reading a book, the man said that it was too boring to just wait and asked what happened to the remaining two. The girl picked up binoculars and reported that one of them was approaching the ancient castle of Entropy and the other was fighting alone in the Sea of Obel. Winged fish jumped out of the water. Urek, engulfed in flames, called them to battle. She used the flame of Mephisto and released tongues of fire in all directions to burn her opponents. Knocked down by the fiery attack, the monsters fell back into the sea. Lowering her head, the girl wondered how many more monsters were here and thought that she could not just leave them and go. Watching the winged fish fall from the sky, the woman came to the conclusion that the exit was already gone. Suddenly, a new flock of monsters surrounded her. The huntress clenched her fists and summoned fire around herself. Waves of dark energy emanated from her body thanks to the flame brush skill. The bright flames burned the monsters' bodies. The winged fish gritted their teeth, resisting the heat. Suddenly, they grabbed each other's tails with their teeth. Their wings intertwined. The monsters formed one continuous sheet. They turned into one giant monster. Urek frowned and realized that she was in bad shape. The winged beast headed straight for her, its shadow hanging over the sea. Yihek was walking along the fortress wall. Looking ahead, the man thought that this wall seemed endless to him. He decided that it was time to go down and jumped off the fortress wall. Clinging to it with his hands and feet, the hunter slid down. His fingers dug into the rocks. The Aegis leader closed his eyes and realized that he had succeeded. The awakened one jumped away from the wall and landed on his feet. Looking ahead, Yihek called it a beautiful place and decided that nothing could happen here. A clot of energy appeared in his hand. A small ball rose into the air. The man asked it to tell him where the precious items were. The energy sphere flew forward along the streets of the city. Running after it, the hunter thought that he had obtained the rock destroyer with its help and wondered what would happen this time. The protagonist walked along the wall accompanied by the sky demon. Hunu looked to the side and said that there was no one here, which meant something had happened. The patriarch of the cult asked him to stop. The old man frowned and said that there was something alien and huge here. The heroes heard a strange sound and looked up at the sky. A fireball fell on the fortress wall. A smoke screen enveloped the frightened boy. A giant skeleton approached him and asked if they were trying to get into the gates of light. The sun was peeking out from behind the clock tower. The heroes entered the castle. Sitting on the throne, the dead man thanked them for accepting the invitation and said that he had something to ask them. The monster bowed his head and asked if they came here through the gates of light. The young man lowered his hands and replied that if it was a portal, then yes. The man concluded that this skeleton could see him. The hunter looked at him and asked what it meant. The sky demon looked up when the dead man confirmed it. The monster pointed at the protagonist and asked if he was a sorcerer who controlled souls. He answered negatively. The skeleton snapped his fingers and offered the guests some tea. Tables with cups and chairs appeared in front of the heroes. The patriarch of the cult looked at the dead man and asked if he was a king. The monster placed his hand on the skull and said that his memories were too vague. Hunu raised his eyebrows in surprise when the skeleton said that he had been alive for about 300 years. The corpse assumed that he took 10 years for 1 year. The guy opened his mouth in shock and realized that he was over 2,000 years old. Sitting on the throne, the monster asked why they did not drink tea since he had not had guests for so long, and said that this drink can greatly increase their mana reserves. Taking a sip, the young man thanked him for the tea and wondered if it was something edible. The old man suggested that this tea could be poisoned. The hunter immediately spat it back into the mug. The man smiled widely and said that he would eat it if it was ramen. The castle was quite dark despite the large windows. The protagonist asked what happened here since it was very dirty. Hunu smiled nervously and apologized for being rude. The skeleton replied that it was nothing special and was glad that he could finally talk to someone. The boy silently raised his eyebrows. Sitting opposite him, the dead man assumed that he was the king of this place. The sky demon decided that at least he looked the part. The monster said that from the very beginning, this country was envied by everyone. His crown sparkled. The peasants stood in a wheat field. Those who worked hard were guaranteed happiness. One day, gates of light began to appear everywhere. Monsters burst out from there and attacked ordinary people. Panic began. The skeleton said that he did not remember whether he was the king back then or not. The cult patriarch opened his mouth in displeasure and called on him to admit that he was the king. The corpse with glowing eyes expressed confidence that he could use magic and explained that he had to use all the energy he had to destroy everyone. A blue aura began to ooze from his eyes. The city was destroyed. Corpses of people and monsters lay everywhere. A huge foot hit the ground. The winged monster stopped. Smoke flew around it. The monster looked down. It picked up a dead knight from the ground. The ogre bit off his leg. The stranger smiled and laughed. She turned around and said that the gulag had awakened. Her comrade called it a complete disappointment. The girl bowed her head and asked what they should do now. Knight suggested gathering everyone in one place. Urek tried to fly away from the giant winged fish. The monster rushed after her, its body covered in craters from explosions. Looking back, the girl noticed that the monster was still chasing her and thought that it would be difficult. The woman looked ahead and saw that a portal had opened right in front of her. Inside it, a winged ogre was visible. The huntress wondered what it was. Her eyes widened and realized that there was another gate inside the gate. Blue lightning swirled around the monster. The sky above his head cracked like glass. The monster looked up questioningly. Water began to ooze out of the cracks. It was as if the sky had burst and a large wave washed over the desert. The ogre found himself waist deep in water. Plants covered the stone floor. Vines hung from the ceiling. The skeleton said that he could not destroy all the enemies. The protagonist frowned tensely and asked what happened next. The dead man lowered his head and replied that he woke up like that. The king leaned on his hand and asked what happened to his people. The sky demon crossed his arms over his chest. Kensu did not know how to answer this question. The skull began to crack. The skeleton placed his hand on the handle of the throne and realized that the guests had come here to kill him. He looked at the people and asked to kill him. The patriarch of the cult frowned and asked what this meant. The boy wondered if the king was already dead. A giant wave covered the entire surface of the earth. Yurak tried to stay afloat. She used fire magic and rose into the air. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and realized that two portals blocked each other. Suddenly, the woman shuddered in fear. The dead members of her squad floated to the surface of the water, painting it red. The winged ogre jumped out of the water. The huntress closed her eyes. The enemy was right in front of her. Standing on the cliff, the stranger was glad that they finally met and asked who her comrade would bet on. Knight covered his face with a book and answered that he would bet on the Gulag. The leader of the Red Lions clenched her fist and asked if the monster had done this to her squad. A flock of winged fish approached her. Surrounded by flames, Yurak switched to Firebird mode and wished death on her enemies. A cloud of bright light appeared in the ogre's mouth. A wave of fire headed straight for him. A powerful explosion was heard in the air above the sea. Gulag sent blue energy forward. The Firebird approached the flock of winged fish. The collision of two polar energies caused another explosion. The fish engulfed in flames fell down. A ring of fire appeared in the sky. The girl lowered her gaze and thought that all the little ones were already dead. Leaving a fiery trail behind her, the woman walked towards the ogre and said that it was his turn. Sunlight entered the castle through the windows. Standing next to the table, the sky demon realized that the king wanted them to kill him and asked why he did not do it himself. The skeleton clasped his hands together and concluded that there was a teacher and a student in front of him and was surprised that his guest had taken a soul as a teacher. The protagonist shrugged his shoulders and replied that it was more complicated than it seemed. The dead man picked up a glowing spear. The monster hit himself on the skull with it. The cult patriarch looked up. Hensu opened his mouth in shock. The skull was shattered into small pieces and the crown fell to the ground. Suddenly, bone fragments flew into the air. The skull was restored on the king's shoulders. The boy watched in horror. The skeleton said that all attempts to kill himself had failed and that his body was restored each time. Vines entangled the corridor. The dead man added that he did not remember what kind of curse lay on him. The monster, covered in blue particles, asked the guests to relieve him of the pain of being alone. He looked up when the old man agreed to fulfill his wish. The heavenly demon crossed his arms over his chest and stated that he had only one condition. A ball of blue energy sparkled in the air. Yihak continued to follow him. The man stopped in front of a red gate and wondered what kind of place this was. The hunter looked up and decided that there was definitely something inside. His fist lit up with purple energy. Deciding to just break the door and enter, the leader of the Aegis swung his fist. The powerful blow tore the door into splinters. Thick smoke rose up in the room. The awakened entered and saw wolf statues. Yihyuk frowned sternly and thought that it looked like an ancient structure. Dust fell from the wolf's muzzle. It seemed as if the statues were looking at the intruder. The man shuddered tensely. He turned around and asked what was going on here. The wolves jumped off their pedestals behind him. The skeleton sitting on the throne learned that the only condition the heavenly demon had set was to know a way to get out of here. The protagonist raised his index finger and said that they just needed to go through the portal, which they entered. The patriarch of the cult flicked him. Hensu burst into tears and asked why he was hit. The old man said that the portal no longer existed. The man remembered the portal that was on the fortress wall and asked the student to always keep in mind where the exit from the place where they were. The guy agreed. Gusts of wind swirled in the throne room. The dead man replied that he did not know where the exit was and said that if he knew, he would have gotten out a long time ago. The monster leaned on the handle of the throne. The king rose to his feet and said that he knew how to help the guests. The skeleton went up the stairs. The heroes followed him. Flying next to his student, the sky demon suggested that this could be a trap and asked him to be on guard. The guy frowned and doubted that the dead man was going to do something to them. The heroes stopped in front of the huge doors. Thanks to the spell, the monster's spear glowed. The magic opened the door. A bright light was burning behind it. The young man looked forward carefully. In the room was the clockwork of the tower. The hunter asked what kind of energy it was, which was not like Kai. The patriarch of the cult said that he had never experienced anything like this before. The protagonist looked back. The door slammed shut. The old man asked him not to worry and said that he could open this door at any time. In the center of the room there was a pedestal with a sphere. The king said that it was a marble called entropy and that nothing in the world could compare to it. He asked the guest to try to put his hand on it. Hensu looked at the skeleton with a puzzled look. Opening his jaws, the dead man explained that the marble would show him what the boy truly desired, and suggested that it could be his ordinary day or the birth of the entire universe. The man gave the student a stern look and said that it was pointless to doubt after they had come so far. The tense young man thought that the teacher had said something completely different just a few seconds ago. The hunter brought his hand to the smoking ball. He put both hands on the marble. A blue aura appeared around it. The sphere changed color and became purple. Energy of the same color swirled around it. Dozens of spirits soared into the air. The protagonist closed his eyes and shouted that entropy was sucking him in. Hensu opened his mouth wide and asked if it was really a trap. The king grinned and apologized for the lie. Souls flew around the guy, who could not take his hands off the stone. The sky demon flew up to the skeleton and asked why he did this. The villain replied that he also wanted to get out of here, just like them. Energy lit up in his skull. The dead man said that he found a way to manifest the gate of light after a long search, but he did not have enough energy. The young man opened his mouth, trying to resist the energy of the marble. The king remembered the guests standing on the ramparts and said he had a premonition that the right time had finally come. The hunter closed his eyes and screamed that he had been brazenly deceived. Imagining himself above a city overrun by demons, the monster explained that he had absorbed all the souls of his people and defeated all the monsters, but in the end he was left all alone. The man sat on the balcony. He had no more energy to collect. Looming over the guest, the villain said that then they appeared and brought him the energy of thousands of people. The protagonist gritted his teeth. The skeleton decided not to ask where they got it from, because it would still be in his power. The patriarch of the cult flew up to him and said that he had learned everything he needed. Hyunsu looked back as the old man asked him to calm down and asked if all the martial arts he had learned wouldn't help him in this situation. The man lowered the corners of his lips and asked him to use superiority walk. Following hints was activated. The boy looked down and thought that he had panicked too much because he couldn't remove his hands. He pressed his feet into the floor and decided that everyone should kneel before the heavenly demon. An explosion was heard from the top floor of the clock tower. The skeleton lowered his head and wondered what just happened. The ball fell from its pedestal and rolled across the floor. The boy stepped on it with his foot. The flaming patriarch of the cult was flying behind him. The dead man asked how they dared to make him kneel. The old man frowned and declared that this was how anyone who met the heavenly demon should act. The monster gritted his teeth and insulted them. The hunter jumped towards him and used a crushing blow from the sky. The king rolled his eyes as if lightning ran through his body. The protagonist absorbed blue energy into his hand. He used a tree strike and pierced the enemy's skull. The huge wolf bared its teeth. Yihuk used the Spartan shield and held back its attack. The man closed his eyes and swung his fist. The powerful blow threw the monster back. Another beast approached the enemy from behind. The hunter immediately hit it on the head. The guild leader of Aegis saw a crowd of monsters and thought that there were too many of them. He decided that it was time to escape and made a dash towards the exit. Suddenly, a pressure plate activated under his foot. The floor collapsed under his feet. The awakened fell on his back. Sharp stakes were waiting for him below. Yihuk was able to grab onto the wall of the trap. He managed not to fall down and remained almost at the surface. The man got out and thought that he almost died. He looked up and saw a bright aura in front of him. In the center of the room stood a huge crystal. The hunter was glad that he managed to find it and swung his fist. A strong blow shattered the crystal into pieces. The crown fell to the floor and rolled to the side. The headless skeleton fell to his knees. The heavenly demon sternly knitted his brows and said that this was not the end. A green glow appeared inside the armor. The protagonist saw that the enemy had risen from the dead again and wondered if even a direct blow from the tree had not helped him. The dead man's eyes flashed with fire. His skull was restored. The monster picked up the crown from the floor and praised his enemy for his efforts. The king returned the crown to his head and declared that the enemy was an ordinary speck of dust to him. Throwing forward a spear, the villain laughed and said that his teacher was certainly capable of more. The cult patriarch looked back and asked the disciple to watch his back. Hensu turned around. A cloud of energy appeared above the staff. The boy saw waves of energy appear above him. The old man asked him not to panic and use sky demon apparition. The young man pushed off the ground. He managed to avoid the explosion that sounded right behind him. Streams of pink energy rushed around the room. The skeleton laughed and called his opponent insignificant. Cracks appeared on the floor. The hunter looked down and noticed them. He jumped forward and used sky demon flight to avoid falling. The floor beneath his feet collapsed. There was a spiral staircase below. The corpse decided that the enemy would not be able to hold out long enough. Entropy was hovering next to him. The protagonist raised his hand above his head. The man urged him to go up. Hensu grabbed the edge of the destroyed room. The boy climbed up and put his hand on the floor. The monster looked ahead and urged the enemy not to even think about using such tricks against him. The man frowned sternly and asked how such a weak creature could think that it could compete with him at such a level. The heavenly demon rose into the air and declared that the enemy could not reach the heavens. The king declared that it was too arrogant for a soul that could not affect reality. The scoundrel opened his mouth in displeasure when the patriarch of the cult said that those in the heavens could afford to be arrogant. The sphere on the ceiling began to glow. The skeleton decided to grind the enemy's disciple into dust and show him that there will always be someone stronger in this world. Waves of purple energy crashed down on the ground. The youth ran forward to dodge them. The hunter furrowed his brows in determination and saw that there were still pillars here. He dashed towards one of the pillars. The protagonist swung his hand and used a seed strike. His fist went forward. The rubble of stones surrounded the dead man. Yihuk put his hand forward and destroyed the crystal. The stone broke into many pieces. The man smiled and saw his prey. A sparkling gem was visible in the thick smoke. The guildmaster of Aegis took it and decided to devour it. The monster broke the stone fragment and asked if this was some kind of joke. Hunu pushed off the stones and approached him. Clutching the crystal in his hand, the awakened one wondered how this was possible and came to the conclusion that this artifact clearly surpassed rank of the king. Shuddered when he felt someone touch his vessel of life. The boy rushed forward and used the sixth technique of sky-crushing blows. Leaving a trail of energy behind him, the young man approached the enemy. The villain opened his mouth in fear. The hunter tensely clenched his teeth. Yihuk opened his mouth wide and screamed due to the power of the crystal. The man clenched his teeth and frowned, resisting its energy. His armor cracked. The body of the Aegis Guildmaster was exposed. The sphere burst and crumbled into pieces. The protagonist put his hands in front of him and used another technique. A flash flashed behind the skeleton. Hunu tore his body into pieces with one blow. His skull cracked in half. The dead man thought that if someone had not taken his fragment of life, he would have been able to win. An explosion was heard in the clock tower. Blue energy rushed around it. The souls of people swirled around entropy. The heroes watched as the ghosts formed a vortex. Yihuk sat on the ground in a cloud of dust and smoke. Behind him was a cluster of blue energy. The man stood up and looked at his hands. He clenched them into fists. The hunter bowed his head and screamed, his body covered in an aura. The Aegis Guildmaster raised his hand and soared upward, destroying the ground under his feet. He had a smile on his face, and the castle fragments rose into the air. The awakened one landed on one of them. In front of him were demonic wolves. Yihuk straightened his shoulders, thinking that everything was different now, and wondered what he should do now. His hand was covered in steel. The man clenched his fist. He looked at his steel hand with joy and said that such power was driving him crazy. The monsters standing in front of him opened their mouths and howled. The hunter extended his hand forward, purple particles flickering around it. A powerful wave of energy crashed down on the wolves. A bright light illuminated the monsters. Their bodies were torn to pieces. The energy destroyed the opposite wall of the castle. The leader of the Aegis Guild stood in the center of the room, smoke flying around. He lowered his hands and felt incredible power. The awakened one grinned maliciously and realized that now his body was the best. There was a white haze hovering near the clock. There were ghosts flying around the room. Sitting in front of entropy, the protagonist said that he touched the sphere and felt something pass through his entire body. Hunu looked down and added that people were begging him for salvation. The heavenly demon looked at him silently. The guy decided that he needed to get inside alone. The patriarch of the cult asked what would happen if he failed. The young man looked at him and said that he needed to do it. The old man called him stubborn. The hunter bowed and said that it was time for him to go. He brought his hands to the marble sphere. The man put his hand on his shoulder. He had a stern look. The heavenly demon gritted his teeth in displeasure and asked if he really had to just sit here and wait. The protagonist smiled and remembered that they were one in soul and body. The sphere lit up and began to emit purple light. Hunu put his hands on it. A bright flash lit up his face. The heroes' bodies blurred under the influence of the magic sphere. White clouds floated above the city. Happy people walked along the streets. A woman bought some apples at the market. The guy thought that this place looked very much like the castle before its destruction. A portal appeared. The young man assumed that it was one of the lake's memories. The rift appeared right above the central street of the city. People screamed and ran to tell the king about it as soon as possible. Horrible monsters crawled out of the portal. The monsters began to destroy buildings. A snake ate a little boy begging for salvation. The city's inhabitants tried to escape from the invasion, but it was all in vain. The monster hit the man with its huge tail. The guards put their weapons in front of them and ran forward. The guards attacked the monster and declared that the warriors of the kingdom must fight, not run away. Waves of dark energy pierced their bodies. Flying over the city on a white dragon, the king ordered everyone to retreat. The man opened his mouth wide and called for everyone to move away from the monsters. A magic circle appeared in front of him. He frowned furiously and used a strike from the sky. A wave of light energy fell on the monster. The snakes were decapitated. Their bodies were torn into small pieces. The guards cheered as they watched the dragon in the sky. The bright sun illuminated the clock tower. Under the blue tent was a throne. The king sat on it, breathing heavily. He reached out to take a glass from the table. Next to him on the table was a bottle. Taking a sip from the goblet, the man thought that if this continued, he could be destroyed, and he realized that he no longer had the strength to fight. The king lowered his head and wondered what the point of this world was if death awaited him. He straightened up and decided that no one but him could stop the monsters from the gates of light, and that made him the country itself. The man closed his eyes and thought that he had only one option left. A human skull glowed above the book. Necromancy is a sorcery that will allow you to collect the souls of people and absorb a huge amount of power. Gritting his teeth, the king decided that he had gone crazy and asked himself how a country could be called a country if there were no people in it. He clenched his fist and thought that he could create another country if he continued to live. One half of him smirked and wanted to use necromancy to maintain his power. The other half closed his eyes and did not want to become a murderer of his own people. The man smashed a bottle of wine and ordered the voice in his head to be silent. The king fell to his knees and tried to catch his breath. He shuddered when he heard a new gate of light appear near the eastern wall of the castle. A resident of the city approached the tent and reported that a large monster similar to a dragon had appeared in the city. Hearing a displeased cry, the man frowned and called out to his majesty. Running out of the tent, the king was indignant that his citizens were constantly asking him for this and that, and asked how they were different from the parasites that had stuck to him to prolong their worthless lives. He swung his staff and declared that he would give their lives at least some value. The city dwellers' eyes widened in fear. Blood spurted. The man trembled and asked why his majesty had done this to him. His body collapsed to the floor. The man lowered his bloody staff and said that his blood would not be shed in vain. The king drew a bloody circle around his subject. He raised the glowing staff in front of him and decided to call everyone who belonged to humans and everyone who belonged to monsters. The staff began to emit a bright aura. The man wanted to gather all the souls of his people and gain unprecedented power. The scoundrel closed his eyes and turned to the forbidden god. The king raised his staff above his head and called upon the souls of all living beings to come to him. A magic circle appeared above the clock tower. Hieroglyphs spread over the entire city. Frightened people looked at the sky, not understanding what was happening. The monster looked up and blew steam from its mouth. Souls began to fly out of the bodies of the city's inhabitants. People fell to the ground, and their ghosts soared high into the air. They all headed towards the clock tower. The souls swirled around the man who stood in the center of the bloody circle. He concentrated their energy into a ball and felt his body grow stronger with each soul. Waves of light energy filled the room, and a malicious laughter was heard. The monster rose above the city with the help of its wings. The villain came out into the street and stopped in front of him. Seeing him, the dragon bared its teeth, drooling from its mouth. The king frowned menacingly and declared that he would not lose to any monster that came from the gates of light. The monster clenched its teeth. It raised its paw to strike its opponent. The man said that the kingdom of Riord would live forever. A purple ball appeared in front of him. The dragon brought down its clawed paw on him. The sphere of energy broke through his fingers. It soared into the air above his head. A giant explosion engulfed his body. The monster only had time to open its mouth and flash its burning eyes. Almost nothing remained of its body except for red eyeballs. Fragments of its body, like ash, hovered in the air. The souls of the dead people formed a vortex. The protagonist covered his ears with his hands when the ghosts began to ask him for help. Hunu closed his eyes and said that he could hear all their pain. The guy asked what he should do about it. The sky demon hovered next to him, saying that he should not have come here. The patriarch of the cult clenched his fist and urged the student to endure this because his teacher was nearby, which meant that he would succeed. The boy's eyes widened in madness. The souls wondered why he was the only one with a body and called him to become one of them. The ghosts opened their mouths wide. The hunter gritted his teeth. He took a step forward. The protagonist bowed his head and began to breathe heavily. Hunu frowned tensely and realized that the souls also understood his pain. A bright flash appeared in front of him. The boy looked at it and asked the teacher what it was. Not hearing an answer, the boy looked around and wondered where his mentor had disappeared to. The hunter looked back when a voice called him. He walked through a cluster of light. The voice praised him for his efforts. The awakened one saw a throne in front of him and asked who it was. The ghost of a king sat on the throne. The spirit patted the guest on the head and said that he had to endure a lot because of these ghosts. A giant magic circle appeared behind the protagonist. Suddenly, Hunu found himself in the center of the city. The boy shuddered and looked forward. In front of him, on a bench, sat an aged king. He had a crown on his head. His staff exuded magic. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and realized that he was in front of the skeleton. The man praised him for his intelligence. The hunter clenched his fist and asked if they were trying to deceive him again. The old man smiled and said that he had been waiting for this moment for 3,000 years. The awakened one's eyes widened in shock when he added that it was not only the skeleton who had been waiting for the moment when a strong man would come from the outside world. The protagonist waved his finger and said that the dead man had told him about 2,000 years. The king said that only a fool would believe him. Hunu pointed at him and asked if he and the skeleton were the same person. The man replied that they were both true and false at the same time. He lowered his head and said that he had abandoned his evil self and plunged into entropy when he first used necromancy. Imagining his body being split in two, the old man decided it would be better to say that he was literally thrown out of his body. The villain raised his staff over the magic circle, and his second version pulled himself together and created a world in another dimension. The girl waved to her neighbor. The king explained that he was able to save several souls that entropy had absorbed and helped them settle in here. These people did not suffer from pain despite the fact that every day was the same for them. The man frowned. Noticing his appraising gaze, the boy lowered his hands and called it insulting. The youth opened his mouth wide when the old man said that this was the first time in 3,000 years that he had seen the skill follow hints used. The king smiled slyly. The hunter asked how he knew about this. The man looked up and asked him not to feel insulted. Since they did not have time, the awakened one asked what it meant. Turning away, the protagonist asked the teacher what he should do with him and asked if he could hit him. Hunu was surprised when he saw no one behind him. The old man said that he had summoned a heavenly demon here. The boy's eyes widened and asked if that was possible. The king noted that following the clues was exactly what was needed. The young man spread his arms and asked him to stop saying things that only he understood. The villain raised his hand to the book. The man explained that his evil side kept the source of his life separate from his body in order to live a life close to eternal. On the pedestal stood the crystal that Ihak had grabbed. The old man explained that the guests who came here from the outside world took their vessel of life. The hunter realized that he was talking about his comrade. The head of the Aegis Guild was climbing the stairs. The king added that now this man had become another reincarnation of evil and was trying to find the main character. Remembering how the guest put his hands on entropy, the king warned him that this was no longer the person he knew and that he would want to kill him. Hunu frowned and wondered why this was happening now. The boy sat in the lotus position and asked the man to finish his business quickly. The old man asked the guest to make him his teacher. The boy tensely pursed his lips. The description of the skill follow hints appeared in front of his face. The system window said that the designated person was the sorcerer king. The ships were standing in the sea in front of a giant portal. Nena leaned towards her colleague, who said that Anderson's intensity had risen to 63 units. The girl frowned and realized that she could only continue to wait here. She clenched her fists and thought that she was ready to give up her life if the portal's influence occurred. The woman looked ahead and hoped that her friends would cope. A huge wave of fire headed towards Gulag. Urek furrowed her brows sternly and used the Hellish Knight skill. The firebird approached the ogre. The monster's eyes widened and he growled questioningly. The girl opened her mouth wide and screamed and decided to finish him off with all the strength she had left. The monster put his fists in front of him and let out a battle cry. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. A cloud of smoke rose above the sea. The woman flew out of it and rushed into the sky. She looked down and heard a strange noise. Gulag was able to defend itself from her attacks by hugging itself with its wings. The leader of the Red Lions gritted her teeth and wondered what kind of creature it was that it could survive an attack that had such inhuman strength. Bright particles were shining above the city. The king said that he had spent all his strength to create this world, so the guest would need to learn mana control to free all these people. The protagonist put his hands together and thought that mana was something like Kai energy. The man looked down and explained that mana was raw energy of nature, while the Kai that the guest used was refined energy of nature. Hunu shuddered and frowned. The old man spread his arms and asked him to absorb mana, that is, energy in its original form. The system reported that following hints was activated. A bright aura penetrated the boy's nose as he inhaled. A cluster of blue mana appeared above his head. Blue particles flickered around him. The young man wondered if this was mana. The system reported that the user understood what natural mana was and that his experience points had increased. The king opened his mouth in surprise and asked himself how this was even possible. Watching the light energy concentrating around the student, the man thought that even he, the best mage in the world, managed to inhale mana only after 3 hours, and assumed that all this was due to the mysterious ability of following hints. The hunter closed his eyes. The old man thought that in front of him was simply an outstanding genius. Sitting surrounded by a blue aura, the protagonist said that he could feel mana and asked what he should do now. The king answered that it was not difficult and clarified that in fact it was difficult, but with such abilities, he would definitely succeed. Hunu put his hands on the glowing entropy. The man asked him to take control of all the souls inside this body. Looking down, he assumed that the student would most likely feel the pain of each such soul and explained that he would simply need to return all their pain back. A pulsating accumulation of light energy appeared above the guy's head. The young man took the glowing ball in his hands. Someone loudly stomped behind him. Ihak grinned maliciously. The head of the Aegis Guild flashed his crazy eyes and said that he was looking for his comrade. Suddenly, the man frowned suspiciously. The awakened one approached the hunter and asked if he was really sleeping. The protagonist sat motionless with his eyes closed. The scoundrel expressed his regret. A cloud of dark energy appeared in his hand. Ihak directed it forward and said that he wanted to see what his competitor was capable of. Blood splashed in the darkness, the man said goodbye to his friend. The heart was tense, surrounded by bright streams of energy. The hero thought that it was about to burst, probably because of the mana. He asked what he should do now. The voice asked him to be careful, because there would be no second chance. The guy needs to put mana into each spoken word and say, disappear. The protagonist opened his mouth, pronouncing this word. Kensu sat on the floor in the lotus position, concentrating a bright flash in his hands. Among the streams of light, phantoms of people appeared. They opened their white mouths wide as their bodies began to be sucked into the bright flash. Glass fragments flew down. The heavenly demon spread his arms to the side, thinking that the vengeful spirits were disappearing. He could not believe that his disciple did this. The man looked away when he heard the words that Kensu must be an unprecedented genius. The heavenly demon turned his head, asking if the man standing in front of him was that skeleton. The king smiled, saying that the heavenly demon disciple would accomplish a great feat. He and his people were finally destroyed and freed. Bright streams of energy shone around the white sphere. The man asked if this meant that they were disappearing forever. The king said that it was. The king smiled, his body falling apart. The hero said that he would be grateful if the man told Hyunsu that they were now free. Bright particles rose up. The hero put his hand with a bright sphere behind the guy. Hyunsu placed his hands on the bright sphere in front of him. It broke into small pieces, releasing streams of white light. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, looking away. A stream of powerful energy broke through the walls of the tall clock tower. A beam of bright energy destroyed the ground, lifting stone debris into the air. Yihuk closed his eyes and smiled. Hyunsu opened his mouth, looking at him. The guy raised his eyebrows, looking at Yihuk standing among the rubble and realizing that he had come to his senses. The hero lowered his hand, saying that this was just wonderful, because it would be too boring to kill Hyunsu like this. Yihuk put his palm forward with a bright sphere, saying goodbye to the protagonist. The hero's mouth opened wide as Hyunsu punched him in the stomach. The boy closed his eye, wondering what that was and how he could have missed the punch. There was no way he could have missed the hero with that much power. Yihuk was sent flying into the stone wall, leaving a bright trail behind him. The hero flew out, punching through the wall of the tower. He gritted his teeth, thinking that it was because he hadn't used that power yet. The protagonist flew after him, raising his fist above his head. Yihuk gritted his teeth furiously, thinking that he was the strongest and had obtained S-rank power. The hero clenched his hand into a fist. The boy opened his mouth wide and raised his fist to attack, saying that he would show Hyunsu the power he had obtained. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, thinking that he could feel the power of the Sorcerer King within him, meaning Yihuk had truly absorbed that energy. The boy clenched his fist, concentrating bright streams of energy in it and saying that in this case, he can't just let go. The hero's fist touched, causing a bright flash in the sky. Cracks appeared on Yihuk's arm. The hero gritted his teeth, his reinforced arm began to explode. He frowned, thinking that this was just ridiculous. Hyunsu gritted his teeth, twisting his body in front of him. Yihuk put his hands out, defending himself from his sudden kick attack. The hero closed his eyes, assuming that this time the blow would come from the left. He opened his eyes when the boy noticed that Yihuk was still distracted during the battle. The protagonist punched him in the face. The boy threw his head back. He landed on the ground. A bright explosion sent rock fragments flying into the air. Yihuk lowered his head, lying among the cracked rocks. The hero gritted his teeth, holding onto the rock and saying that his arm was badly hurt. He began to punch the rock fragments, saying that only the legs were left to reach. Hyunsu was floating in the air in front of him. He put his hand forward, saying, "Pierce." The hero used a seed strike. Yihuk frowned and clenched his teeth in anger. A bright explosion lifted the rock fragments into the air. The hero's body flew to the side. He flipped several times, flying along the ground on his back. Yihuk lay motionless on the ground. Hyunsu put his hands in front of himself, telling the teacher that he was overflowing with energy. It seemed that the power of mana that the Sorcerer King taught him was synergizing with his internal energy. The protagonist froze in place and raised his head, thinking that in this state, he would be able to defeat even Haxon if he came for his soul again. The heavenly demon smiled, saying that he acknowledged this. The boy's eyes widened as the teacher said that the power he felt from him now was comparable to the highest peak level from the world he used to live in. The hero turned his head, looking at the man. The sky demon put his hands behind his back, asking why he was staring at him like that. Hyunsu's eyes widened, saying that the teacher was praising him more than usual. Even somehow unusually, the man opened his mouth wide, saying that when he scolded the hero, he didn't like it. When he praised, he didn't like it either. He asked if the boy liked anything. The sky demon's eyes widened as the hero asked why he was so angry, and in the sense he didn't like it. The teacher left a bump on the boy's forehead and turned away, saying that now they would see if he would receive praise again. The hero raised his hand in front of him, surrounded by a bright stream of energy. Hyunsu joined his palms, assuming it was mana. The sky demon put his hands behind his back, asking if he had become a weakling again. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Streams of dark smoke were coming out of the hole in the building. The hero assumed that mana could not be used and stored for as long as Kai. Hensu's eyes widened, looking away. Everything around him shook. The man put his hands behind his back. The hero raised his head, looking at the portal that appeared in the sky with the desert. The boy's eyes widened, wondering what was going on and why the guild leader was there. Gulag released a bright stream of light forward. The girl flew to the side, her body surrounded by fiery streams of energy. Knight held a book in his hands, asking if the Spell King had lost and escaped from Entropia. The girl smiled, saying that it was so. The man lay on a lounger under an umbrella, saying that if Gulag lost, then this place would be destroyed. Although they tried their best to avoid such an outcome, the girl looked forward, agreeing with his words. The hero slammed the book shut, sighing tiredly. Knight frowned, saying that Gulag would never lose. Even if the two sides of the Sorcerer King united, they would never defeat him, not to mention the other warriors. In that case, he would take care of the remaining bugs himself. The hero clenched his weapon in his hand. His body was enveloped in dark streams of energy. The girl opened her umbrella, agreeing with his words. The protagonist watched the battle with Gulag through the portal, wondering what the guildmaster was doing here. Hensu opened his mouth wide, feeling a strong shaking. He asked what was going on. Bright streams of energy appeared in the sky. The boy widened his eyes, looking up. The sky demon looked at the desert in the portal, saying that was where they started. The hero turned his head, asking why a lot of portals were trying to gather in one place. Hensu widened his eyes when a voice said that this phenomenon is called overlapping. The hero turned around, asking who was there. The girl folded her arms on the umbrella and smiled widely, saying that the boy's existence was a bummer for Knight. Hensu looked at the teacher, saying that he felt a thirst for blood. The girl showed the hero a heart sign and opened her eyes wide, telling him, "Take it." Sharp spikes rose from the ground, rushing towards his body. The protagonist quickly disappeared from that place, leaving behind a bright flash. The girl smiled, wondering if the hero was so fast that an afterimage appeared. The man smiled, thinking that this was definitely his student, because he used mana to instantly increase his strength. Hensu took a deep breath. The system reported that the hero was using the absorbed mana. The protagonist moved forward, raising his fist above his head and using the skill, Seed Strike. The girl opened her eyes wide, holding the umbrella in front of her. A bright explosion raised stone debris into the air. She flew into the air on the umbrella. The hero froze. The boy frowned, saying that she blocked the seed's attack. Thinking that she managed to do it with a normal umbrella, the girl mocked him. She stopped with her feet, falling to the ground. The girl leaned on the umbrella, saying that Hyunsu was a terrible person. She asked how he could do this to a weak girl like herself. The hero broke the ground under his foot, using Sky Demon Flight. The boy flew into the air, hovering in front of her. The girl smiled, wondering what kind of unique movement technique this was. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, asking why she attacked him. The girl put 2 fingers in front of her, asking why she should answer him when he was running at her with such a scary face. Sharp spikes rose from the ground, stopping the hero. Hyunsu destroyed the spikes and moved towards the girl, asking what she was talking about. The boy thrust his palm forward, using a tree strike. The girl retreated back, mocking him for not reaching her. She opened her eyes in surprise, looking at the bright flash behind her. The girl opened her umbrella, protecting herself from the bright explosion. The powerful explosion threw her back. Night appeared behind her, stopping her flight. The girl looked up at the man, apologizing for underestimating this man too much. The protagonist froze in front of the 2 antagonists. The man frowned, saying that Hensu was only supposed to wear out the Sorcerer King. The boy asked who he was. Knight clenched his fist, saying that at least that was what he planned. From the information they had and what the hero showed, there was no doubt about his strength. The protagonist asked his question again. The man moved forward and put his hand in front of him, asking the guy not to worry about it. Because he was going to die very soon, the hero realized that his opponent was very fast. Knight gritted his teeth, striking the block the guy put up. Hensu opened his eyes, thinking that the man was really strong. The hero braked with his feet. The shockwave threw the guy back, raising streams of dust. The girl appeared from behind the man and showed a heart sign. Sharp spikes appeared in the place where the main character fell. Hensu opened his mouth wide when they pierced his body. Gulag opened his mouth in fury and screamed. He raised his giant wings. The monster opened his burning eyes wide, screaming his name. Yurak frowned, assuming that was his name. She was sure that he took the fight seriously. The girl froze in front of the monster, turning off the Firebird mode. Gulag frowned, looking at her. Yurak smiled, saying that no matter who died, they must know each other's names so they would know by whose hand they fell. The girl raised her head and clenched her hands into fists, calling her name and saying that she was the leader of the Red Lion. Yurak opened her mouth wide and frowned, swearing on the names of her fallen comrades that she would destroy the monster with all her power. 6 bright eyes appeared on Gulag's back. The monster screamed its name loudly. The girl opened her eyes wide, thinking about how most S ranks had techniques that, in exchange for incredible power, would take their lives, techniques that use life force as fuel. Yurak covered the bright energy sphere with her palms, her hair darkening. The girl opened her mouth wide, commanding the plasma to burn everything here. The hero pressed his hand to the keyboard of the laptop. He opened his mouth, saying that the Anderson density had increased to 85. It was increasing. The people froze, looking at the bright portal ahead. Mina raised her eyebrows sadly, thinking that she had a feeling that the portal was about to explode. If even S rank couldn't stop it, then they didn't have a chance. Her eyes widened as she heard the phone ringing. Mina brought the phone to her ear, telling the department head that it was already 85. She didn't think they could withstand it. The light of the energy portal was getting brighter. The girl raised her eyebrows, asking what was wrong with the perimeter. The voice replied that there was no answer yet. Mina's eyes widened as the department head said that no reinforcements were likely to come. The girl asked what they should do. She thought that they would all die here today. The girl frowned sadly. The voice on the phone asked her not to worry, because someone was already coming to help. They were amazing people, so there was hope. The heroes raised their heads, asking what it was. A bright stream of energy rushed onto the deck of the ship. Mina covered her face with her hands, protecting herself from the rising streams of dust. The girl opened her eyes wide, looking ahead. Haxon bent his legs, leaning his hand on the deck of the ship. There was a blue sky above the roofs of the building. There were sculptures of two silhouettes on the wall. Bright rays of the sun fell on the tall building. The hero asked if he was really going to accept Korea's request. Jill looked at Haxon, asking if he really wanted to go alone. Yamamoto pointed his finger at him, saying that in this case he would help Yurak, and it seemed to him that the hero hated this girl. Haxon raised his index finger, saying that he would only help if they couldn't do without him. If they found someone else, he would stay here, because hunters were needed to save people. Yamamoto and Jill smiled, looking at him. Haxon rose into the air, leaving behind a bright stream of light. Yamamoto put his hands in his pockets, saying that he loved it when a hero behaved so heroically. Jill smiled, saying that they couldn't fall behind. There was a bright portal behind the ship. A voice said that the Anderson density was already 89. If this continued, the portal would explode in 30 minutes. Mina put her hand in front of her, saying that there were 30 rank hunters and the guildmaster Yurak in the portal right now. Haxon folded his arms across his chest, looking at the portal behind him. Yamamoto and Jill came out of it. The voice asked if there was still hope for salvation. The hero looked at the girl, asking where Hensu was. Haxon held his hand out in front of her when Mina said the boy was inside. The man remarked that it was enough. The hero looked at the bright portal, saying that if the boy was inside, then everything would be fine. Haxon smiled, saying that the boy had more than just abilities. Yurak gripped the weapon with both hands, saying that the creation of the plasma sword was complete. Bright streams of energy shot out from the 6 eyes on the monster's back. The rays gathered in the creature's paws, forming a bright sphere. Gulag screamed furiously, directing the sphere upward. Yurak frowned, swinging her sword. The sky demon frowned. He folded his arms over his chest and raised his head, thinking about that firework woman using her signature technique. He did not believe that she had such a powerful fire energy under her control. The man looked away, hearing a cough. The protagonist closed one eye, thinking that if he had not managed to gather mana and Kai together and then strengthen it all with defensive power, he would have died already. But even with such preparation, he received huge damage. The sky demon opened his eyes wide, asking why the hero was covered in blood. Hyunsu pressed his hand to his shoulder, asking the teacher to go easy on him. He asked what the man was doing there. The sky demon folded his arms over his chest, saying that Yurak was trying to finish the battle. Knight raised his fist above his head, asking how dare the boy be distracted during a fight. The protagonist frowned when the teacher told him to use the demon yin yang. The system reported that listening to instructions was activated. Knight gritted his teeth when the boy dodged his strike. The man turned his body, thinking that the hero managed to dodge, then he will act differently. Hyunsu tilted his body back when Knight swung at him. The hero thought that his attacks are impossible to predict, so he uses a leaf strike to block the right strike. The system reported that listening to instructions was activated. The hero covered his face with his hand, blocking the bright explosion. Knight clenched his hand into a fist, looking at the boy emerging from the streams of raised dust. He assumed that the hero was able to read this attack. Hyunsu swung his hand and sent a bright stream of energy forward, commanding the leaf strike to cut the man. Knight widened his eyes, thinking that this is dangerous. He needs to dodge this technique. The hero jumped, dodging the bright stream of energy. Knight landed on his feet, thinking about what he had done. He raised his hand as blood spurted from the wound on his side. Yurak clutched the sword tightly with her hands, moving downwards. The girl frowned, thinking that there was very little left. Yurak approached Gulag, who was holding a bright sphere in his hands, a voice asking the girl to stop releasing energy because she was almost at the limit. The girl clenched her teeth and screamed furiously. The monster opened its mouth, releasing a stream of bright energy upward. The light of a powerful flash illuminated everything around. A giant white flash was visible in the blue sky. Yurak fell upside down, her hair darkened. Dark particles were visible against the light background. The girl wondered if this was the end. She thought about the captain. A bright explosion lifted the cars up. Yurek froze, looking at the giant monster, its tongue sticking out. The girl dodged the car thrown at her. Bright streams of energy appeared near the giant creature. The man smiled, cutting through space with his fingers. He landed on one knee in front of Yurek. The girl smiled, seeing the captain. The man patted her head, saying that she tried hard. He asked if he was too late. The captain put his hands on his hips, saying that soon she would become an S rank. When that happens, she will need to watch his back. Yurek smiled, looking at the man. The captain smiled, saying that if something happens to him, then he really asks her to take care of his son, Yihak, although he is still such a klutz. Dark smoke rose between the buildings. The girl asked him to stop talking such nonsense, because nothing will happen to him. The man noted that with their work, anything can happen. Yurek fell down, thinking about how she couldn't keep her promise, so she mentally apologized to the captain. The girl stood on a stone wall that was being destroyed by streams of water. She noticed that the portal with the gulag was closing. Knight squeezed the weapon in his hand, saying that he knew this, so she did not need to make noise in vain. The man frowned, cutting the space with his sword. A red flash appeared in the sky. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise, asking if he really allowed the portal with the sword. Knight squeezed the sword tightly, saying that the guy surprised him by holding out for so long. The man frowned, saying that he did not know if the hero would be able to survive today. But he promised that if he survived, and they met again, he would appear before the hero in his true form, and then he would not live. Knight took the girl by the arm, rising to the portal in the sky. He frowned, looking at the protagonist. The boy looked up, looking at the bright flash in the space. Hyunsu opened his mouth wide, asking where the coward was going. The hero closed his eyes, coughing up blood. The sky demon hovered next to him, asking the boy not to strain himself so much, since the man had already left. The protagonist leaned over, asking what he should do, since he couldn't get stuck here like this. The teacher pointed to the sword sticking out of the ground, asking the hero to turn around and pick up the sword that Knight had left. Hyunsu took the sword in his hand, saying that the man had used it. The sky demon frowned, saying that this place would be closing soon. He needed to swing the sword the same way Knight had. The hero raised the weapon in front of him, asking how exactly he should swing it. The man cried out in displeasure, asking how he knew. He told the boy to pour internal energy, mana, or something into it right now. The system reported that listening to instructions was activated. Kensu raised his sword, surrounded by bright streams of energy, saying that he would first pour in internal energy. The hero swung his sword, leaving bright traces in space. The streams of energy surrounding the sword weakened. The guy looked at the weapon, thinking that internal energy does not work, then he will try mana. The protagonist opened his mouth wide when a powerful stream of water moved towards him. He closed his eyes, turning away from the approaching waves. The water poured out beyond the wall, falling on residential buildings. The hero held onto the edge of the wall with his hand. The heavenly demon folded his arms across his chest, asking if his disciple was so weak that even water could knock him down. He told the guy to hurry, because there was almost no time left. Kensu thrust his sword forward, causing a bright flash. The hero swung his sword, cutting through space. A blinding light appeared in the air. The guy opened his mouth wide, saying that the portal had opened. He let go of his hand, falling into the bright portal. Hensu landed on his bent legs. The hero stood up and looked around. He raised his eyebrows, saying that this was the desert they came from. The sky demon put his hands behind his back, saying that this was a familiar place. He asked if he had been here before. Streams of water flooded the city. A tall clock tower was visible. The protagonist looked at what was happening through the portal, telling the master that these were waters. The man put his hands behind his back, saying that this world had merged with the one where Yurek fought. Hensu's eyes widened. He clenched his hands into fists and opened his mouth wide, asking if the guildmaster was there. The guy swung his sword again, cutting through space and saying that they should go back. There was a blue sky above the large estate. A portal appeared inside the spacious hall. The knight and the girl moved into the room. The man closed his eyes, sitting on one knee. The girl opened her eyes wide, turning to him. Knight held out his hand in front of her, saying that everything was fine. He pressed his palm to the wound on his side. The girl raised her eyebrows, thinking that Knight had not changed his form despite receiving so much damage. She wondered if his promise to the king was really that important. She imagined a wild beast baring its teeth. The girl thought that it was not so, because the king was a being beyond awe and fear. No one would ever dare to disobey his order. Knight was lying on the bed. There was a deep wound on his side. A girl in black clothes was holding a bandage in her hands. Another girl took out some napkins from a box. A servant in a mask wrapped the man's wound, saying that they needed to start treating it. Everything would be fine by tomorrow. Knight frowned, thinking that it saddened him that the sorcerer king had died, but if the overlapping portal collapsed, it would be quite a sight. The man recalled the moments of today's battle, thinking that he hoped that he would be able to fight the boy again. but he could not understand why the information about his abilities and his actual strength were so different. The hero entered the room. The man held a tray in his hands, saying that it was a recovery potion for the hero. Knight reached for the glass. He sipped the contents, asking if the king had contacted him. The man replied that he had not, only Rook. The butler's glasses shone brightly when the hero asked why Rook had contacted him. Knight's eyes widened, listening to the man's words that he was sorry to say this, but if this plan went wrong, his punishment would be death. The man smashed the glass in his hand, crying out in displeasure. The hero gritted his teeth, asking how dare he say such a thing to him. Knight waved his hand. The girl immediately responded. The hero frowned, saying that now was the right time. He was sure that everyone was just worrying about the fragments. The girl smiled, asking if he wanted to start looking for it. Knight put on his clothes, saying that it didn't matter now that the portal exploded. He would find it first and make Rook bow to him. The hero headed for the exit, telling her to tell Pawn to start searching. Knight frowned, his eyes shining brightly as he said that they would find the singularity. The waves rose high above the ground. Residential buildings slowly sank under the water. Currents of wind rushed past a tall tower. Bishop put her hands on her hips, saying that there was nothing more fun than watching a battle. The girl smiled, saying that Hensu was also quite strong. Stupid Knight, she couldn't believe that he didn't notice the singularity right under his nose. Bishop folded her arms across her chest, saying that he didn't even know it and was going crazy trying to find her. The man must think his plan worked, but she didn't mind seeing him fall. The girl took a step forward. Bishop placed her hands on the concrete slab, saying that he would ask why. The girl twirled happily, saying that it was because she thought it would be funnier. She turned her head when the hero called out to her. The boy pressed his hand to his chest, saying that they found him. Bishop pressed her hand to his chest, saying that he was in no hurry. The boy raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Yihuk's body appeared in a bright light. He fell to the floor, raising a cloud of dust. The girl clapped her hands happily, saying that she was very happy that the boy found him. The hero looked at her, saying that Yihuk was already dead. Bishop squatted down next to the boy, saying that she even gave him the bracelet, but he still lost to Hyunsu. She pressed her palms to his face, saying that at least Knight's plans went down the drain. The boy tilted his head, asking what he should do next. The girl raised her eyebrows, saying that because Yihuk absorbed the life vessel, she thought he might still be useful, so they should take him with them. The hero placed the boy on his shoulder, saying that he understood. He put his hand forward, summoning a bright portal. Bishop walked forward. The girl looked to the side, saying that she believed in the protagonist. She put her hand on her side and smiled, saying that she hoped Hyunsu could find an oasis. The protagonist and the sky demon came out of the portal. The boy froze and gritted his teeth, saying that they were in this desert again. Changyeon folded his arms across his chest, asking him to try again. Hyunsu swung his sword, leaving bright traces in the space. A bright portal opened in front of the heroes. There was a large green cross on the building. The crowd froze, listening to the breaking news that right now the gate that appeared in the Western Sea was about to explode. People began to make a frightened noise, asking what would happen if it exploded. They were reassured by the thought that the Red Lion Guild was already there, so all they could do was wait. There was no one in the hospital corridor. Yoon folded her hand on Hyunti's hospital bed, saying that the protagonist was simply incredible. He had become one of those who entered the gate to save others. The girl clasped her hands together, asking the boy to wake up, because Hyunsu must be very upset about his brother being bedridden. Behind her, the younger siblings were laughing and playing. Yoon approached them, saying that they couldn't make noise here, they needed to go. The girl smiled and turned around, saying that she would be back soon. Hyunti was lying on the bed with a respirator on his face. The hero moved his finger. There was a bright flash in the center of the portal. The protagonist clenched his sword in his hand, asking if they were really in the desert again. The sky demon looked ahead, asking why he would sit there, because they were just running in circles in this desert. Hyunsu rubbed the back of his head, saying that he himself didn't understand anything. It was really annoying. The boy clenched his hand into a fist, looking ahead. The heroes stopped, seeing an oasis ahead. Hyunsu descended closer to the water. Changjeong hovered in the air. The bright rays of the sun passed through the palm leaves. The heroes noticed that it was very strange. The main character knelt down, saying that there was no reflection at all in this water. The guy put his hand in the water. The hero opened his eyes wide. He looked at the teacher, saying that it was not water. The sky demon folded his hands behind his back, asking if he wanted to say that this was a disguised portal. The hero agreed with his words. The guy bowed his head, offering to check it out. The heroes entered the portal up to their waists. The bright light gradually turned into impenetrable darkness. Hensu was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. The guy got up and stretched, saying that it was a beautiful dream. He looked at the clock and cried out, realizing that it was very late. The main character left the room, rubbing his head. The man smiled, reading the newspaper and asking if he was still alive. The woman smiled, asking if he was being too rude to his son. The father laughed, saying he was just joking. The boy opened his mouth and reached for the burger, saying that if his brother slept for 24 hours, it was more like hibernation. Hyunsu smiled and took the burger from his hands, asking him not to be rude to him or he would eat it all. Hyunti opened his mouth, saying he only took one bite. The protagonist pressed a banknote to his face. Hyunsu raised his hand, saying he got paid yesterday. The brother stood up and bowed, thanking the Hyungnam. The boy looked at his parents, asking what they wanted to eat today. There was a flat chandelier on the ceiling. There were many cars on the road. The man was driving, saying that the traffic jams were especially bad today. The woman was sitting in the front seat, asking why they would be there at such a time. The father smiled and put his fingers to his chin, saying that even though they would have to make a detour, he thought the country road would be better. The white car moved along the road. The protagonist smiled and looked out from behind the seat, saying that it was indeed better here. The man smiled widely, saying that no navigator could compare to a road veteran. Hyunti raised his head, looking out the window. A bright flash appeared in the sky above the building. Hyunsu's eyes widened, asking if that was lightning. The ground cracked, lifting the car into the air. The giant monster opened its mouth wide. A bright explosion lifted stone debris into the air. The heroes in the car screamed as the car skidded. The car fell among giant soap shards. A bright wavy stripe appeared on the medical device. Sounds were heard near the monitor. The hero opened his eyes, looking at the guy lying in front of him. The nurse came to his bed, telling the doctor that Hyunsu was awake. The hero's head and arm were bandaged. He looked forward, asking what was going on and where his family was. The nurse and doctor stood next to him, trying to calm him down. On the shelf were pictures of the protagonist's father and mother. Hyunsu pursed his lips, tears streaming down his face. The boy bowed his head, standing in front of their pictures. The hero clenched his teeth and cried bitterly, covering his eyes with his hand. He fell to the floor and screamed loudly. Hyunsu's eyes widened when he heard a voice asking him to come to his senses. A tear froze at the corner of the hero's eye. The protagonist jumped up from his place and opened his mouth wide, asking what was going on. He bowed his head, tears streaming down his eyes. The boy opened his mouth, seeing his teacher next to him. The sky demon frowned, remembering how he hit him and saying that he didn't wake up, so he had to go to extremes. The heroes looked away, hearing a voice that said, "Unknown variable." Pavlishin put his hands behind his back, saying that he was surprised that this time it was an otherworldly creature. The man put his hands behind his back, saying that he only summoned one person. He did not understand why there were two of them. The sky demon gritted his teeth, asking what kind of dream the guy had, since he was crying like that. The hero widened his eyes, asking if it was really a dream. Pavlishin smiled, listening to the guy say that it happened 2 years ago. Chongjin interrupted him, telling him not to cry in his dreams, because it is not allowed for a sky demon. Hyunsu screamed, saying that he did not do it on purpose. The man said that he did not like that they deliberately ignored him. The sky demon pointed his index finger in front of himself. A bright stream of energy left a hole in Pavlishin's head. Chongyang sat in the lotus position, telling him not to move a finger until he gave permission. Otherwise he would say goodbye to life once and for all. The protagonist stood up, asking if the teacher could attack. The man was floating in the air, saying that as soon as he saw the man, he immediately felt that his attack would reach him. Chongyang imagined an image of a skeleton in armor and a sorcerer king, saying that it did not work on the skeleton because he belonged to the physical world for a long time. But a good sorcerer king was a pure spirit like himself. He did not attack him only because he had no reason to. Pavlishin repaired the hole in his head and smiled nervously, acknowledging the strength of the man. He did not think he would ever meet someone so outstanding. The hero put his hands behind his back, saying that the sky demon is very strong, so he apologizes for this situation. Pavlishin smiled widely. The space around was filled with chains. The hero said that a year ago, people almost managed to kill him, and now he can't use his power like before, plus now he needs to maintain this world. The protagonist clenched his hands into fists, asking if he was the one who made him look into the past. Pavlishin looked forward, saying that he seemed to have pressed on Hensu's sore spot. The guy frowned, wondering if the man knew him or if he could also read minds. The hero gritted his teeth when the man answered that he could. This place was created so that when entering here, everyone sees such dreams, the sweetest, but also the most terrible dreams, from which people can no longer wake up. He imagined young people kissing, a woman with a child, a crying guy and a man smiling widely. Pavlishin frowned, saying that this is how he gets the vessel, his body. He pointed his finger at the protagonist. The man pressed his hand to his forehead, saying that he originally wanted to summon that fire woman, but a guy got to the desert first, and an outstanding one at that. Hensu clenched his hand into a fist, asking who he was. The guy rushed to attack, raising his hand with a bright stream of energy above his head and asking how dare he steal other people. The hero gritted his teeth, approaching the man. His fist passed through his body. Pavlishin's body turned into a bright stream of energy. He said that the guy's attacks would not work. The heavenly demon opened his mouth wide, telling Hensu to get out of there. The giant monster opened its mouth in front of the hero. The guy's body began to transform into an astral form. Bright traces appeared in the space around the protagonist's body. Hensu's eyes turned black. He looked at his palm. The guy's soul opened its eyes wide. He realized that this person was now in his body. Pavlishin smiled widely, saying that this is not all. He bowed his head and raised his hands, saying that for a weak soul like this, such a good body is useless. The hero raised his hands and clenched his teeth. Bright streams of energy surrounded his body. The guy's soul flew to the side, looking at Pavlishin in his body. The protagonist's eyes widened. Hyunsu's astral body was floating in the air. He didn't understand why his physical body was there. The hero smiled. Pavlishin held his hand out in front of him, saying that it was worth waiting for a whole year. This body was excellent. The boy leaned forward and smiled, saying that he could feel the remnants of mana and the energy in this body was incredible. He straightened up and opened his mouth wide, saying that this body would serve him well. The hero widened his eyes, seeing movement behind him. The sky demon pressed his back against him and held out his hand, saying that he was a magic caster who stole other people's bodies. When the man was in Murim, people like Pavlishin were burned at the stake. Chongjin pressed his palm to his back. A bright stream of energy surrounded the hero's body. Pavlishin widened his eyes, asking if he had been banished. That was impossible. Hyunsu widened his eyes, realizing that he had returned to his body. The man gritted his teeth and looked at the heroes, asking if Chongyang could interfere with other people's bodies. The sky demon frowned, saying that it was a mystery to him too. Perhaps he was the one who was supposed to learn about it here, but there was something more important. Chongyang gritted his teeth and clenched his hand into a fist, telling the hero to prepare for death since he dared to challenge him. The protagonist held his hand out in front of the teacher, saying that if he killed him, they could be stuck here forever. The sky demon looked ahead from under his brows, saying that after the death of the creator, this place would also be destroyed for a long time. The protagonist looked at Pavlishin, asking what would happen if it was not so. The man opened his mouth, saying that then the boy could also die. He presented a sharp sword, saying that this weapon no longer obeyed him, and killing this old man did not guarantee them the ability to create a portal. Pavlishin smiled. The sky demon frowned, asking what was making him laugh so much. The man pressed his hand to his head, saying that it was driving him crazy. He walked over to the legs of the chair. Pavlishin sat down on the chair. Bright magic seals appeared behind him. The hero threw his head back and pressed his hand to his forehead, saying that after counting endlessly, he managed to figure out that today he would finally be able to leave this place. He couldn't believe that this was happening. Pavlishin lowered his head, asking for a proper introduction. The hero said his name, saying that people might also know him as the ancestral dragon. The protagonist clenched his fists. The boy gritted his teeth, asking how this was possible, since the guild leader said that the ancestral dragon was sealed a year ago. Pavlishin pressed his hand to his chest, saying that it was because he would make them believe it. He even used soul language on them. The man looked at the protagonist, saying that he was weak and on the verge of death, but he thought over and over again about the plan, so he spread his fragments and hid here, waiting for the day when someone would find this place. Hensu frowned, looking at him. The boy widened his eyes, wondering why the man was telling him this. Pavlishin said that it was because he had no reason to lie to the hero. Hensu gritted his teeth, thinking that he had read his mind again. The man raised his eyebrows, saying that his time was coming to an end. By tomorrow he would be gone. He imagined the battle between Yurek and Gulag. Next to them was a skeleton in armor. The man said that the fire woman would come here. He would take her body and finally turn the entire outside world into chaos. This would be an ideal scenario, but an incredible creature that was beyond his calculations intervened in all this. The heroes froze, looking at the man sitting in the chair. The sky demon looked at him, asking why he coveted other people's worlds. Pavlishin presented a skull lying on the ground, saying that the world he lived in was completely devastated. It was difficult for the mana to exist in it, and when he was about to accept his fate, they offered him a deal. A portal appeared above the ground with bones, from which two figures appeared. The boy asked who they were. The man looked at the protagonist, saying that they called themselves kings. The boy opened his mouth wide, asking who they were. Hensu's eyes widened when Pavlishin asked if even after fighting the knight, he did not understand what was happening. The protagonist turned his head and laughed, asking if they really named themselves after chess pieces. The boy looked forward when the man said that if he met them, his laughter would bring him excruciating pain and death. There were bright magic seals in the space. Pavlishin stood up, saying that if Night turned into his true form, he would become stronger than the Sorcerer King before he split. The man looked at the hero, saying that both Night and the Sorcerer King were only fighting him half-heartedly. Pavlishin smiled, saying that if he had so many problems even with Night, then if he met the king, he would die in a second. The hero imagined the image of the king, whose eyes shone brightly among the dark silhouette. The man put out his hands. Sheets of paper rose into the portal. The hero said that it was they who taught him how to create portals. He was able to connect parts of his world with the earth. The group of heroes headed towards the giant monster. Pavlichin said that it was difficult because of the people. He believed that as long as people existed, it would be difficult for him to completely connect their worlds, so he came up with this plan. When they thought they had killed him, he split the portal into fragments. There was a dark energy flow in the sky, lifting rock fragments into the air. The iron chains moved. Everything around began to collapse. A bright explosion lifted rock fragments into the air. Pavlichin stood up from his seat, saying that now his time had come. What happened next? They would find out. It was an honor for him to meet the outstanding. The man folded his arms across his chest, saying that his name was Chongjin. The ground shook under the hero's feet. Pavlichin addressed the Sky Demon, saying that although he had not succeeded in his plan, he was sure that there was a special reason for this. Now he could calmly pass away to the next world. The protagonist raised his eyebrows. There was a bright portal behind the people. The man said that he had not closed the passage from here, so they needed to get out quickly. This world was ending. He asked if the guy called it a raid. Pavlichin smiled, saying that he would give him advice. The space around him was collapsing. The man put his hands behind his back, telling Hensu to inhale mana deeply when he came out. The guy frowned. A bright explosion thundered behind Pavlichin. He asked him to consider it a gift. The hero put his foot out of the portal. Hensu took a deep breath. The system reported that he inhaled mana. The protagonist came out of the portal. The system reported that the amount of his mana was growing exponentially. Mana was starting to cause overload. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that he could not even open them from such pressure. The system reported that he needed to process mana. Hensu's body was surrounded by bright streams of energy. He wondered if he was really able to create internal energy from mana. The system reported that he urgently needed to convert mana into internal energy. The hero frowned, taking a deep breath. Bright streams of energy appeared in his chest. He realized that it was working and mana was gathering in his body. The system reported that the hero's body began to transform to withstand the enormous power. Hyunsu gritted his teeth, recalling the events of the past and thinking that it was similar to when the Master of Time cleared his meridians. The protagonist raised his head and opened his bright eyes wide, thinking that this was still worse, more like he received the body of a heavenly demon. The guy unclenched his palm, thinking that this was not the first time for him, so he could withstand it. The system reported that his body began to transform to withstand the enormous power. Hyunsu furiously gritted his teeth and screamed, looking up. The guy spread his arms out to the sides, his body emitting bright streams of blue energy. Red leaves fell on a light background. The hero froze. 3 yellow rosebuds appeared above his head. The system reported that he had reached the peak of the 3 flowers blooming. The heavenly demon hovered among the dark streams of energy, asking what kind of trick this was. The man looked ahead, saying that the ancestral dragon was definitely gone. But then who was he? Chongjin looked at the bright portal in front of him. The Sky Demon folded his arms, saying that there was no point in hiding. The man raised his fist with bright energy above his head, saying that while his disciple was not here, he could have fun. The hero punched the glass of the space in front of him. A powerful explosion lifted debris into the air. Plumes of smoke rose higher. A voice asked him to wait and just talk. Chongjin clenched his hand into a fist. The man put his hands behind his back, asking who he was. The voice noticed that he did not hoot him even if he told everything. The Sky Demon raised his palm, asking if this was true. The voice asked him to stop. Chongjin frowned, telling him to introduce himself. The voice said that he could not do that. The man looked forward, asking if he couldn't or wouldn't. The voice noticed that the second option was correct. The Sky Demon clenched his hand into a fist, asking who he was and why he called him here. The voice replied that he couldn't tell him, and as for the second question, the man just seemed curious to him and he wanted to meet him once. Chongyang smiled, his eyes shining brightly. He asked if he was just curious. The voice screamed, asking why he was doing this. The man kicked the space. His foot broke the glass of the space. Chongyang used the dominant step of the Sky Demon. Bright streams of light passed near the body of the Sky Demon. The voice noticed that for an old man he was simply incredible. He told him to get out of here. Glass shards flew down. Chongyang folded his arms across his chest. Streams of white smoke surrounded his body. He looked down, asking why all these scum thought they could approach him without revealing themselves. Pavlichin appeared behind the man. The hero frowned, saying that he dared to call him on a whim. A smile appeared on Chongjin's face. The man opened his mouth wide and laughed, saying that this was really interesting. The protagonist's body was surrounded by bright streams of energy. The system reported that the transformation of his body was complete. The level of his skill, listening to instructions, was increased. The guy closed his eyes. The system reported that the level of the yin and yang body was increased. In the system window, there was information that the hero can imitate the skills of the selected target twice a day. Using a special skill, acceleration, allows the hero to listen to the instruction more effectively. Hyunsu clenched his fist. The system window showed information about the selected target, Chongjin. The yin and yang body has the 4th level with the harmony of yin and yang. The hero's body also gained stamina. Now he has high resistance to attacks of all attributes built on yin and yang. Also, when the guy uses any skills or attacks, their effect will be increased by 30%. The system window showed information. The body of a heavenly demon. The effects of all attacks involving the body of a heavenly demon will increase by 200%. All the knowledge of heavenly demons will be transferred to the hero. The guy can scare others with his presence alone. All his physical abilities are increased by 300%, currently unavailable. Hyunsu frowned, looking forward. His body was surrounded by bright energy. The guy sank to the ground. The protagonist froze, standing on a rock among the raging waves. He saw a tall clock tower in the distance. Next to him, a heavenly demon was hovering in the air. The guy smiled happily when he saw the teacher. Chongyang smiled, asking if he could grow up again in such a short period of time. The protagonist laughed happily. Hyunsu raised his head. He gritted his teeth, saying that he needed to find the guild master. The man looked ahead, saying that he did not feel her presence here. He should fly and try to find her. Hyunsu widened his eyes, asking if he could fly too. The guy widened his eyes, remembering the moment from the past when the teacher asked if he had not flown when he temporarily obtained the body of the heavenly demon. Chongyang looked down, saying that the flight of the heavenly demon blocked the energy of the Yongquan acupuncture points on the legs. If he could prevent this and release the energy in large quantities, he would be able to fly. The protagonist smiled when he heard the man say that he should be able to do it now. The guy wondered if he could really fly. The hero's legs were surrounded by bright streams of energy. He said that he was collecting all the energy in his Yongquan acupuncture points, releasing it and flying. Hansu frowned, heading forward through the air. A traffic jam of cars formed on the road. A voice reported that at the moment, the density of Anderson and times above the western sea called the fragment of paradise exceeded 90 points. Also at the exit from the city, kilometer-long traffic jams formed from those trying to leave the epicenter of a possible gate explosion. There were news anchors on the screen. A man said that usually, if Anderson's density exceeds 90, an explosion occurs immediately. The girl confirmed his words, saying that at the moment the state of the gate is assessed as critical. The news was broadcast on the big screen of a tall building. The host said that information had just been received that a huge number of S-rank hunters had gathered near the gate, including the head of the experienced Shadow Guild. The girl added that this man had previously attacked a hunter from the country. The raging waves crashed against the rocks. The sky was pink. Chongyang and Hyunsu flew forward over the water. The boy smiled, saying that he should have told him about it earlier. The man looked ahead, saying that even if he had told him about it earlier, the hero would not have been able to do it. The protagonist's eyes widened. He saw the guild leader lying on the rock. Hyunsu turned his head, asking how he should land. The sky demon said that he just needed to reduce the amount of energy released. Bright streams of energy came out of the boy's legs. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, putting his hands in front of him. A bright flash headed towards the rocks. The hero screamed. He crashed, raising streams of water into the air. The boy flew over the water, flipping in the air. The hero flew into the rock, raising its debris into the air. The sky demon put his hands behind his back, saying that he just turned into a pancake because he couldn't control his power. Hyunsu turned to him, saying that he just wasn't used to this power yet. The hero looked at the guildmaster. The girl was lying face down. The guy noticed her changed hair color. Chongjin looked down, assuming that she had quite a battle. There was a bright portal behind the two ships. The hero looked at the laptop, saying that it stopped at 95. Yamamoto folded his arms over his chest, saying that it was strange, because it should have exploded by now. Bright streams of energy swirled around the portal. The guy raised his hand, saying that something was coming out. Everyone needs to prepare for battle. Jill, Yamamoto, Haxon and Mina took fighting stances, warily looking into the portal. Yurak's head appeared from it. Hyunsu came out of the portal, holding the girl in his arms. Haxon frowned. The protagonist went down to the deck of the ship, approaching the others. The gate began to disappear. A voice screamed, saying that Hensu had completed the raid. Nina opened her mouth. The girl ran to meet the hero. Nina hugged the protagonist. Tears were flowing from her eyes. The girl said that she was very worried about him. Hensu opened his eyes wide, saying that first they need to take care of the guildmaster. Nina opened her eyes wide, looking at Yurak. The girl was unconscious. Mina asked if this was really the guildmaster. The guy confirmed her words. Tears were flowing from the girl's eyes. She said that she barely recognized her, and her hair was a completely different color. Nina clenched her hand into a fist, saying that Hensu had also changed. The hero rolled a couch, saying that the guildmaster was here. The protagonist looked down, thinking that he felt like he had received something great, like he was someone else now. The boy placed the girl on the couch and turned around when he heard the words that he had become stronger. Haxon smiled. The hero screamed, asking what he was doing here. The man said that the boy was stronger than before. Hyunsu pointed at him, asking if he didn't know that he had a restraining order against approaching him. Gil smiled and raised his hand, greeting the hero. The boy gritted his teeth, asking for someone to tell the man. The man put his hand out and summoned a portal behind Haxon's head, saying that he would take care of it. The hero frowned, asking what happened there. Hyunsu's eyes widened, thinking that he now understood his words. The protagonist smiled, saying that he was an ordinary guild member, so he couldn't divulge the details. Haxon looked at him, saying that he might be an ordinary guild member, but he was not an ordinary hunter. There was a pink sky above the ship. The boy cried out, saying it was different. The man asked if that meant he wasn't denying the fact. Hensu pointed his thumb at himself, saying he had learned something about himself. Haxon smiled, saying it wasn't bad. The boy grinned, saying it was definitely better than last time. The man folded his arms, saying he was less nervous. The hero frowned, saying it was no less than last time. Haxon smiled, saying he would like to test it if possible. Nina widened her eyes, turning to the protagonist. Hensu nodded. The bright sun was setting on the horizon. The boy said it wouldn't be now. The man was saddened by those words. Haxon turned around, saying goodbye to him until next time. The hero smiled widely, saying he better be ready when that happened. The man rose into the air, his body surrounded by bright streams of energy. Yamamoto raised his hand, saying that even though Haxon was acting like that, he was very reliable. The man looked at the boy, saying that Haxon had put everything he was doing aside and rushed here just because hunters existed to protect humanity. The protagonist frowned, asking if that was why he had destroyed his entire district. Yamamoto put his hands on his hips, saying that he had come to keep his promise, but he hadn't helped much. Hensu's eyes widened. The boy folded his arms, saying that he would then keep it until he really needed it. Jill stood by the portal with his hand raised, saying that the hero could call them at any time. They would drop everything they were doing and come at that very moment. The portal disappeared, leaving bright traces of energy. Nina raised her eyebrows, saying that they were probably very good people. The sky was a pink sunset. Lights were shining brightly in the windows of tall buildings. Cars were moving along the road, leaving a bright trace behind them. There was a flame burning in the circle with hieroglyphs. The hero was sitting inside the circle in the lotus position. The man frowned. His bright eyes were wide open. The hero was wary, looking ahead. Raven stood up, asking if it was Hensu again. Was an S-rank hunter, number 1 in the hunter rankings, the chairman of the gate committee. Sherry entered the room, informing the leader that they had completed the raid. Raven looked at her, saying that he had just been informed about it. The girl opened her mouth and screamed. The man stood up, saying that he should be careful. He couldn't believe that she had seen that horrible scar on his chest. Sherry asked him to ignore it. The girl next to Raven, saying that she was sure that the protagonist was the Singularity. The man put on his suit, saying that he thought so too. He reached for the watch in the drawer. Sherry picked up the red tie, asking if it would do. The leader agreed with her. The girl tied the tie around his neck, while Raven talked about how the second Singularity would join them soon. Sherry noted that she really hoped for it. The hero frowned, remembering the team of people in suits and thinking about how 2 years ago, on the day of the fall, their capture team saw an image of hope and the great evil that would appear in the future in exchange for the captain's life, Deska, the dragon of the apocalypse. The giant monster opened its bright mouth wide. The people frowned and clenched their teeth, looking at it. The man imagined an image of a guy surrounded by streams of black energy. He thought that in that image, 3 singularities appeared before them that would fight against the monster. Raven put his hands on his hips, saying that he needed to go to Korea. Sherry smiled, asking if he personally would go there. The room had white ceilings with dark patterns. The man noted that it was so. If they made a move first, it would be a real headache. The girl said that she would contact Anderson. Raven turned around when he heard the boy say that he would go too. Isaac stood against the wall and smiled, telling the teacher that he was upset because he forgot about him. There were white clouds in the blue sky. The bright sky was reflected in the windows of the tall buildings. The voice said that the citizens have the right to know the truth. People came out to rally with signs in their hands, trying to get the truth from the government. The man stood on the podium with his hand raised, saying that their government blindly relied on the awakened and did nothing. He asked what they were doing that they had to hide it. This time it happened again. If the Red Lion Guild was not there, Korea would have ceased to exist. Chongjiang was floating in the air, looking at the TV screen. The man folded his arms, asking why they were doing this. They had saved everyone, so why were they unhappy? The protagonist smiled, saying that it was because everyone had the right to know what was going on. The teacher asked what they could do if they found out. The boy remarked that they just wanted to know. Hyunsu raised his head, saying that there was something more important. He had seen many portals before, but never such a black one. He noticed a small black hole. The wind currents were swirling into a vortex. The protagonist thought about how it was an open field with no monsters. The brazenness did not seem strange to him. The protagonist widened his eyes, looking into the portal, wondering if he should report this to the association. Chongjong looked ahead, saying that they still needed the portal, so there was no need to talk about it yet. Hyunsu looked at the teacher, asking if he had just read his mind. He probably learned it from the Sorcerer King or the Ancestral Dragon. The Sky Demon kicked him, asking if the boy really thought he needed to learn from someone. The man simply guessed his thoughts. Chongyong folded his arms across his chest, saying that the hero was now ready. The boy pressed his hand to his head with a bump, asking if he meant that he could finally learn the 6 remaining techniques. Hyunsu smiled happily and clenched his hands into fists. The man noted that it was true, because now the hero was fit for this. The boy laughed, saying that the teacher did not want to show them to him before. The Sky Demon frowned. The protagonist's eyes widened when the man said that he did not do this because they were different from the first 6 techniques. It would be useless. The teacher imagined plants on the ground and bright streams of energy in the sky, saying that if the first 6 techniques are based on the earth, then the remaining 6 techniques are martial arts that use the sky as a basis. Chongyun looked down, saying that the boy was able to somehow use the heavenly spiritual body with the skill he had, but could he explain what this technique was? Hyunsu lowered his head, remembering his bright flight and thinking that he had never thought about it, although even if he did, he still would not understand. The protagonist smiled, saying that in that case, he would gratefully listen to his instructions. The man put his hand in front of him. The boy widened his eyes, asking if it was something important. The heavenly demon put his hands on his knees, offering him fried rice with marinated pork to eat before they began. White clouds floated across the blue sky. Cars drove along the road in front of a tall building. The hallway was empty. A man stood at a table. The sign said Seoul. Anderson smiled, asking if everything would be okay. Raven put his hands in his pockets, asking who they should trust with the brains of the awakened if not him. The man adjusted his glasses, saying that if he said so, then it was true. The guildmaster asked if he was not sure. Anderson clenched his hand into a fist, saying that it was not so. He looked at the hero, saying that it was still a test product. He could ask Lordaman about it. Raven frowned, saying that he did not want to meet him, because if he found out that he was trying to copy his technology, he would definitely get serious. Bright lights were burning on the ceiling. Anderson laughed, saying that the man would most likely sue Raven. The hero agreed with his words. The man smiled, saying that when he returned, he should grab some Korean fried chicken with him. Raven put his hands in his pockets, saying that he would definitely bring it. The guildmaster smiled, asking him to take care of the guy. Anderson raised his eyebrows, asking what about Sherry. The hero noticed that the man himself knew that this guy does not listen to anyone except those stronger than him. A bright stream of light emanated from the objects in the room. Anderson adjusted his glasses, saying that this is a very problematic boy. The heroes turned around when they heard the boy ask who else is problematic here, since he said that he will go too. The men screamed when they saw Isaac. The boy put his hands on his hips, looking at them with displeasure. Sherry smiled, asking for forgiveness since the hero did not stop making noise, so she suggested that he talk to Raven again. The man put his hand out, saying that it was still too early for him. The boy froze. Isaac opened his mouth wide, asking what this means, since frankly speaking, the only one stronger than him is the guild leader, a high-ranking S-rank hunter. Raven lowered his head, saying that it wasn't about his strength. The boy looked at him with displeasure, asking if this was the same etiquette again. Anderson folded his arms, asking why not take the boy with him this time. The man cried out in displeasure. He placed his hand on his waist, saying that Isaac might be able to learn something like etiquette through practice, and Korea was well known for its upbringing. Raven lowered his head and sighed heavily as the boy asked the teacher to have at least a little faith in him. The man asked if he would have faith in himself in his place. Isaac pointed his thumb at himself, saying that of course it was. Raven sighed heavily. A bright light emanated from the objects in the room. The guild leader said that they needed to go. The boy cried out happily. Chongjun was floating in the air next to the meditating hero. Streams of energy surrounded Hyunsu's body. They were getting brighter. The boy was sitting on the ground in a lotus position. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and glowed. Chongyun folded his arms over his chest, thinking about what just happened. The guy had become completely different. The man opened his mouth slightly, addressing the student. He was floating in the sky in front of him, asking what the hero considered the sky demons. Hyunsu opened his eyes wide, wondering why he asked that so abruptly. The guy opened his mouth slightly, saying that he couldn't say for sure, but judging by the name, they were demons from the sky. The man noticed that he was partly right. The protagonist frowned as the teacher was about to say what the sky demons were. Streams of dark energy surrounded the black portal. Hyunsu stood up and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that it was something from outside. Bright streams of energy were at the front door. The hero said that he couldn't believe that the energy passed through the portal and reached them. It was just unbelievable. Isaac smiled, standing behind the frowning Raven. The guy twirled the black card in his hands. The protagonist brought the card closer to his face. Raven frowned, thinking that he could feel even more incredible energy from the hero now. Did he really just awaken a month ago? Hyunsu frowned, thinking that this was Raven, a human who could reach the pinnacle of hunter power, the chairman of the gate committee. The boy looked at the man, saying that it was nice to meet him. Raven frowned, thinking that he couldn't believe that the hero could remain calm around him. The guild leader looked at the hero, apologizing for such a sudden visit. He realized that the boy did not expect him to speak his language. Raven pointed to the device in his ear, saying that he didn't actually speak Korean. He was using a talking device developed by Mr. Anderson. It was based on the technology used by Jill. Hyunsu's eyes widened, realizing what it was. Isaac turned away and covered his nose with his fingers, asking what that disgusting smell was. The heroes frowned. The man asked if he hadn't told him not to act like that. The boy folded his arms over his chest and turned away. There was a TV on the nightstand in the room. Raven noted that he had definitely asked him not to act like that. Isaac said that he didn't understand what the teacher was talking about. The guild leader smiled, realizing that he was speaking Korean now. Raven picked up the device, offering the hero to use the talking device. Isaac sighed in displeasure, putting it on his ear. The guild leader held out his hand, asking the hero to introduce himself properly. The boy said his name. The man lowered his head in displeasure. The protagonist raised his hand and introduced himself, thinking that this guy was pretending to be rude. The man looked at Hyunsu, saying that the guy was inexperienced. The hero smiled, saying that everyone was like that at his age. Isaac frowned, asking what kind of nonsense was this. Raven punched him in the head. He covered his head with his hands, saying that this happens every time, since the teacher doesn't let him finish. Hyunsu wondered why he felt like he was watching himself with the teacher. The protagonist frowned, asking why they were here. Chongjon floated nearby in the air, thinking that he had a polite and amazing student. The sky demon lowered his head, thinking that today he could just watch silently. Raven frowned, saying that he wouldn't beat around the bush. As the chairman of the gate committee, he would like the boy to join them. Tears were streaming down the girl's eyes. Raindrops were falling from the sky. She stood to the side, looking at the bright explosion. The man clenched his hand into a fist. Knight was lying on the ground in front of him. The hero punched his palm, saying that the king was very disappointed. The man put his hand in front of him, asking him to stop. The hero gritted his teeth and raised his fist above his head. A giant blue fist lifted the knight up. The man flew higher, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The hero gritted his teeth and thrust his fist forward, asking what he was going to do now. A giant hand came out of the portal, striking the knight again. He fell to the ground, causing a bright explosion. The girl stood to the side, clutching an umbrella in her hands. The guy walked up to the man lying on the ground, saying that not only did he not notice the singularity right under his nose, but he also failed the plan. The knight thrust his hand forward, listening to the hero's words that if it were up to him, there would be no wet spot left of him. The guy gritted his teeth, saying that the king must have decided to show his mercy and give him another chance. The girl in red shoes came closer. She looked forward, opening her umbrella. The hero pointed his finger at the knight and hugged the girl, saying that this was his last chance. He needed to catch the singularity using any available means. The heroes left, leaving the men lying on the ground. The girl opened her mouth wide and screamed, heading towards him. She opened her umbrella, crouching next to him. Above the knowledge was a blue sky. There was a glass on the table. The hero asked what a singularity was. Raven frowned, remembering the image of a man among the streams of energy and saying that 2 years ago during the battle in the gate, he had a vision, 3 beings that would protect the earth from great evil. These are the beings they call singularity. Isaac turned his head to the side. The protagonist leaned forward, asking if there was any reason why they considered him a singularity. The boy opened his mouth wide when the man addressed him, saying that his ability was temporary intervention and restoration. Raven sipped water from the glass. He froze, holding the glass to his lips. The man put it back. Water appeared in the empty glass again. Hyunsu's eyes widened, seeing that it was filling with water again. The guild leader frowned, saying that he could break time to see and interfere with it. The protagonist gritted his teeth, asking if it was a time machine. The man looked at him, saying that it was partly true. The boy widened his eyes when Raven said that he had seen all of his battles, with a Mugi, Haxon, and even the Sorcerer King. The man looked ahead, saying that he must not be very pleased to hear that. Hyunsu frowned, saying that it was true. There was a monitor on the table. Raven apologized, saying that he did not spy on people's personal lives, so the protagonist did not need to worry about it. The boy accepted his apology. Chongjon folded his arms and smiled, thinking that the boy had maintained the dignity of the successor of the heavenly demon. That was commendable. The guild leader smiled, remembering the moments of the guy's battles. He said that after watching all these battles, he is already sure that he is a singularity. Isaac frowned, looking away when Raven said that he is also a singularity that their committee found. The protagonist frowned when the man asked him to join the gate committee and save humanity with them. Hensu looked at Raven, saying that he heard him, but he still belongs to the Red Lion Guild. Isaac looked away. The man said that he needs to talk to the head of Uruk first. The hero said that he will do just that. Hensu closed his eyes, saying that he needs some time to think everything over. The light from the window fell on the monitor. Raven agreed. The protagonist said that he will call him on the number on the business card. The man stood at the open door, saying that he hoped that the guy will join their ranks. Raven entered the portal, calling Isaac to follow him. Hyunsu closed the door. The protagonist pressed his hand to his head, saying that he almost forgot to close the black hole. It was covered in sheets of paper. Chongyun frowned, saying, "For now." The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The door handle twitched. Isaac widened his eyes, walking inside. Hyunsu looked at him, saying that breaking into someone's apartment without permission was quite rude. Isaac smiled, asking how the protagonist knew about this since he hid his presence before entering. The protagonist frowned, saying that at his level, it was easy. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he can't believe he was hearing such a thing from Hyunsu. Isaac raised his fist above his head and rushed towards the guy, saying that this made him want to fight him even more. The protagonist frowned, his eyes sparkling. The fists of Hyunsu and Isaac touched, causing a bright flash. A powerful explosion shattered the glass in the entire building. The protagonist stopped his opponent's fist. Isaac's eyes widened in surprise and wondered how he managed to block his attack. Hyunsu smirked and called him so slow that he even made him sleepy. Suddenly, the boy flipped over in the air. The guy knocked him down, the blonde fell on his back. White clouds floated across the light sky. The room of the ancient castle sparkled from the sun's rays. The room was bright. The girl was helping her comrade bandage his wounds. With tears in her eyes, she asked if he was okay and thought to herself, how dare someone do this to him. Knight lowered his head and remained silent. Suddenly, he winced in pain. The girl immediately apologized. Someone entered the room and called him a malingerer. Bishop smiled broadly and greeted her comrades. The girl asked what brought her here. The woman picked up a chair and asked if she couldn't come here without a reason. The blonde sat down on the chair and said that she was curious about what happened to her friend, who was rumored to have been badly beaten. Light was coming into the room through the window on the ceiling. The man said that he couldn't do anything about it, because it was a punishment from the king. Bishop was surprised that he had any respect for this man. The villain clenched his fist in anger and expressed a desire to kill her right there. He closed his eyes and asked her to stop talking nonsense and leave. The girl replied that his older sister also had a lot of things to do, so she came here for a reason. The knight approached her and asked if he should really rip her mouth apart right here. The woman asked if he wasn't curious at all about what brought her here. The man raised his eyebrows when he heard that this information could help him a lot. He looked at his ally and asked what exactly they were talking about. The blonde smiled slyly and stated that she had one condition. She stood up from her chair, her leather dress glistening in the light. Narrowing her eyes, Bishop stated that her comrade would have to fulfill one request for her without question if he succeeded in his mission thanks to her advice. The scoundrel placed his hand on his hip and thought that this man was impossible to understand and that even the king and queen did not know what was on her mind. Taking the shirt in his hands, Knight agreed and swore on his name. The ceiling was supported by columns with capitals. The girl said that the dark spirit began to act. Putting on the shirt, the man asked if they were talking about a small group of awakened who oppose the world of hunters, which is centered around the Gate Committee. It turned out that most of them are ordinary people. People in cloaks stood in front of a pile of firearms. This group was formed because many people do not like how the world has become under the influence of hunters. The man frowned menacingly. As the Gate Committee had banned firearms, the hunters on Earth had unlimited power in their hands. They had effectively gained power over those people who had no strength to resist them. The scoundrel buttoned his shirt and said that this organization even commits terrorist acts. The woman explained that although they do this, they still cannot achieve the desired effect. The blonde handed her ally a card. Knight asked what it was. The man took the card in his hands. Bishop said that these were the contacts of Black Lightning, whom they had elected as their leader. The leader's name was written on the golden business card. The scoundrel remembered that this man was one of the strongest among the A ranks, who would be in the next generation of S ranks and who turned his back on the Gate Committee. The girl raised her index finger and asked her comrade to listen to her very carefully. The building's windows were broken. Someone asked what was going on here. People ran out into the street. One of the residents of the house assumed that all the windows were broken because of the overvoltage. Someone came up to them and apologized. The main character scratched his head and said that he made a mistake while training. The woman put her hand to her chest and asked if they could live in silence. The old man said that their neighbor had destroyed the entire neighborhood before. The girl clenched her teeth and said that this was too much even for a hero. The man reminded that this person had saved many lives. A white haze was flying in front of the house, once again apologizing. Hensu promised to start repairing the windows right now and compensate for all the damage. The resident of the house put her hands on the backs of her relatives and suggested going back inside. The old man said that he had managed to get very scared. The guy closed his eyes and thought that all this happened because of that scoundrel. Looking at the broken windows, the young man remembered that he still had money left from the contract and wondered if he should buy the entire building since he couldn't move anywhere because of the black hole. Chongjin crossed his arms and suggested engraving the sky demon symbol on the roof and black dragons on each pillar. His disciple got angry. The hunter sat down on the chair. There was a real mess around. The protagonist began to eat pizza and feed his comrade. There was a pizza box on the floor. The patriarch of the cult put it on par with Jyozi. Hyunsu said that Jyozi in this city are not that cool. The old man ate the pizza crust and asked how many delicacies there are in this world. The boy took a bite and promised to let him try everything there is. The boy took another piece. The man urged him not to even try to put one piece on top of another and threatened to cut off his head. Suddenly, Isaac woke up and put his hand to his head. The hunter turned to him and asked if he was awake. The blonde hung his head and asked if the battle had ended in his defeat. Opening a pizza box in front of him, the protagonist asked why they had to attack him in the first place and promised that he would be punished if this continued. The boy frowned in disappointment and said that he couldn't lose that easily. Hyunsu pursed his lips in displeasure when his opponent said that he couldn't lose to someone of his level. The boy turned around when Chongyang suggested that the man had a story. His student put his hands on his waist and noted that everyone had a story. The young man turned away and covered his mouth with his hand when the villain asked where he was looking and who he was talking to. The hunter waved his hand and said that it was none of his business. Isaac frowned and called him crazy. The boy gritted his teeth. A drop of sweat rolled down his chin. He jumped out of bed and offered to fight again. Someone called out to him. Raven pushed the broken door aside and asked what happened here. The man bowed and said that he was sincerely sorry. The protagonist waved his hands and replied that everything was fine and that there was nothing to worry about. The committee chairman pointed his finger at the blonde and ordered him to apologize to this man immediately. Hearing the objections, he frowned menacingly and repeated his order. Isaac bowed and asked for forgiveness. Hensu grinned maliciously. Raven gritted his teeth in irritation and said that it was time for them to go. They found themselves on the stairwell. The man kicked his subordinate so that he would go into the portal. The committee chairman turned around and said that he would wait for the awakened one to contact him. The guy said goodbye to him. Suddenly, the S-rank hunter remembered something and looked back. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that the gate committee had officially recognized him as an S-class. Raven entered the portal and declared that the birth of a new S-class hunter would be a celebration for the entire world. Looking at his hands with joy, the protagonist could not believe that this day had finally arrived. Chongjiang peeked out from the apartment and asked him to stop fooling around and come back right now, as it was time for training. The heavenly demon rose into the air above the desert and explained that the remaining 6 mystic arts movements were meant to destroy the heavens. The cult patriarch furrowed his brows menacingly and explained that the purpose of the heavenly demon was to kill enemies. Hyunsu sighed heavily and wondered if this was even possible. The man said that he also thought that killing a god was just a fantasy. The mentor waved his hand and added that the gods were powerful enemies that the heavenly demon would have to face. His eyes lit up. Chongjiang shattered the rock with his hand and said that fighting the gods required all types of martial arts, internal energy, and the knowledge of all the heavenly demons that had ever existed. The boy looked forward with determination and understood what it meant to be a heavenly demon. The patriarch of the cult raised his hand and said that there were 6 movements of the heaven-erasing demonic fists. He inhaled a white mist and declared that the first technique was cloud-dispersed heaven. Blue lightning swirled around his body. The boy's eyes widened and he felt a strong pressure. The old man raised his hands above his head and screamed furiously. A huge explosion rang out in the desert. The system reported that the user had learned the first technique of the second half of the heaven-erasing demonic fists. The blast wave sent the hunter flying backwards, forcing him to cover his face with his hands. The man with glowing eyes said that the second technique was Black Crow Heaven, which released old crows into the heavens to mock them. Chongjin punched the air in front of him several times with his hands and feet. The system reported that the user's comprehension level was 33%. The cult patriarch gritted his teeth and urged the disciple to make the heavens cry by using the third technique, Fallen Heaven. A wave of blue energy flew past the protagonist. Hyunsu looked forward in shock and wondered what kind of incredible movements were these. He confidently knitted his brows and thought that the world would turn into hell if someone like his master became an enemy of the hunters. The old man summoned lightning in his hand and ordered his disciple to transform the static electricity that appeared with the fall of the heavens and strike the heavens with lightning. The man raised his sparkling fist above his head. Ball lightning appeared around his body. The fourth technique was called Lightning of the Heavens. The boy covered his eyes with his hand and thought that this was a combination technique that combined Fallen Heaven and Lightning of the Heavens. Chongjiang raised a giant sheaf of lightning and called on his disciple to strike the damaged heavens with it. The heavenly demon used the fifth technique and sent the ball lightning forward. A huge explosion was heard. The patriarch of the cult raised his hands and ordered the disciple to carve out death on the fallen heavens. He used the sixth technique, Spiritual Body of the Heavens, and rushed downwards, causing the earth to be destroyed by an explosion. Flames enveloped the entire area. Ashes fell from the sky. It was filled with black clouds. Purple flowers sparkled in the sun. The blue sky was reflected in the hospital windows. The corridor was empty, a warm light was on. Yurek stood silently in front of the mirror. She looked closely at her reflection. The girl pressed her lips together in frustration to hold back her tears. Her hand was shaking. The woman leaned against the wall and thought that she had lost too many people. Her eyes filled with tears, and the sound of the door opening was heard. Minna entered the ward. The director of the association approached her friend and said that she came as soon as she found out that she had woken up. The head of the Red Lions was surprised that she cared. The huntress apologized and said that she was just happy to see her again. Yurek waved her hand and said that everything was fine. The brunette tensed her fingers and explained that now she was unable to use her abilities. The girl looked at her hand. The awakened one smiled and asked her not to worry about it. It was probably just a temporary effect. The sun's rays illuminated the ward. The woman asked if everything was okay outside. Minna said that they took care of the fragment and that Hyunsu became a national hero. The woman closed her eyes and was upset that her comrade never showed up here when his boss came to his senses. The head of the Red Lions looked at her friend when she said that the guy hadn't taken any action since Raven visited him. Yurek raised her eyebrows and wondered why the committee chairman came to him at all. The windows of the building that were broken just a while ago were restored. The protagonist and Changjian walked out of the portal. Hyunsu pointed at himself and said that he had become much stronger. The sky demon called it just a dream. The guy fell on the bed and was indignant that the teacher could not even praise him. The patriarch of the cult said that he had become quite arrogant. The old man crossed his arms and thought that the disciple was able to comprehend the lightning of heaven in a week, even though it was not yet completely stable. The young man looked at his phone and read that his superior had woken up. The man asked if it was about the fire woman and remembered that 2 days had passed since then. The hunter got up from the bed and asked why the mentor did not tell him about it since he knew everything. Changjiang crossed his legs and remained silent. The protagonist swung his legs off the bed and said that he needed to go. The heavenly demon reminded him of his condition. Hyunsu clutched his shirt in his hands when the cult patriarch said that he could smell his sweat even from there. White clouds floated above the city. There was a sign with hieroglyphs on the building. The old man asked what kind of place this was. The boy took off his shirt and explained that it was a place to wash. The man asked if it was impossible to do this at home. Standing next to the closet, the young man added that here you can completely wipe off all the dirt from your body. Changjin bared his torso and said that in that case he also needed to take off his clothes to observe the local culture. The hunter was surprised that he was capable of such a thing. The heavenly demon looked back and said that his attire depended only on him. An official suit appeared on his body. The patriarch of the cult said that in this regard, nothing was impossible for him. The main character was shocked. The old man wrapped in a kimono lit a pipe and said that he could do absolutely anything. Hyunsu compared him to the ancestor. The man put on a tracksuit and asked why they needed it. Because they wanted to wash themselves. The guy pointed forward and explained that before going to the bathroom, there was one more thing to do. People in the same suits were sitting on the floor and watching TV. Changjin looked ahead and asked why they were just lying there. The young man smiled and said that there was still fun to be had here. The girls were holding drinks in their hands and laughing. The sky demon asked what it was. The hunter explained that it was sick. Frowning sternly, the patriarch of the cult asked why the towels on their heads looked like that and suggested that they worshipped rams. The protagonist broke an egg and said that boiled eggs go best with sick. The old man sat in the lotus position and remembered that soda goes best with boiled eggs. Handing him the egg, Hyunsu offered him to try it first and thought to himself that his teacher had become 100% inhabitant of this world. The girls looked around and recognized the awakened one, calling him by name. They crawled up to him and smiled. The girl asked him for an autograph. The heroes wrapped towels around their waist. The man was surprised that his student was so popular. Despite his appearance, the guy said that he looked much better in comparison. The young man put his hand on the abrasion on his head. Changjin saw the pool and called this place beautiful. The hunter dipped his hand into the hot water. He immersed himself in the pool up to his chest and felt a pleasant relaxation. The heavenly demon asked if it was really that good. The protagonist nodded happily. The patriarch of the cult scratched his beard and thought that he could also enjoy this feeling, only if he had his own body. Hyunsu raised his hand. The guy grinned and asked if the teacher was refreshed by the water. The old man closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. Taking the student by the hand, the man immersed himself in the water and called him quite useful. Yurek went to the window and called her comrade a singularity. Standing behind her, the young man confirmed that Raven called him that. The girl took a step towards him. She put her hand on his cheek and said that she hadn't noticed it the whole time they were together. The woman picked up the mug and asked if the committee chairman had said anything else. The leader of the Red Lions poured coffee into the mug, and the hunter told her that the gate committee had officially recognized him as an S rank. The awakened handed him the mug and asked if the man had tried to recruit him. Taking a sip, the protagonist confirmed this and explained that this was why he wanted to talk. Yurek suggested that her colleague had missed the most important detail, and Hensu looked up questioningly. The girl put the mug on the table and explained that the 3 singularities were the hope that the deceased leader of the first expedition of the task force had shown them. She sat on the bed and explained that this was why the hunters were divided into 2 camps. The gate committee members smirked. Raven believed in sacrificing anything to find all the singularities, so Anderson and Isaac joined him because they liked the research, and that's how the committee was formed. The experienced Shadow Guild members frowned menacingly. Haxon was of the opinion that you can't rely on singularities and that humans should become stronger themselves. Yamamoto and Jill joined him to form an alliance. The woman took a sip and added that Queen from China and Alexander from America both led their own guilds for their own reasons. She looked down when the boy asked about her own opinion. The leader of the Red Lions smirked and said that she never thought about it. Urek clenched her fist and said that she just wanted to protect her comrades with her own hands. The girl looked at her friend and suggested that it didn't sound very cool. The boy replied that it was very cool. The woman wrapped her arms around her hips and thanked him for his words. She hung her head and said that she couldn't save anyone this time and she would never be able to do so again. The hunter assumed that a real war was coming. He put his hand on his chest and explained that as long as they ran into danger to save people, the losses incurred due to war would never be the leader's fault. Smiling widely, the leader of the Red Lions noticed that her comrade had a way with words and thought to herself that she had just been comforted by a child. Chongjiang watched from the sidelines. Urek asked what her friend was going to do and if he would continue to work with them. Sunlight streamed through the windows. The protagonist said that he was finally convinced after this conversation. Hyunsu clenched his fist and declared that he would become stronger. The Sky Demon closed his eyes and smiled proudly. The girl glanced at her comrade. She put her head in her hands and asked if her comrade was going to go his own way. The answer was affirmative. The boy smiled. The woman assumed that it was expected because he managed to reach S rank. Putting her finger forward, the leader of the Red Lions remembered the chess pieces and asked her comrade to beware of them, because they need a singularity and their pressure is becoming noticeable. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and said that he had no intention of letting them take him. Urek resolutely knitted her brows and said that she would imprison him on a remote island if she could. The hunter pointed at himself and firmly said that there was no such person in this world who could hold him by force. The girl smiled and sighed. She extended her hands to her comrade and offered at least a last hug. The woman pressed herself against his chest and asked him not to relax for a second, because from awakened to villain is only one step. The leader of the Red Lions looked at her comrade and said that she was looking forward to further cooperation. Wires stretched over the city. There was barbed wire on the fence. There was a lot of graffiti on the brick building. A crowd of people gathered inside. Someone grinned and said that the hunters took away their weapons. Holding a microphone in his hands, Henry shouted that those who have outstanding abilities compared to ordinary people took away the strength to resist that they deserved. Black Lightning raised a finger in the air and said that they must be crushed to return the rights of people back. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted that from now on, the dark spirits are united. He shot lightning into the air and said that his justice will fall on those who betray his organization. Lightning broke through the ceiling and rushed into the sky. Guildmaster Usurp walked out of the warehouse. There was a man dressed as a clown standing next to the building. Henry bit his lower lip and asked who it was. The stranger smiled widely and called his interlocutor a holder of the lightning element, which is at the level of an S-rank hunter. Black Lightning frowned. The stranger was surprised that he rebelled against the hunters, although he himself was awakened, became the leader of a terrorist organization and rallied the dark spirits. The man clenched his fists and repeated his question, wanting to know who was standing in front of him. Guildmaster Usurp sighed when the clown introduced himself as Pirate. Henry shot lightning at him and wished him death. A powerful blow blew off half of the stranger's head. A strong explosion thundered near the warehouse. A cloud of smoke and red energy rose around. Black Lightning said that such petty tricks would not work on him. Laughter was heard from the thickness of the smoke. The stranger thought that this was to be expected. Night grinned. The clown said that judging by the lightning, they were not mistaken in coming here. The man narrowed his eyes suspiciously and realized that he was looking at an illusion. The doll spread its arms and said that it had a keen eye. Guildmaster Usurp cut off the end of a cigar. He took it in his teeth and asked why he needed to talk to someone who was not even here. Clouds floated above the abandoned houses. The clown reminded him that he could not attack him because his real body was not here. Henry asked what he wanted. The doll smiled widely and said that she wanted to form an alliance with him. Hearing this, Black Lightning shuddered. Approaching the illusion, the man asked why it needed this and explained that he had no reason to cooperate with a person whose identity he did not know. Pirate gritted his teeth and said that he had enough reasons. Guildmaster Usurp frowned tensely when he was promised that the organization would be provided with firepower, weapons, explosives, and even missiles if he so desired. The sun's rays illuminated Notre Dame Cathedral. The city's residents were strolling along the streets. Suddenly, an explosion was heard around the corner of the building. The people realized that it was a terrorist attack and ran away. The tall tower exploded, its debris flying in all directions. Smoke enveloped the people's feet. The men with machine guns came forward and announced that Paris would be holding a fireworks festival on this sunny day. An article appeared on the website. In a photo, the main character was shaking hands with an important person in honor of becoming an S-rank hunter. This photo appeared on the phone screen. Yun smiled happily and thought that her friend was simply amazing. Hyunti was wearing an oxygen mask. The girl assumed that after her friend became an international hunter, it would be much more difficult to communicate with him. The woman looked down and thought that she would continue in the same spirit since she had already promised to come here more often. She looked up when someone asked her about her kept promise. Hyunsu entered the hospital room and thanked his friend. The guy looked away embarrassedly. Yun said that they had not seen each other for a long time and noticed that her friend had changed a lot. The young man stroked her head and said that this was not true at all. There was a ventilator on the nightstand. The hunter turned around and asked if his brother had just moved his fingers. Chongjun crossed his arms over his chest and assumed that the chopping heavenly tongue was at least a little effective. The protagonist apologized and said that he had one request. The girl smiled and asked what he needed. She went out into the corridor. The woman closed her eyes and thought that her friend, although he became an S-rank hunter, was still eating lunchboxes. Hyunsu raised his hand to Hyunti's head and used the chopping heavenly tongue. The system reported that he had managed to copy the teacher's skill. A green aura illuminated the boy's face. The boy furrowed his brows sternly and thought that there was only a little bit left. A bright glow appeared above the patient's body. The young man gritted his teeth and realized that this time the energy seemed much stronger. The vase of flowers burst due to the pressure of the aura. The glass in the windows of the ward cracked. The hunter, enveloped in waves of energy, thought that there was only a little bit left. The heavenly demon asked him to stop. The protagonist looked down. The patriarch of the cult explained that this would be too much and that his own brother's body could collapse. Hyunsu gritted his teeth in displeasure. He removed his hand and looked at it, not believing that the seal on his brother's heart was so strong. Hyunti lay motionless on the bed. The boy wondered who was capable of creating something like this. Suddenly, the boy's eyes opened and lit up. His body flew into the air. The boy's mouth opened in shock. Clouds floated across the blue sky. The windows of the skyscraper glittered in the sun. Isaac swung his burning fist furiously. He used the skill punch and hit the wall in front of him. The boy swung his leg and used the ability leg axe. The blonde spun around himself using fire tornado. Smoke rose into the air. The room was destroyed. Dust flew around. The awakened angrily clenched his teeth and refused to believe that that fight ended in his defeat. Anderson adjusted his glasses and thought that it was not in vain that he sent his subordinate to Hens, because now the lazy genius had the motivation to train. Someone came up to him from behind and called out to him. The man smiled and said that after losing to that hunter, Isaac finally pulled himself together. Armand, sternly knitting his brows, called it great news and asked where Raven was now, who was not answering his calls. The engineer turned to him and said that the captain had entered a state of meditation to find out more about the king and his gang. The devices on the wall lit up. The vice chairman said that there was no information about them. The research director said that they should do their best anyway. He winced when he was asked to open a portal to Paris and asked if his colleague would go there personally. Looking ahead confidently, the hunter explained that the Croisset Guild could not handle it alone, adding that he had to take care of everything himself. After all, this was his homeland. Pressing buttons on the keyboard, Anderson asked how the Croisset Guild could not handle them and wondered when the dark spirits became so strong. Remembering how the tower exploded, Armand frowned and assumed that they most likely had investors, because they used not only firearms but also explosives. A white sign with the word Paris lit up. A portal opened in front of the man. The engineer asked if he needed his help. The vice chairman stepped into the portal and said that he alone would be enough there. The car blew up on dynamite. The cartridges flew out of the machine gun after a burst of shots. The wounded man fell on the windowsill. The girl covered her son with her body. The people in red suits rushed forward and ordered the villains to stop. The guy swung his katana. Deep cuts remained on the terrorists' bodies. Continuing to shoot to kill, the dark spirits decided to feed the enemies with lead. The unknown person behind the awakened raised his hands. The fatal barrier formed a dome above them, which protected them from bullets. The girl summoned fireballs in her hands and explained that it was a technique that allowed her to block all incoming damage and attack from the inside. An explosion was heard in front of the group of bandits. The brute raised his left hand and ordered everyone to step back. He thrust his gun forward and offered the enemies 400 revolver bullets to taste. The shells rose into the air one after another in front of his face. The hunters looked forward in horror. Their bodies were enveloped in darkness. The terrorist raised the smoking gun and declared that it was time for a party. The awakened fell to the ground. The woman said that she could not die so easily. The villain pointed the gun at her and wished her death. Suddenly, something made him flinch and turn around. Suddenly, his body flew into the air. An unknown force threw him back so that he crashed into the wall. The blonde opened his mouth wide and asked what just happened. Armand appeared in the sky, shrouded in smoke. The girl looked up and was glad that her comrade had finally arrived. The man landed on the ground. The bandit frowned angrily and ordered his comrades to kill him. A group of terrorists began shooting at the enemy. A shield appeared in front of him, reflecting all the bullets. The vice chairman raised his hand in front of him and called the enemy brave for deciding to go up against an S rank. Waves of dark energy entangled the necks of the villains. The hunter clenched his fist. Deep cuts appeared on the bodies of the bandits, from which blood gushed. Armand rose into the air above the corpses of the enemy. He looked back. There were many wounded and dead civilians on the street. The fire brigade was trying to put out the flames that raged in the street. The man watched the vast fires from the sky. The vice chairman raised his hands and concentrated energy in them. The hunter opened his mouth wide and screamed. A sound wave spread throughout the city. Such a strong gust of wind put out the fire, steam rose from the ground. Holding a hose in his hand, the fireman shouted that the fire was extinguished. The people looked up at the sky and saw their hero. Armand waved his hand at them. The man looked down and wondered if all these people were criminals. Suddenly, a flash appeared on the ground below him. Bright lightning fell on the vice chairman. He closed his eyes in unbearable pain. His body fell down and destroyed the road. The stranger approached him and expressed his surprise that someone managed to put out such a big fire in an instant. The hunter gritted his teeth and realized that the leader of the usurped guild was in front of him. The heroes stood opposite each other. Henry could not believe that the enemy was still standing after being directly hit by his lightning. Armand sternly knitted his eyebrows and asked the enemy not to look down on the S rank. Black Lightning smirked and doubted that the enemy would still be okay after several such attacks. There were rubbles of buildings around them. The man reminded him that the same attack would not work on an S rank, and besides, he already knew the enemy's abilities. The boy narrowed his eyes slyly and asked him not to be so arrogant. A grenade fell at the vice chairman's feet. At the same moment, it exploded. The young man raised a sparkling finger and said goodbye to his enemy. The hunter looked at him from under his brows and thought that such an obvious diversionary maneuver did not make any sense. He raised his hand and used the spiritual shield skill. Armand's mouth opened in shock and wondered why his power did not work. Guildmaster Usurp pointed his finger at him. The man's mouth opened wide as another sheaf of lightning fell on him. Blood gushed from his mouth. The vice chairman fell on his back. The scoundrel approached him. Henry squatted down and asked if the enemy really thought that such a thing could never happen. The hunter realized that the enemy used the thing to temporarily suppress abilities. Black Lightning raised his index finger and decided that after the murder, the glory of the dark spirits would spread throughout the world. A blue portal appeared in the air. Anderson jumped out of it and sent a wave of green energy at the villain. The guy was able to dodge this attack. The shockwave knocked him down. The young man jumped back and insulted his opponent. Guildmaster Usurp rose to his feet and was surprised that the engineer could teleport by coordinates. He crossed his arms over his chest and decided that this would also be enough, because hunters all over the world had already learned about what happened. Henry summoned red lightning around himself and left. The sun was shining over the hospital building. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock. A green aura oozed from his brother's eyes. A voice said that the darkness would spread uncontrollably. Hune flew up from the bed. The voice added that there would be no life in the lands of darkness because it would consume all life. A smirk appeared on the boy's face. The voice stated that it was inevitable. The patient's body collapsed back onto the bed. Hyunsu looked at him and asked what just happened. A heartbeat line appeared on the medical device. The boy put an oxygen mask on his brother. The line on the screen leveled out. Chongjiang assumed that this was a prophecy that a certain creature described. The boy put his hand to his head and asked who it was and why he took Hyunti's body to tell him this. The sky demon crossed his arms over his chest and explained that it was most likely the one who placed the seal on him. The room was bright. The patriarch of the cult admitted that he had not told his disciple something. The hunter frowned and asked what they were talking about. The old man recalled how they were separated for a while when they left the ancestral dragon. The man looked down and said that at that moment an unknown force dragged him away somewhere. The protagonist asked what it meant. Chongjin looked away and added that the unknown person used some method that he knew nothing about. The heavenly demon frowned and remembered how he felt his presence, but this creature never appeared before him. Hyunsu looked at him and assumed that it was the king. The patriarch of the cult replied that he did not feel that he had evil intentions, but he felt that the unknown person had enough strength to consider him a worthy opponent. The boy opened his mouth in surprise and wondered if the person was really that strong. The old man turned to him and said that he could not stop thinking about a person who could put a seal that even the chopping heavenly tongue was useless against. The young man asked why the teacher decided to tell about this now. The man explained that it was all because the student and all of humanity could fall into despair. The hunter raised his eyebrows and asked what it meant. Chongjin furrowed his brows and asked him to imagine that someone like him would come to this world in a physical body and try to conquer it. The man was floating in the air above many human skeletons. The protagonist could not imagine his mentor as an enemy. His eyes widened. The sky demon asked who could stop such a monster. Clenching his fist, Hyunsu thought that he had already imagined this outcome and that it was simply terrifying. The boy looked ahead tensely and decided that this was a true manifestation of horror. Looking down at him, the patriarch of the cult said that this is exactly such a creature as that man and that most likely the king is the same. This is what the ancestral dragon was talking about. The old man added that his disciple should try even harder if he wants to protect this place. Yun entered the room and reported that there was a real mess outside and that all the windows were broken. The girl shuddered when she saw the trash lying on the floor. She collected it with a brush and asked if her friend was hurt. The answer was negative. Watching her, the young man was surprised that his friend was so worried about him because he was already in S rank. The hunter looked down. He clenched his fist and decided to protect everyone around him. The protagonist directed his fist forward. The man parried his attack. Hensu fell to the ground and destroyed it with his body. The guy bit his lower lip. Urek picked up a mug of coffee. The heroes were sitting at the table. The girl asked if her friend heard about the terrorist attack in France. The young man confirmed this and added that Minna told him about it. The woman took a sip and said that there was complete chaos there now and that even the awakened S rank had fallen. The hunter and his mentor flew forward. The protagonist swung his hand and used lightning of heaven. A bright flash appeared on the ground. Hensu looked back. His teacher disappeared from his sight. Chongjin appeared above his head and said that at such a speed his student looked more like a fly. The heroes sat on the hospital bed. The leader of the Red Lion said that her abilities did not return even after 2 weeks. A smile appeared on her face when her comrade asked her not to worry so much and promised to always be by her side. Urek said that she was very happy about this. The guy looked at her and expressed confidence that she would soon get better. The heavenly demon flew above his student and watched him meditate. The cult patriarch folded his hands behind his back and thought that this place would recover very quickly, even if it were completely destroyed. The old man frowned and, remembering the conversation with the unknown, wondered if this entity was responsible for his soul ending up here. The man looked down and imagined the moment when his spirit left his body. Chongjin grabbed the bracers and decided to beat all the information out of the unknown the next time they met. The sun was shining on an apartment building. The young man put a towel on his head and said that washing in the shower had become much more convenient now that the entire house was at his disposal. The phone screen lit up. The hunter put it to his ear and heard a familiar voice. Clouds were floating across the sky. The sun was shining brightly. Its rays were reflected in the windows. The CEO shook his comrade's hand and said that he was very glad to meet him. The protagonist smiled and said that the feeling was mutual. The head of the association asked him to sit down. Minna pressed the button and asked the secretary to bring 2 cups of tea. A lamp was burning under the ceiling. The man clasped his hands and said that he wanted to appoint his ally as the head of a special anti-terrorist squad. Hensu took a sip from his mug. The old man watched him carefully. He put his hands on his knees and asked if his comrade had heard of Armand from France, and the answer was affirmative. The guy put the mug on the table and said that the opponents were using marble, which could suppress abilities. The CEO frowned sternly and explained that they had no guarantee that a terrorist attack would not occur in their country, so the association was trying to create a squad in advance. There were books on the shelves. The girl looked up in surprise when her friend said that he had to refuse their offer. The woman looked down and thought that her ally could help them, because now he no longer depended on the Red Lions. The head of the association shuddered when the young man added that he was ready to help personally, but not as a leader. A door opened in the corridor. The heroes shook hands. The man said that he was looking forward to their further cooperation. The hunter headed for the exit. Minna watched him go, surprised that her friend didn't want to talk to her outside of an official meeting. Flying next to the student, Chongjiang asked why he refused the position of leader. The protagonist explained that someone with power is not obliged to serve anyone. Hyunsu closed his eyes and called himself the successor of the heavenly demon himself. The guy smiled widely and said that he should visit them from time to time. The patriarch of the cult suggested that he only needed their information. The young man threw up his hands and declared that he was not like that. The old man reminded that he sees everything. A crowd walked along a crosswalk. People stood in front of an ice cream stand. A couple walked forward. Someone went for a jog. Girls had a picnic. The terrorist stepped forward and said that it was a peaceful night in the land of chicken and beer. The criminal raised his hand and said that this was just wonderful. The bandit pointed his finger at the phone screen. He put it to his ear and said that they had arrived safely and were already in Seoul. The wind lifted the hem of his coat. The villain added that there were a lot of people and tall buildings here and that the place should be illuminated. Henry crossed his legs and hoped that the device would work well. The terrorist sprayed the spray paint. The criminal drew a circle and asked who gave them such a wonderful thing. Suddenly, a policeman ran into the alley and shouted that painting on the walls was prohibited. The bandit said that they would be back soon. Black Lightning grinned. The officer shone a flashlight on the graffiti and repeated that it was prohibited. Suddenly, blood gushed from his body. The man fell to the ground unconscious. The villain raised his hand over him and asked why he wanted to die so desperately. The policeman fell to the ground face down. The graffiti began to glow. The dark spirit could not believe that a portal could be created with a regular spray can. The terrorist stepped into the rift and promised to return. Suddenly, the portal slammed shut and disappeared from the wall. A wave of dark energy appeared. The criminal promised that Seoul would drown in flames, as happened to Paris. Clouds floated above the skyscraper. Armin clenched his teeth in displeasure. Sitting at the table, the man was surprised that the enemies had an object that neutralized abilities, and asked how something like this could have appeared with them. Adjusting his glasses, Anderson explained that it definitely did not appear from the gate, since they could not get there, and suggested that the enemy created something beyond their understanding. Frowning menacingly, the vice chairman decided that 10 seconds of neutralization would be enough to kill any other hunter, and declared that from now on he would be ready for this. The awakened one hit the table and promised to kill the villain with these very hands. The office was bright. Armin asked what the terrorists would target next. The engineer turned to him and said that there was one place they were likely to attack. The protagonist waved his hand. The research director told about the gate fragment that had recently appeared and the new hero who had taken care of it and had become an S-rank hunter in an instant. The man frowned sternly, realizing that the enemies wanted the whole world to know about their existence, and he decided that there was no better way to do it than to get rid of the S rank of a country that had been attracting more and more attention lately. Anderson's glasses sparkled. The vice chairman looked ahead decisively. They realized that they were talking about South Korea. There was a huge cloud hanging in the sky. There was a tree growing in the alley. The crime scene was cordoned off with special tape. A silhouette of a person was drawn on the floor. There were no fingerprints or traces left here. The detective crossed his arms and asked if there was an awakened person in their country who was killing normal people. His partner said it was more like a ghost. They turned around when someone said that there were no physical traces here, but there was the energy of the awakened. Minna was sitting next to the silhouette. The policeman shouted that it was forbidden to break into a crime scene without a reason. The girl tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Showing the officers her ID, the woman introduced herself as a member of the association and explained that her organization was responsible for this case since an awakened person was involved in the crime. She looked back. The detectives left the crime scene. Suddenly, someone jumped off the roof of a nearby building. A young guy landed next to the director. Minna looked at him and realized that it was her comrade. The girl pointed up and asked why he decided to jump off the roof instead of coming here. Gaon explained that he was just looking around. With an earpiece in his ear, the young man asked if his colleague had noticed anything unusual during their reconnaissance. Flying over the city, Falcon replied that nothing suspicious was happening. Sitting on the roof, B said that everything was clear for him. Cheetah crossed her arms and confirmed the same. Sitting in the car, Ant said that nothing was happening for him either. Someone walked into an alley and was surprised to find an acquaintance there. The monk folded his palms together, and the hunter asked if he was also a member of this squad. The woman looked at her ally and said that she had heard many good things about him. The man closed his eyes and said that he was quite surprised. The director of the association frowned tensely when Lim explained that they both used telekinesis and asked if one of the best telekinesis users had not been defeated. Gaon raised his hand and asked if his comrade had guessed what would happen to their country. The sun was shining on the alley. Minna asked what kind of fortune-telling they were talking about. The guy explained that this man's fortune-telling was on a completely different level than the local shamans. The monk opened his mouth and said that a catastrophe would eventually happen. A dark aura hovered around him. The man said that it was all about the people who were here. With his eyes widened, he said that countermeasures would be taken after the terrorist attack in Paris, and asked if there were enough members of the association for this task. Imagining fortune-telling cards around him, Lim asked if they were going to dump all the work on him, and said that his amulet technique was equivalent to 100 people. The girl raised her hand and explained that their squad would not be the only one, that there would be a total of 5. The woman smiled and added that they would be led by an outstanding person. The monk asked who that was. Someone approached them and guessed that it would be Armin from the Gate Committee. The protagonist smiled and raised his eyebrows. The association director pointed at him and said that he would also be working with them. The boys were surprised that they would be with an S rank. Gaon smiled and assumed that they were dealing with a captain. Clenching his fist, Hyunsu responded negatively and said that he would act alone and share information with them. The guy approached his girlfriend. The brunette thought that this was not the same person who was during the incident with Haxon and felt that he really was S rank. Suddenly, the man fell on his back. Chongjin's shadow loomed over him. Lim asked what kind of deity was next to his ally. The monk screamed and called him a demon. His comrade immediately jumped up to him. The heavenly demon smiled widely and was surprised that this man could see spirits. The young man extended his hand to his ally. The man looked at him with fear. The hunter asked him to get up. The protagonist looked at his girlfriend. Lim could not believe that he was so friendly, despite the great deity behind him. Minna asked how his comrade knew about everything. Because only an hour had passed since Armin returned to the association, Hyunsu looked back and called it an inner feeling. Gaeon suggested that it would be better if the captain was an awakened S rank. The boy waved his hand at him and said that even he was more suited to this role. The boy frowned and called him an S rank. He gritted his teeth when the youth repeated that he would act alone and noted that his comrade had quite a lot of experience in leadership. The hunter smiled and said that he was completely satisfied with this arrangement, so there was nothing to worry about. The monk agreed and said that they would only interfere. Lim extended his hands to his ally and explained that they should not cause discomfort to the man with the deity. The protagonist said that this was not the case. Suddenly, the watches on the hero's hands lit up. A hologram of Armin appeared above them, who wanted to convey a message to all the squads. Holding a laptop on his lap, the vice chairman said that he would connect them with Raven. The guys widened their eyes in shock, hearing that he was talking about a person from the gate committee. The head of the committee explained with a menacing frown that things were bad and decided to get straight to the point. Sitting in the center of the magic circle, the man explained that after investigating the terrorist attack in Paris, they had the impression that the murder in Seoul was the work of dark spirits. The heroes looked at their watches tensely. The guys frowned in irritation when they heard that the enemies would soon invade Seoul. The old man lowered his head and said that he could not provide any support personally, but his comrades would work with them. The protagonist and Minna frowned. Gaeon and Lim lowered their gaze. Everyone realized that the invasion of dark spirits had just been confirmed. A powerful explosion threw the cars aside. Firing from 2 machine guns at once, the terrorist wished the enemies to go to hell. The bandit held a flare gun on his shoulder. The shot destroyed the upper floors of the apartment building. People grabbed their heads and tried to run away from the scene of the terrorist attack. A bright bolt of lightning fell from the sky onto the city center. Henry hovered in the air above his squad and shouted that this city deserved to be destroyed. The atmosphere seemed peaceful. The man poured coffee into a cup. The CEO of the association poured the coffee himself and said that he was sincerely grateful that Armand was helping them in such a serious matter. Armand adjusted his earpiece and said that there was no need to speak to him so formally. However, the CEO could not do otherwise, because after all, he was the vice chairman of the gate committee. Armand sipped his coffee and reminded him that although it was true, he had still been defeated. The CEO of the association laughed awkwardly, saying that no one could have foreseen this. Armand just continued to drink his coffee in silence. The CEO said that he had already notified all the squad members to be on high alert. Armand hesitated and put down his coffee. He abruptly threw his hand forward towards the CEO's face, startling him. His fingers began to glow as he said that it was obvious, but there was nothing he could do about it. Anderson, who was sitting between them, turned to the CEO and began to explain that S ranks had fundamentally different reflexes than normal humans, and now that they had all the information they needed, the man was confident that the S ranks would be able to do something. Anderson adjusted his glasses and said that he didn't know what to do with the A ranks since they wouldn't be able to block the attacks even if they knew about them. The CEO asked what to do in that case, to which Anderson replied that the A ranks should observe the situation before making their move. The CEO worriedly asked what would happen if normal citizens were to get hurt, but Anderson assured the man that the S ranks would be the first to engage, but right now, the only S rank in Korea that could fight was Hunter Hyunsu. The voice of Armand was heard in the room, saying that this was why he was there, as he had no intention of sitting idle. At that moment, one of the assistants interrupted their conversation with a frightened cry that they were here. The CEO immediately flew to the computer, asking where he was, and the assistant replied that they were at Samsung Station. At that moment, another man announced that a signal had come from Dongdaemun. The 3 men discussing defense headed to the computers, and Anderson asked if they were dividing into teams, and thought to himself that this time they were using a different strategy. The car had to brake sharply as it was fired upon. Several more cars blocked the road as they collided due to the blast wave. A woman covered a child with her body, hiding the path of the attackers from the incessant flow. Those who did not have time to hide behind the cars were immediately riddled with bullets. People ran from under the gunfire, begging for rescue as they ran. However, the attackers did not even think of stopping. Suddenly, there was an explosion which threw several people into the air. The man looked at the silent gun with displeasure and asked what had happened, since the explosives had already run out. He threw the useless gun aside. The man put 2 fingers to his temple and raised his hand, forming a cannonball. He immediately sent the cannonball at the fleeing people. The man who was hit by the spell fell to the ground, bleeding. In another part of the city, it was quiet. Passers-by looked at their phones and read the news, perplexed by the large number of deaths because they doubted that there could be a terrorist attack in the center of Seoul. Suddenly, a man landed in the middle of the street. Henry hung in the air, saying that a cell that had given up the right to defend its dignity, the right to defend itself, and groveled before the hunters no longer had the right to be called a human. People were whispering about what he was saying as they thought he was speaking Russian. They looked at the hunter warily. As soon as lightning struck the crowd, people immediately scattered. The man put his foot on the roof of the building and began to mock the people who were running like animals. Knight watched the events unfold with a smile, telling his assistant that they should anger Hensa more and more. Hizo said that if only that bad man had not revealed the existence of the neutralization marble, he would not have to participate, and his assistant added with a grin that they say that physiognomy is a science. At the same time in the duty room, Armin cursed angrily, watching the terrorist attack through the screens. The buildings were burning. The people were suffocating in the fire. He cursed because the enemies had split up and were attacking, leaving the people defenseless. He lowered his head, thinking hard about the situation. Armin called for power, thinking that in this case they would also be fighting on several fronts. The people watched as the electronic display that was about to fall on them lingered. People rose into the air one by one, as if the power was moving them to a safe place. The people were happy because they realized that the hunters had arrived to save them. Anderson ordered all the squads through the earpiece not to engage the enemy, because Armin would soon figure out the situation and lead them. The man decided to contact Hensu. He looked at his watch, saying that Henry was now in Myeongdong. The guy heard that he was a strong lightning wielder, after which he announced that he was already here too. Hensu looked closely at the enemy. He looked at the people lying on the ground and it was unclear whether they were alive. Hyunsu's eyes lit up with anger as he retorted, "How dare Henry hurt innocent people?" Henry just smirked, asking if Hyunsu was Korea's new rank since he had only seen him briefly. Hyunsu asked the Sky Demon what he thought of the enemy, and the man pulled the marble that neutralized abilities. He believed that given the nature of martial arts, it would not affect them at all. However, there were so many strange things happening in this world that the Sky Demon could not guarantee anything, which Hyunsu decided to find out by fighting Henry. Henry brazenly asked what the guy was talking about since he was actually standing right in front of him. He summoned lightning, promising to kill Hyunsu, and then the name Dark Spirits would spread throughout the world. At that moment, a red lightning bolt struck the ground. Henry looked at the empty space left by his strike, puzzled. He got angry because he realized that Hyunsu had left. The guy was behind him, asking where the enemy was looking, and then attacked. Henry didn't realize when Hyunsu had gotten there. Hyunsu yelled that Henry was moving too slow, and then used a seed strike. Henry was thrown back quite far by the strike, hitting the asphalt hard several times. His fall was stopped by the car that had overturned earlier. Henry coughed and started to get to his feet. Hyunsu immediately ran towards him, yelling that the enemy was still too weak to be an S rank. He smirked, saying that since the guy had withstood that strike, he deserved praise. Henry muttered that all S rank bad guys were so damn confident. Hyunsu became wary. A green ball rolled at his feet. There was an explosion, and Hyunsu had to cover himself with his hands. Anderson asked the ranked hunters and below to simply stand and watch and refrain from any action after hours. The dark spirits continued to fire at the people. One of the hunters peeked out from behind the corner, not understanding why the authorities wanted them to just stand and watch. He bared his teeth. Henu rushed into battle, shouting that his justice was not that weak. One of the dark spirits immediately stopped shooting. He turned around to face the attacker. Henu immediately slashed his body with his claws so that blood spurted out of the man. The rest of the dark spirit soldiers then pointed their weapons at Henu, shouting that he was a hunter. However, the guy did not pay attention to this, continuing to destroy the enemies who were nearby. One of the enemies picked up a ball and twirled it in his hands with pleasure, saying that this is called a sense of justice because Henu will die first. He called the guy as leopard, and he immediately turned around. A bright sphere immediately flashed before his eyes. An explosion rang out, scorching the boy's skin. The beast's form began to thin. Henu looked at himself in surprise, thinking that this was the neutralizing marble, and he believed that he could avoid it. The enemy smirked, saying that for S ranks, the effect of the spell lasts for about 10 seconds, but for A ranks, the effect lasts for a week. Henu tensed up, and a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. The enemy immediately shouted about a public execution and began shooting at Henu. The man sighed in displeasure. He stood in front of the enemy, sullenly saying that they told him not to interfere. Armin raised his hand and prepared to fight. The man immediately recognized him. He smirked, taking out another ball, and then said that he knew this could happen, so he prepared himself. Immediately, his chest exploded with fire. Armin clenched his fist, saying that a parasite like him couldn't speak his name. Sparks flew into the air. One of the dark spirits continued to destroy the city. He was shouting in displeasure that the hunters were cowards because they were nowhere to be found. As if from nowhere, a cannonball appeared in the air. It hit the man in the head, and blood immediately gushed out of the wound. Minna landed next to the body. She asked in displeasure who else was a coward, since they were just a little late. The dark spirits then pointed their weapons at her. Immediately, the enemy bodies exploded. They were engulfed in flames when the guy landed behind them. Minna said with a smile that she was sure his superiors had asked him to do without it. He frowned, saying that with great power comes great responsibility and he would rather die than let them do all this evil. One of the enemies raised himself up on his elbows, offering to watch them talk after that. A ball fell at the hunter's feet. Minna immediately realized that it was a neutralizing marble. It immediately began to spin before exploding. They heard that there was no need to panic. Armin had used his power to control this marble, and now it was useless. He listened to the sensations and thought that the pressure was so strong that it could turn coal into diamond. The next moment, the ball disappeared. The enemy immediately prepared his weapon, cursing at the S ranks. However, Armin simply waved away the bullets. He threw his hand forward and the dark spirit was immediately torn apart. Minna was surprised to think that he had destroyed a rank with one swing. The boy was tensely thinking that the power of the S ranks was beyond their imagination. Armin turned to his allies and said that he would leave everything here to them. The city was covered in smoke from the constant explosions and destruction. Hensu peered into space with concentration. Henry asked with a smirk if he was retreating. He decided that in that case he would destroy the guy right now, after which he called on his lightning again. Hensu immediately flew up to his opponent, reminding him that he had already told him something. Hensu repeated that Henry was too slow, after which he hit him. He swung his leg, continuing to beat the enemy. Another explosion was heard in the place of their battle. Knight folded his hands on his chest, dissatisfiedly saying that the neutralizing marble did not work on the guy, and his assistant suggested that this was because he was a singularity. She leaned on the roof and with a cheerful smile turned to the man, saying that his time had come, after which she offered to take him. Knight thoughtfully turned around. He thought about the demon sword, which was absolute death, and besides, he didn't think that he would lose to that brat with the seal removed. He just needed to prepare for the unexpected. Hensu was standing next to the defeated Henry. He could barely get up, cursing all the time. Hensu kicked him, explaining that his superiors asked him to capture him alive. He jumped on his opponent again, exploding the space. Fire seemed to gush out from the stones. Suddenly, someone asked the guy to stop and wait a minute. Hensu turned around displeased. Armin was approaching him. The man explained that he ran here to personally take care of him. Hensu nodded at Henry, who was lying motionless on the ground, and then said that he was still alive, so Armin could finish him off, but he was not talking about that. He looked at Hensu, who continued to kick Henry, and thought about how the opponent was close to becoming an S rank, and the guy defeated him so easily. Armin believed that Hensu was definitely one of the hopes of people, a singularity. Suddenly the pressure increased. Armin and Hensu felt it and immediately became wary. They did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the air in the sky began to curl into a tornado and someone's voice addressed Hensu. Knight appeared, reminding the guy that he promised to present him in his true form at their next meeting in order to break him with it. Hensu looked at the monster in surprise. Armin looked at the guy and realized that it could be that Hensu had already met people about whom Robin had not even managed to gather information. Armin attacked Knight, shouting that he would not forgive him. Knight looked angrily at the new opponent. He demanded that the man wait a little. Armin saw how quickly his enemy was moving. He immediately put up a shield, not waiting for the knight's paw to swing and hit him. The blow to the shield was so deafening that the space exploded with a bright flash. Armin's shield began to crack at the seams. Armin began to fall, eventually exploding the ground with himself. The blow was so strong that he plowed the ground with himself. Hensu called the man in fear. He looked at Knight and cursed angrily. Knight, with a satisfied smile, suggested that the guy continue and finish what they could not last time. At that moment, a tense cry was heard from Armin, who was crawling out from under a stone block. He remembered Raven's words about creating portals and moving along them, and now that they had found the singularity, these monsters would not wait, so the man thought that he could not give up the singularity. He flew into the air, lifting stones with him. Armin shouted to Hensu that he would take care of Knight. He became very angry because of these words. He began to form a huge sphere, reminding that he asked to just sit quietly and then use Gatling Rain. Pink beams pierced the space, knocking down Armin's rocks and forcing him to defend himself. Hensu also began to escape from the fire. He successfully maneuvered between the beams sent by Knight. He remembered that the Sorcerer King had the same skill, but this time everything was much stronger. Knight spared no effort in the spell. His assistant appeared behind him, asking Knight to refrain from unnecessary destruction since the king might not like it. He immediately listened to her and stopped his attack. There were many potholes on the ground after his reign. A huge ball of stones formed between the cars. Armin, hiding in it, listened and realized that Knight had stopped, and thought to himself that he had disappeared due to the unexpected barrage of attacks. Knight heard the arrogant voice of Hunsu, who thought it would be something powerful, but instead got a dud. Knight immediately turned around in surprise, and the Sky Demon, who was watching the bat, thought that his pursuit was to catch the enemy from behind, and Hunsu was finally using it correctly. Hunsu warned that it was his turn now, and attacked the enemy. He used Wood Strike, jabbing Knight's chest with force. However, the blow burst like a bubble. Knight immediately attacked back, and the boy was surprised to think that Tree Punch had not worked. He remembered that the martial artist of the evolutionary realm could not handle him. He charged forward, shouting that in that case he would meet Knight face to face. He used Seed Punch, and their fists touched in an attempt to defeat each other. A flash of light lit up the space, illuminating two figures frozen in battle. A bright light began to cover the city. Hyunsu realized that the city was being destroyed by their blows. Knight was surprised that Hyunsu was able to take his blow, but he thought it was impossible. He swung his arm again to attack, shouting, encouraging himself. Stone blocks rose up around him. The stones began to stick to Knight, preventing him from moving. Finally, the stone sphere that had recently served as Armin's protection became the conclusion of Knight's day. Hyunsu looked down when Armin called him. He promised to put pressure on Knight that would create a black hole, so he asked the boy to be careful. For a moment, it was quiet, and only steam was coming from the sphere. Suddenly, something caught Armin's attention. His body began to pierce with painful sensations, preventing him from concentrating. He began to cough in pain. Someone ran up to him, attacking him along the way. It turned out to be Knight's assistant, who did not want to let Armin imprison her comrade. Knight was able to escape from the stone confinement, breaking the sphere. Armin cursed angrily and immediately rushed into battle. However, the assistant blocked his path again. She blew up the space around Armin, throwing him back. The girl herself covered herself with her pink umbrella from the flying stone chips. She pushed off the stone. She soared up the stone hill. The road sign was bent from the force spreading around. She hit the road sign with the same pink umbrella. Armin fell to one knee. He did not understand what strange movements the girl was making and how she could wound him when even bullets could not touch his body. The man decided that he needed to recover. The girl, meanwhile, pushed off the building and flew up on her umbrella. She turned to Knight and said that she would open a portal, and there he would be able to fight as long as he wanted. A silver sphere spread behind Knight, and he immediately ordered the enemy to follow him. The Sky Demon asked Hensu what he would do, because it could be a trap. Hensu rushed into the portal, shouting that if so, he would simply destroy both him and her at once. Armin did not have time to do anything, as everyone disappeared into the portal, leaving him alone. He cursed because everyone had disappeared. The sky was clean and clear. It illuminated a wooden house. Hensu asked Knight where they were. Kensu said that he heard from the ancestral dragon that their world was on the verge of destruction, so it was connected to Earth, but Knight rudely replied that it was none of his business. Kensu arrogantly asked him what he said. Knight began to form a sphere in his hand. He repeated that it was none of Kensu's business and attacked him again. Kensu shouted that his opponent was not showing anything new, then ran up and used the Sky Demon flight spell. He approached Knight's muzzle. Knight swung his huge paw, saying that among these attacks there are many different ones. He punched the ground, exploding it and raising stone chips. A multi-windowed skyscraper appeared. While Anderson was looking at the screen, it turned out that Hyunsu had disappeared. He frowned, not believing in the existence of an ability that even the neutralizing marble did not work against. A screen appeared, and a question was asked if the person depicted there was dead. People were kneeling in front of the bald man, and it became known that they had arrested them. Smiling, the girl said that everything was fine in Dongdaemungu too. A body lying on the ground appeared. Daeon frowned, not understanding how the guy could survive after a severe beating. The victim's head was right in the stones. Sheets of paper with special spells appeared, and it turned out that they were ordered to take the man alive. Lim began to cast a spell. Suddenly, blood gushed from the guy's head. A magic circle enveloped him. Leaving with him, the man said that he would return to headquarters. Armin put his hands on his hips and cursed. A girl flew up to him. She asked him cautiously where Hensu was. The man pointed into the distance, saying that the boy had gone into a portal, but they wouldn't be able to get there. Minna was suddenly holding a weight. She laughed awkwardly, dismissing the idea that it was for exercise. Armin just sighed, thinking that she was still trying to figure out her ability. A magic circle appeared in the sky, and the man was about to tell the girl if something happened. Loose earth appeared. Light fell on one of the buildings. Knight looked furious. He punched the ground, realizing that his enemy was not here. His partner shouted out the location of his opponent from behind. Hensu appeared behind Knight, activating Sky Demon's Soul Pursuit. He swung his arm and used Seed Strike. Suddenly, his teacher told him to turn around. The boy immediately turned his head worriedly. He was captured by Knight. He gritted his teeth as he was held tightly. Biting his lip, Hensu used Soul Cleanse. Here he had already broken free from the monster's grip. Knight looked at his empty hands, not understanding how the enemy had escaped. Suddenly, a magic ball appeared in front of him. Unexpectedly, it exploded. The creature only laughed at this, saying that it had never seen such movements. Hensu only grinned, saying what would happen if he told him what it was. Swinging at him, the young man said that Knight would not understand anything anyway. While the fist was flying towards him, the monster bared its teeth. Suddenly, another explosion occurred. The creature defended itself from the blow with its palm. Hensu gritted his teeth, realizing that even this did not help. Suddenly, Knight squeezed his hand with his own. The young man fell to his knees, using a sickle-shaped cut. The monster lifted him off the ground. The magic blow went forward. Then one of the buildings collapsed. Hensu clenched his hand into a fist, noticing the opening of the portal. He pressed his palm against the knight's body, using a tree strike. The hero was surprised when the monster declared that its techniques no longer worked on him. Suddenly, the enemy struck the boy, sending him flying. The powerful impact caused rocks to shatter. Hyunsu fell to the ground. His eyes were still slightly open, and he made a sound of pain. The hero knelt down, noticing the speed of his opponent. Suddenly, the knight was right in front of him. Hyunsu closed one eye, thinking that it was too much. The monster approached him, declaring checkmate. The boy was sent flying again after the attack. The stone surface was crumbling from these blows. Hyunsu landed right on the cobblestone. He bit his lip, groaning in pain. His teacher crossed his arms over his chest, telling him to pull himself together. He seriously asked how the boy was going to win against his opponent if he thought he was on the level of a god. Hyunsu was surprised by the man's words. Knight walked towards Hensu while the thought of his incredible speed was being heard. The hero had already risen to his feet, and it turned out that if a person cannot use internal energy, it is useless. The youth frowned in concentration when the phrase was heard that he was able to infinitely create internal energy. His gaze became determined when he was told to gather his energy into an energy core and move it at high speed. Crossing his arms over his chest, his teacher announced that this was acceleration, and listening to instructions was activated. He frowned when the question was asked about the youth finding out about this only now. Hensu was perplexed when it turned out that it only worked in a state of despair. Knight grinned while the man told his student to take the time to deal with him. Suddenly, he took off, declaring that this time he would definitely kill his opponent. Unexpectedly, Hensu's body was filled with energy when acceleration was activated. He clenched his hands into fists and resolutely used the ability. The teacher was pleased with him. The young man immediately rushed at his enemy. The monster got angry. He was surprised when the hero appeared right in front of his face. The man happily noticed that his student was following all his instructions. Hensu swung at the enemy with a shout. The next moment, he struck. Opening his mouth in shock, Knight asked what this meant and thought to himself that last time his opponent was not as strong as this one. The protagonist jumped into the air and used the skill release of Old Crows to mock the heavens. Hensu frowned and decided to use the second technique of demonic fists, erasing the heavens. Moving at incredible speed, the guy used Black Crow Heaven and launched a series of attacks from all sides. The monster stuck out its tongue and took numerous blows. The girl watched what was happening from the air and thought that this was impossible because it was like a different person in front of them. She frowned tensely and realized that she would only be a nuisance if she tried to get into a fight. The woman clutched the sheath in her hand and was glad that she had brought it with her. The villainess pressed the knife to her chest and decided to simply observe the situation until her comrade was pushed back. The villain jumped forward and extended his paw. The youth jumped over it and shouted that his attacks would no longer work. The hunter struck the monster in the chest and declared that the enemy moved like a real snail. Knight took the powerful blow and opened his mouth. Crossing his arms over his chest, Chongjin thought that Black Crow Heaven was more of a mystical technique than a fist technique, and realized that the second part of the technique was rather strange, so it was better not to run into it. The heavenly demon lowered his gaze and decided that it became clear to him what it was for when he saw the student fighting this type of monster. A tower towered over the castle. A long narrow path led to an island floating in the sky. Light particles fell on the castle like snow. Chandeliers were burning in the hallway. Someone said that the knight had successfully drawn the singularity into this world. The man closed his eyes and explained that it was most likely due to the order to minimize unnecessary destruction. In front of him stood a man in a black coat. The warrior explained that the uniqueness of the person who came here becomes obvious when you look at how the knight fights in his true form, risking being cursed. Looking out the window, the unknown man asked him to stand up. He stretched his hands out to the window. The scoundrel opened it and asked if their comrade would have to go through a lot of trouble because of him. The man furrowed his brows sternly and said that this was their duty as vassals. A blue haze entered the room from the window. The warrior's eyes widened in fear and felt the energy of death. The king silently looked forward. The villain slammed the window shut and apologized for not thinking of his subordinate. The warrior opened his mouth wide and declared that everything was fine. The villain looked back and explained that death was hard even for him. Lowering his head, the vassal apologized for the inconvenience and said that he would gladly take the punishment if it was His Majesty's will. The king sat down at his desk and asked him to leave, as he needed to rest. White smoke flew around the room. The man headed for the exit and looked back when he was called. He looked sternly ahead when asked how Bishop was doing. A shadow obscured the villain's expression. The warrior explained that Bishop was not under his command and promised to find her if ordered to do so. The villain raised his hand and said that it was not that important and that the subordinate could go. The vassal went out into the corridor and slammed the door behind him. The king approached the window again. The man calmly looked ahead. Knight's feet crashed into the ground and destroyed it. The monster rose above the ground and wished death to its opponent. 3 fireballs appeared above its hands. Suddenly, thin threads of energy jumped out of them. They immediately headed towards the ground. The protagonist looked up in fear. Chongjiang asked what his student would do in such a situation. Jumping towards the energy, Hyunsu said that it was nothing to him, and used the third technique of the demonic fists, erasing the heavens. Waves of energy crashed down on the ground, but thanks to the fallen heavens, the boy was able to jump through them. The pupils of his red eyes narrowed. The villain could not track the enemy's movements. The youth rushed between the pillars of light. The villain wondered if their enemy was really that strong, and decided that they needed to change their plans. The monster put his hands in front of him and thought that he would not try to capture him alive. Knight clasped his palms and decided to destroy everything around him. A huge ball of energy appeared above the ground. Flying next to his student, the sky demon felt an ominous force and assumed that the enemy wanted to blow everything up here. The hunter opened his mouth in anger and declared that he would still be faster. Covered in a bright aura, the protagonist used the fourth technique of the demonic fists that erased the skies. He waved his hand and called for the lightning of the sky. It fell on the body of the monster. The villain's eyes widened as he felt unbearable pain. Hyunsu spread his arms and decided to use the fifth technique from Part 2, Explosion of the Sky. The villain looked up. The guy hit him on the head. The shockwave destroyed the ground under his feet. The monster gritted his teeth in an attempt to resist such power. Rock fragments fell in front of his face. Knight was surprised that he was thrown back. His body was buried in the ground. The young man decided to end this once and for all. The hunter menacingly knitted his brows and used the sixth technique of demonic fists. The monster raised his hand and asked him to stop. Suddenly, a girl appeared from a cloud of smoke. A sharp knife flashed in the air. The patriarch of the cult looked to the side and wondered what this strange and ominous feeling was. The woman waved her hand and pointed the knife straight at the enemy. The monster narrowed his eyes and was surprised that his friend decided to take advantage of this. The knife was enveloped in waves of dark energy. With wide eyes, the protagonist wondered what was happening and realized that he could not even move. The blade pierced his blue aura. Dark smoke enveloped Hensu's body. He looked forward and felt himself losing consciousness. His eyelids began to close. The guy clenched his fist with all his might. The young man gritted his teeth and thought that the heir of the heavenly demon could not lose like this. The hunter swung his leg and used another skill. The blow caused a powerful explosion. The awakened was in a sphere of dark energy. Knight frowned and tried to understand how he managed to enter the realm of absolute death. Chongjin opened his mouth in surprise. Someone asked what this all meant. The girl furrowed her brows menacingly and shouted that the enemy was still destined to die no matter how hard he tried to get out. The protagonist closed his eyes. Blood gushed from his mouth. The heavenly demon headed towards the black sphere to save his disciple. The patriarch of the cult hit the dome with his hand, but nothing happened. The old man frowned and realized that things were bad. The blade, shrouded in dark energy, was floating in the air. Hyunsu gritted his teeth and screamed in pain. Gusts of wind swept over the skeletons of people. A naked guy was lying on the ground. He leaned on his hands and got up. In front of him was an endless wasteland. The young man wondered what kind of place this was and remembered how the dagger was flying towards him. The hunter looked ahead and saw that the place was littered with corpses. Suddenly, something made him flinch. A knife was hovering above his head, which was tied with chains. The awakened one threw a menacing look at it and realized that this was the same dagger. He reached out his hand to the chain and asked what it was. His hand trembled when someone asked him not to touch the chain. A small boy stood to the side. His body was covered in tattoos. The child frowned and asked the intruder to leave him. The protagonist asked what they were talking about. A white haze enveloped the knife. Hensu realized that they were talking about him. The boy pointed at it and asked if the stranger was really the blade. The boy looked at him sternly and remained silent. The child tensely pursed his lips and asked how the guest managed to get here alive. The young man looked down and wondered if only the dead could be here. Imagining the king behind him, the stranger thought that death was normal and realized that only one person had ever come to him in a living guise. The hunter grabbed his hand and asked how to get out of here. Suddenly, the boy's body was covered in a blue aura. The awakened one decided that this was his consciousness. The stairs led to a room with a huge grate. The door was locked. The protagonist assumed that this was a prison. The king approached the child who was sitting in the dungeon. With a flash of burning eyes, the man declared that from now on he belonged to him and promised to look after him. The boy began to cry and said that he did not want to hurt people. Throwing a crazy look at him, the old man explained that his destiny was already determined, because he was born of a demonic weapon, and said that all his actions mattered to everything in this world. The child covered his eyes with his hands and asked him to stop. The villain released energy from his hand and ordered him to become his shadow and help him, because this is his destiny. The villain put his hand on the boy's head. His body was covered in cracks. The tattoos glowed. The memory shattered like glass. Light energy swirled around the knife. The king raised it in front of him and said that great power is hidden in deep sadness. Black chains appeared around him. The man asked the child to accept the fact that he will not be able to escape him. The chains enveloped the glowing knife. The protagonist looked at the blade with fear and pitied the boy. The stranger silently lowered his gaze. Hensu grabbed the chain with his hand. The child opened his mouth wide and asked what he was doing. The boy bit his lower lip and said that the owner of this place did not want to be here either. The boy clenched his fist and explained that no one can break the seal because it was placed by the strongest man in the world. The young man threw him a stern look and reminded him that he also managed to come here alive. The stranger raised his eyebrows and asked what it meant. Looking at the chain, the hunter said that he knew the strongest man in the world and added that as long as he existed, the scoundrel who did this could not be the strongest. His hand was covered in a red aura. The awakened one decided to focus and stir up the air around him. His hair fluttered in the wind. The boy wondered how this was possible. The child opened his mouth in shock and realized that the man's strength was on a completely different level. The protagonist gritted his teeth and called himself the disciple of the strongest man. The stranger's eyes widened in fear. Veins bulged on Hensu's hand. The boy realized that he was creating a super vibration using the pressure from his internal energy. The guy bit his lower lip tensely and used acceleration. Waves of blue energy swirled around him. The young man bent the chain and declared that he would surpass his teacher. The steel links crumbled in his hand. Chains fell from the sky. The child could not believe that someone managed to destroy the seal. The blade fell down and stuck into the ground. The hunter extended his hand. The awakened looked at the stranger and offered him to get out of here. Smiling, the protagonist offered to join forces and promised to deal with all the villains who did this. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. His hand trembled. The child did not know if he had the strength for this. At the same moment, the heroes shook hands. A bright flash appeared. Hyunsu's eyes lit up with a red fire. Chongjin clenched his fists and was surprised that having a real body would be such torture. The heavenly demon gritted his teeth and thought that he could not lose his disciple due to a strange twist of fate. The girl lowered her gaze and said that soon all this will end. Waves of red energy enveloped the sphere. Knight said that he had never seen anyone hold on for so long. The patriarch of the cult opened his mouth wide and called out to his disciple. The monster frowned. A pillar of bright light fell to the ground and caused an explosion. The monster smirked and declared that it was over. The woman looked ahead tensely and noticed something strange. A vortex of light energy appeared above the ground. White smoke enveloped the boy's body. The wounded youth smiled and explained that he would have gone to the afterlife if he had been even a little late. The old man crossed his arms in displeasure and asked how it was that his entire body was covered in blood. The hunter lowered his arms and declared that he was fine. The man lowered his head and asked if that was true. Chongjiang clenched his fist in anger and declared that in that case the disciple deserved a spanking and asked how he dared to make him so worried. The awakened one bowed and asked for forgiveness. The enemies watched him. The knight bared his teeth and asked what was wrong with the man. The protagonist looked back and said that he had to punish these people first because they deserved it. The monster raised his fist and asked why his opponent was talking to himself. Hyunsu smirked. He used acceleration and moved to the side. Mana entered his body along with his breath. The guy hit the enemy in the chest. The monster's eyes widened and realized that the enemy had become even faster. A ring flashed on the boy's finger. From the powerful blow, the villain opened his mouth. The blast wave threw his body far back. The boy landed on his feet and said that the enemy would not be able to block the explosive power of mana that creates a penetrating blow of the tree. The girl lunged forward and asked him not to get cocky. Sharp spikes grew from the ground. The hunter rushed forward to avoid their blow. The awakened dodged the spikes and approached the sorceress. The protagonist grinned maliciously and declared that it was mutual. A strong blow threw the woman's body into the air. She frowned menacingly and thought that the enemy was even faster than her comrade. Hensu appeared behind her and asked if it was fast enough. The girl looked back. The guy showed her a ring and asked if it looked familiar. The gem absorbed mana. The sorceress thought that she had seen this ring before. Swinging his hand, the young man explained that this was an artifact of the child they tortured and declared that this was payment for their sins. The woman's eyes widened in fear. The hunter hit her in the chest. Her cloak was torn to shreds. The knight rose to his feet. The monster took out a small stone and thought that he had no other choice. The gem glowed. The monster remembered that this elixir would give him strength that was 3 times greater than his own, but after its effect wore off, he would not be able to move for a year. Without thinking, the villain swallowed the stone. His eyes widened. The villain spread his arms and felt incredible pain. A cloud of smoke rose around him. Knight flashed his glowing eyes and declared that he had to win this battle since he had to go this far. The monster opened his mouth wide and called his opponent to attack. The fist immediately hit him in the face. The protagonist got close to him and struck. The monster flew back and wondered if even the elixir could not make him fast enough. A wave of bright energy pinned the villain to the ground. At the same time, Hunu was next to him again. The guy swung his fist filled with mana. The villain's eyes widened and asked him to stop. The boy punched him hard in the chest. Knight closed his eyes and said that it was simply impossible. The hunter apologized and explained that it belonged to the one he was torturing. His hand was covered in steel plates. Blood gushed out of the monster's mouth. The awakened one pulled his hand out of his enemy's body. A trail of blood followed it. The boy's essence thanked its savior. The monster fell to the ground, its eyes dimmed. The protagonist placed his armored hand on his knee. The system reported that the ego ring was capable of turning into any form the user desired. The steel plates dispersed into thin air. A ring appeared on Hunu's index finger. The boy looked at it carefully. Changjiang looked down and called it quite powerful. The boy showed him the finger with the ring and asked if martial artists don't often get such opportunities. The heavenly demon said that he had too many of them. The patriarch of the cult crossed his arms and asked if the disciple hadn't killed the villain. Knight assumed his human form. The hunter said he had many questions for him. Frowning, the awakened one explained that he wanted to know why the portals were created, why they connected them to Earth, and what their ultimate goal was. The protagonist looked at the teacher in fear when the latter offered to teach him some torture techniques. Hunu stated that he wanted to introduce the teacher to someone, his ring emitting a blue haze. Hallie transformed into a human, his body enveloped in a light aura. The old man approached him and looked at him in surprise. The boy hid behind the master and called the man scary. Stroking his head, the boy asked him not to worry and introduce himself. The child bowed and said his name. Chongjin was surprised by his politeness. The heavenly demon looked at his disciple in amazement when the youth explained that this was the short sword in its true form. Hallie raised his eyebrows in confusion. Frowning, the cult patriarch stated that the knife was death incarnate and asked what his student was thinking. The hunter glared at him and told him that it was against his will and that he was now free. The old man gave him a stern look and said that they did not know what the boy would do next. The awakened one hugged his new friend and called him an ordinary poor child who had been used his entire life. The man closed his eyes and remained silent. Chongjin motioned for Hallie to come closer. The boy shook his head in fear. Smiling, the protagonist said that his friend was not that scary and thought to himself that the teacher really was scary sometimes. The child approached the heavenly demon. The cult patriarch placed his hand on his head. Green energy swirled around him. Thick smoke rose from the ground. The old man removed his hand. Hallie looked at his hands and noticed that all the tattoos on his body were gone. The man explained that he had only been able to erase a small part. Hunu looked at him and asked what that meant. Death with a scythe hung over the corpses. Changjiang said that he had only removed the dirt from his skin, and added that this body had destroyed more lives than there are grains of sand in the desert. The boy looked down guiltily. The guy patted him on the head and said that he would help him free himself completely. The young man looked at him and asked if there was any way to get out of here. The heroes noticed a folded umbrella. A giant portal hung in the sky above Armand. The man frowned menacingly and was surprised that he had to feel so pitiful. Clouds floated above the association building. The sign with the inscription "Emergency Room" caught fire. Minna looked ahead and said that she had returned from the scene, but nothing was happening there. Gaon added that their comrade had not returned yet. The CEO frowned sternly and suggested that they wait and observe the situation, because their ally was still there. Suddenly, the blue portal lit up. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. The legs of a hunter appeared from the portal. The protagonist descended from the sky, holding the body of Knight on his shoulder. A smile appeared on his face. The vice chairman looked at his comrade and was glad that he managed to escape. The heroes landed on the road. The awakened one asked who this person was. The villain fell to the ground. Hunu explained who he was. Smoke enveloped his body. Armin could not believe that he managed to defeat that incredible monster and return alive. The allies looked at each other. The guy said that the best solution now would be to take him to the gate committee. The man asked if it was necessary for the investigation. The young man lowered his eyes and confirmed it. The hunter handed his comrade an umbrella and added that the research they had to conduct should also be sorted out in the committee. The awakened explained that it was an item that created a portal. The vice chairman picked it up and concluded that the umbrella would definitely be useful once Anderson studied it. He looked down. The protagonist looked at his body in amazement when Armin suggested that the fight had not been easy, judging by what had happened to his clothes. Hunu scratched his head and said that he had not noticed it because of the battle. The man closed one eye and noted that he did not need to cover himself, since there was clearly nothing to be ashamed of there. The guy closed his eyes and smiled sheepishly. The vice chairman took off his shirt. He tied it around his friend's waist and explained that they needed to protect their hero's lower body since people would soon appear here. At that moment, a film crew ran up to them. Residents of the city ran to the scene. The journalist handed the young man microphones to find out if he had managed to defeat Henry and that terrible monster. The sun's rays shone over the building. The news from the scene began on TV. The reporters were shocked that the defender of South Korea was naked. Sitting in front of the TV, Chong Jeong said that his student could have appeared before the country in all his glory if Armand had not pestered him with his clothes. The hunter was lying on the bed. It was noon. It was time to get up. The heavenly demon laughed and suggested that his student only now realized that he should have shown everything and refused to wear clothes. The main character jumped out of bed and said that he did not put on anything only because he immediately fell asleep as soon as he got home. The patriarch of the cult flew up to him and expressed disappointment that the clothes covered such beauty, because without them it would have been much more fun. Hyunsu fell on the pillow and sighed in displeasure. Hallie flew up to him and asked if he was angry. The guy answered negatively. The spirits opened their mouths wide and laughed. The old man realized that his disciple was upset because he couldn't show off his dignity. The young man asked them to stop and grabbed a pillow. The man dodged when the disciple threw the pillow at him. Turning upside down, Chongjin said that they had known each other for so long, so he could walk around the house naked if he wanted, because he had something to show. The room was bright. The heavenly demon asked his comrade to at least put on some underwear. The cult patriarch sat on the edge of the bed and called out to his disciple. The hunter looked at him questioningly. Without turning around, the old man said that he had something to say. The protagonist knelt down next to him. The man scratched his beard, not knowing where to start. Hyunsu fell face down on the bed when the mentor asked him to make him ramen. The guy opened his mouth in rage and screamed. Hallie asked what ramen was. Chongjung said that he needed to try it to find out. The young man grabbed the phone and decided to open a whole new world to them since their family had grown. A delivery app appeared on the screen. Seeing the incredible variety, the heavenly demon smiled widely. The hunter explained that it was all thanks to the food delivery app and offered to try everything on the list. Someone knocked on the closed door. Plates with various dishes appeared on the table. Enthusiastic exclamations were heard. The cult patriarch stuffed his mouth with food. Holding chopsticks in his hands, the protagonist asked how he liked the dish and said that it was the most popular food at that time, spicy fried chicken. The old man closed his eyes and expressed admiration, because the meat was well seasoned and very juicy, and the crispy crust allowed him to feel heavenly pleasure. Hyunsu twisted the noodles on the chopsticks and offered him to try bibimbap. The man sucked the noodles into his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The boy smiled nervously and asked if he didn't like it. Smiling widely, Chongjung asked why this combination was so perfect and asked the student to give him more food. Frustrated, Hallie sat in front of the boxes of food. The young man looked at him and asked why he still hadn't eaten. The heavenly demon closed his eyes and decided to feed him. A chicken leg flew into the air. The boy looked at it in fear and said that he couldn't eat the same way as his mentor did. The child buried his face in his knees and thought his grandfather was laughing at him. The cult patriarch asked why he hadn't told him about it before. The hunter looked at him with a smile and asked if the teacher had just used telekinesis. The old man asked what that meant. The protagonist extended his hand and explained that the mentor, like Armin, could control objects without even touching them. The man asked if he was talking about Kai telekinesis. Hyunsu raised his eyebrows in surprise. The boy put his hands on his knees. Chongjin was angry that the student was asking about such obvious things, and remembered that he hadn't taught him this skill. A bright flash appeared in his hands. The heavenly demon explained that you just need to create an imaginary hand and grab the object with it, and expressed confidence that the student could handle this skill with his current level. The boy's mouth dropped open in shock when the cult patriarch explained that this version of Kai telekinesis could only lift small objects, so Armin's abilities had nothing to do with it. White clouds floated across the blue sky. There was no one outside. The spirits were playing with each other while the hunter was clearing out food boxes. The old man had put his hands behind his head when they first met. Hallie had said that the teacher was scary and looked like his grandfather. Now the boy was smiling happily. Probably this was the most peaceful time for him. The protagonist looked down. In the past, the heroes found themselves in the forest. Chongjeong reminded him that his student had reached S rank and must find a way to get back on his own. Hyunsu picked up the papers and thought that he was still no closer to the answer, and his teacher was not saying anything. The boy put the papers in the box and decided to continue to go with the flow. Bowing, the boy mentally thanked his mentor and promised to keep his promise. The heavenly demon looked away and asked what he was doing. The light was on in the room. The hunter explained that he had seen a beetle. Bright stars were burning above the castle. People were sitting in a spacious office. The old man leaned back in his chair. Next to him sat a man in a black suit. He smiled and asked if the monarch had managed to get a good nap. The man rose from his chair and asked what brought him here. The guy noticed that the leader was completely alone here. The king closed his eyes and replied that he liked it. A blue haze was swirling under the ceiling. The villain asked if the vassal had come here only so that he would not be lonely. The heroes looked at each other. The villain expressed his surprise. The young man smiled and reminded them that he had been kidnapped for the first time. The man lowered his head and concluded that the singularity he had found had a mystical talent. Hallie was tied up in chains. Someone asked what had happened there, since the boy had decided to run away because it was impossible to get rid of the fear that had been instilled in him overnight. A blue aura filled the room. The stranger asked how the king felt about the death of his subordinate, and suggested that they were becoming more like children as they got older. The monarch smirked and said that the singularity did not kill the knight. The boy raised a finger and said that things could get even more confusing if their comrade opened his mouth. The wounded warrior clenched his teeth. The man explained that people thought they could get a lot of information, but getting him to talk was not that easy. The boy was surprised by such a reaction. The king sat down in a chair and said that there was a replacement for everyone here. The stranger sighed and called him too boring. The monarch said that he would not send him away separately. The boy headed for the exit. He looked out from behind the door and asked the leader to call him if he needed anything. The doors slammed shut. The man frowned sternly and thought. The king rose from his chair and thought that it would be very difficult with this man. The scoundrel opened the window. Blue energy entered the room along with fresh air. The villain raised his eyebrows and thought it was surprising that Hallie was thinking about running away. The monarch smirked and decided that, apparently, they would not be bored anymore. Cumulus clouds floated in the sky. The sun's rays sparkled in the windows of the skyscraper. Knight sat on a chair in a special room. Someone asked what the point of his stubbornness was. In front of the man stood a man. The enemy was bleeding and breathing heavily. Isaac was standing behind the device. He was called out. The villain looked up and offered to make a deal. The boy spread his elbows and asked if he still had the strength to talk. The villain gritted his teeth and promised to give him much more than he could imagine. A device lit up under the ceiling. The blonde asked what they were talking about and clarified whether he really had the ability to make him the strongest person in this world. Knight narrowed his eyes slyly and replied that it was very easy to do. The boy asked if this would make him king. The man nervously bit his lower lip. The villain opened his mouth wide and asked how dare he say such a thing. The boy called him pathetic and pressed the red button. An electric shock struck the villain's body. Raising his hand, Isaac asked why the enemy was treating the one who helped him like this and declared that he was going to become the strongest in the world. The villain closed his eyes, blood running down his chin. The boy called himself unique. The knight glared at him. The man gritted his teeth and asked if this was a singularity in front of him. His eyes became bloodshot from the realization that the enemies possessed two singularities. The villain clenched his fist. He shrugged his shoulders and began to laugh loudly. The blonde opened his mouth in fear and asked if the enemy had gone crazy. Standing behind the device, the boy asked why his opponent was laughing. The villain smirked and asked how he could not laugh when the man in front of him called himself a singularity. The boy flinched in shock when he was told that he should at least be on the same level as Hensu. Isaac clenched his fist. The boy opened his mouth wide and declared that he would surpass him in every way. Knight gave him a crazy look and declared that the hunter's strength was constantly growing and that it was constantly growing even during the fight. The man flashed his fiery eyes and said that the blonde was no match even for his minions. The boy raised his hand to press the button and wished him death. Someone grabbed his hand. The boy looked back and saw his teacher. Frowning, Raven declared that he should not be here and ordered him to leave. The awakened one lowered his gaze and agreed. Isaac walked out into the hallway and was indignant at the constant reprimands he received. The villain lowered his head and asked if the enemy still didn't understand that he didn't care about torture. The villain smirked and said that they had better let him go because his comrades would definitely come and save him. The chairman of the committee furrowed his brows and asked if they would really save him. Smoke swirled under the ceiling. A loud laugh was heard. The man said that no one would come here. Knight's eyes widened in fear when he heard that he was abandoned. He opened his mouth wide and asked if people understood anything at all. Raven pressed the button. Electricity passed through the villain's body. The villain lowered his head and said that the king would definitely come for him. The enemy closed his eyes. The chairman of the committee put his hands in his pockets and said that he had seen what could happen to him because he had the ability to see countless interweavings of time. The man crossed his arms over his chest and added that in none of the possibilities did the king come to save him. The knight looked at him in horror. A malicious grin appeared on his face. Hearing the muttering, the hunter frowned and asked what he was trying to say. Opening his mouth wide, the villain laughed and called him Nemen. His hand trembled. Raven furiously knitted his eyebrows and realized that his enemy had gone mad. The villain narrowed his eyes slyly and repeated his words. The chairman of the committee asked who Nemen was. The vassal's mad eyes widened and he promised to do whatever the king wanted. The man opened his mouth furiously and called out to him. The knight clenched his teeth and asked him to try harder. The hoses tore off the device. The hunter stretched out his hand and ordered the enemy to stop. A powerful explosion thundered in front of him. The awakened one put his hands in front of him. He took a step back. Raven headed for the exit when an explosion sounded behind him. The doors of the complex opened in front of him. The man stepped out into the corridor and closed his eyes. Lamps were burning under the ceiling. The chairman of the committee walked forward. The second doors swung open in front of him. A long sword appeared in his hands. The hands on the clock showed exactly 3 o'clock. Another explosion sounded. Waves of fire swirled, forming a vortex. Energy concentrated in front of the villain. The villain raised his head and asked Nemen to try harder. The man swung his sword. Blood splashed the walls of the room. The knight's head fell from his shoulders. It fell from the bridge. The hunter said goodbye to the enemy. The tip of the sword hit the floor. The awakened one adjusted his hair and thought that he had never seen a future with a suicide bombing. Standing on the destroyed bridge, Raven realized that the future had become unpredictable. He gritted his teeth and thought that if they found out about this, they would definitely turn the world upside down. Seeing the piles of corpses, Chongyang narrowed his eyes and realized that this was the place where the Miram factions had fallen into a trap 50 years ago and retreated. The heavenly demon gritted his teeth and wondered how he had ended up here. Someone called out to him, and the patriarch of the cult turned around. A man wearing a wide-brimmed hat stood before him. The heroes had arrived in heaven, and the old man was glad that his comrade had survived. Seoul placed his fist against his palm. He was the most valuable disciple among the 10. The man remembered how he and his teacher had been on the battlefield and said that he had died. In the past, the warrior had opened his mouth wide and declared that his master's body would not hold up even if he won, as it was not strong enough. Chongyang frowned angrily. The heavenly demon's eyes flashed with fire and he promised to avenge his comrade. The cult patriarch remembered this and closed his eyes. The heroes stood opposite each other. The old man asked his friend to tell him what happened, adding that he had avenged him by tearing the leader of the Miram League apart. Seoul lowered his head and said that they had no time at all. Chongyang opened his mouth furiously and asked what he was talking about. The man said that that day would come soon. The sky demon raised his hand and asked him to explain everything. The warrior said goodbye to his mentor and disappeared into thick smoke. The cult patriarch's eyes widened. Light particles were flying around the room. The old man looked ahead in shock and realized that it was just a dream. The man sat in a meditative pose and thought that since his soul separated from his body, he had never had a dream. In the memory, the warrior in the fog asked his mentor not to doubt anything. Hallie slept on the same bed with the protagonist. Chongyang reflected on his comrade's words. The blue sky hung above the pagoda. The entrance to the building had the Chinese national emblem hanging above it. There were hieroglyphs above the doors. The man raised his hands and said that it would be wrong to leave the Black Dragon Society in this state. The president looked up and explained that neither the military nor public security could do anything. The people sat around the table, and an employee of the organization explained that the balance in the world was determined by the balance of yin and yang, and the Black Dragon Society was able to control it at their own whim. Someone knocked on the wooden doors. The secretary entered the office and said that her boss was on the phone. The vice president waved his hand and said that they were having a meeting. The man shuddered when he heard that it was Chinran from the Black Dragon Society calling them. The president stood up from his chair and promised to return soon. Tingshi took the phone and introduced himself. The people closed their eyes in displeasure, not understanding what would happen next, because everyone thought that they were under pressure from the Black Dragon Society. The man's lips turned down when he heard that they were talking about the portal. The staff turned around when they learned that the portal was about to break. The president held the phone to his ear. The voice on the other end said that it would happen on the Tibetan plateau. The girl put her hand on her belt and asked him to keep this information secret. A white haze floated in the darkness. It was getting bigger. The plane took off above the airport. The woman walked forward. Someone asked if she really wanted to go there. Chinran raised her eyebrows and said that they needed to finish what they started. Her companion looked down and said that right now Korea was under terrorist attack. There was a board on the wall. The huntress said that the committee had already suppressed it. The girl looked ahead confidently. The man explained that there were still risks and that the same applies to the last fragment of paradise. The woman put her finger to her lips and asked her friend not to shout because everything needed to be done quietly. The heroes headed towards the plane. In the middle of the city there was a huge lake. The blue sky was reflected in the windows of the house. There was a black hole on the wall. A powerful explosion was heard in the desert. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that the king was the main enemy they would have to fight. The villain's eyes flashed red. Hyunsu remembered feeling his overwhelming presence when he saw Hallie's memories. The boy swung his fist and wondered how strong he would have to be to defeat him. His punch destroyed the rock. A cloud of dust and smoke rose around him. The boy closed his eyes and thought that he had to become stronger. Floating in the air above him, Chongjon praised him. The hunter smiled nervously. The sky demon crossed his arms over his chest and asked what that expression meant. The protagonist asked what he had just said. The patriarch of the cult looked down and praised him again. Hyunsu raised his eyebrows in disbelief and asked what that meant. The boy scratched the back of his head and asked why the teacher had decided to compliment him when he had seemed so rude before. The old man gritted his teeth in displeasure. The man opened his mouth wide and assumed that his student had become a masochist since he was only being scolded. The young man laughed and said that he was now like himself. Black clouds hung in the sky. Chongjin chased after the student to hit him. Cumulus clouds floated above the buildings. There was a sign on the table. The CEO was sitting at his desk. The man looked up when he heard a knock on the door. The secretary looked into the office and said that they had a customer. The old man asked why it happened so suddenly. The girl closed her eyes and said that this was not someone to refuse. Shinran burst into the office. The head of the association saw her and smiled broadly. There were books in the cabinet. It turned out that the heroes had not seen each other for a long time. The woman sat down on the sofa. The CEO said that she had become even younger. The huntress closed her eyes and explained that her ability made her younger with each use, but in fact, she was 77 years old. The girl leaned forward and asked if her old friend would not even offer her a cup of tea. The man stood up and asked the secretary to make them some tea. Shinran crossed her arms and said she wanted coffee. There were mugs of hot water on the table. The old man took a sip and asked why his friend had come so unexpectedly. The woman set her cup down on a saucer and explained that a portal had appeared on the Tibetan plateau. She looked up and added that its concentration was 82. The head of the association raised his eyebrows and asked if they should evacuate the residents there if things were that bad. Smiling, the huntress explained that there was a small town that had already been evacuated and said that she had also been instructed to maintain confidentiality. The CEO frowned and knew things were really bad if she had been brought in. A lamp lit the room and the girl explained that only one male could enter the portal. No one knew what was inside and a bead of sweat ran down the man's cheek. Shinran raised her eyebrows and said that no one who entered had ever returned. The old man asked if they had all died, and the woman took a sip and said that no one knew. Holding a cup in her hand, the huntress said that she wanted Hensu to try entering the portal. The head of the association shuddered in shock. He put his hand to his chin and said that they shouldn't send the guy to clean up an ordinary portal. The girl looked at him and explained that it was not an ordinary portal. The CEO's mouth dropped open in shock when he heard that he had been classified as an S rank. There was a traffic jam on the road. There was a small pond with a fountain next to the pagoda. The man picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and called the situation ridiculous. After stuffing his cheeks, the vice president explained that the prime minister was not going to do anything about the Black Dragon Society and called him obedient. Someone poured tea into his mug. The man took a sip and reported that Shinran had told him that a portal had appeared on the Tibetan plateau. Chang clasped his hands and explained that this was why the girl had also gone to Korea. The sun was shining through the windows of the association building. The man led his ally into the office. The protagonist looked ahead in fear and saw waves of energy. The entire office was engulfed in flames. The old man gritted his teeth in horror, feeling the air suffocate, and wondered what his guest was doing. Flames flashed between his legs. Hyunsu placed his hand on his back. The association leader opened his mouth and sighed heavily. The boy smiled and assumed that someone was fooling around. The woman crossed her legs and said that this was to be expected from an S rank. She waved her hand and asked her ally to sit down. The boy sat down on the sofa and asked if she thought such a greeting was a bit rude. The huntress crossed her arms over her chest and explained that she couldn't trust such a task to just anyone. Shinran closed her eyes and introduced herself as the chairman of the Black Dragon Society, and the awakened one also gave his name. He looked up when the girl told him about the limitation of her ability. The woman folded her hands in her lap and hoped that her comrade would not think her rude because of her informal manner. Sunlight was streaming into the hallway. The huntress placed her hand on the CEO's shoulder, and the protagonist realized that they were talking about an S-rank portal. The ally clasped her hands and asked if he wanted to try clearing it. Hyunsu pursed his lips and thought about her offer. The guy narrowed his eyes in disbelief and asked why he was chosen. Snapping her fingers, Shinran explained that only one man could enter this portal, and reminded him that the most famous hunter of the moment was sitting in front of her. The young man imagined how a huge monster opened its mouth. The girl added that the singularity was humanity's last chance in the fight against the dragon of destruction. The woman flashed her fiery eyes and said that she wanted to personally see and understand if the singularity could really save everyone. The awakened frowned, and the huntress explained that even though this dungeon was designed for one, it still belonged to the S rank, so you can die there. A smirk appeared on her face. Shinran raised her hand and promised to do everything in her power to support him if he succeeded. She shuddered when the protagonist said that first of all, an S-rank portal was a threat to all of humanity. They shook hands. Hyunsu decided that it was simply impossible to refuse her, since he was promised something like that. The heroes went out into the corridor. The guy asked what his ally's schedule was. The girl replied that she was flying out today. The woman looked back and asked her comrade to say goodbye to his loved ones, since they were not sure that he would be able to survive. The young man looked ahead and thought about it. Chongjin crossed his arms over his chest and said that he had nothing to worry about because he was nearby. The hunter replied that he knew it. The protagonist looked down and realized that he had become much stronger. Clouds floated above the mansion. The sun's rays penetrated the room through the window. The king's minions were sitting at the table. One of them reported that the knight had committed suicide rather than surrender under torture. Salden put his hands behind his head and was surprised that such a man could make the right decision. Someone slammed his hand on the table. Chan gritted his teeth and asked him to watch his words because one of their comrades had just died. Pon chuckled and asked if that was true. The boy pointed at him. The leader raised his hand and stated that now was not the time for conflict. The young man looked down when the man asked Bishop to temporarily replace the knight since his place was empty. Salden smiled and asked who would be the next knight. Katrina pointed at him and stated that it would definitely not be him. Pon peeked out from under the table and asked for someone to silence her. Bordux raised his hand and asked them both to be quiet. The leader stood before them silently. The villains' mouths dropped in surprise when they learned that none of them would be the next knight. There were large windows on the ceiling. It turned out that the king had already made a decision on this matter. Salden scratched his chin in frustration. The man asked how things were going in China. Chan looked at him and said that they could easily take advantage of their greed. The guy lowered the corners of his lips when the king's henchman asked him to focus on his mission while Bishop dealt with the portal. The young man gritted his teeth and promised to wipe the Black Dragon Society and its leader off the face of the earth. A bright light illuminated the room. The leader said that everyone except Bishop was free to go. The heroes stood by the window. The man said that they had not spoken alone for a long time. The girl said that they were both busy. The king's henchman frowned and said that Hensu agreed to participate in the raid on the portal. The woman smiled contentedly and said that she would look forward to it. The plane took off from the runway. People were holding suitcases in their hands. Someone was walking forward. The protagonist looked around and said that someone should pick him up. Hensu looked back when his name was called. Han bowed and declared that it was an honor to meet such a person. 3 days ago, clouds were floating above the palace. A blue sky hung over the city. The man in the red suit folded his hands behind his back. His staff stood in front of him. The man said that the Three Alliances Association had dominated the Chinese and global markets for generations. Frowning, Wu Fei explained that all of this was destroyed once Chinren and her Black Dragon Society appeared, adding that due to their oppression, their association had completely disappeared. The leader of the greed organization pointed to the writing on the wall and said that they would work hard until they destroyed the Black Dragon Society and returned to their former glory. The people raised their fists in agreement. The man adjusted his glasses and explained that they could only trust him and follow him. He sat at the table and declared that they were entering a new era. Currently, a green cross was painted on the hospital building. The light was on in the room. Hunti was lying on a hospital bed. The doctor said that his condition was stable. Looking down, the protagonist guessed that it was difficult for Yun to keep an eye on him all this time, and said that he was able to do what he had to only thanks to her. Chongjong smiled and reminded that gratitude can be expressed by transferring money. Hyunsu suggested leaving the room. The heroes went out into the corridor. The Sky Dragon asked if they would go to meet the Fire Woman. The sky was reflected in the glass. Yurak opened a can of soda, her hair noticeably red. The girl handed the can to her friend and said that she heard that Chinren asked him for help. Sitting in a chair, the leader of the Red Lions asked her comrade to prepare properly before entering the portal and hoped that the Chinese huntress would help him with equipment. The boy raised his eyebrows and noticed that they were quite close. The woman explained that they were the only representatives of their gender among the S ranks, despite the rather large age difference. Yurak said that her friend should return alive. The young man smiled and assured her that he would. The girl smiled back and asked him not to die. The hunter resolutely knitted his eyebrows and reminded that he was able to survive even in a fragment of paradise. He got up from the couch. The protagonist pulled the door handle and promised to see each other again. The door slammed shut. The leader of the Red Lions crossed her arms over her chest. She looked at her hand. At that moment, a bright flame appeared in it. The woman frowned and thought that she needed to recover as soon as possible. The plane drove onto the runway. Han pointed to the exit. The man waved his hand and said that the protagonist had pretty good Chinese. Hyunsu replied that he could not speak it. He pointed to the earpiece and explained that it was all thanks to him. Chongjin frowned and said that a true warrior never reveals all his secrets. The heroes approached a shiny black car. The car set off. The boy asked how long it would take them to get there. The guide replied that it would take about 4 hours. The young man smiled and thought that it would be much faster to use the flight, and that cars were not so comfortable now. The hunter heard a rumble and looked out the window. There was a fire raging outside. The awakened man asked what had happened and asked to stop the car. Han waved his hands and explained that this happened from time to time, adding that he had been instructed to simply deliver the guest to his destination. The man smiled and said that someone else would take care of it, so there was no reason to worry. The car drove through the arch. Leaves swirled in the air above the road. The car found itself on the territory of the main headquarters of the Black Dragon Society. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and thought that this place looked simply amazing in real life. A tall pagoda was ahead. Chongjiang frowned and decided that this was quite good. The car drove up to the gate. The attendant explained that he had been ordered to bring the guest here, since that place was used exclusively by the chairman. Shinran ran out into the street and greeted the guest. Hyunsu tensely raised his eyebrows. The heroes entered the house. The girl said that she had dressed so nicely on purpose, since she might not have another opportunity to wear these things. There were 2 mugs on the table. The guy took a sip and said that while they were driving here, there was an explosion on the street. The woman sitting across from him explained that it was the work of the Greed organization. Who are the remaining forces of the Black Society? The boy asked what they wanted. The huntress closed her eyes and replied that they wanted to destroy the Black Dragon Society. The awakened looked at her in surprise when Shinran explained that her organization destroyed the black market, drug cartel, and casinos that were owned by scoundrels. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and said that he had to do something. The girl said that it was okay. After all, this was China's internal affairs. She opened the box and asked her comrade to concentrate on clearing the portal. The woman put the box on the table and said that she had something for the guest. Hyunsu raised his eyebrows and asked what it was. Chongjiang replied that it was an elixir. There was a golden stone in the box. It was a rank item that the Black Dragon had obtained half a year ago, but no one knew its effect since the artifact was a single copy. The guy opened his mouth in shock and asked if the organization would really give him this elixir. The huntress said that she needed to increase his chances of survival to the maximum. Shinran looked up and asked the guest not to object and not to worry about anything. The heroes looked at each other. The girl called her comrade one of those who should protect humanity. The young man resolutely knitted his eyebrows. The heavenly demon grinned slyly and said that he should not reject the gift of a noble heart. The guys went outside. The woman asked her subordinate to take the guest to his chambers. Suddenly, she turned around. The awakened looked back when the huntress asked if he really used psychokinesis. Raising the box above his head, the protagonist replied that it was a matter shift and explained that it would be safer to carry it this way. The cult patriarch noticed this and clenched his teeth in anger. Hyunsu raised his eyebrows in surprise when the old man asked if the disciple was really capable of such a thing at his current level. Night had fallen. The stars were shining in the sky. The lights were on in the windows of the house. Han asked the guest to call him if he needed anything. The boy took hold of the door handle. Chongjiang asked him to open the box immediately. The heavenly demon pointed at it and explained that they had an emergency situation because someone decided to activate thinking without permission. The boy opened the box and asked what the hell was going on. The cult patriarch asked if the disciple didn't feel anything. The man's brain lit up. The hunter felt like he had 2 brains. The old man crossed his arms over his chest and explained that this meant that his thinking level was low and that he had activated a part of his brain that was previously inactive, and if he could master it, he could reach a higher level and break through to the realm of evolution. The protagonist frowned in confusion. There was an elixir in the box. Hyunsu asked if his thinking level would really increase after he absorbed the stone, and the man replied that it would simply be easier to maintain. The boy took the stone in his hands. Chongjin asked him to eat it quickly because thinking quickly absorbs internal energy, so it needed to be increased as quickly as possible. The young man swallowed the elixir. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Smoke came out of his mouth. A cloud filled the room, and the heavenly demon placed his hands on the student's back. The hunter closed his eyes, and the system reported that the yin and yang body was reacting to the new yang energy, and that the yang energy had now exceeded the yin energy. The cult patriarch placed his palm on the disciple's back. The protagonist opened his eyes. A notification explained that the internal energy began to reject the new yang energy. Hallie put his hands together and asked his comrade not to weaken his concentration. Hansu gritted his teeth. The system reported that the yang energy was uncontrollable. The boy noticed with tears in his eyes that his friend was in great pain. The guy opened his mouth wide. His eyes lit up. Clouds were floating above the pagodas. Someone knocked on the door. There was a tray on the table. Han said that he brought food for the guest. The man placed his hand on the door and called out to him. The escort frowned and thought that he did not feel his presence. The organization employee took out a gun. He pulled the door handle. The room was quite dark. Han pointed the gun forward. The room was in chaos. Trash was scattered everywhere. The man's eyes widened in shock and wondered what happened here. The young man approached him and greeted him. The attendant opened his mouth in shock and asked what had happened here. The hunter scratched his head and said that he had consumed the elixir that the chairman had given him. The protagonist closed his eyes and explained that it had been quite difficult. Hyunsu put his hand to his chin and decided to check the status window. Blue system windows shone in his eyes. The system reported that the yin-yang balance had been disrupted and that the yin and yang body had been erased. The guy closed his eyes in displeasure when he saw that the body of a level 0 heavenly demon had awakened in him. The young man stretched his shoulders and said that he had passed out as soon as they had finished. Chongjin said that they had barely managed. The hunter lowered his head and realized that he would have died or been disabled if they had made a mistake somewhere. The awakened one raised his hands and said that he felt just great. The organization employee decided that talking to himself was the effect of the elixir. Han asked if the guest wanted to move to another room. The protagonist smiled nervously and said that everything was fine. The man went out the door and said that the food would be waiting for him here. There was a shiny tray on the cart. The patriarch of the cult asked the disciple to open it quickly. Hyunsu lifted the lid and steam was released. There was Peking duck on the plate. The old man said that it did not look as tasty as fried chicken. The boy pointed at it with his hands and said that it was a very famous dish. He suggested that they stop chatting and handed the teacher a piece of duck. The young man smiled and asked if he liked the dish. Chongjeong closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. The hunter raised his eyebrows in disappointment when the mentor asked him to make him ramen. Clouds floated across the sky. The gate was open. Someone's dissatisfied exclamation was heard. Shinran looked at her comrade and thought that a completely different person was standing in front of her. She pursed her lips and realized that she should have eaten the elixir herself. The light was on in the room. The girl asked why the guest had come. The protagonist replied that he had a request. Wires were running along the ceiling. The woman pressed the red button. The doors of the bunker opened in front of the heroes. The heroes went down in the elevator. The huntress was surprised that her comrade already wanted to start training. Hensu explained that he wanted to quickly test the effect of the elixir. A cloud of dust formed under their feet. The guy noticed that it was quite deep here. Shinran took a step forward and explained that this was done so that this place could not be destroyed even by a nuclear bomb. She smiled and said that her ally could train here as much as he wanted. The heroes stood in a spacious room. The girl said that this was her personal training ground. The young man clenched his fist and asked if he was sure he could destroy everything here. The woman smiled and reminded them that she was the head of the Black Dragon Society. The awakened one put his hand against the wall. There were huge stone blocks ahead. The protagonist hit one of them with force. At the same time, the stone block was torn into many pieces. The debris fell to the floor. A cloud of dust and ash rose above the ground. The huntress' eyes widened in shock. Hyunsu looked at his hand and thought that his abilities had increased by 150%. He stroked his fist and decided to try to control his internal energy to make a hole. The guy put his hand in front of him. The young man hit another stone block. Stone fragments flew in different directions. A pile of stones formed on the training ground. The awakened one looked back and realized that he had failed. Chongyong looked down and explained that the heavenly demon's body had not yet recognized him. The hunter clenched his fist. The cult patriarch asked what the disciple was going to do. The old man frowned and explained that the heavenly demon's body contained all the memories, martial arts, cultivation techniques, and skills of all 33 heavenly demons that had come before him. The protagonist looked away. The man added that the heavenly demon's body itself was a living being and that it considered the disciple unworthy. Hyunsu turned to him and asked what he should do about it. Chongyong stated that he would have to become worthy. The cult patriarch looked down and said that he could not explain all of their memories to him and that he would have to experience everything himself. The boy sat in the lotus position. The old man asked him to immerse himself in these memories and find his own path to becoming worthy. Watching him from behind, Shinran wondered if something was wrong. The youth closed his eyes. The gate of the first heavenly demon appeared in front of him. The system reported that the 0 level had these memories closed. The hunter frowned and thought that he could not access memories that were too distant. The protagonist looked ahead tensely and realized that he could not even see the memories of the 5th heavenly demon. The gate of the 10th heavenly demon opened. The man hit the air with his hand. Hyunsu thought that the mystic arts of the heavenly demons of the past were very different from the present. A new gate opened. The 11th heavenly demon was sitting at the table. He really liked medicine. The 21st heavenly demon hit the ground with force. Despite his cold appearance, he used explosive martial arts. The guy widened his eyes and noticed that the 27th was strikingly different. Floating in the air behind him, Chongjeong guessed that the student was starting to guess something. The cult patriarch looked down and remembered the 27th heavenly demon. The man smashed a rock with his fist. His energy techniques were at an unprecedented level, but there was a time when he could not control his internal energy. Ryujin closed his fingers and closed his eyes. He managed to find a way to control his internal energy with an exceptional technique. The heavenly demon was sitting on the grass. His mystical circulation technique was the strongest in history. The youth closed his eyes and thought that the man was dispersing the energy and forcing it to reach every part of his body so that every cell in his body interacted with it. His body turned into a blue aura. The hunter decided to push the energy to the Beiyue point in one move and then lower it to the Wailu point. Clouds were floating above Shanghai. The scoundrels were sitting at the table. Chang said that he saw a terrorist attack near the airport. Wu Fei said that it was possible thanks to them. The boy smiled and asked if it was the Qinan sect. The man raised his eyebrows and confirmed this and explained that they wanted to show their strength to all of China. There was a bright light coming through the windows. The young man asked what would happen if the Black Dragon Society interfered. The head of greed identified himself as an Orank and promised to bet his life in this fight. The scoundrel placed his hand on the table and said that they would have every chance of winning if Chinran did not interfere. Pawn clasped his hands and asked why he did not become an S rank. He placed a red box on the table. Inside were red balls. Chang explained that this was the superiority of an immortal. The boy smirked and said that it was able to awaken the dormant powers in a person and bring him to the peak of power for a whole 10 minutes, and warned that after that, he would experience excruciating pain throughout his entire body. Wu Fei took the sphere in his hands and asked if an O rank like him could really become an S rank with it. The youth took a sip from his mug and confirmed it. The man looked up when the pawn added that it all depended on the individual and that the immortal's superiority could give power that would surpass S rank. The head of greed twirled the orb in his hand and thought that he couldn't just eat it. He beckoned his bodyguard with his finger. The guard bowed. The scoundrel asked him to eat the orb. The employee swallowed the orb. Chang realized that his ally wanted to test its effect. Suddenly, the bodyguard grabbed his throat and began to choke. The jacket on his back was torn. Demonic wings grew on him. Sharp claws appeared on his hands. The claws on his feet tore his shoes to shreds. The guard opened his mouth wide and screamed shrilly. Wu Fei's eyes widened in shock. The monster grinned. His boss sensed the energy of an A rank in him, although the employee was only a C rank. The guard looked at his hand and felt a surge of power and asked what had happened to him. The man lowered his head and thought that it was only a matter of time before the Qinan sect died. The guy continued to drink tea in silence. The red spheres were lying on the pillow. Fluorescent lights were burning under the ceiling. A blue aura was swirling around the protagonist. The system reported that the user had acquired the legendary skill Heavenly Demon Circulation. Hyunsu clenched his fist. A notification announced that the Heavenly Demon's body had begun to recognize him little by little. The guy looked forward resolutely. His body level had increased. The youth closed his eyes and sighed. Xinjiang said that this was quite good. The hunter cut the air with his hand. Suddenly, the awakened one's eyes widened and he screamed. The protagonist swung his fist and thought that the mystical circulation of the heavenly demon was gathering internal energy that he could not control. Hyunsu swung his hand and used heavenly demon destroying fists. The boy used a seed strike on a nearby stone block. The wave of energy pierced several columns like an arrow. A huge, smooth hole appeared in them. The boy smiled and realized that he had managed to do it. Shinrin opened her mouth in shock and asked how this was possible. Chongjin said that it was much better now. Hallie smiled happily and called his comrade simply amazing. Clenching his fist, the hunter thought that such control could already be considered a success and decided to try something else. Gusts of wind swirled over the Tibetan plateau. Bishop stood in front of the open portal. In her hands was a tablet. The portal concentration was 92%. The girl smirked and thought that she was turned on by the mere thought of her sworn enemy being in this portal. Chan landed behind her. The woman turned around and asked how his mission was going. The boy replied that Wu Fei had first used immortal superiority at rank C, but the effect lasted for 11 minutes and the man died due to the side effects. Bishop smiled and called humans insignificant creatures. She handed the device to her comrade. The boy bowed. The girl explained that this thing would allow him to blow up the person who ate the elixir. The woman looked at her subordinate and asked him to prepare Yihyuk in advance. People were walking around the city square. Someone was looking at their phone. A couple was walking forward. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The city's residents opened their mouths in fear. They realized that this was the work of terrorists and began to run away. Someone hung a giant canvas from the roof. It had the name of the organization Greed written on it. Wu Fei put his hand to his chest and decided to let the world know that their time had come. The sun was shining on the pagoda. Waves of energy were swirling around the protagonist. Hallie's mouth dropped open in surprise. The boy was delighted. Chongyang crossed his arms. He frowned and thought that the black energy was the hallmark of a heavenly demon's body. The cult patriarch concluded that his disciple was using mana to control energy flows. Hyunsu confirmed this and said that he had decided to try combining it with mystical circulation. The old man clapped for him. The man looked down and said that it was amazing. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought that the teacher had just praised him. An embarrassed smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, the boy pursed his lips. Chongyang asked what happened to him. The hunter wiped his tears and said that he just got something in his eye. Shinrin looked at the phone and asked what it was. The girl put the phone to her ear. The protagonist realized that something had happened. He closed his eyes and used the detection of the energy of the demonic fists erasing the heavens. A bright light illuminated the building. The woman looked back and said that it was time for her to go. Hyunsu decided to go with her. The huntress looked at him in surprise. The boy assumed that it was because of those people from greed. The young man looked down and said that they needed to stop them before more civilians got hurt. The awakened raised his eyebrows and said that he couldn't just stand by and watch. Shinran smiled and said that it was very like him. The protagonist decided to go there first. He rose into the air, leaving behind energy traces. The girl looked back and thought that it was really cool. Black smoke rose into the sky above the square. The terrorists gathered all the civilians in a group. One of them ordered them to sit still and not even try to resist. The phone screen lit up. A voice said that this was the complaint center of the Black Dragon Society. Wu Fei opened his mouth wide and asked to be transferred to the chairman. Surrounded by bodyguards, the man called on the organization to send him 100 billion yuan within 30 minutes, otherwise they would start killing civilians. Gunshots were heard, guilds flew into the air, shooting into the sky. The criminal said that the Black Dragon Society had brainwashed the civilians. The bandit pointed his hand forward and asked if they really thought the Black Dragon could save them. Suddenly, a silhouette of a man appeared in a cloud of smoke. The terrorists opened fire on him and wished him death. Bullets passed through the smoke. The shells fell onto the tiles. The criminal smiled and asked who it was. His comrade guessed it was a member of the Black Dragon Society. The protagonist concentrated mana in his hands. The bandits were shocked that he was still alive. There were corpses of people on the ground. Hyunsu asked who gave the enemy the right to kill civilians. Gritting his teeth angrily, Chongjin said that he would have killed every last one of them if he had a real body, and asked his student not to spare them. The boy looked down and agreed. The terrorists reloaded their guns, mocking the enemy for talking to himself. The young man held the caught bullets in his hands. He swung his hand and threw them back at the criminals. At the same time, the shells pierced the bodies of the bandits. The man on the roof realized that the Black Dragon Society had sent someone. Wu Fei put the phone to his ear and asked his subordinates to use what they were given. The terrorist looked ahead. He put his hand in his pocket. The criminals swallowed the immortal's superiority in one gulp. The heroes looked at them in confusion. The next second, the bandits turned into terrible monsters. The townspeople asked what it was. The horned beast opened its mouth and felt its strength increase. The dragon rushed forward and said that he would kill all the enemies. The hunter remembered how Knight held a red ball in his hands and thought that all these scoundrels were also connected with the king. Chongjin frowned and said that in his world they also made similar drugs that revealed all the most frightening inclinations of a person. The monsters ran forward. There were 7 of them in total. They surrounded the main character. Hyunsu broke through the crowd and struck each of the opponents. One of the monsters approached him from behind. The guy swung his fist. He turned around and hit the enemy on the head. Waves of dark energy tore his body apart. Wu Fei frowned, surprised that the enemy had dealt with his subordinate in one blow, and thought that he had never heard of someone so powerful being in the company of the Black Dragon. The man gritted his teeth and realized that there was another S rank in the organization besides Shinran. The immortal superiority flashed in his hand. The head of greed put it in his mouth and decided that he would have to become an S rank and kill the enemy. Waves of light energy appeared in the sky. They swirled and turned into a vortex. Suddenly, a silhouette of a man appeared in the air. Chang looked ahead and thought that the enemy had surpassed the level of the top S ranks to be able to fight against 7 A-rank hunters. Pawn adjusted his glasses and remembered that he had only come up with this plan to gather information. Someone appeared behind him and asked if he was also the king's subordinate. The boy turned around and saw the Black Dragon chairman in front of him. Shinran was surprised that the enemy knew her. The boy bit his lower lip and wondered how he had failed to sense her presence. The girl smiled and asked if she was imagining things or if the stranger was actually helping greed. The heroes hovered opposite each other. The woman concluded that she could gain a ton of useful information if she caught the enemy. The villain smirked and asked if she would be okay. The huntress asked what he was talking about. She frowned angrily when Chan explained that she would have some trouble in the future if the skill rejuvenated her again. Shinran clenched her fist and called him too insolent. The girl summoned energy around her and said that she had changed her mind about leaving him alive. Ash swirled above the palace. Monsters jumped off the roof and landed in the square. Fire Wu Fei smiled widely and felt himself overflowing with power. The man thanked his opponent. The protagonist turned around and asked what he was saying. The head of greed spread his flames and said that he had gained true power thanks to the enemy. The city's residents opened their mouths in fear and screamed. Hensu looked to the side and thought that he should get the civilians out of here first. With matter shift, the huge hands covered the people. They carefully picked up the residents to move them to another place. The monster bared his teeth and called this technique very strange. The villain widened his crazy eyes and asked if the enemy really thought they would let them leave like this, since he couldn't let so many hostages go. A wave of fire headed straight for the guy. A smirk appeared on his face. His eyes lit up. He used the conceptualization of the mystic arts of the heavenly demon. Steel balls appeared in the air above the fire monster. A powerful energy pressed his minions to the ground. Wu Fei looked back and asked what was just happening. Shinran sent out several waves of energy. Chang swung his sword and parried her attacks. The boy gritted his teeth and realized that he was losing. The girl opened her mouth and took a deep breath. A shock wave erupted from her mouth. The force of the sound destroyed the enemy's swords, which broke into small pieces. The awakened one rose into the air above the enemy and used the second technique of the heavenly demon's destroying fists. The man turned into a fireball and said that such a thing simply could not work on him, because he had become nature itself. The protagonist struck the wall of flame with force. Smoke rose. Hallie smiled enthusiastically and asked if their friend could really put out the flames even with his hands. Chongjiang confirmed this. People ran away in fear because a fire broke out in the square. Hyunsu closed his eyes and used the conceptualization of mystic arts. The territorial barrier covered all the civilians. Clouds of smoke swirled around the boy. They dissipated under his feet. The city's residents burst into tears of joy and wanted to know who saved them. The sun was shining above the palace. Someone said it was a man from Korea. The spirits flew to their comrade. The patriarch of the cult asked if it was his own technique. The young man said that he used mana thanks to the mystical circulation of the heavenly demon. The hunter looked away. Clouds were floating in the sky. The old man asked if the student could comprehend it. The answer was affirmative. The man looked down and said that he would be disappointed otherwise. The protagonist jumped up and left a red mark on the ground. The villain's body flew far back. His clothes were torn. Chan pursed his lips in displeasure and lowered his head. Clenching his fist, the guy realized that he did not feel the energy of his comrades and wondered if the Aranks had lost the fight. Enveloped in fiery energy, Shinran suggested that he surrender, otherwise he would have to pick himself up piece by piece. Adjusting his glasses, the boy thought that the organization would abandon him if he was caught, and he decided that this was exactly what Knight felt. Waves of light energy enveloped his body. The girl frowned in surprise. The enemy's skin turned gray. His legs turned into the paws of a beast. The armored monster spread its paws. The woman realized that the enemy had been hiding his true form all this time. Magic concentrated in the pawn's hands. The villain bared his teeth and said goodbye to his rival. The huntress grinned maliciously and said that she had no choice, although she did not want to become even younger. The Black Dragon chairman turned around when someone said that there was no need for that. The protagonist lunged forward and cut off the enemy's hands with a blow of a leaf. The monster looked at his severed wrists in horror. Hyunsu used the ego ring, and his hand was covered with strong armor. The guy reached out and grabbed the enemy by the neck. The monster opened its mouth wide. Blood gushed out. Its legs trembled. Chang felt that his body was not moving. The youth continued to squeeze his neck. The villain asked what was going on. The awakened one hit him on the back of the head with his fist. He swung his hand and decided to finish off the enemy with one blow. The villain asked him to stop. Shinran put her hand forward and said that it was not necessary to kill him. The protagonist asked what this meant. Hensu heard that it was the king's subordinate and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Clouds floated above the Chinese building. People in black suits ran along the corridor. One of them broke down the door with his foot. They put their pistols forward to arrest the vice prime minister for treason because Wu Fei's subordinate had already confessed to everything. The man frowned menacingly. In front of them, in a chair, sat a corpse holding a gun. Gusts of wind swirled over the mountains. Light filtered into the house through the window, and someone reported that Chan had been captured alive. Fidgeting with her fingers, Bishop called it surprising, as this was not part of their plan. Standing next to her, the king's henchman said that it did not matter, as they had managed to obtain data on the immortal's superiority anyway. Smiling, the girl was surprised that the knight had hidden such a valuable thing for himself alone, and said that she could make it more useful if the elixir was in her power. A man in armor stood by the window, and the woman explained that they would need to test a few things if they managed to trap the enemy in the portal. The man crossed his arms and asked if their enemy could make Chan talk. Bishop raised an eyebrow and replied that it would take all of Anderson's abilities to do so. The leader placed his hand on the table and called it funny that these people live and do not even know that their will is someone else's. The girl looked down and thought about it. A huge dragon spread its wings. In the past, there was a war on the planet Area. Mighty warriors of Area summoned magic circles in their hands. Their will was carried out on Earth. Dim light illuminated the ceiling. The warrior assumed that his friend was scared. Sitting at the table, the woman reminded that a singularity appeared on their path. The man frowned and said that the king was on their side and that he believed in them. Bishop crossed her arms over her chest and mentally repeated his words. The eyes of the man in armor lit up. A blue sky hung over the skyscraper. There was a cut on the man's hand. Chang was lying on the table. The researcher said that they took a gene sample and that all preparations were complete. In his opinion, this was much more effective than interrogation. Anderson injected something into the enemy and expressed confidence that the monster would be shocked when it saw its clone after waking up. People watched his actions through the window. Raven looked at his colleague and said that Hensu had once again made a huge contribution to their cause. Shinran noted that from the outside it looked like it was just a warm-up for him and confirmed that it would have been worse if he had not intervened. The girl smiled and said that their comrade was already stronger than Haxon. The man scratched his chin and stated that Isaac was walking in circles compared to him. Looking down, the head of the committee thought that perhaps it was time for him to surpass this and decided to be more careful. The engineer turned around when Raven asked if he had managed to finish analyzing the Immortal's superiority. The research director replied that it would be quite difficult. The man frowned and asked what about the umbrella. Adjusting his glasses, Anderson replied that he was done with it and explained that it was a very amazing technology and that it had the same functions as the portal generator they had created. The researcher added that in the near future they would be able to use portals to travel. The woman clasped her hands and said that technological progress was truly amazing. The light was on in the corridor. The huntress said that it was time for her to go. She waved her hand and asked her comrade to say hello to Armand. The head of the committee assumed that the warrior would be upset that he could not see her in person. Shinran explained that she had many things to take care of. Raven frowned silently. The girl shuddered when she was asked about tomorrow and asked her colleague not to interfere in her future. The man smiled and reminded him that he could not control his skill. The woman headed for the exit and hoped that her friend would learn it. The bright sun shone above the rocks. Suddenly, a dark portal opened in the middle of the mountains. The huntress and the protagonist approached it. On Hensu's hand were special bracers. On his finger, the ego ring sparkled. Around his waist was a belt that gave an invisible shield. On his neck, a medallion sparkled. The guy looked at his hand and asked if he was sure he could take these things with him. Shinran confirmed this and asked him to return alive. The young man went to the portal and hoped that they would see each other again. The helicopter blades began to spin. Han stood next to him. The dispatcher asked where the chairman was. Frowning, the man said that the leader had gone towards the portal with the hunter and explained that they could not approach the portal due to its pressure. Gusts of wind lifted the edges of his jacket. The dispatcher asked who was protecting the chairman now. The girl stepped forward. The woman said that she did not need protection. The bodyguard looked back when he heard her voice. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when the huntress reported that their ally had entered the portal. Han snapped his fingers and asked the pilot to turn off the engine because it was too noisy in here. Shinran crossed her arms over her chest and realized that all they could do was wait. The sun's rays illuminated the spruce forest. The protagonist found himself at the edge. The forest, the mentor and the hero looked around. The old man said that this place did not seem as ominous as a fragment of paradise. He frowned, said that there was something scary here. The hero looked forward. There was a swing. Hyunsu turned around. He jumped, dodging the attack. The guy angrily looked forward and asked what was that. The attack destroyed the trees behind the hero. An explosion was heard in the forest. The demon folded his hands together and said that it was enhanced energy. An attacking silhouette appeared in the smoke. Hyunsu sweated. He definitely felt something, but did not see anything. He pressed his belt and activated an invisible shield. A transparent dome covered the hero. He jumped, dodging the attack. The huge rock behind him was cut into pieces. The hero turned around and noted that the enemy had just cut through the B-rank barrier. He clenched his teeth. He spread his arms and shouted, asking them to stop playing hide and seek because he didn't come to play games. He looked ahead. He tilted his head and asked if the enemy had decided to continue attacking from behind. He summoned an energy beast and said that in that case he would have to make it show itself. The black dragon cannon was activated. An energy wave was created. The dragon opened its mouth and fired a projectile. The beam flew between the treetops. There was an explosion. The mentor looked at his student and noted that it was powerful. The hero's hand was smoking. The old man assumed that the cannon's power depended on the strength of its user. Hensu summoned another dragon. He shouted that if the enemy didn't come out, he would destroy the entire forest. He turned around. Someone shouted no. A creature appeared behind him and shouted that this was his forest. The old man and the student looked at the unknown creature questioningly. A red-haired girl with foxtails looked at them. The demon assumed that they had met a mystical creature. The girl opened her mouth and loudly asked why they were destroying her forest. Hensu covered himself from the sound wave. The fox screamed and demanded that her forest be left alone. Colored waves of sound crashed into the hero and exploded. The guy angrily looked ahead. In his thoughts he asked himself how it was possible to exert such pressure with just one voice. He flew up to the girl's level and noted that she was very strong. The creature flew at him and screamed. Hensu dodged the first blow. The fox turned sharply with a smile. She was fast. A clawed paw flew at the hero. He applied acceleration. There was a flash. The guy was thrown back. The fox raised her hand and sighed in irritation. She created an energy attack. Hyunsu created rings of energy around himself using the cloud of scattered skies. An explosion was heard in the air. The girl lowered it and noted that the hero was strong. The guy's hands were smoking. He could not believe that even in speed he was losing. The fox looked at the hero and asked, "Is there really someone so strong among people?" Her eyes turned yellow. She screamed that nothing had changed. Energy began to be released from the girl's body. Chongjin ordered to defend herself using energy arts. Listening to instructions was activated. Conceptualization of the art of the heavenly demon began. Portals opened in the air near the fox. Energy shot out of them. The girl began to dodge. Hyunsu pointed his hand at her and used the heavens of subsequent lightning. The girl was pierced by electricity. The smoking body fell down. She fell at great speed, but she was able to land on her feet. Lightning ran from her eyes. The fox looked at the hero and asked, "Is it really true that he took her forest and now he is going to kill her?" The guy just looked at her in surprise. The fox got into a fighting stance and screamed that only he would die here. Yellow slashes rushed into the sky. The hero's eyes widened. He clearly saw the attack, but he knew that he could not dodge. He was pierced by attacks. He fell to the ground with a crash. The fox flew up and said that this is what the man deserves. He will know how to destroy her forest. Hyunsu, completely wounded, lay on the ground. Chongjin clenched his teeth and told the guy to get up. The fox made a dash and said that it was time to say goodbye to life. The hero's ring lit up. The damage reflection began. Hyunsu abruptly opened his eyes. The fox rushed down. She wished the man death. A pink beam hit the forest. The girl sat in the middle of the smoke. She looked down in amazement. She was sitting in an empty hole. The hero had disappeared. He appeared above her head and said, "Wow." The guy warmed up. The old man noticed that he had completely recovered. Hyunsu said that his body was so light. He smiled slyly. The fox shuddered. The hero said that he was able to transfer the damage inflicted on him by the enemy to the enemy himself. The girl spat blood. Blood began to spurt from her body. She asked what the man had done. Blood flowed from her mouth. Her tails rose up and glowed. The wind carried the smoke. A silhouette appeared in front of the hero in the smoke. He opened his eyes wide. The fox changed shape, but she did not think that the hero would make her do this. Hyunsu shook his head, asking where the red-haired brat was. Chongjin looked forward seriously and asked not to forget that she was a mystical creature. The girl coquettishly approached and asked, "Does the hero not recognize her?" Her ears were trembling. 7 white tails were sticking out of her back. She smiled and said that she couldn't hold this form for long, but 5 seconds would be enough to destroy the hero. The woman's hand touched the hero's chest. His body didn't obey him. The old man looked at the student and told him to stop being petrified when his girls touched him. Hyunsu jerked to the side. The fox crossed her arms and said that she would destroy the man with naked force. The guy's body was covered in rings of energy. Blood splashed out. He clenched his teeth. He was thrown into the air, but the damage reflection cooldown was still 19 minutes. Hyunsu quietly said that in that case he would use the purge. The crystal lit up. A plus purge was activated. The hero's body was restored. The fox looked at him in amazement. The demon folded his arms on his chest and said that this was definitely cheating. The student said that it was not for nothing that there were only a couple of A+ rank things in the world. He looked ahead, thinking that he could speed up the recharge time while the damage return was being restored. The teacher ordered to distract her and then unleash a flurry of attacks on the enemy. Portals opened around the fox. Energy shot out. The girl began to block the attacks and asked if the hero really thought that his attacks would work on her twice. Hyunsu sighed and noted that this was just a conceptualization. But even so, he did not believe that she was able to block the fall of the heavens. He shrank, covered in energy. All this was just bait, the 6th technique of the second half of the demonic fists that destroy the heavens. He made a dash using the heavenly spiritual body. The fox blocked the attacks flying at her. She screamed that such tricks will not work. The hero decided that she noticed everything. The guy flew at the girl, crossing his arms. He decided that she would not be able to block his attack anyway. The fox opened her mouth and began to form a shot in it. She released an energy ball. It flew straight at the hero, flew very close. Hyunsu was approaching the girl. An explosion was heard in the air. Smoke rose. The fox in charred clothes was breathing heavily. Hyunsu was hanging in the air opposite. He frowned. He did not think that the heavenly spiritual body could fail. The girl looked from under her brows and said that she did not believe it. Another tail grew from her back. She smiled madly and said that the hero was able to pull out her 8th tail. She crossed her arms and made energy cuts. The hero's hand was covered with armor. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. He said that since his spiritual body did not work, he began to transform the glove. The guy screamed, releasing energy. He said that he would use the teacher's spiritual body. The hero imitated the heavenly spiritual body of Chongyal. He flew forward, using the spiritual body. The fox screamed, forming a shot. She said that it was useless. The ball flew out of her mouth. Hyunsu started to strike and screamed. Another explosion was heard. A dark sphere formed above the forest. Shock waves began to fly in different directions. The wind carried sparks across the sky. The fox began to fall down. There was a roar from the impact. Hyunsu looked down. He was breathing heavily, said that she had no chance against the teacher's technique. Changjin looked down and said of course. The red-haired girl was lying in the crater. The old man felt uneasy just thinking that there was someone so incredible in the world. Changjin folded his hands together. He said that she was strong and ordered to kill her with one blow. Hyunsu raised his fist to strike. The girl opened her mouth and whispered that he should not take it. The guy looked at her questioningly. The hand began to evaporate. The fox said that this forest belonged to her and Reina. She remembered the explosion above the forest. She stood with the girl on the slope and saw everything. Reina clasped her hands together. She said that the scary people from another world were here. Tears were streaming from her eyes. She asked what if they all died at this rate. The girl put her hand on her shoulder. She asked not to worry and said that she would protect them in the forest too. She picked a mushroom in the evening. She looked at it and said that there would be mushroom soup for dinner today. In the sunset forest, someone shouted that they had found a fox. The girl was surrounded by armed men. The fox screamed, releasing sound waves. She asked not to make her laugh because she was the mistress of this forest. The men's eyes and eardrums burst. Everyone fell to the ground and screamed in pain. The girl clenched her teeth and asked what they were looking for here. She turned around. She was told that they were looking for her. Bishop put a knife to Reina's throat. She told her sister Iris to run. Now the hero put the crystal on the girl's chest and used purification. The device opened on her body. Changjin sighed. He said that after this the item could no longer be used. The girl opened her eyes, calling Reina. She sat up abruptly and shook her head. Hyunsu looked at her silently. Iris asked if the man had really cured her. The leaves rustled. The guy looked down and chuckled. Iris nodded. The man said that that was exactly why he had come here through the portal. Sweat rolled down the fox's face. She asked if the hero didn't need her forest. Hyunsu extended his hand to her. He said that this place was a portal and the girl was trapped in it. She looked at the hero in surprise. He said that this portal was made similar to the place where she used to live, and it was also connected to the real world. The hero imagined the portal. He said that as soon as the portal's power weakened, everything that was here would be thrown out into the outside world and would be a threat to it. He said that this was the reason why people came and tried to kill her. Iris raised her hand and asked if she was really dangerous. Hyunsu flew up. He said that if they could communicate, then it wasn't that much. The girl looked at him in confusion. He suggested that they leave here. Energy began to swirl around Hyunsu. He used the mystical arts of the heavenly demon. The energy began to spread throughout the forest. Hyunsu looked around. He thought that there were about 800 football fields here. The guy landed and said that it wasn't that much. Iris demanded not to mock her forest. Hyunsu squeezed his hand. They asked him how he was going to get out of here. Hyunsu replied that this place needed to be destroyed. Iris indignantly pointed her finger at him and asked how he even had the nerve to tell her that. She nervously looked to the side and asked what was there. She heard a sound. Hyunsu folded his hands on his waist and asked if the girl was afraid of ghosts. The fox nodded. Hyunsu looked away contentedly and nodded. Changjin said that this mystical creature was very funny. Iris clenched her fists and asked, "Who's there?" Hyunsu's blood spurted out. Over the mountains, a lonely house. Dishes on the shelves. Bishop asked, "Hasn't he finished yet?" After all, if he won, he should have already left. She smiled and said that as soon as Hyunsu loses, everything inside will collapse. The girl chuckled and said that since it's been 20 days since he came in. Ronbell frowned at the hostess and said that about 2 hours had passed inside. Bishop smiled and said that an S-rank battle takes a maximum of 20 minutes. She asked, "What's going on?" She stood up and said that she would have to go and check. The man looked at her and asked, "Can there be more than one person inside?" The girl turned around and said that they were an exception. Bishop created a portal. Ihuk stood behind her in armor. The girl told him to follow her. He walked forward with a heavy step. The forest. The hero asked, "How long can she hold out with the support of the 8 tails?" The redhead looked at the hero and said half a word. The hero did not understand anything. He looked at Changjin. He said that it was about 7 to 8 minutes according to his time. He noted that there was another time dimension here. Hyunsu took the ring. He said that he was going to gather all the internal energy, conceptualization and mana, and then destroy this place thanks to mystical circulation. The old man looked down. He said that in this case the hero should concentrate on one point, and not on the entire area. He ordered not to lose control, but to concentrate it in one direction. Listening to instructions was activated. Hyunsu called Hallie. He raised a clenched fist. His hand began to fill with energy. The guy frowned. He was going to concentrate everything in one direction. The ground beneath his feet began to crumble. The energy for a one-time use of the mystical circulation of the heavenly demon began to gather. Hyunsu twisted his face in tension. The system reported that the internal energy for one use of the level 0 heavenly demon body was taken into account. The hero gritted his teeth. He used conceptualization. A beam struck the sky. The true heavenly spiritual body began. The beam struck the sky. Hyunsu stood on the ground, surrounded by lightning. The system began to congratulate him. The guy looked forward. He awakened the unique conceptualization of the destruction of the mind. The space in the sky began to crack like glass. The hero looked at the hand with electricity and said, destruction of the mind. Chongjin smiled and asked, when did the student manage to create a unique conceptualization? Iris looked at the hole in space. She asked, was all this really a simulation? The guy approached her and said that they did not know what could give them away from the outside, so he asked her to transform into an 8-tailed form. Iris took on a new appearance. She stepped on the ground with her legs stretched out. She looked at the hero affectionately and asked if he liked this form better. Nervous Hensu asked him to move away from him a little. A drop of sweat ran down his face. Iris asked him not to worry. She flew up into the sky and said that they needed to hurry. A large rift opened in the sky. Hensu flew up with the fox. She looked away with curiosity. The hero silently looked away. The girl began to approach him, and suddenly she kissed the guy. She folded her arms contentedly across her chest. Hensu asked what she was doing. She replied that it was a gift. She pointed to the portal and said that she would go there first. Suddenly, something cut her body. She looked away. A knight with a sword was hanging from the portal. The eye hole flashed with light. The man called Iris an arrogant demon. The hero screamed. The girl created energy cuts and cursed. The portal slammed shut, and the cuts flew past. Iris curled her lips and cursed. Blood began to spurt out of her. The guy asked what happened. Can't only one person enter this place? Ihek looked out of the portal from below and laughed. The couple glared at him. Iris flew to attack. Hyunsu asked her to wait. Stars flashed in the air near the fox. Many daggers flew at the girl. They pierced the fox, and Iris began to fall. Hyunsu looked at her and screamed. Aurora rose over the forest. The hero landed near the girl and asked if the fox was okay. Iris took her previous form. The hero demanded that she wake up. Someone came out of the portal behind them. Ihek pointed his sword at them and said that he would finish off the hero. He asked who he was. Chongjin looked at the enemy sullenly and demanded that the student calm down. He said that they had met before. The knight silently looked at the hero. He mentally asked himself, had they really met him before? Bishop came out of the portal and said that this was amazing. She smiled and noted that the hero was able to lure Iris to his side and even created a crack in her portal. The girl came closer to the people. Hyunsu raised his finger with a ring. He said that it was her doing. He took off the ring, put it on Iris's hand, said that she was also a subordinate of the king. Bishop smiled and said what piece she was on the board. She said that according to etiquette, she should introduce herself before killing him. Hyunsu smiled and asked what kind of joke was this. Bishop created a pink sphere and said that this was very rude. Ihek ran to attack. Iris's ring lit up. The damage was reflected. The knight's armor was covered in cuts. Bishop's eyes widened. The knight bent over and began to breathe heavily. He looked up and shouted that he would kill the hero. Hyunsu hit him and told him to shut up already. The man's helmet flew off. He looked at the hero and asked if he didn't remember him. Chongjin walked closer to the student and said that he was the guy they were with in the heavenly fragment. The wounded Ihek looked at the hero and said that he would kill him. Hyunsu clenched his fist and told him to shut up. Energy struck the warrior. The hero swung his left hand, preparing to use a leaf strike. The blow threw the enemy aside. His body was cut into 2 parts. Ihek's eyes bulged and said that it was impossible. Iris regained consciousness. She looked around and asked if the hero had healed her again. She looked at the ring. The hero smiled and suggested that they hurry. He hugged the fox and flew into the air with her. He looked angrily at the portal and said that they needed to get out quickly before the enemies recovered. A new portal opened in front of the couple. Bishop jumped out of it and shouted the hero's name. He curled his lips and cursed. He threw Iris into the portal. The girl looked at the hero in shock. The hero looked at her and asked her to survive. Iris was sucked into the portal. She shouted the hero's name. Daggers flew at Hyunsu. He used mind destruction. Blue spirals enveloped the entire space. Hyunsu used root strike. He looked at the flash in front of him. Bishop looked at the hero in fear and asked if he really blocked her attack so easily. Chongjin smiled contentedly and called the hero a brat. He laughed and asked if this was really his conceptualization. The old man smiled and said that the boy used the root strike that shook the earth along with the conceptualization that dug up the root. He noted that this is why people take disciples. Bishop looked at the lightning near the hero and asked herself, how could the singularity be so strong? Hensu looked menacingly at the girl and said that he would destroy all her plans. Bishop gritted her teeth and cursed. Hensu looked down and demanded that she not dare to say his name so casually. He flew to attack and said that he would not spare her because she was a woman. A portal opened behind the girl. She snatched it. The hero hit the void. He looked behind himself, where a new portal opened. The hero tensed up and used the territory. He flew forward, using the flight of the heavenly demon. A portal began to open in the air in front of him. The boy just grinned. His body was covered in energy. He used the destruction of the mind. Bishop looked out of the portal. Hensu performed a seed strike. The girl shuddered. A powerful technique flew into her. She twisted her face in pain. She opened her eyes. Hyunsu was flying towards her, using the fall of the sky. Bishop's hand began to emit purple energy. She called upon vengeful spirits to tear apart the body and soul of the man. The monsters flew straight at the hero. Bishop gathered all the vengeful spirits that had ever died in the portals. She smiled contentedly. She decided to find out if the hero could resist the vengeful spirits of darkness. Hyunsu covered his hand with energy. He looked away seriously. The assistant said that he would take care of them. The spirits were approaching. The hero's hand was covered in energy armor, which told the spirits to return. A dagger appeared in the air in front of the hero. Hallie said that this sword would free them all from their shackles. The spirits began to approach the sword. Hallie told them to return and find their freedom. An army of spirits flew into the created portal. The hero looked at this sight in shock. He glanced at the burning shoulder. It said that everything was ready. The guy did not even expect that everything would be so fast. Chongjin looked at the appeared Hallie with satisfaction and said that he was incredible. Bishop looked at the hero in shock. She thought that absolute death was the ego that was born from death, and this power has absolute power over the dead. She looked at the hero in fear. He raised his fist above his hand and began to use the mystic arts of the heavenly demon. Energy attacks rushed at the girl. Bishop created a shield around herself. The energy destroyed it and she screamed. The guy hung over her and said that she was not that strong if compared to Iris or Night. He pointed his purple hand at the enemy and screamed that even she was weak. He used the lightning of the heavens. Bishop was pierced by electricity. The smoking body flew down. She gritted her teeth in pain and called for a servant. Ronbel caught the mistress and landed with her on the ground. Bishop got up and asked why he was so late. The guy looked at her sullenly and said that she told him to wait for her signal. The girl's eyes flashed. She said that since the guy was so obedient, then let him get rid of the hero. Ronbel immediately jumped into the attack. Hensu looked at the silhouette that appeared and asked who else it was. The silhouette disappeared with a pop. Ronbel hit the hero in the stomach. Hensu coughed up blood, not expecting such an attack. The guy hit the hero in the face. Hensu gritted his teeth. He noted that the enemy was a close combat type. Ronbel was covered in purple energy. Clouds floated across the sky. Hospital. The man sniffed the flowers with pleasure. Yun was carrying a bouquet and noted with satisfaction that the flowers smelled great. She looked into the ward and said good morning. She said that she did not have a part-time job today, so she decided to look in on him. The girl put the flowers in a vase and asked if the guy could hear her. She turned around, saying that would be great. The hospital bed was empty. Yun asked where Hent had gone. Dark space. Fox legs. Iris looked around and asked where she should go. She shuddered. The voice said that she could not escape from them. Rook was looking at her. His eyes were glowing red. The girl noted that the enemies continued to appear one after another. Rook pointed his hand at the girl and wished her death. Iris cursed angrily and said that she would not give up. She made energy cuts, but they passed through the hologram of Rook. The real enemy attacked from behind. He said that it was all useless. A large hand from the portal hit the girl. She clenched her teeth. She took on a menacing appearance and said that now the man had really pissed her off. She looked forward. Rook said that her friend Reina was still alive. She smiled and said that they were keeping her under strict supervision. Iris nervously lowered her eyes. She remembered Reina. She lowered her hand. The man asked what she would do now. Rook summoned a dark sword and told him to think carefully. He swung it to attack and said that he would finish her off with one blow. Suddenly Rook froze. A strange voice said enough. Hent looked at the man. Rook looked at him warily and asked who he was and how did he get here. Hent pointed his hand at him and used forced teleportation. He told the man to go back to where he came from. Rook began to teleport. He did not understand anything. He disappeared, having time to curse at the end. Hent majestically flew to Iris. The fox sniffed. She noted that it was not Hensu because they had different smells. Hent pointed his hand to the side. A flash appeared in the distance. The guy told her to run to that light so that the girl could get out of here. Iris gritted her teeth and asked if the guy was really from the Hensu family. Hent looked at her. He said that he was not, but this body was. He noted that it was not important now. The guy raised his hand and told them to go faster. Iris nodded and said thank you in confusion. The girl flew forward. She thought that the place where she came from was the place where Reina was now. She flew towards the flash and thought about the hero. Mentally she said that someday she would repay him for everything he had done for her. Meanwhile, Hensu struck. Ronbel managed to dodge. He began to counterattack. Light flashed from the blow. The hero managed to block. Ronbel jumped and swung for another blow. The enemy hit Hensu's block with his elbow. He swung again. The hero bent over from the blow to the head. He angrily looked to the side and noted that the enemy was strong in close combat, and so he would not be able to use his conceptualization techniques. A mana bomb flared up near Rondell. There was an explosion. The forest. Bishop was recovering. She knitted her eyebrows. She wanted to recover faster. She bit her lip and mentally said that as soon as she came to her senses and joined the battle, they would win. Changjin gloomily noted that the hero was chasing the wrong thing. The student looked at him questioningly and asked what. The demon looked down and said that the enemy was attacking the hero without the intent to kill. Ronbel grabbed his wounded side. Hyunsu suddenly raised his hand and said that in that case, he would use mystic arts, fallen heavens. Many mana bombs opened around Rondell. Energy rushed towards the enemy. The guy began to fly away from the explosion. Tongues of mana continued to reach for him. Explosions thundered in the sky. Changjin noted that his devotion to that woman suddenly evaporated. The hero noted that no one had ever run away from him so quickly. Bishop angrily looked forward, asking, did Ronbel really run away? She was covered in energy and screamed. The girl turned around. The hero asked to forget about this coward already. He hit Bishop in the stomach. Her body was thrown into the air. Bishop began to form an attack. Mentally she said that she would kill the hero. Hensu destroyed her energy ball with one swing. Bishop shuddered in fear, and Hensu immediately broke her head with a blow. The building. There was a cake on the table. The birthday boy was congratulated on his birthday. Isaac looked ahead boredly. He was congratulated. The team stood in front of him and smiled. The guy awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He was told to make a wish and quickly blow out the candles. The ceiling. The last piece of cake. Isaac and Raven leaned on the table. The guy said that he was surprised. The guy was chewing a cherry. The teacher asked if the guy believed in God. Isaac laughed and asked why the teacher suddenly started talking about God. He said that he did not believe in such things. The man smiled and said that he, like the student, also denied his existence because God cannot be seen. He walked forward and said that God really does exist. The teacher started poking at the screen and said that he had once met him before he met him. Raven unlocked something. The table lid began to release steam. A round storage room appeared in front of the guy. Isaac opened his mouth in shock and asked what it was. The cabinet opened. There was a sword inside. Raven said that he was told to give it to the student when the time came. He handed the sword to the guy. He thought that the time had come. The forest. Chongjiang folded his hands together and assumed that the guy did not want to interfere. Bishop held a red capsule in her hand. She said the superiority of the immortal. The ball fell from her trembling hands. Bishop reached for it. Hyunsu loomed over her menacingly and said that she was pathetic. His hand was covered in energy. He was about to use the fifth technique of the mystic arts of the heavenly demon. There was an explosion of heaven. Smoke rose above the forest. Ronbel twisted his lips nervously. He said that the hero was really strong. He began to leave for the portal, not going to die just like that. Changjin approached the student. Bishop's body was dug into the ground. The heavenly demon told him not to dare to feel a drop of sympathy for her. The hero created a platform of energy underground. The system reported an increase in the unique ability to listen to instructions. Hyunsu looked at the glowing body. The system showed the capabilities of the fifth level of listening to instructions. The guy smiled, noting the level up and increased efficiency. He looked at the teacher and said that he had a new level. Changjin looked ahead gloomily. Hyunsu looked at him questioningly. The system reported that the master received a special ability. Changjin removed his hands and looked ahead, asking himself, did this world just give him an opportunity? Was he really able to take over Hyunsu's body? He frowned and asked, is this the day? He remembered Seoul's words and asked if that was what he was talking about. The student looked at the teacher and asked what he was thinking about. The old man chuckled and said nothing. Hyen-su looked at the sky. The crack in the sky was closing up again. He looked to the side and asked what happened to Iris. He turned to the sky demon, who said that the fox was alive. She was feeling happy, so there was no need to worry. The boy laughed and asked how the teacher knew this. Chong-jong asked if he seemed like a god to him. In return, he expected delicious food. Hyen-su looked at his hand and said that he would create a breach again. He took out a blade. The old man asked if he didn't have the thing that those idiots left behind. The people were walking forward. Shinran was walking with her hunters. The boy looked forward. He didn't feel any power coming from the portal. The girl looked forward and said that judging by how the Anderson index dropped sharply, Hyen-su did it. Her eyes widened. The second portal opened. Hensu came out of it and said happily that he had returned. He rubbed the back of his head guiltily and said that if it weren't for the things she had given him, he would have definitely died. Shinran hugged the hero and said that he was a great guy. She looked at the portals and asked why the hero came out of another portal. Hensu looked at the huntress and said that he hadn't been able to kill the creature inside the portal. Shinran looked questioningly at the hero. The hunters surrounded the disappearing portal. Shinran pointed at it and said that the hero had succeeded anyway. Hensu frowned. The girl said that she didn't think it would take him a month. Shinrin shuddered. The hero shouted that he had only been inside the portal for 2 hours. The huntress scratched her chin and suggested that time flowed differently outside and inside. She said that she needed to tell the hero something. Hensu shuddered. The girl said that his brother had woken up. Shinrin looked down sadly. She looked at the nature and said that Raven from KDV died yesterday. Church, altar with a photo of Raven. Light reflected from the frame. Isaac sat sadly opposite. Tears streamed down his face. Foggy bank by the river. Raven approached the mysterious fisherman. He smiled and asked what the young man was doing here at such a time. The fisherman's face was hidden by his hat. The man said that life had simply become too difficult. The fisherman replied that it had never been easy. Raven smiled and asked if he came here often. The man replied that it was his first time here. Raven stood nearby. He asked if fishing calmed the man down. The man replied that it was his first time fishing too. Raven smiled and noted that the man held the fishing rod like a real expert, so he thought that this had become a habit for him. Ryuak smiled and noticed that Raven did not come here often either. Raven shuddered. The fisherman asked why he did not ask who he was. The man looked at the gray-haired fisherman. Realizing he didn't know his name, he asked who he was. The fisherman bowed his head and grinned. His face began to change. The boy took off his hat and said he was the king. The man's eyes widened. The king raised his hand and said that Raven would fall by his hands again. He smiled and said goodbye. The man was covered in red electricity. He screamed that he would not die without a fight. He flew up and said we'll see who beats whom. The building, an empty hallway. Isaac was sleeping, hugging his sword. His eyes were closed and he was being called. The boy opened his eyes. The teacher was sitting on his bed. The boy asked what he was doing here. The man closed his eyes and said that he could no longer support him. He looked down and said that Isaac's potential was endless, so he should not doubt himself and should continue moving forward. The boy jumped up and asked what the teacher was talking about. Raven began to evaporate. He said not to let anger consume him and ordered to always remain calm. Isaac jumped up again and screamed. He was breathing heavily, asked, was it really a dream? The sign did not enter. People in gas masks walked forward. They looked around and asked, what happened here? They approached the poison pit. One of them noticed that even the water had evaporated. They tried to understand who could have done this. A silhouette appeared ahead. A charred skeleton stood in the middle of the smoke. Hospital. Hensu burst into the ward and called his brother. The brother was sitting on the edge of the bed with a smile. Hensu approached him with tears and asked if he was okay. The hero shuddered. The brother said to just think that they would meet like this. Hent looked at his brother and said that he was not Hent. The hero remembered the dark words, and an ominous darkness reigns in the place where darkness will settle. Not a single flower will grow, and all living things will meet their death. That which brings death after itself decomposes all living things. It is inevitable. Hensu grabbed his brother by the collar and asked who he was. Chongjin approached from behind, but told him not to be too rough so as not to harm his brother's body. The guy let go of his shirt. The hero pointed his finger at the stranger and asked what he had done to his brother. He answered no. The equipment was silent. The stranger said that the culprit was the king who caused the explosion of the portal, but it was he who helped his brother remain in limbo so that he would not die. Hensu screamed and asked who he was. Hent smiled and said that he was Mare, a god from the planet Ares. The hero recoiled and asked again. Mare looked down and said that Ares was approximately 700 million light years from this place. The hero silently looked at the stranger in his brother's body. Chongjin flew closer and asked what he was doing here then. The hero asked if the stranger could see him too. Hyunsu smiled. Mare said of course, after all, he was the one who brought the heavenly demon here. Mare smiled. The heavenly demon asked if he was the one who dragged him here. The guy said that if his soul had not separated from his body, he would not have been able to do this. He said that he was lucky. Chongjin covered himself in lightning and said that if he were in his body, he would have torn it apart. Mare smiled confusedly. He did not deny that the heavenly demon could do this. He smiled and noted that everything was not so bad. After all, he was spending time raising a new disciple. Chongjin frowned. The guy looked at them and said that he had no choice. He was obliged to be here because of the contract by the will of the dead people of Ares. Mayor smiled and said that there is such a thing as the internet here, and to use it, you need a server. A drop of sweat rolled down the hero's face. His brother said that for Ares' people he was something like a server. He smiled and said that he was not asking to forgive him. He said that he could be killed after everything was over. The hero asked what his brother wanted to say. Mayor created a model of the earth and said that he would show him. He opened a portal. The heroes saw space creatures. They shouted that the fourth line of defense was interrupted. The alien shouted that all portals in the sky were now open. They asked where Haxon was. The creatures were sitting at the monitors. One of them said that a disaster-level monster had appeared in Zone D. He turned and called Newman. He said that the Night Army had advanced to the fifth line of defense. He said that time needed to be turned back. The hero mentally asked what this was. Was it really Ares' past? The aliens looked at each other. They shouted that Bishop was in the sky. The man said that Karak was fighting in Zone D. The battle map appeared. The aliens began to ask to turn back time at least a little. He agreed. Newman created 2 spheres. Hensu looked at him. He noted that Raven had a similar ability. Everything stopped. Hensu shuddered. Mayor appeared next to him. He said that the man had the same ability as Raven. The hero asked if he really stopped everything. The god answered that it was so that he could explain everything. Hensu shook his head and asked, "Explain what?" Mayor said that his name was Numa. He was the former owner of Raven's abilities. Newman did not move. The hero asked if this was not just a similar ability, but exactly the same. Mayor said yes, the Earthling inherited the abilities of a man from Ares. Hensu looked tensely at the god and said that all the awakened, except Raven. Mayor nodded. He smiled and said that the people of Ares had special powers, and because of these powers it was not possible to unite people. Mayor showed the Ares meeting. He said that Newman, who sat at the head of the table, was able to do it. He said that 11 kings were gathered. Mayor showed Haxon and Karak at the table. The latter was the best in battle among them. He noted that they even had the same characters. He pointed to the red-haired woman Marona, who had the powers of a dragon. Mayor showed the predecessors of the earthly hunters and said that although they had a common enemy, uniting all who were previously enemies seemed impossible, but Newman was able to do it. He pointed to the table of Paul, who helped Newman the most. Sangho's predecessor smiled. He was the main commander, leading the S-rank hunters on Earth. He bowed. The hero said that Sangho was the boss Urek. Mayor looked forward and said that with the help of Paul, Newman was able to unite the people of Ares. He showed footage of the battles. He said that they began to fight the king, using everything they had. He noted that at first they were doing well, because the united army of Ares was as strong as the enemy. The god said that each of the 11 kings was strong on his own, but when gathered together, they represented a formidable force of another order. Hent looked up. He said that all this did not last long, because when the queen entered the battle, Hensu looked questioningly at his brother and asked again. He imagined his enemies. He thought that since there is a bishop and a king, there must be a queen. Mayor showed cosmic symbols and said that the queen is the strongest living weapon, made from the cells of 4 ancient kings and the current king with the help of science and magic. He showed the queen and said that the queen's power is far beyond the understanding of ordinary strength. The god showed how Ares' men died and said that her whole being was stronger than any of the attacks. He said that Ares' men were no match for her. Haxon ran to attack and told the queen not to joke with them, and even Karak, who was most accustomed to battle, died. The queen cheerfully got into a fighting stance. She tore Haxon apart. He became just a toy for the queen. Ares' men ran away in panic. The enemies pursued them. Mayor said that they could still stand against Knight and Bishop, but the appearance completely turned the tide of events, so he had no choice but to find him. The wounded Newman walked through the cave. He looked ahead. Mayor in his true form was looking at him. Hensu turned to his brother and asked if it was really him. Hent scratched his chin and said yes, but he said that his current form was rather pathetic. Newman looked at the burning man and asked if he was Ares' god. The creature replied that he was more accurately the god of his abilities. Newman looked at him in surprise and asked why Mayor did nothing when Ares was in danger. He said that God had to do something to protect their people. Mayor looked at him calmly and said that all he could do was support their abilities. Newman took a fighting stance. The god said that there was an outstanding one behind those people. Mayor looked at the man and said that he could not help Ares' people. Newman clenched his fist. He gritted his teeth. Mayor said that they would die anyway. The man fell to his knees and screamed. He said that he would never forgive the king. The ceiling of the cave was illuminated by the creature's flames. Newman asked if Ares could somehow exist. Mayor said yes, if he transferred his powers to people from another planet. Newman looked down and asked to do so. The god asked if he was sure. The man screamed and said that since they couldn't stop the king, they would let those who would inherit their will do it. He screamed that if they couldn't handle it, then let someone else inherit their will. Mayor began to glow blue. He suggested that the people of Ares would suffer forever, deprived of any happiness. Newman gritted his teeth. He said that it didn't matter as long as he could pierce the hearts of his enemies with his blade. Hensu and Hent took off. The hero looked at the god and asked what about the teacher and what are singularities. Hensu looked at the creature questioningly. He said that singularities are variables. He said that it is a power that did not exist on Ares. It is a power that the king does not know about. Hent put his hand on his chest and asked if the hero knows why he is in this state. The hero looked at his brother in surprise. The god said that this was the price for creating them. Mayor showed the sky demon and the sword, said that he traveled through countless dimensions to find his teacher and to give the sword to Isaac. Hent smiled and said that he would appear before them soon. Hent put his hands behind his back. The hero said that he had one last question. The guy looked askance and asked if the prophecy about singularities saving the world was true. God smiled and chuckled. He said that this was his wish. The hero looked at him angrily and asked again. Mayor calmly looked at him and said yes. Hensu shuddered. Mayor said that the hero killed both Knight and Bishop. He showed them and said that on Ares such a thing was simply impossible because the enemies were too strong. He showed footage of the enemies' deaths and said that the hero was able to kill them and even capture one alive. Mayer said that his wish was becoming a reality and he truly felt sorry for those earthlings who received abilities they never asked for. The hero looked at his hand. His brother said that as long as the king loomed over the earth, the power would not be superfluous. Hunu looked seriously at Mayer and said that Raven must have seen their conversation. The god said that it was impossible as long as he was involved. He showed the statues and altars and said that although the ability to see into the future is simply incredible, it is not above the gods, and even if he loses his powers, the ability to see into the future to rise above it is not enough. Hunu looked at the fireman and asked who is outstanding. But the shape-shifting god did not know this. The hero asked if he was helping the king. Mayer answered that he simply stopped him from holding Ares, but then disappeared. Chongyang folded his hands and assumed that he was the one who called him to this strange place. Mayer looked at the heroes and said that there is hope for all of them, because they have his desires, the will of Arism, and the singularity. Hunu looked at the god seriously and said that his wishes would come true. The being said that he was pleased to hear it. The hero looked at the god angrily and asked indignantly why he was connected to his brother. Mayer asked, didn't he say that this was the last question? Mayer confusedly folded his fingers and said that the hero was making a fuss in vain. Although he saved him, the hero said that he only needed him. Then why? Hunu looked at the god in surprise. He said that otherwise the hero would have simply committed suicide. The hero frowned and asked, did the god really choose him from the very beginning? Mayer looked at him and asked, didn't he feel it himself? His true talent. Chongjin frowned and said that the hero should have been born in Murim. He said that he ruled the world with him. Mayer said that the hero, Isaac, and the third singularity would be their hopes, whom he selected and carefully nursed. Isaac's sword turned dark. He asked if the boy wanted power. The boy looked at the sword in shock. A scary face appeared on the black blade and repeated its question. The boy looked at the teacher's photo. The sword asked if the boy wanted power. The sword flew into the air. The boy asked why the sword was talking. He answered that even among demonic swords, he was considered a true demon. He smiled and asked if he didn't want to take revenge on the one who killed his teacher. Isaac shuddered. The sword said that it could give him power. The sword flew higher and said that it was omnipotent. Isaac looked angrily at his hands. He said that he wanted to kill that idiot. The monster's eyes flashed. He said that he needed his power. The blonde looked up. He said that the sword was right and asked to give him power. The sword flared with energy. He asked if the boy could handle what would happen next. The boy said whatever it was, he could. A contract appeared in the air. The sword ordered to give him the boy's blood. Blood burst through his finger and floated through the air. Isaac signed the piece of paper. The contract turned dark. Black energy began to move to the guy's hand. The energy enveloped his legs and began to absorb his face. The changed Isaac looked forward. He took the sword in his hands. He raised it and laughed. The sword said that Isaac had become strong enough to wield the sword. The church. The hunter spoke to the priest. The man smiled. Armin said that the official funeral would be tomorrow. The Pope said that he prayed for the eternal peace of the deceased. The man went inside. He looked forward in surprise. A dark man stood in front of him. The guy asked who he was. He shook his head and asked where Isaac was. Armin pointed to the stranger and asked what he had done to him. The guy smiled and said that he was Isaac. Armin shuddered. The guy looked to the side and said that he would take revenge with his own hands. The hunter asked if he was really Isaac. Isaac, covered in darkness, looked at him silently and teleported. Armin looked anxiously into the void. Mayer looked at the hero and said that this is all he can tell him. Hunu looked at God and said that he will destroy him as soon as this is all over. Mayer calmly replied that he will look forward to it. His hand began to emit light. The ward, God said that now he needs to rest a little. Hent was lying in a hospital bed. The hero asked what happened to his brother. The guy looked forward. He was told that Hent had not fully recovered. The ceiling, God said that he would not be able to walk for some time due to muscle dystrophy, but he would soon wake up on his own. The guy smiled and said that in order to save him, they had placed a strong seal on him, so he cannot be exposed to external influences. He must be completely calm. Hunu looked to the side. The creature said that due to the fact that you used a couple of strange techniques that weaken the seal and its reaction to external influences is now unpredictable. The hero turned around and asked to try to get out of his brother's body as soon as possible. Chongjin flew after the student and asked if he learned much from his story. Hunu answered yes, and now he must tell the others about it. Henti looked at the ceiling. He was sorry, but Henti had already played his role. The building. The hero entered the room. The head of the guild looked at him sweetly and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl's hair again became its usual color. She noted that her powers had also returned. There was a portal in the room. The guy asked if the KDV made it. Urek answered that they placed them in all the important places. The head led him to it. She said that everyone was just waiting for them. Views of the city. Hunters were sitting at the table. Hensu looked at everyone and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The old man shook the hero's hand and introduced himself as Alexander. Shinran looked at everyone. She said that the reason they were gathered here before the funeral was because the hunter Hensu was able to kill Bishop, one of the king's subordinates. Sealing, everyone asked in shock. Yurak looked tenderly at Armand and said that the hero also received some information from a higher being that he wanted to share. Haxon angrily looked at the hero, mentally asking when did this brat become so strong. Hensu said that he would try to make it simpler and convey the most important thing. He looked at everyone and said that the king's gang was somewhat similar to the pirates of the universe. They attack the first planet they come across and completely seize control of it, killing the population and appropriating the resources. He introduced madness and said that the easiest way for them to do this is to create a portal and summon monsters that will destroy the majority of all life. He introduced monsters and said that the strongest of those monsters will be summoned to the next planet. Everyone looked at each other in shock. The hero said that the reason why they were doing this was unknown even to Mayor, the supreme being he was talking to. The guy looked at everyone and said that Mayor said that he was the god of Ares. He was the one who supported the superhuman abilities of the inhabitants of his planet. He said that Ares' people lost the war with the king. He imagined the cosmos and said that their abilities had passed to Earth and it was their abilities that had awakened in each of them. Everyone shuddered. Armand put his hand on his chest and asked if their abilities really had an original owner. The corridor, the lamps, everyone argued and discussed the hero's story. Hensu looked down and said that according to Mayor's memories, the abilities of Ares' people were the same as those of earthly hunters, but stronger. Everyone looked at the hero warily. He said that now the most important thing would be said. Hensu raised his hand and said that he knew the reason why the king came to Earth. He began to gesture and said that first he would tell why the king and his henchmen invaded Earth, and secondly, he would tell why they did not use all their strength to completely conquer the Earth. He imagined explosions and said that on Earth a legend had long been passed down about the war between the gods, about the battle between God and devil, and one day the devil lost this battle and was sent to the very depths of the Earth. Yamamoto and Jill looked at the hero incredulously. They said that all this looked like a story from the Bible. The man asked if they were really talking about a real war between God and devil. Hyunsu looked at them sullenly and said that the king came here to awaken a creature known as the Dragon of Destruction. The devil, he said that even before Ares was conquered, it was already decided that the Earth would be next. Everyone looked at the hero sullenly. He said that even Mayor did not know what they wanted from the Dragon of Destruction, but they were definitely trying to resurrect it. The guy assumed that the dragon would become a strong fighting unit for the king. Alexander looked at the hero. He said that as for why they did not conquer the Earth with all their might, it was all because of the contract with the hunter Sunho. Burak looked at the hunter in surprise. He said that the commander-in-chief had the ability to strengthen seals. He imagined a barrier and said that the hunter learned of the sealed Dragon of Destruction and began to prepare a spell to strengthen the seal. He imagined a whirlpool of energies and said that the king learned of this and offered negotiations, because if the hunter Sunho strengthened the seal, it would last for another 5 centuries. The man said that if Paul strengthened the seal of the devil, he would immediately destroy the Earth. Then the man asked him if his true goal was the devil. The king looked at him and said that he wanted him, but even without him, he could destroy all life on this planet. Sunho looked at the enemy with apprehension. The king demanded what he wanted in exchange for not strengthening the seal. The guy thought that based on what Mayor said, singularities would appear soon. The guy looked at the king and asked him to promise that he would not attack the Earth for the next 5 years. The king smiled and asked if he really thought that humanity would be able to prepare to defeat him. Sunho said that if the king violated his condition, took his true form and attacked the Earth, then as a punishment, his life would be shortened and his strength would decrease. The hunter looked at the enemy and said that if he agreed to such a verbal oath, he would stop strengthening the seal right now. He asked if the enemy agreed. The king frowned. He noticed that a commoner knew about a verbal oath. Space, the king knew that this oath was absolute, and whoever broke it would lose his soul. The villain looked at the guy. He said that the deal was not entirely fair. He said that he would also add a condition because he could do it again in 5 years. The hunter shuddered. The villain said that his condition would be his suicide. Now Hensu looked at Gil. He said that the hunter sacrificed his life for the land, and the king was forced to keep the oath. Armand looked at the hero and asked, didn't Knight use his true form against them? Hensu nodded and said that because he died immediately, it did not help. Everyone looked at the hero. Not everyone could believe that something like this had happened. Alexander said that he was now beginning to understand what had been happening all this time. Chunrin put her hand on the table. She stood up and said that she would like to express her respect to Hunter Sunho for his endless efforts for humanity. She moved her hand to the side and said that she and the Black Dragon Society had decided to follow him. Burak leaned on the table and said that now that the enemy's goal was known, there was no point in acting separately. She looked at everyone and said that they needed to unite and fight against them. Under the ceiling, everyone began to say that they needed to unite. They were going to create an army led by Hunter Sunho. The guy slammed the table and said that he refused. Haxon angrily looked at the hero and said that he would not obey someone weaker than him. Hyunsu looked at him seriously and said that it didn't matter anymore because guilds were no longer needed either. Jill glared at the blonde, who said he didn't care about the guild. He couldn't recognize the hero as a leader if he was weaker than him. Changjin looked at the student and told him to show the guy who was in charge here. Hyunsu raised his finger and asked if he had the coordinates of his house. The man said yes. He smiled and thought that Raven and Isaac were heading there. Home. Portal. A black portal began to open in the wall. Anderson looked ahead and asked if there was really a portal in the house. The hunters looked ahead in surprise. Jill said that the portal seemed endless. The man said he didn't feel any signs of life. Hyunsu looked at Haxon and said that this place was enough. He said that this was his personal training ground. The guy said that here he would beat all the bad out of him. The hero smiled and said only if he could. He pointed at him and said that Haxon was an important fighting unit in this war and even the point of this battle was now. The blonde interrupted him and ordered him to shut up. He charged and told him to stop lecturing him. There was a blow. Hyunsu was floating in the air above the blow. The boy jumped, using 5 swings. The hero raised his fist to punch. He began to use the first half of the first technique. He began to angrily strike the seed. Haxon put up a block, realizing that he did not have time to dodge, so he would try to defend himself. The hero hit the blonde in the block. The boy's arm was torn. He groaned and immediately used Silver Pulse to restore it. The restored arm began to smoke. Haxon noted the hero's frightening strength. He looked at the hero in surprise. The hero asked if he was sure he should heal himself now. Mana bombs appeared around the boy, and an explosion was heard. Haxon was covered in deep wounds and cuts. He noted that he saw a completely new technique that he had never mastered. The hero learned a new technique in just a few months. Hyunsu smiled madly and snapped, using the lightning of the sky. The hunter was electrocuted. He grimaced in pain and fell down with a crash. Anderson adjusted his glasses and said that the guys were on completely different levels. Yamamoto said that he did not believe that Haxon was not the hero's equal. The blonde tried to get up, writhing in pain. He clenched his teeth. He said that it was impossible because he was the strongest. He stood up and shouted at the hero not to be so impudent. He formed a purple sphere in his hand and swung, wishing each other death. Hyunsu only raised his hand and hit his opponent with an explosion of heaven. Smoke enveloped the hero's body. He said that they could continue if the guy wanted. Haxon slammed his face into the ground. Alexander looked ahead sullenly and said that the hierarchy was determined. The hero was recognized as the leader. Changjin followed the hero and said that it was worth giving a harsher lesson. The guy said that then he would have died. The guy turned around. He was called. Haxon stood up unsteadily. He looked down, trying to say something. The hero held out his hand. He smiled and said that the guy had lost today. Haxon frowned angrily. Haxon grabbed him from behind and said that in exchange he wanted the guy to go with him to a nice place. He tugged the guy, and the others dubiously discussed the new leader and how the hunters were getting along well with each other. There were fans hanging on the wall. The guy asked what kind of place it was. The hero said that he would call it a piece of public heaven, thermal baths. Hensu began to strip naked. He suggested that they take a bath first, since they had been fighting for so long. Haxon looked at the hero's dignity in shock. The hero suggested that the guy take off his clothes and go bathe. The ceiling. Haxon said that he does not expose himself to strangers. The hero said that he had completely reserved this place, so there was no one to be embarrassed here. The hunter sighed heavily and said no anyway. The hero's hand was covered with energy. He asked why he was squeezing when the water was freezing there. He tore Haxon's clothes, saying that he should just take them off and that's it. There were electrified pieces of clothing on the floor. The hero said that he overdid it a little. Hensu began to giggle maliciously, saying that the blonde's dignity was like a German sausage. Hensu went to the bathroom and hurried his former rival. Steam flew around the room. Hensu and Haxon sat silently in the bathroom. The hero looked at the guy and said that he didn't really want to be a leader, because just being strong and being able to lead others were two different things. Hyunsu leaned on the edge and said that he admits that some problems can only be solved by force, like with him. The guy frowned at the hero. He said that the unification of all the awakened is necessary for the sake of defeating the king, and his power is very important to them. The hero looked at the guy in surprise. He said that he will work with him, not against him. He looked at Hyunsu and said that he will cooperate to deal with the king and his minions. The hero said that he would not want it any other way. Hyunsu shuddered. The blonde said that he has more of it than he thought. Haxon looked to the side and asked when that Portal 7 appeared in his house. Is he sure that nothing will come out of it? Changjin and Hallie were having fun on the sidelines. The hero said that monsters will definitely not appear from it. And as for the rest, there is no comment. Haxon started to get up. He said he would go. The guy was indignant and said that they had just started. He said that the guy definitely didn't know how to properly go to public baths. The The blonde stood up and the hero involuntarily looked at his dignity while he said that they needed to rub each other's backs. The couple began to mock about beer with German sausages. Church. Entrance. Hensu stood at the altar to Raven. Dust fell on the altar. The hero said that he came to see Raven. He looked down solemnly and said that he would do everything in his power to avenge him. City. The news anchor said that, as it became known, behind the portals that threaten the safety of the earth, there is an organization headed by a certain man named the King. The girl next to him said that all the guilds of the world urgently united into one organization, and from now on the very concept of guilds does not exist. She said that all the awakened are in one organization called the New World. New World, branch of Korea. People took out their phones. The speaker was being photographed. She said that Hunter Hensu really wanted Yurak to be the leader of the New World. She was asked why the hero didn't take this place himself. The girl calmly looked at the guests and said that, as they all know, the hero is the strongest hunter who prefers to remain out of constant surveillance. She said that he has a lot of hope and responsibility, so organizational issues and the rest would only take up his time. After a while, Minna grabbed her head and said that there were too many questions from the reporters. Yurak looked at her contentedly and said that this was a great job. Chunrin smiled and asked if all the pressing problems were solved. The leader looked at her and said that 80% of the portals on the entire earth were closed. Sealing. She was asked what about the rank in Ethiopia. Minna sat down on the sofa. She heard that Haxon volunteered to deal with it. He is an S rank, so the rank portal will not cause him any problems even if he goes alone. The girl smiled. She would never have thought that Haxon would be so accommodating. She said that after that battle something changed in him. The girls grinned and said that boys are such boys. The portal in their room activated. Armin came out of it. They asked him what happened. The ladies looked at him in surprise. The man said that an S-rank portal opened over the Pacific Ocean. Heavenly gloomy castle. Laboratory installation. Scientists in masks were working. One of them said that there was no more time and they needed to hurry. He said that the king had put a lot of effort into finding him. An unknown person entered the laboratory. The scientist looked at Rook and said that he had finally come. He only asked if this was it. A man in bandages stood in front of them. The scientist said that this was the strongest body found personally by the king in one of the countless dimensions. Rook frowned. He could not believe that such strong energy emanated from a corpse. After a while, he entered a beautiful hall. The henchmen stood up from their chairs and greeted the elder. Salden glared at the man sitting there and asked why he hadn't said hello. The guy asked in surprise, was it really necessary? He grinned. They told him he was pawn, and that one was Rook. Rook frowned at the guy. He was glad to meet him. He asked if this was their first meeting. Kaven smiled and said yes. Rook had heard that Kaven was a very famous mage in the Eastern universe. Since the king had personally chosen him, it meant he could be trusted. Rook frowned and asked what they were doing now. The old man created a projection and said that they had found a portal and had finished forming a squad for it. He said there would be 30 A ranks and 1 S rank, but there was no information on Hensu. Rook looked at him and said that 90 jobs had been completed to establish a connection between the 7 portals. Kaven looked questioningly at Rook and said that there were only 4 of them. How could they be in 7 portals at the same time? The man looked at him and said that the central portal was the last portal connecting the other 6, and excluding it, they would enter 4 portals in the remaining 2. He looked ahead and said that they already had someone who would enter them. Everyone looked at Rook in surprise. He said that the one who would deal with the hunter Hyunsu would enter. He said that they had received permission to fight in their true forms, so in their portals they were required to fight at full strength. Salden looked at him questioningly and asked what about the limitation due to the contract concluded with Sunho. Rook looked down and said that he would take all the limitations on himself using the causality clock. The girl suddenly stood up and was indignant. Rook dryly ordered to just fight at full strength and ordered to bring Hyunsu's head. The ship sailed to the portal above the ocean. The crew looked at it in surprise. They had never seen portals of such size. Jill estimated that it was about 2 kilometers in diameter. The girls turned around. The man said that he did not feel the ominous energy that the paradise particle had at all. Hyunsu looked happily at his friends. Yurek turned around. She approached the hero and said that Hyunsu had not changed at all. Had the training really been in vain? Chongjin hung over the team. He noted that the student had reached the level of the reverse source, so the others were no longer able to feel his power. The hero looked at the portal and asked if it was really surrounded by a barrier. Yurek said that this was exactly what they were counting on. The ship was sailing forward. The girl said the most powerful weapon of humanity, nuclear. The submarine was sailing forward. The hero said that if they use nuclear weapons, then what to do with the residual radiation, because it is not for him to tell them how destructive it is for the planet. Jill looked forward and said that he could absorb the damage from at least one missile. He spread his arms out to the sides and cast the Chaos Lake spell. A portal appeared in the sea. The hero thought that the Lordamon's energy covered the portal. The portal hung in the air. The guy said that the preparations were finished as soon as the rocket exploded. The connection with the outside world would immediately be interrupted, which meant that the problems with radiation would be a matter of another dimension. The soldier frowned and said that they would not just stand aside and began the countdown. He pressed the button and shouted fire. The rocket rose in the air. It hit right into the portal. An explosion occurred. Jill held his hands in front of him. With his energy, he contained the consequences of the explosion. The man clenched his teeth. He opened his eyes and thought that she was more powerful than he thought, but still he was stronger. The commander frowned and said that the explosion was disappearing. Another said that it was amazing. The explosion in the portal disappeared. People were surprised at this. Someone said that Jill was still in S rank. The man hit the guy with his elbow and asked how he liked it. "Isn't it cool?" The girl said that now it was their turn. After a while, the sun was rising over the buildings. The blonde frowned and said that it looked like some kind of ruins. It was somehow scary. He looked at the screen and said that he had spotted monsters and there were a lot of them. They were running towards them. The heroes ran out to meet them. The fight began. The man hit the monster. Mutated insects were flying at them. The girl flew up and said that compared to the monsters from the fragment of heaven, these looked very cute. Fire appeared around her and she said that she would fry them all to a crisp. Shinran looked ahead and said that she had become stronger again. The whole sky was ablaze. She jumped up and said that she would not lose to her. Her blow went through the monsters like a wave. The girl smiled and asked if there was anyone here who could make her even younger. The brunette levitated with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes and thought that the analysis was complete. 6 portals were burning in the air. They connected with the portal in the middle. Monsters were swarming below. The guy called upon the mystic art of the heavenly demon and conceptualization. Fireballs fell upon the monsters. The guy looked at it and said that it was incredible. It was hunter pack. Even 100 soldiers would not have that much power. Urek landed. She looked back. The girl smiled when the guy said that he was reconnoitering. She said that it was worth starting with that. He stood next to her and said that there were a total of 6 portals, plus one that connected them in the middle. Urek smiled and said that she hadn't often seen 6 portals that worked as one. He replied that he thought their technology had gotten even better compared to the fragment of paradise. While the others continued to fight, he said that the rank of the monsters themselves was not that high. Normal creatures could be left to squad members and S ranks would take care of the portal bosses. Urek replied that she understood him and would pass this message on to everyone. The hero smiled and said that he was going. She told him to be careful. He raised his hand. The guy pressed it to the girl's cheek and said okay. Hensu smiled. He disappeared. Urek frowned and said that he was a little brat and had gone completely nuts. The hero flew forward. He landed. The guy looked ahead and asked if this was an amusement park. He looked up when he heard screams and wondered if he was really inside the portal. The kid pointed to the display case and asked his mother to buy him cotton candy. She said okay. The old man's eyes lit up and he said that he didn't think that Hyunsu would enter first, but it was even better this way. He was connected to the spider and said that he could control this place with just his mind. Now he too had the opportunity to deal with it and gain the king's recognition. The hero opened his eyes in shock. He looked at the roller coaster and wondered why he was riding it. The old man smiled and said that it was a lot of fun. The boy replied that now was not the time to relax. They were falling down the coaster. The gray-haired man looked ahead and asked what kind of directions these were. The track ahead broke off. Everyone started screaming and asking for help. The cart fell off the rails. It crashed onto the ground. Hyunsu landed on the ground. He looked up and thought that the coaster had exploded. What about the people on it? He frowned when he heard the little boy calling for his mother. He pointed to the display case and asked her to buy him cotton candy. She agreed. The hero looked up. The old man looked ahead and said that they had entered a cycle. The guy frowned and thought that time was closed here just like in the Anthropic Kingdom or not. He raised his head when a voice came from the speaker saying that Hensu had lost in the first game of roller coaster. The brunette frowned and shouted, "Who was that?" The voice from the speaker replied that he didn't like to fight, so he recreated the spaces of different dimensions as soon as the hero came here. He was Bordex and this was his ability. The old man smiled and said that it was a little scary to fight him, because he had defeated a horse and an elephant. The spider smiled when Bordex said that this was his battlefield, so even he was powerless here. The hero smiled and said that for a coward he talked too much. Was he really weaker than an elephant and a horse? His opponent replied that it was useless to provoke him. He would lose to him and be stuck here forever. The monster smiled and said that now it was time for the second game. Hensu smiled and said that he refused to play his games. Bordex replied that then he would never get out of here. This was his territory. The hero clenched his fists and said to stop talking nonsense. Since he was so weak that he was afraid to even show himself, it would not be difficult for him to deal with him. The old man frowned when the guy said that this place was an illusion. He frowned and said that since it was an illusion, everything was becoming too simple. A system window appeared, which said that he had the ability to regulate the essence of everything that exists. The guy smiled when the system reported that conceptualization, destruction of the mind, was activated. He looked to the side. His eye appeared in front of the monster. He screamed, "How was this possible?" Hansu swung and cast the seed strike spell. An explosion occurred. The wall cracked. The monster fell wounded. He landed on the ground. The old man looked up and asked how he could notice. His illusion was perfect. The brunette extended his hand and said that he had met a mage who was much stronger than him. He hit the ground and cast another spell. There was an explosion. Vortex gritted his teeth and told the king that he was strong. Hansu swung his leg and told him to die. Blood flew. The old man looked at the monster and said that it was over so quickly. The hero's ring caught fire. His ally said that he thought that Hallie was still sleeping. The guy said that it was always like that when he was going through the growth stage. A blue beam appeared from the sky. The warrior looked around and told everyone to watch. They answered that it seemed like one portal had already been cleared. Could it be Hunter Pack? The blonde fired and told him to concentrate or he would die. A huge snake was bleeding. Another guy stuck his sword into it. He frowned and thought, could it be a water snake? It jumped to the surface. The warrior swung and summoned the sword of space and time. He cut off the head of the monster. She fell into the water. The guy landed on the ground. He looked back and asked where the boss was. Butterflies appeared next to his hand. The guy frowned. After a while, zombies were walking through the city. They were attacking the knights. The man gritted his teeth and said that the zombies were weak, but there were too many of them. A girl appeared and asked how one could lose to monsters of this level. She looked down carefully. A fiery tornado formed next to the zombie. She set the crowd of monsters on fire. The guys looked at her, thanked her and said that it seemed like they were in another place, and when they woke up they were already here. The zombies were advancing again. They were moving forward. One of them had a luminous appendage. The blonde smiled and said welcome to his world of parasites. He would turn them into his faithful servants too. The butterflies flew forward. The guy walked forward. He followed the butterflies. Saliva flowed from his mouth. His pupils narrowed. He imagined the girls hugging him and telling him to quickly put away his sword. They needed both his hands. They gave him drinks and snacks. The brunette fed him an apple and said that he was so manly. She felt very good next to him. The guy hit him in the face and told him to wake up. He opened his eyes and asked what was going on. Jill held the mask and asked if he had already forgotten that he must always be ready to reflect the illusion. He threw him the mask and told him to put it on. The blonde stood up and asked if those butterflies were really spraying illusory pollen. The man raised his eyebrows and asked what kind of visions he had. Since he made such a face, it felt like he was going to feel very good soon. He told him to shut up. They turned around when the stranger said that it was a great pity. The girl smiled and said that if he had come to help a little later, she would have already killed his friend and sucked out all the young energy. The men prepared for a fight, asked if she was the boss and said that she was very arrogant. She should not have shown herself. The blonde smiled and said that she knew their abilities very well. She had already seen them on Ares, as well as their fate to die today at her hands. Jill cast an orb and said that this time she would not succeed. He looked up. He saw a vision of girls taking care of him and saying that he had worked hard today and they would help him undress. The girl smiled and told him to lie down. They would help him relieve his fatigue. The man frowned when the girl said that her pollen was too small for the respirators to stop her. She looked back when she was asked if this was true. The blonde stood in a stance. The girl asked how this was possible. She looked at him in shock when he said that thanks to his energy arts he was able to survive without oxygen for up to 10 hours. Earlier he relaxed a little, but now everything is different. The guy swung his sword and said goodbye to her. He cut off the girl's head. Another beam of light hit the sky. Yurak looked ahead. She assumed that Takshi and Jill had done it. Saldan was sitting on the throne in front of the monsters. He was laughing and was sure that unlike the stupid dead, they would be much more interesting to control. He directed his tentacles at the heroes. He appointed them new masters in the name of the Parasite King. The eyes of the dead flashed. They began to get up. The hunters looked around. One noticed that the dead suddenly fell to the ground. There were pieces of rope on the ground. The guys threw the insects off themselves and asked why there were so many of them. Yurak looked questioningly at her people from the air. The insects crawled into the guy's nose and he screamed. The leader flew up to him and asked what was happening to him. The guy suddenly attacked her. Yurak looked at her subordinate in surprise and asked what he was doing. She bit her lips. The parasites had turned the hunters into zombies. Yurak released energy and said that she would burn everyone. She flew at the guys and said that since they were both ranked warriors, they should be able to withstand this. She grabbed the guys and flew into the sky. The parasites began to burn in the girl's fire. They grabbed their heads and said that it was too hot for them. The captain put them on a cliff near the battle site. Everyone looked at the crowd of dead men. The leader said that they had just been taken under control by those parasites so that they would be below. A bead of sweat ran down the girl's forehead. She said that she had already found the spellcaster while dragging them here. She looked at Sadlin and cursed. Yurak flew away and told the fighters to just be on the cliff. The villain frowned at the silhouette in the sky. Yurak glared at the enemy, who quickly realized that she was a poor opponent for him. Sadlin began to transform and said that he was still the king of parasites, so he would simply take over her body. Yurak used the Knight of Flame. The battlefield was covered in explosions. The girl began to peer into the smoke. The ground began to crack. Like a snake, Sadlin reached out to the girl and screamed that her strength was nothing to him. Yurak waved her hand, summoning the prism sword. She cut off the monster's head. Sadlin coughed and said that he would not die so easily. The head frowned. She noted that compared to the gulag, this one was too weak. Mentally she asked what was going on. Sand grains fell to the bottom of the clock. People were sitting at a portal in space. Rook was drinking tea. The red-haired girl next to him asked, "Are they really just pawn?" The man took a sip. Pawn asked, "How will they punish Rook for losing those guys?" Rook said that it was none of her business. The redhead nodded obediently and said that she was just a military slave. She remembered her sister. She felt jealous that Aizen left first. She frowned and mentally apologized for not being able to protect her. Rook put the cup on the table and asked if she was constantly thinking about death. The girl looked ahead and said no, adding that her brother would come for her, the 12th king of Ares, the god of battles. Rook frowned at her and asked if she was being too informal with him. The girl looked ahead and asked if he was really going to threaten her with death. If so, she was only glad. She smiled sarcastically and said that from what she saw, one could conclude that all of them were abandoned here too. Rook looked down and said, "Shut up." The man waved his hand and said his mouth. The redhead was hit by a hand from the portal. The girl's body was smoking. Rook said that there was no need for a dog to bite its owner. The girl began to cough up blood. She imagined herself lying there and mentally calling for her brother. Hyunsu was hanging in the air. Ronbel said that they had met again. The guy's hair was blown by the wind. He introduced himself to the hero and said that he was the 12th king of Ares, Max. Hyunsu looked at him in surprise. The guy said that he had no way not to betray Ares, because his sister was in the hands of the king's gang. Hyunsu looked at the guy and asked why he was telling him this. Ronbel's eyes lit up. He said that he needed to kill the hero and then take his sister. Chongjin looked at the enemy with a grin and said that he was serious. Ronbel flew into the attack and shouted that the hero had already killed one of his sisters. The guy shuddered. He remembered the white-haired girl and mentally asked if this was the girl who was with the king's servant. Hensu blocked, catching the boy's blow. A series of attacks began. The hero screamed that he was sorry that it was his sister, but if he had a choice, he would do it again. Ronbel screamed, rushed to attack and said that he did not care what the hero thought. An explosion was heard in the air. Hensu blocked and used the mystic arts of the heavenly demon. He released lightning. The enemy was thrown aside. He looked at his injured arm and mentally asked what kind of enormous power was this. He noted that he received no damage. A powerful mana emanated from the hero. Ronbel said that Hensu had become stronger since their last meeting. The boy said that he was forced by circumstances. Ronbel got into a fighting stance and said that he would put his whole life on the line and would also fight with all his might. Suddenly, clones of Ronbel appeared near him. The clones surrounded the protagonist for a coordinated attack. Hensu tried to keep track of the clones. 3 clones suddenly rushed to attack. The protagonist barely blocked the attacks of all 3. One of the clones took advantage of the advantage and kicked the protagonist. The other 2 clones immediately grabbed the guy. The 3rd clone hit the protagonist. Hensu screamed in pain, realizing that the enemy was damn strong. One after another, the clones began to hit the captured guy. The sky demon screamed in anger, reminding the guy that he can use one of the techniques. Ronbel suddenly jumped into the air. The protagonist frowned at this. Using the sky demon's soul shield, he broke free from the grip. The guy's Kai brightly glowed as the clones pounced on him. A powerful burst of Kai destroyed all the clones. The real Ronbel flew back without receiving serious injuries. Trying to catch his breath, the guy tried to understand what kind of trick it was. Frowning, Hensu told the guy not to think that everything will be as he wants. Ronbel went berserk, releasing his Kai and said that he didn't care what techniques he would use, because everything would end with his death. A moment later, the guy's clones surrounded the protagonist again. The events take us to a cloudless area. An explosion occurred in the destroyed city. A huge monster created strong gusts of wind with one blow. He grabbed a couple of warriors. The girl, seeing this, rushed at the monster in anger. She instantly cut the monster's hand. Suddenly, vines emerged from under the ground. The vines fettered the girl in seconds. Thanks to her strength, she was able to tear them apart. Suddenly, the monster's fist appeared right in front of her. The force of the blow made her body fly back. Unable to stop, she rolled along the ground. After a while, the monster's hand began to regenerate. The monster looked down at Kaven. The guy grinned, releasing his aura. Raising his hand, he created a magic circle. The giant fell to one knee in front of the guy. Thanks to Kaven's magic, his hand healed faster. The girl gritted her teeth when she saw the magician. Kaven climbed onto the monster's hand and told the girl that she was definitely stronger than the others. The girl did not listen to him and immediately attacked. The guy, being calm, created a magic circle. All of the girl's attacks were blocked by the guy's circle. The girl frowned at this. She puffed out her cheeks, concentrating Kai inside her mouth. A moment later, a cloud of Kai rushed at the enemy. Kaven also easily repelled the girl's attack. The guy grinned, saying that he was ticklish. The warrior became nervous, realizing that the enemy did not even cast a spell. Smiling widely, Kaven told the girl that he expected a lot from her as an S rank. The girl bowed her head and laughed upon hearing this. Her lips stretched into a grin. Looking at the guy, she said that she did not think that she would become even younger here. Suddenly, a moment later, raging Kai burst out of her body. The huntress gritted her teeth, enduring the pain and pressure. She could not retreat. Her feet pressed into the ground. Kaven looked at all this in confusion. The huntress finally took her form and told the guy to grit his teeth from the beating. At this time, Ronbel hit the protagonist. He and the clones attacked the guy non-stop. The real Ronbel hit the protagonist's stomach at high speed. Hensu bowed his head, feeling terrible pain. Mocking Hensu, Ronbel said that he overestimated him too much. Suddenly, the protagonist bared his teeth and began to laugh. Seeing this, the clones rushed forward, saying that the guy was completely crazy. Hensu straightened up and, looking at the clones in front of him, told them that they did not know anything about him. Smiling widely, the guy called himself a heavenly demon. A moment later, the guy used the dominant step of the sky demon. Ronbel and the clones began to scream, falling down. As they fell, they raised clouds of dust. Indignantly, the guy looked at Hensu, trying to understand what it was. Suddenly, an eye appeared in the sky from Hensu's use of conceptualization, destruction of the mind. Ronbel turned around in fear, hearing the protagonist's voice. He used the explosion of the sky to strike him. At this time, a powerful explosion occurred on the battlefield of Chinrin. The girl was pressed into the debris, not being an opponent to the enemy even in her current state. Kaven crossed his arms and told her that she was not completely hopeless. Looking at the warriors to the side, the guy told Chinrin that while fighting with him, she also managed to save allies, so she deserved his praise. Starting to get up, Chinrin told Kaven that she did not care about his compliments. The guy suddenly raised his hands in front of his eye. As the mana was suddenly released from his body, he apologized and said goodbye to Chinrin. A moment later, a beam of energy formed near Chinrin. The girl frowned, realizing that a portal had been formed. At the same time, a powerful explosion occurred on the protagonist's battlefield. Ronbel coughed up blood due to his wounds. Shaking slightly, he told the protagonist that he was indeed strong. He raised his hand, saying that he could do it. His palm suddenly pierced his chest. The protagonist became alarmed, asking Ronbel what he was doing. Barely enduring the pain, the guy said that he wanted to finish him off and then kill the king, but now his second sister was dead. Suddenly, the guy tore the sphere out of his chest. Extending his hand, he told Hensu that this was his life vessel. Disappearing, the guy told the protagonist that he had to kill this king. Show yourself. The sky demon said that Ronbel was hurt by being a slave to the enemy to protect his sisters. Hensu, taking the vessel, could not believe that the person who fought him entrusted this to him. He involuntarily glanced to the side after hearing a scream. Hallie pointed to himself and asked the protagonist to give him the vessel. Taking the sphere in his hands, the boy said that he was very hungry after such a long sleep. A moment later, he swallowed the sphere. The protagonist's ring immediately began to emit mana. His hands were engulfed in flames, while the system reported that Hallie's level had increased and his physical abilities had increased by 70%. The protagonist looked at his hands, happy. Suddenly, a beam of mana appeared right in front of him. Frowning, the protagonist said that there was one more left. Rushing into the air, he told Hallie to get ready. His body turned into a beam of energy right in the sky. Kaven watched the two beams from afar. He rose into the air. Frowning, he looked back and said that he hoped that Hensu would come to him. Looking into the distance, he said that everything was going as planned. The guy became serious and froze. He could only sit outside and watch how much singularity power Hensu managed to release. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood in the barrier. Touching it, Hensu asked himself how he could get through it. Entering the territory of the barrier, he said that it was damp here. Suddenly, the old man appeared, saying that this forest seemed familiar to him. Pointing to the path, he told the guy that there was a lake in that direction. The protagonist cleared all the leaves from his path. Soon he could see a huge lake. The old man bowed his head, feeling anger. The old man suddenly screamed in anger, asking who dared to copy his native land. Everything was copied, the trees, even the water in the lake and its properties. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared in the middle of the lake. A spear flew out of the center of the whirlpool. The man soared into the air right above the lake. The sky demon was surprised to see him. The spearman was Soil. Hyunsu glanced at him, asking the old man if he knew him. The protagonist frowned when the old man said that this guy was his favorite in the evil tiger squad. The sky demon put his hands behind his back and said that this guy was the second strongest in the sect after him, and he also gave his life to save him. Frowning, the old man said that now he understood why Seoul appeared in his dream. The sky demon shouted in anger, saying that he did not think that anyone would dare to resurrect Seoul in such a state, him, whose bravery and righteousness the world would envy. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that he would not forgive the king. The sky demon pointed at Seoul, ordering him to protect his honor as his disciple. Hyunsu rushed forward, accepting the order. Seoul calmly waited for the protagonist to arrive. He raised his spear, saying that he would kill everyone for the sky demon. A moment later, he swung his spear. A cloud of dark mist came out from his spear. The protagonist was surprised to hear the sky demon tell him to dodge, otherwise he would die if he allowed the cloud to touch him. The protagonist used fallen heaven to dodge Seoul's attack. He gritted his teeth, telling the boy that he was too impudent to imitate the sky demon's technique after all. Soon, the protagonist stopped above the lake. Seoul rushed at him with a scream. Seoul bared his teeth, and it turned out that he uses the 3 basic martial arts. He pulled the weapon back. Suddenly, the man swung his blade, attacking the enemy. The old man, clenching his hands into fists, told the student not to lose sight of the spear tip and go straight for the enemy. Hyunsu immediately took off. He swung, using a seed strike. Then the blade of the sword flew at the youth. An explosion occurred below. Hyunsu fell from the sky, while his enemy used his powers. He clenched his teeth, making sounds of agony. His impact with the ground was powerful. A cloud of dust rose. The young man winced, noticing that it felt like his body was burning. A man hovered above him. He clenched his jaw and asked how Hyunsu was able to learn his master's martial arts. At this, the hero stood up with effort. Seoul was surprised when he was called. Hyunsu looked at him with determination, noticing that he was no longer in this world. The man then became angry, claiming that he only had one mission. He pointed his weapon forward, and it turned out that he needed to buy some time for the heavenly demon to recover. Seoul swung his weapon once again, using his abilities. Hyunsu suddenly frowned, stating that his goal was to lay him to rest with honor. Magic surrounded him as the demonic fists that destroyed the heavens were activated. The youth immediately flew into the air. Seoul gritted his teeth, realizing that these were the mystical arts of the heavenly demon. He raised his sword above his head, using an explosive attack. The two forces collided. The two heroes floated in the air in clouds of dust. Hyunsu tensed up after his enemy repelled the heavenly spirit body. Seoul frowned, saying that this was nothing compared to his master's martial arts. He was surprised when it turned out that Hyunsu was his master's student. The man became furious and pointed his sword at him. Their forces clashed again. Seoul clenched his jaw, noting that the boy would not have been able to learn such tricks on his own. Suddenly, he began to desperately shout that if the hero told him the truth, his death would be easy. Hyunsu frowned at this, saying that he did not expect anyone to believe him. He looked up when he was told to use a new ability. Seoul was holding a sword in his hands, and it turned out that the boy needed to separate him from the weapon. Suddenly, he took off, and Hyunsu, meanwhile, did not see any gaps in his defense. The boy dodged the blow. Seoul gritted his teeth, and the thought sounded that he had something in his body. The hero then began to actively attack him. He swung his hand, using a leaf strike. The man swung his sword through the air, using an eagle strike. One force overwhelmed the other. Hyunsu was breathing heavily, knowing that nothing was working. Suddenly, Seoul frowned, deciding to end it. After that, the young man tensed up. Several spears were aimed at him. The old man on the side was telling the student to use the spiritual shield of the heavenly demon to escape. Hyunsu clenched his jaw, knowing that he could not move. Seoul looked down, saying that it was impudent of his enemy to copy his teacher's martial arts. The young man looked at him silently. Suddenly, the hero was pierced by spears when it turned out that the man could not forgive this. His teacher clenched his fist in concern. There was a powerful slam on the ground. Hyunsu was lying in the stones, covered in blood. The old man reached out to him, determined to take possession of his student. At this, the young man only smiled, stopping him. The teacher looked at him blankly, noting that the hero was dying. Kensu breathed heavily, saying that he could not let the man go. He had a wide smile on his face as he claimed that he had not yet repaid all of the master's kindness. The old man desperately told him not to say it. Seoul landed in front of his victim. He clenched his fist, calling his opponent pathetic. As he rose, Kensu said that they were not finished yet. The spear appeared in Seoul's hand, and the thought of him holding it with one hand sounded out. Suddenly, the youth put his hand forward, deciding to try pull. The enemy's spear trembled. It tore out of its owner's palm, stunning him. Kensu took hold of the weapon. Seoul looked at his trembling hand, not understanding. The youth pointed the spear at him, noting that it was time for him to teach the man a lesson. The man was sitting next to a huge hourglass. His posture was relaxed, but he wondered if the king was going to abandon them. The clock of causality had already counted down. Now this man had to accept the consequences of the battle, and at that moment, the clock began to glow. There was an explosion, and many fragments pierced the space. The man screamed in pain. His mouth opened wide, and an incessant scream came from his throat. Numerous lightning bolts pierced the man's body. Seoul and Hunu stood opposite each other, ready to fight. Hunu narrowed his eyes, thinking that he had to do this. Seoul's eyes were burning with a scarlet fire, so the boy decided that if he did not want to lose his teacher, he had to finish the enemy with one blow. He sighed heavily. The boy stuck his sword into the ground and thought about the power that permeated nature. He used mind destruction, causing a whirlwind and an earthquake. Seoul was angry, not understanding how his opponent achieved this. Hunu screamed, increasing the power of his magic more and more. Seoul smirked, thinking about the misty fog one thought after another. Suddenly, he found that the spear in his hand was gone. Hunu used heavenly spiritual body and zigzagged into the air. Seoul knew that he had to dodge. However, Hunu slammed into the place where his opponent was, like an arrow in a crooked path. Seoul screamed as the fire scorched his clothes. An explosion was heard above the forest. Seoul was falling apart, not understanding how the spear demon that he was could lose his spear, and he wanted to know the name of the one who was able to defeat him. Hunu introduced himself as the 34th disciple of the heavenly dragon. A tear appeared at the corner of Seoul's eye. He looked at the heavenly demon that he could see, and he regretted that he could not do this sooner. The heavenly dragon lowered its head, wishing Seoul to rest in peace, and then said that he was dear to him. Seoul almost fell apart, but managed to thank the teacher. Hunu began to fall, but managed to think that he had defended the honor of his elder. He fell with such force that stone chips flew into the air. A crater formed in the ground because of his body. Hunu was breathing heavily, and a bulging vein was pulsating on his neck. A blue beam lowered the space. The man, frozen in the air, saw the beam and thought that the last portal had been cleared. Shinran, sitting on the ground, irritably asked herself if it was all over. The heavenly dragon called Hunu, and fear was heard in his voice. He touched the boy's chest, wanting to understand what was happening to his body. He began to concentrate mana, listening to what was happening inside. The heavenly dragon realized that the boy's internal organs were torn and burned, and he could not heal him. Suddenly, something caught the man's attention. However, the sky dragon did not give up and concentrated even more mana around. The air began to swirl in a vortex above the empty funnel. After some time, Kaven looked into the distance, wondering if they were both dead. He decided that since it was a draw, it could be said that the king had won. He folded his arms over his chest as he believed that Isaac was their last hope. In that same instant, the boy disappeared. Rook lay on the ground without moving, as the space was still dotted with lightning. Overcoming the pain, he leaned on his hand. The man with difficulty got up on all fours. Rook whispered through his teeth that he had endured. He sat on the ground and laughed because he was incredible. Suddenly, he heard someone tell him that this is where it all ends. He turned around and looked at the boy in surprise. The boy admitted that he had been watching the king for many years, and it was quite interesting. Rook angrily asked about who the guy standing in front of him was. The guy thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that he still hadn't gotten to Iris. He felt like he had greatly overestimated the king, to which Rook irritably repeated his question about who the guy was. Suddenly, the space around the guy distorted as he began to talk about how it was easier for him to call himself an author or director, because in some universes he was called gods, and in others he was feared like a devil, so it was very interesting for him to watch everyone play on his stage, but it was no longer like that. He folded his arms over his chest, saying that he was trying to reorganize his characters. The guy appeared next to Rook and touched his shoulder, saying that the man was an insignificant and secondary character. Rook tensed up, because he didn't notice the moment when the stranger managed to approach him. The guy decided that he would erase Rook, after which flames burst from his hand. He looked up at the starry sky and said out loud that the king should have tried harder. He folded his hands behind his back, thinking that now it would be impossible to replace the king as the main character. He smirked, because although he felt sorry for Hunu, he decided to take care of the others himself. Hunu stood in the middle of an empty space and did not understand where he was or whether he was dead. A bright ball appeared in front of him, growing larger with each passing second. A man and a woman appeared from this ball. Hunu ran to his parents with tears in his eyes. He hugged them, telling them how much he missed them. His father smiled and said that her son had grown so much. His parents looked happy when they said they loved him. Hunu asked them not to leave, but he could no longer touch them. His father, returning to the ball, said that his son still had a lot to do for this world, and his mother said that they were proud of him. Hunu continued to cry, not understanding why he met them. Suddenly, Hunu remembered the words that his luck was as strong as his talent. He remembered being told that he had barely reached the required experience, but that he would become stronger. A white light pierced the space. The heavenly dragon was surprised to see that someone had grabbed hold of Hunu. He asked irritably what was happening to his student's body. Hensu's eyes widened, and now they were casting an unnatural blue light. The heavenly dragon called him a name and asked if the boy had survived. The boy was engulfed in a whirlwind of mana, and the system windows immediately announced that his unique ability Follow Hints had increased. His heavenly demon body was satisfied with his changes, and his heavenly demon body's level had increased. The teacher grinned, realizing that the boy had done something strange again. Hensu only laughed awkwardly. The heavenly demon began to grumble that the boy had already made a habit of making him worry. Hensu only asked him to stop screaming since he almost died. The heavenly demon immediately asked how the guy was feeling, to which he began to examine himself, after which he replied that everything was fine. Hyunsu said with a smile that his ability had gained a new level, after which he opened a window with characteristics where it was written that at the 6th level he no longer needed to listen to other people's instructions. His basic abilities would be preserved, but he should continue to train his basic hearing further, after which he opened the next system window, where it was written that the unified structure of the heavenly demon's body was now at the 2nd level, which meant that the effects of martial arts using the heavenly demon's magical arts were increased by 300%. Hyunsu was able to exert pressure with his presence alone. His physical abilities were increased by 250% in total. In addition, he now had access to the records of previous heavenly demons. Hyunsu looked around, not understanding what kind of place this was, and his teacher immediately explained that when the guy's body was covered in light, he moved here. It seemed to the man that he did it not of his own free will. Suddenly, a voice rang out, saying that the old man was quite smart. The guy who had recently killed Rook had descended towards them. As soon as he landed, a shockwave spread throughout the space. Harnesses appeared behind him as he said that since he had already decided to make an open move, they had no chance. Hyunwoo realized that his body was not moving. The stranger was surprised that Hyunwoo still managed to stand on his feet, as it was unusual for him. He explained that with the king as the main role, his play was excellent, although there were difficulties. He looked at the frozen Hyunwoo and said that he was ruining all his scripts. The Sky Dragon listened to the sensations and thought that the stranger was on a completely different level. Meanwhile, the stranger approached Hyunwoo and explained that he usually did not appear on stage. The Sky Dragon suddenly realized that it was this guy who brought him to this world. The guy said that he had decided to remove Hyunwoo. The Sky Dragon excitedly demanded that Hyunwoo move away from his opponent. However, he did not have time, because at that very moment the stranger hit him in the chest. Hensu's body shrank from pain. He coughed sharply, spitting out blood. The stranger plunged his brush into Hensu's body and said goodbye to him. However, Hensu did not want to give up, grabbing his opponent by the hand. He was surprised because of this. Hensu angrily asked who the stranger was going to remove. He only looked excitedly at Hensu, who was resisting the crushing. He, meanwhile, with an impudent grin pulled out his opponent's hand from himself. He smiled, anticipating the duel. Hensu swung and hit the stranger in the chest with his fist. The guy was thrown back several dozen meters from the blow. Falling, he caught part of the ground, leaving a furrow. The stranger fell, not expecting to be hit. Finally, he managed to twist and slow down the fall. He spread his arms, falling on his back, thinking that this was impossible. Measured footsteps were heard. Kensu stopped, saying that he thought this guy was at least a little stronger than the mediocrities he had met before. The stranger asked the annoying old man how it felt to be back in his younger body. Kensu raised his leg. He stomped his foot hard, summoning the dominant step heavenly demon, then said that if the guy wanted to talk to him, he should kneel first. The force of the blow made the stranger fall again. He coughed, trying to come to his senses. Kensu ordered him to kneel. The guy grinned evilly, saying that this should not have happened. He knelt down. Then he abruptly rushed into the fight, shouting that this should not have happened. However, Kensu stopped his hand again. The guy was surprised that the opponent blocked his attack as if it had not happened. Kensu raised his leg again. He forcefully kicked the opponent in the face. The guy, falling back, tried to convince himself that this was a dream. Hensu attacked the enemy before he could fall to the ground. He grabbed him by the head in mid-air. Hensu's hands dug into his opponent's hair. Hensu cursed and swung his fist with a smile. The villain gritted his teeth and wondered if he was going to lose like this. The protagonist struck the ground next to him. The blast wave destroyed the villain's body. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield, which destroyed the ground. Yurek heard the roar and turned around. Shinran, who was hiding, asked what kind of crazy surge of energy it was. Yamamoto narrowed his eyes suspiciously and assumed that it was Hensu. The king's henchman frowned and thought that the ancestral dragon was also a supreme being, but still inferior in strength to the king. The man bit his lower lip and decided that he himself was much stronger than the king. The guy called him quite interesting, a dark aura enveloping his body. The Changyon inside him smirked and declared that his end would be quick. The villain rushed forward and ordered him to be quiet. The youth rushed past him. The hunter used a tree strike and tore the enemy in half. Thanks to the liquefaction skill, the villain's body turned into liquid and recovered. The protagonist appeared right in front of him. He looked to the side and called the enemy a cockroach that still continued to move even after several blows. The man spread his arms and cursed at him. His purple eyes glowed. The king's henchman turned into a multi-armed monster and called himself a god. Hunu extended his hand. He managed to break through the monster's aura and grabbed the enemy by the throat. The villain grabbed his hand and asked him to let go. The boy frowned menacingly, and the heavenly demon inside him was glad that he was able to get rid of the enemy before he could get in the way of his disciple. The villain smirked and offered to make a deal, knowing he had to escape. He opened his mouth wide and promised not to touch Earth and to bring the cult patriarch back to Murim. The man gritted his teeth and asked if the old man would agree to the deal. The young man smiled, and Chongjin replied that he knew he would come back no matter what once the possession was over. A bright glow appeared around the heroes. The king's henchman's eyes widened in fear and shouted that he was not done here yet. His body was torn to shreds. The villain thought that he could not die like this. He exploded and disintegrated into clots of blood. Dark energy leaked into the cracks in space. The hunter stood in the middle of an endless wasteland. The protagonist confidently looked ahead. Hunu closed his eyes and memories flashed before him. The heavenly demon said that he could not even dream of such a disciple who could show him what fun was, and explained that he followed him beyond his expectations, constantly complaining, but overcoming all difficulties. The spirit of the cult patriarch behind the boy called him his son and said that the disciple had grown in his eyes. The young man scratched his nose. The old man allowed him to be proud that his dignity was greater than his. The hunter looked forward with determination. The man asked him to never stop and always move forward. A smile appeared on his face. Chongjin said that the disciple showed him what happiness was. The heavenly demon asked him to protect those who follow him and those he loves. His body glowed. The cult patriarch turned into a wave of energy and said goodbye to the 35th heavenly demon. The energy flew over the forest and dissipated. A cloud of smoke appeared in front of Yurak. She and her comrades widened their eyes in surprise. The main character stood before them in the attire of a sky demon. The girl frowned worriedly and called out to him. Hunu closed his eyes and cried. Tears streamed down his cheeks. The boy opened his mouth wide and screamed. He fell to his knees and covered his face with his hands. The woman looked at him in confusion and wondered what had happened. Clouds were floating in the sky. It was light blue. The bright sun was shining on the residential area. People were going about their business. Minna was in the conference room. The man said that it had been a month since the first S-rank portal was cleared, and since then the king had taken absolutely no action. The recording was broadcast on a street screen. The girl reported that the king's team was almost destroyed. Someone turned off the TV. Yurak sat in her office and thought about her comrade. She lowered her head and wondered what happened to him. Shinran entered the office and asked if their ally had returned. The answer was negative. The woman sat down on the sofa. The head of the Red Lions remembered the crying youth and said that at that moment he had the eyes of a child who had just lost his parents. The girl adjusted her hair and was upset that she could not console him. Her friend put her hand on her shoulder and promised that he would return soon. The Chinese huntress hit her palm with her fist and said that she would definitely have an opportunity to confess. Yurak was indignant. On a giant island in the darkness was a castle. Suddenly, explosions were heard in the sky above it. A terrible monster stuck its tongue out of its mouth. The woman grinned and swung her fist. The powerful blow caused an explosion that hit the body of the monster. Its muzzle was torn to pieces. The king sat in a chair and listened to the sounds of the battle. Holding a mug in his hands, the man thought that after the change in appearance it became even louder. The girl opened the doors of the castle. The villain smiled when he saw her. The queen held a sparkling ball in her hands. The rays of the sun were shining in the sky. They sparkled over the surface of the sea. Suddenly, a whale emerged from under the water. It rose above the sea and dived back. The animal drifted along the waves, exposing its back to the sun. The main character was lying on it. The sun rose high in the sky. Someone asked Hensu to stop whining and wondered how much longer this would continue. The guy spread his legs. The voice asked if he was really going to ignore it today. The whale swam forward. The unknown decided to return tomorrow. Clouds floated over the city. There was a decoration in front of the store. The owner asked the customers to come back. The man headed for the exit and thanked her for the food. The girl picked up a rag. Yoon wiped the tables with a calm soul. Suddenly the door opened. Hyunti entered the cafe and asked how his friend was doing. The woman smiled and asked him not to speak so formally. The guy said that he was embarrassed. The heroes sat down at the table. The owner of the cafe asked where his brother was now. Having started eating, the young man answered that he was most likely very busy. The girl asked how he was doing at work. The boy smiled and said that everything was fine because Yurak was very attentive to him. Yoon raised her eyebrows in surprise. She clapped her hands and said that connections are a very useful thing. The woman smiled widely and said that she opened her store thanks to a loan from the New World. Minna entered the cafe and greeted her friends. Behind her was the joyful leader of the Red Lions. The cafe owner jumped up from the table when she saw them. The doors slammed shut. The huntresses said that they came here to get something to drink. The bright sun was shining over the island. The protagonist was sitting on a cliff. The man hovering next to him asked if he didn't want to talk to him. Hunu narrowed his eyes angrily and asked him to disappear. He even frowned and called himself the third singularity mentioned in the prophecy. The guy lowered his head and said that he didn't care about it. Looking at him, the man said that he wouldn't even think about meeting him if he knew that he would be so weak, and decided that he needed to go after Isaac. The sun was shining right on the back of his head. The pawn said that the king was still alive and that the dragon of destruction would appear again. The youth raised his hand. A wave of bright energy soared into the sky. It left a large hole in the wretch's cloak. He even looked down and said that if the enemy continued this whole show, then there would be no point in him being a spy for the king's gang. The hunter silently put his head in his hands. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and warned that he would not get away with just a scratch if the enemy continued to pester him. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man said that he saw his weaknesses, despite the fact that he could instill fear with his abilities, and asked if he was not ashamed to be his teacher's student. Hunu jumped off the cliff and formed a whirlwind. The guy appeared in the air next to his enemy. The young man frowned angrily and asked him to repeat his words. Pawn scratched his chin and called him weak. The hunter launched a wave of energy at him and ordered him to shut up. The villain summoned a magic circle in front of him and wondered what kind of energy it was. He even summoned a wave of fire and thought that he could still neutralize it. A blue haze appeared between the heroes. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and was surprised that the enemy was able to absorb the sky that was scattered by the cloud. The man smirked and decided to pretend that he hadn't noticed his power. He folded his arms across his chest and wanted to show the enemy where his teacher was. Hunu shuddered and widened his eyes. There was a haze flying around the baby. He had mystical powers since childhood. Pawn summoned a magic circle. His teacher was Carlyle, the greatest magic caster of the Eastern universe, so traveling through the dimension is nothing to him. The guy raised his eyebrows in shock when he heard that Mare used his life force to look at us in the space-time continuum. The villain pointed at him and called him a singularity that was created to preserve humanity at the expense of Mare's life. The heroes silently looked at each other. Kevin narrowed his eyes in displeasure when the boy said that this had nothing to do with him. The hunter frowned and asked if the enemy could really transport him to his teacher. The man spread his arms and explained that the paths of the universe had their own specific order, so he couldn't open a gate to the exact place he needed to go. Pawn gave him a thumbs up and promised to take the enemy there once they were done with the king. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that he better keep his promise. Hunu placed his hands on his waist and asked what was required of him. Kevin replied that he needed to train. He clenched his fist and declared that the enemy had to become stronger by fighting powerful beings across the universe so that he wouldn't be ashamed in front of his teacher. A giant magic circle appeared above their heads. Their bodies evaporated into thin air. Lights were on in the houses of the night city. Someone was walking down the street. Holding the folders in his hands, Hunu thought that he had a lot more work now. The boy smiled and decided to go to his friend. Suddenly, an ominous voice called out to him. The boy's eyes widened in fear. Mare appeared next to him in his true form. The boy turned around and looked at him. The god, engulfed in flames, called himself the one who kept him alive while he was lying in the hospital bed. The boy opened his mouth and said that he subconsciously felt his presence. The street lamp was on. Hunu said that he was able to regain life thanks to the god, and expressed his desire to repay him for his help. Mare asked him to just play his part. The boy shuddered in surprise. The boy lowered his head and asked what this meant. Next to Raven was his best form. The god said that Nemen from the world of Ares bestowed his powers on him. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise when he learned that these powers now belonged to him. The extraterrestrial being summoned a cloud of energy and asked an ally to fight for peace with this power. A bright light illuminated the city street. Gusts of wind swirled around the castle. There was a glass sphere on the table. Standing next to it, the queen said that they already had the red and blue soul stones, so only the black one remained. The king squinted and thought. It was light in the office. The girl asked what about the portals. The man replied that he could not create new ones in his current state. He grinned and said that they still had portals that had been created in advance. The villain frowned and said that the man in the cap who had come here several times had been killed. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. She asked if the singularity was really that strong to do this. The villain closed his eyes and grinned. Looking up, the king replied that it was not a singularity, and added that this man would not interfere with them anymore. The planets lined up. The great parade of planets would be in 2 months, so there could not be a better day to awaken the dragon of destruction. The heroes stood opposite each other. The man said that he did not want to rush and wanted to eliminate the Earthlings as needed, but the situation was a little out of control. Looking away, the queen said that it was noticeable and decided to go for the black stone. She looked back when the villain said that there was no need for this. He smiled and explained that everything would become clear as soon as the right time came. The girl put her hand on her belt. The villain asked her to just play and enjoy. An explosion occurred in the center of the city. Black smoke rose into the sky. The inhabitants of the city ran away from the winged monster. One of them turned around and screamed. Blood gushed into the air. Isaac hovered above the ground and absorbed the blood into his weapon. The sword grinned and asked for more blood. The boy swung his sword. He managed to cut the monster in half. The boy lunged forward and destroyed several more winged creatures. The monster opened its mouth and called him strong. A clawed foot crashed into the ground. The monster spread its paws and called the enemy too insolent. The hunter hanging in the air said that it was too noisy here. The demon used a skill and cut the air with its claws. At the same moment, a sharp blade slashed across his body. Blood oozed from the wounds on his arms. Deep cuts appeared on his legs. Isaac landed on a rock nearby. With one blow, the boy decapitated his opponent. The severed part flew into the air. The monster's body fell to the ground and shook it. Blood rained down on the boy. He frowned and thought that he needed to find something better because there were no more strong creatures left here. The sky was reflected in the windows of the gate committee. Armin picked up the phone and asked why the king was inactive, suggesting that the enemy had escaped. Anderson frowned and said that it had become very quiet here after they sent everyone to the new world. Chang approached him and offered him coffee. The man took the mug and asked how he was adapting to his new life. The boy smiled and promised to serve him until the very end as a token of gratitude for sparing his life. His hand began to tremble. Suddenly, the young man bit his lower lip. The researcher frowned tensely and wondered what was going on. The bodies of everyone in the room trembled, and a voice mocked the fact that they had gathered here to chat. Energy leaked from the cracks in the wall. Someone destroyed the wall with a wave of his hand. The debris fell to the floor of the office. The queen burst into the room. The girl smirked and asked if they really thought the king had escaped. Chang gritted his teeth and recognized her. The research director winced when he heard who it was. The boy fell to his knees. He put his head to the floor and begged for mercy. Tears welled up in his eyes. The woman lunged forward. The queen said that the subordinate knew his place very well and cut off his head. Armin's hand caught fire. The debris lying around him flew into the air. The man raised his arms and pointed them forward. The girl slammed her feet into the ground. She lunged forward and jumped over all the flying projectiles. There was a roar of falling rocks behind her. The woman jumped forward towards her enemy. The hunter swung his hand. A huge pipe appeared next to the queen. The girl wrapped her arms around it. A smirk appeared on her face. She took the pipe in her hands and swung it. The pipe pressed the awakened man to the ground. Smoke rose around him. The woman approached him and asked him not to get up. The queen kicked the enemy into the air. While Armin was in the air, the girl jumped up to him again. She delivered another blow and said that due to their durability, S ranks are good punching bags. The explosion destroyed the room. Debris flew everywhere. The man crashed into the wall. A cloud of smoke rose around the woman. Anderson ran to his friend. The researcher said that this enemy was no match for him and that they needed to leave. Their bodies dissolved into thin air. The queen looked around. The girl put her hands on her belt and called the enemies cowards. A red glow appeared around her. She decided to get rid of the traitor first. The woman grinned maliciously and promised to kill them all one by one. The sun's rays sparkled in the windows of the association building. The members of the new world were communicating with their comrades via video link. Yurak frowned and said that she would prepare in advance. Shinrin raised her eyebrows and thought that she would have to gather her forces again. All the participants of the call appeared on the screen. The girl suggested moving in pairs since they did not know when the enemy would appear again. Jill spread his arms and agreed with her. Alexander smiled and said that he would be happy to kill the queen himself. Someone came up to him from behind and said that it was very nice. The villainess grinned and offered him to do it. The old man swung his fist and wished her death. A powerful blow destroyed the floor under her feet. The girl jumped back and said that even a turtle moves faster. The man picked up a stone fragment. He threw it forward, but missed. The woman put her foot on the stone and called it a trivial act. At the same moment, she rushed forward. Alexander spread his arms and switched to indestructible mode. The queen raised her fist and asked him to be quiet. The girl hit the enemy in the stomach. Cracks appeared on the wall. The old man opened his mouth wide. Blood gushed out from the wound. The woman's eyes widened in madness and called him weak. The members of the gate committee watched the events via video link. Armin frowned and asked if an S rank was really that much weaker than her. Suddenly, waves of dark energy appeared in the room. A man appeared in front of the heroes. Anderson waved his hand and asked who was there. Isaac grinned and asked if they had already forgotten about him. The heroes opened their mouths in shock when they saw him. The guy stepped on a piece of the wall. Standing in front of a huge hole in the wall, the young man asked if that queen had done this. The researcher replied that it happened in a split second. The blonde asked if she was as strong as Hensu. The research director assumed that she was. The sword on his back offered the owner to fight her right now. The engineer was surprised when he saw the talking weapon. Bloody flew up to it and offered the owner to absorb it too. Anderson frowned when the hunter asked if he could use the gravity room. There were pieces of devices lying around. The researcher asked why the ally needed it. Isaac answered that he wanted to train. The guy put on a virtual reality suit and asked what settings the teacher usually uses. The scientific director answered that he increases gravity tenfold. The young man said that he will start with 20. The man's mouth opened in shock. The blue sky was reflected in the windows. The allies gathered in one room. Yurak put her hands on the back of the chair and asked if everything was okay with her comrade. The hunter replied that he was almost recovered. Armand looked away when asked where the engineer was and replied that he was training Isaac. Yamamoto narrowed his eyes and asked if the boy had finally returned. The girl raised her hand and suggested that they pause their training so that they could join them, since it would take everyone to fight the queen. Shinran agreed with her. The man frowned and reminded them that Anderson was a very stubborn person. Jill put his hand to his head and asked where Haxon was, since he was the strongest among them all. The hunter looked at the woman and asked if Hensu was the strongest. The Chinese huntress replied that their comrade was on a completely different level. Minna entered the office and called out to the captain. The head of the Red Lions looked at her and asked what was wrong. Lim put his palms together. The director of the association said that he had urgent news for them. Yamamoto looked back and asked if they were that desperate. Shinran said that this man was known for his foresight. Fingering his prayer beads, the monk said that he was too scared and decided to skip the formalities. The man looked ahead in horror and said that he had just had a vision that would determine the life of all mankind. The dragon opened its mouth wide. The clairvoyant said that in 2 full moons the earth would come together in a rare dance with other planets and a monster would awaken, the power and horror of which would eclipse the great dance. The heroes frowned in fear. A white haze hung around the castle. Several explosions were heard near the tower. The monster fell to the ground. Its bloody body was covered with rubble. Haxon gritted his teeth in displeasure and asked why the strongest demonoid was so weak. The man looked back and said that he needed someone more serious. Mayor, standing behind him, called him strong enough. The hunter turned around and asked if he really had as much strength as Hensu. The burning god confirmed this and added that he needed to go back already. The sun was shining over the desert. The alien said that the warrior should return to Earth in 2 months. The castle on the island was swallowed by darkness. The king smiled and said that the time had come. The planets stood in a row. The villain said that the flow of the universe favored them. People walked along the streets of the city. There were many skyscrapers around. Stars were shining in space. The sun's rays reflected from the Egyptian pyramid. The island with the castle flew up right above it. The king and queen were standing on a cliff. There was a flash in the sky. A bright pillar of light hit the top of the pyramid. A cloud of smoke and dust rose around it. The top of the pyramid sank. All the planets began to shine. The man knelt down and addressed the dragon of destruction, saying that they had come to revive him. The girl frowned and wondered why her comrade had knelt. The villain closed his eyes and said that from this day on she would serve another master. The spheres in his hands lit up. The villain called himself the black stone needed for rebirth. The woman spread her arms and asked what it all meant. A wave of dark energy rose into the air. The soul stones glowed on the altar. The king explained that the very idea of collecting the 4 vessels appeared for the sake of the master and said that he wanted to use the dragon of destruction as a weapon. Standing on one of the pedestals, the man added that he considered himself too pathetic for this when he learned more about its true nature. Other planets surrounded the earth. The villain raised his hands and asked the dragon of destruction to be reborn. He opened his mouth wide and said that he would sacrifice himself for the glory of its rebirth. Bright energy pierced the altar. The queen stood at the edge of the pyramid and watched what was happening. The red soul stone cracked. The same happened with the blue stone. The villain said that his decision was truly correct. His body disintegrated into particles. The Egyptian pyramid began to collapse. A red flash illuminated the space. A renewed king was born from it, large horns on his head. The girl opened her mouth in fear and thought that this was impossible. The man looked at her and smiled. He closed his eyes and declared that she would stay with him until the end of time. The woman clenched her teeth tensely and realized that the dragon of destruction had absorbed her comrade. The villain looked confidently forward. His energy was on a completely different level. The queen knelt before him and happily offered him her devotion. The villain narrowed his eyes and offered her to burn this world to the ground and build a paradise on its ashes. The giant snake flashed its red eyes and ordered its children to wake up. The roots of the trees went deep underground. The monster called the children to return to life and fulfill his will. Light appeared in the eye sockets of the skull. The deserted earth trembled. Armand appeared from it. Monstrous copies of people burst out of the ground to go to battle. The monsters bared their teeth, wanting to devour all mortals. There was a tall skyscraper in the city. Holding a phone in his hand, the boy asked if his friend had seen it. Suddenly, the boy opened his mouth in fear. His classmate asked what was wrong with him. A crowd of monsters pounced on civilians. Screams were heard. Several explosions were heard in the city. An air raid alarm began. A clear sky hung over the association building. A voice asked all the awakened of the new world to gather at headquarters. People with headphones sat in front of screens. Hunters entered the battle with monsters. A man stood on the head of the monster. Rook crossed his arms over his chest and said that the king had not abandoned them. Bishop spread her arms and called on people to praise the devil because the dragon of destruction had awakened. Leading an army of insects, Knight declared that everything would be according to his will. The monster bared its teeth when someone asked what it was doing there. Armin clenched his fists and said that he would have to kill it again. The monster opened its mouth and laughed. Minna summoned waves of energy around her and ordered it to be quiet. The man concentrated the energy in his hands and screamed. Thanks to his magic, the cars merged with each other into piles of metal. The hunter waved his hands. The cars fell to the ground. Minna frowned and thought that her friend had become even stronger. The cars shook. A powerful explosion threw them in different directions. Knight lowered his hands and was indignant. The monster ran up to his opponent and called him to say goodbye to life. A strong blow pressed Armin into the ground and left a red trail behind it. Blood gushed from the man's mouth. The girl opened her mouth in fear and called out to him. The monster jumped up and approached her. The villain swung his paw and said that it was her turn. Hunti locked onto the target and summoned clots of energy in his hands. The villain opened his mouth in shock when he saw him. A sphere of blue aura appeared around him. The guy furrowed his brows in determination and used time reverse. An unknown force brought the knight back. The woman put her hand to her chest. The monster frowned in displeasure. Yamamoto cut his body with his sword. Gil put his hands forward and used Chaos Lake. A glowing blue haze appeared in the sky. A bright flash collapsed. The man lowered his hands and said that everything was clear. The heroes gave each other 5. The hunter gave a thumbs up and said that his comrade was getting stronger. The young man thanked him. Minna's eyes widened in surprise and asked if Raven's abilities had awakened in him. The awakened one smiled and explained that it had happened just recently. A haze hung over the city. Hunti said that they had helped him train. The girl congratulated him. The townspeople turned into zombies. A wave of fire flew over them. Someone descended closer to the ground, leaving a fiery trail behind them. It turned out to be Urek. She incinerated the monsters with her skill. Bishop spread her arms in front of her and called her impudent. The villainess sent evil spirits forward and ordered them to devour the enemy. The girl smiled and decided that it was time to remind her of the taste of damp earth. Many fireballs appeared around her thanks to the skill Hell Knight. A powerful explosion destroyed the evil spirits. Burned to ashes, Bishop screamed that it was impossible. Flying into the air, the woman said that she had no time for such weak opponents and hoped that her friend would return soon. Ash flew over the city. Hunters fought terrible monsters. They pierced the bodies of their enemies with spears. Someone hit Shinran in the face. The girl crashed into the window of the building and broke it. Rook raised his fist and called her pathetic. The woman landed on the road, destroying the asphalt. She made a sharp jerk and rose into the air. The man waved his hand and wished her death. A giant hand appeared from the magic circle, pinning the huntress to the ground. Blood gushed from her mouth. The villain smiled and promised to make sure no one could even identify her. Waves of bloody energy appeared in front of him. A hand with a sword appeared from thin air. A deep cut appeared on the villain's chest. Rook gritted his teeth and wondered what just happened. Isaac raised his sword. The weapon declared that this man's blood was simply gorgeous. A huge worm appeared from under the ground. The monster bared its teeth and stuck out its forked tongue. At the same moment, its elongated body was cut into smooth discs. Looking at the enemy, the man thought that he had not seen it before and assumed that it was a singularity. He clenched his fists and wished him death. The giant hands approached the boy. They hit each other and crushed the enemy. The villain grinned maliciously. The young man appeared behind him and asked why he was smiling. The villain opened his mouth wide. Blood gushed from his body. It splashed his tense face. Suddenly, his body disintegrated into light particles. Shinran's eyes widened in surprise and asked who it was. Urek landed next to her and asked if everything was okay. Armand approached his comrade and was glad that he had finally come. Anderson looked out of the portal and asked if everything was okay. Isaac put his hands on his belt and assumed that only small minions remained. The man looked at him and was surprised that his comrade had become so strong, because very powerful energy emanated from him. The girl frowned and compared him to Hensu. The villainess destroyed the ground beneath her feet and asked them to stop talking nonsense. The queen flexed her fist and decided to get rid of them all at once. Urek saw her and clenched her teeth in anger. The huntress rushed forward and shouted that she would avenge Alexander. Plasma swords appeared in her hands. The enemy jumped up. The girls clashed in battle. The woman pierced her opponent with her hand. The leader of the Red Lions thought that the enemy's movements were too fast. The villainess looked back and said that she was too hot. She kicked the enemy away with her foot. The awakened one crashed into the building. An explosion was heard. Gritting his teeth, Armin thought that the enemy was on a completely different level and wondered if they could defeat her. Anderson grabbed the queen by the arms. The engineer opened his mouth wide and called for his comrade to attack. Yamamoto raised his sword and said that his friend could die from this blow. The researcher clenched his teeth and asked him to act faster. The girl grabbed him by the hair. She threw the enemy over herself and declared that she would not let them kill her. The woman pressed the enemy's head into the ground. The villainess lifted him up by the hair. The scientific director closed his eyes and asked his comrade to attack. Anderson narrowed his eyes and called him. The queen threw his body to the ground. The man rushed forward and swung his sword. He gritted his teeth and promised to cut the enemy into pieces. The space-time sword summoned a net in the air. The net covered the girl's body. She flew up to the enemy and asked what was happening. The woman threw him back with force. The hunter fell onto the road. Isaac caught him in mid-air. The guy looked up and called his comrades too weak, because as soon as he turned away, they were immediately beaten. The young man threw his friend to the ground and asked him to rest a little. The villainess crossed her arms and looked at her opponent. She smirked and felt the power of the Demon King. Bloody smiled and called her quite strong since she managed to guess who he was. The hunter turned into a wave of bloody energy. The sword appeared in the air right in front of the enemy. The awakened one cut the air with the sword. The blade lingered above the enemy's head. Isaac hung in the air and realized that he could not touch her. The queen punched him in the face. The boy smashed his body through several buildings, standing one after another. The young man landed in a cloud of smoke and asked what it was. Bloody looked at him and explained that this was not a man, but a monster that was created from the genes of 4 kings, so his current powers would not work against her. Jill gritted his teeth and was surprised that even his ally could not defeat the enemy. Shinran asked what they should do now. Yurak opened her mouth in shock. The leader of the Red Lions turned to her comrades and suggested that they join forces, as they had no time to lose heart. Hunti gritted his teeth in fear and thought that he really wanted to hide because he was scared. The boy clenched his fist and realized that he would have to rewind time if his friends suffered too much. The girl approached Minna and said that it would be over if they lost now. The woman frowned sternly and asked her friend not to forget that they were on a battlefield. The director of the association apologized to her. Jill looked ahead and said that he would have gathered everyone he could if he knew this would happen. Shinran said that the enemy would not be able to withstand several combined attacks unless she was a god. The man looked at Yamamoto sitting on the ground and asked him to rest. The hunter stood up and asked his comrade not to spare him. The awakened one bit his lower lip and said that they needed to strike harder. Blue energy appeared around the heroes. Armin suggested that his ally go into battle first. The queen dashed forward and asked what they were discussing. The man sent a whirlwind of light energy forward. Minna put her hands in front of her and used the spell. Rock fragments flew into the air. They swirled into a tornado thanks to gusts of wind. Light energy curved around the flying rocks. The villainess frowned menacingly. A powerful explosion thundered on the battlefield. The girl covered her head with her hands and called it a childish trick. The impact of the debris raised a cloud of smoke above the ground. Jill looked at the explosion and said that their friends' attacks were amplified several times thanks to the tornado. The hunter raised his hands and used a reverse spell. The whirlwind fell on the enemy and absorbed her. Rocks hit the woman's body. The queen narrowed her eyes and called her opponents too annoying. Yamamoto jumped above her to deliver the finishing blow. The energy grid left cuts on her body. The villainess clenched her teeth in anger. She spread her arms and threw away all the debris. Her fair skin was stained with blood. The man fell to the ground and was glad that his attack had finally gotten through. The girl lunged towards him. A moonstrike pinned her to the ground. A man with wings was hovering above the ground. Smoke rose. Shinran spread her wings and declared that she would not let the enemy escape even at the cost of her life. The woman turned to look at her. A fireball approached her. Yurak collided forehead with the enemy and remembered that she did not like the heat. The huntress grabbed her rival and rose into the air with her. The leader of the Red Lions flashed her fiery eyes and offered her enemy to die together. The queen clenched her teeth and shouted that this would not happen. She hit the awakened one with her forehead. Yurak rolled her eyes and felt herself losing consciousness. Her hands loosened their grip. The villainess raised her hand to attack. The girl hit the enemy and said that they could not change anything even if they joined forces. Yurak lost consciousness and fell down. Her body collapsed next to the machines. The woman headed for the ground and promised to destroy all opponents. Suddenly, a fireball appeared to the side of her. The explosion threw her back. Having flown several dozen meters, the queen crashed into a building. A powerful explosion destroyed several floors of the skyscraper at once. Minna looked up and asked what it was. Armin answered that it all happened too fast and that he was unable to see anything. The villainess smirked and asked who dared to stop her. The girl looked back when someone called her too weak. Haxon swung his fist. He hit the enemy and offered to see what she was worth. A pillar of blue light fell to the ground. Raising his hand, the man called himself the strongest and said that from now on, his body was at her disposal. The heroes looked up and saw that their comrade had returned. Shinran's mouth opened in surprise and noticed that her ally had become incredibly strong. Bloody energy appeared behind the hunter, and a voice asked who called himself the strongest. Isaac pointed at himself and said that this title was already taken by him. The awakened raised his eyebrows in confusion. He opened his mouth and recognized his old acquaintance. Haxon placed his hands on his shoulders and asked when he managed to grow so much. The guy replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. The queen pulled her hand out of the ground and asked what they were talking about. She broke free from under a pile of rubble and landed on her feet. The villainess looked up and said that her opponent was different from the man who could not touch me before. The man looked down, said his name, and said that today the villain would die by his hand. The girl grinned and laughed evilly. Another explosion was heard in the street. The woman rose into the sky and asked the enemy not to play with her. She aimed her fist at the enemy. The hunter managed to stop it with his hand. The queen, her eyes wide, could not believe it. The awakened smiled and once again called himself the strongest. He used lightning-fast brass knuckles and made several consecutive attacks. The villainess gritted her teeth and tried to resist. A flash appeared in Haxon's hand. A wave of bright energy hit the enemy in the chest. The girl crashed into the window and caused an explosion. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened in shock. The woman increased in size and flashed her fiery eyes. The hunter noticed this and frowned tensely. The queen threw him far back with one blow. The awakened flew through several buildings. His body fell on the road and threw nearby cars into the air. Armin opened his mouth wide and declared that at this rate, their comrade would be pushed back. The villainess raised her hands and decided to give the enemy a chance to have some fun. Shinran sent out several waves of energy and hoped that it would work. Several explosions were heard around the enemy's body. Her red eyes lit up. The huntress's eyes widened and she realized that her attacks did not leave a single scratch. The girl pressed the body of the awakened one with her foot. She smirked and thought that it was time to finish. The woman slammed her fist into the ground with force. She continued to strike one after another. New blows raised dust and smoke from the ground. Hunti lowered his head and thought that they would end. The sewer hatch was open. Someone was walking on water. The boy put his hand on the wall and realized that he did not want to die because he was not strong enough to fight such a monster. The boy lowered his hands and wondered where his brother was and what he was doing now. Isaac looked at his sword and confirmed his readiness. Grinning, Bloody reminded the terms of the contract and wanted to devour his master. The youth nodded. The hunter swung his sword and said that he remembered their agreement well. The awakened plunged the sword into his stomach. He raised his head and screamed in rage. His body was engulfed in dark flames. The queen jumped into the air. She landed right on top of her enemy. Grinning, the villainess asked why the enemies had not fled yet and suggested that they were frozen with fear. Jill gritted his teeth and thought that things were bad for them. Suddenly, the fiery Urek towered over the heroes. Frowning, the leader of the Red Lions suggested that they give it their all since they would die anyway, and said that if they lost, then humanity would end. The girl's red eyes flashed and she realized that they had only their last strength left. The huntress opened her mouth wide and rushed towards the enemy. The woman raised her fist and declared that it was time to end her selflessness. Suddenly, a cut appeared on her hand. Her wrist was cut off. Isaac flew towards the enemy. His red eyes were radiating energy. The queen grabbed her shoulder and felt a disgusting feeling. The guy dropped his hands. The villainess compared him to the devil. The heroes clenched their teeth tensely. Armin noticed that their comrade had changed again. The young man turned his head and said that this was no longer their friend. The hunter rushed forward and declared that this body was already hungry for blood. Purple energy appeared around the girl's severed hand. Her wrist was restored. The woman clenched her fist and shouted that her body had inherited the power of 4 ancient kings. Bloody kneed her in the face and declared that it was a fake. Urek frowned tensely. The queen put her hand to the wound on her face and screamed. The boy smirked and was surprised that she managed to restore her severed hand. He moved his hand forward. A red net appeared in front of him. The young man decided to make sure that the enemy had nothing left that could be restored. Many bleeding wounds appeared on the villainess's body. It fell to the ground and destroyed it with its weight. Light smoke rose into the air. The girl spread her arms and wondered what was going on. The heroes summoned magic in their hands because now was the perfect moment to attack together. The hunter raised his hand and ordered them to stop. Bloody's glowing eyes widened and asked if they really thought he was doing this for them. The boys frowned. The boy explained that he was just having fun and threatened to take their lives if they interrupted him. The woman smiled and said that the enemy was engaged in a battle that he could never win. The boy looked back as someone said that he shouldn't have done that. A wave of energy washed over him. The hunter's body rushed towards the next building. The powerful impact caused an explosion. The king folded his hands behind his back and asked if his subordinate had a good time. The queen rose from the ground and apologized for being rude. The man raised his hand and said that everything was fine. A flame ignited in the girl's chest. A pillar of purple energy fell onto the road. The woman appeared next to her leader. She turned to him and noted that everything looked like they were in Korea. The villain smirked and said that everything looked like he liked it. The queen put her hand on his shoulder. The people were shocked that the devil was actually resurrected. Urek frowned and decided that everything was very bad. Jill gritted his teeth and asked what they should do now. Bloody rushed forward and called out to his enemy. The dragon of destruction looked back and ordered him to disappear from his sight. With one wave of his hand, the king threw his enemy away from himself. After he fell, a powerful explosion was heard in the street. The man put forward a shining finger and declared that it was time to cleanse this place. A bright flash fell on the city. Explosions thundered everywhere. Armin put his hands in front of him. Minna opened her mouth in fear. A wave of fiery energy rushed over the ground. The flash was visible even from space. A huge cloud of smoke rose in the city. Floating in the air, the villain was glad that it was now quiet and clean here. The girl called him simply incredible. The villain grinned and decided to create his eternal kingdom here to rule the entire universe. Stars were burning around the earth. The dragon of destruction declared that this world would belong to him. Jupiter was visible in the distance. A ship was flying through space. Standing by the window, the protagonist said that it was too late. Hyunsu looked down and asked how it was possible to screw up the plane like that. The guy grabbed his head and wondered why the ship was so slow. Someone approached him and said that this was the fastest ship on their planet. Iris put her hands on her waist and asked if her comrade was ignoring her. Waving his hand, the young man apologized and explained that he was in a hurry. The girl smiled and asked if they would live together if all the inhabitants of the earth were dead. The hunter refused. The ship continued to fly forward. The awakened one asked his ally not to joke like that. The woman said that it was not a joke. Ashes rose into the sky. There were fragments of various devices on the deserted ground. Someone crawled out from under a pile of stones. Hyunti crawled to the surface. In front of him was only a dead field. The boy's eyes widened and he wondered if everything had disappeared while he was down there. The boy looked around and asked if there was anyone there. His legs began to tremble. The boy fell to his knees and screamed loudly. The awakened one wiped away his tears and called himself the only one who managed to survive. Hyunti looked at his hands and asked Yun for forgiveness. His palms were covered in abrasions. The boy gritted his teeth and decided that he needed to bring everything back. His eyes lit up with a red fire. Blue energy appeared around him. The boy wanted to do it at all costs. A red light lit up on the spaceship. The starship flew towards the Earth. Looking out the window, Iris noticed that the entire planet was clearly visible from here. She looked back when the protagonist said that they would soon enter the atmosphere and declared that he would go there first. The girl asked if it was really necessary to do this right now. Hyunsu jumped into the portal and replied that he was too impatient to go home. He found himself on the roof of the ship. The boy threw himself down, leaving a long trail of light behind him. Hyunti closed his eyes and thought that all this time he had lived only for this moment. The boy resolutely looked forward. Clumps of energy lit up in his hands. The boy used the skill time reverse. He clenched his teeth tensely. The young man raised his head and decided to bring all his comrades back to life. Bright lightning shot from his eyes. His veins bulged. Raven and Nemen appeared behind him. The awakened frowned menacingly and thought that he could do it. A giant ball of energy appeared in the desert. Lightning swirled around it. A bright flash illuminated the dead land. Cars and debris of houses swirled in a whirlwind. A city full of skyscrapers rose from the dead. All the houses and streets looked like new. Minna's eyes widened in surprise. Armand looked at his hands. Gil glanced to the side. Yamamoto shouted that they were alive. Urek spread her arms and concluded that they had returned in time. Hyunti looked down. Nemen praised him. The boy appeared in the air above the city. Suddenly, many cuts appeared on his body. His body fell on the asphalt. The man rushed to his aid. Picking the boy up from the ground, the hunter declared that he had managed to surpass Raven. Hearing an ominous cry, the heroes looked at the sky. The director of the association frowned. The villain was surprised that there was such talent among humans. The king crossed his arms over his chest and declared that he could wipe them off his face again in a split second. Yamamoto closed his eyes and thought that it was all in vain. The villain grinned. His white hair fluttered in the wind. The dragon of destruction descended to the ground. The villain flashed his fiery eyes and decided to kill the enemies one by one this time. He stretched out his hand and said that he wanted them to experience the torments of hell. The king grabbed Hyunti. The exhausted boy dropped his hands. The villain said that he would kill him first. The boy opened his eyes and asked to let him go. A clot of energy appeared in his hand. The man frowned angrily. Taking his opponent by both hands, the dragon of destruction laughed. The young man opened his mouth wide and screamed. The villain decided to tear off his hands since he did not want to calm down. The king smiled and asked if it really hurt that much. The awakened one smiled and asked why his brother came so late. The villain shuddered and asked who they were talking about. The protagonist appeared behind him. His blue eyes lit up. The dragon of destruction thought that he did not feel his presence at all. Hyunti disappeared from his hands. Hyunsu helped his brother to his feet. while their enemy was perplexed. The villain grinned. The guys from the new world ran up to their comrade. The guy smiled and said that he was proud of his brother. Urek raised her eyebrows and asked where he had been all this time. The young man furrowed his brows decisively and asked for forgiveness as he needed to become stronger. The hunter looked at his friend and said that he had been training with his new comrade. Minna approached him and asked who they were talking about. The protagonist replied that it was the third singularity. Hearing this, Jill and Armand opened their mouths in shock. The king was hovering above them. Hensu suggested that they deal with him first. The guy rushed forward and said that he would tell everything as soon as he killed the enemy. The queen smiled widely, waving her hand. The girl put up a block with her hands, defending herself from the hero's blow. The creature's eyes lit up brightly when it said that the previous attacks did not work. The girl really became stronger. The queen raised her hand above her head, saying that the Lord had given her his power because someone like him was no longer her equal. The girl waved her hand, leaving a bright trace in space. She smashed the hero's head. Hensu hovered in the air in front of the destruction dragon, saying that the demonic fists that destroyed the heavens were created to withstand truly strong enemies. The guy smiled, saying that he was even a little disappointed that he would have to use them on his opponent. The man smiled. The destruction dragon took a fighting stance, telling the guy to entertain him. Armin gritted his teeth, looking at the protagonist. Hensu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, concentrating bright streams of energy in it. The guy thrust his fist forward, using a seed strike. The destruction dragon opened his eyes wide and gritted his teeth. The force wave of the blow pierced several buildings. The energy flow left a trail of bright explosions. A hole appeared in the hero's body. The destruction dragon froze, looking forward. The man looked down. The destruction dragon put his hand forward, asking how the boy dared to do this. Hyunsu moved to the side, avoiding a possible attack from the enemy. The boy approached and punched him in the chest, using the skill Tree Strike. The destruction dragon opened his eyes wide, coughing up blood. Bright hexagons appeared in front of his large body. The hero used the skill Mind Destruction. Hyunsu looked forward. Bright spheres with energy appeared above him when he used the skill Skyfall. The destruction dragon gritted his teeth. A powerful explosion appeared around his body. The heroes froze on the ground, raising their heads up. One of them asked how the boy could fight the devil himself like that. The girl gritted her teeth, saying that the boy had become stronger. Shinran added that the hero had become unimaginably stronger. Among the streams of raised dust, the dark silhouette of the destruction dragon was visible. Hyunsu frowned, thinking that he still lacked strength. The man widened his eyes, saying that the hero was definitely the strongest among all those he had met in his life. The destruction dragon's body was surrounded by bright streams of energy. He said that the guy was at least at the level of a demon. It was commendable that he was able to achieve this while being a mere mortal. The destruction dragon clenched his hand into a fist. He smiled widely, concentrating a bright stream of energy in his hand and saying that now it was his turn. The protagonist put his hands out in front of him when a bright stream of energy hit him in the chest. A powerful shockwave threw the guy back. The destruction dragon smiled, moving right behind the falling hero. The man frowned, saying that this was going to hurt a little. Hyunsu put a block in front of himself when the destruction dragon hit him with a fist. A bright stream of energy fell to the ground, raising stone debris into the air. A trail of raised streams of dust remained among the tall buildings. A bright explosion thundered. The tall buildings collapsed, falling on top of each other. A small stream of energy appeared among the rubble. The destruction dragon landed among the stones, looking down. It froze among the half-ruined buildings, realizing that the boy was gone. The man's eyes widened as a voice behind him said that this skill imposes a heavenly demon soul shield. The destruction dragon gritted his teeth and turned around, asking how he did it. Hyunsu frowned, raising his fist above his head. He used the skill Fall of the Heavenly Demon Lord. The destruction dragon widened his eyes, looking forward. A bright explosion lifted the stone debris of the buildings into the air. The man braked with his feet. The boy's eyes widened. Bright streams of energy appeared around the destruction dragon. The hero realized that he was resisting this technique. The man spread his arms out to the sides and laughed, saying that he would give the man a chance. The destruction dragon smiled and put his hand forward, inviting the hero to come over to his side. The man's eyes widened as he said that it would be a pity to kill such a strong man, since he acknowledged the boy. Hyunsu smiled. The protagonist raised his head and laughed. The destruction dragon widened his eyes as the boy addressed him as a demon. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, sending the monster away. The destruction dragon smiled. It approached the protagonist, clenching its hand into a fist. The man raised his fist to punch, saying that in this case, the boy would be better off dead. Hyunsu was thrown back by a bright stream of energy. The destruction dragon punched the protagonist in the stomach. The boy opened his mouth wide and put his hands out in front of him. The man raised his hands, a bright stream of energy surrounded his body. He smiled widely, moving forward quickly. The destruction dragon delivered another blow to the protagonist's body. The boy flew back, smashing the windows of a tall building with his body. An explosion thundered. Hyunsu closed his eyes, coughing up blood. The man clenched his hand into a fist, saying that these sounds are beautiful. The destruction dragon hit the protagonist again, saying that he wanted to hear that sound again. He looked forward and smiled, saying that the boy would regret rejecting his offer because now his fate was decided. There was no point in struggling. Hyunsu froze, wiping his face with his hand. The destruction dragon approached him from the air and smiled, saying that fate had already chosen him as the winner. A bright explosion raised stone debris into the air. A stream of smoke and dust was visible above the tall, half-collapsed buildings. Gil gritted his teeth, saying that this was an incredible battle. Yamamoto sat on the ground, pressing his hand to his stomach, saying that they could not enter it. Armand looked at them with wide eyes, asking if there was anything they could do. Hyunti was lying unconscious on the ground. The man asked if Mina could transfer their energy to the boy so that he could recover. The girl said that it was possible. Armand and Mina sat down next to the boy, a giant shadow looming over the heroes. They looked up in surprise, seeing a large flying machine. The queen turned around, asking what the hell that was. Iris gritted her teeth, asking how dare they touch her Hensu. The girl jumped off the flying machine. The destruction dragon frowned, looking at her. Iris gritted her teeth, swinging her clawed hand. The man froze, looking at the bright traces of energy in space. The destruction dragon looked down as the streams of energy touched his body. The man smiled. A scratch was left on his chest, from which smoke rose. He looked forward, saying that it's done. Iris clenched her hands into fists, realizing that her attack had no effect. The girl punched her, throwing her back. The queen gritted her teeth and raised her fist above her head, asking how dare she attack her lord. Iris opened her mouth, swinging her clawed hand. The queen's eyes widened as bright streams of energy cut off her hair. The girl clenched her hands into fists, looking away. Iris smiled widely, asking how she liked her new hairdo. The queen frowned, looking at her. She swung her hand, leaving a bright mark in front of the girl's body. The queen pressed Iris against the wall of the building, striking her in the stomach. The girl gritted her teeth. Glass shards flew past her body. The protagonist pressed his hand to his side and rose to one knee, acknowledging the power of the destruction dragon. Hyunsu frowned, saying that it was stronger than any other devil he had met in the universe. However, no matter how strong these creatures were, they all without exception fell before the power of the demonic fists that destroyed the heavens. The destruction dragon smiled widely, telling him to stop being sick and get down to business. If the guy couldn't entertain him, he would experience endless hellish pain. The protagonist smiled. He stood up on his feet. Bright streams of energy appeared behind Hensu. The guy used the skill, the appearance of a heavenly demon. The destruction dragon opened his eyes wide, wondering where this human body got so much energy from. The guy moved his fingers, unclenching his fist. The protagonist smiled, advising the man to focus. Hensu took a step forward. The hero thrust his fist forward, using the skill, a strike of seed. A bright explosion thundered behind the man. He smiled, asking if the guy really thought that he would fall for this again. Hensu bowed his head down and moved forward, saying that it was a trap. The protagonist gritted his teeth, throwing his fist into the face of the destruction dragon. The man fell to the ground, raising stone fragments into the air. His mouth opened wide. Hyunsu gritted his teeth as he used his acceleration. The boy floated in the sky with his hand raised up, bright streams of energy emanating from his body. The protagonist frowned, saying that he inherited this power from the previous sky demons to get rid of him. The boy rushed towards the destruction dragon lying below, holding his hand out in front of him, saying that this was his end. The queen opened her eyes wide and gritted her teeth. She jumped up, seeing that her master was in danger. The destruction dragon opened his eyes wide, blood splashing onto his face. Hyunsu opened his mouth wide as streams of blood sprayed towards him. The queen appeared in front of the protagonist's hand, taking his blow, dark blood spraying out from her body. She gritted her teeth, her eyes shining brightly. The queen fell to the ground, sending rock fragments flying into the air in a bright explosion. The boy opened his eyes wide, thinking that he had let his guard down. The destruction dragon stood up and raised his fist, saying that the hero had missed his opportunity. The man struck, knocking the protagonist back. The boy flew to the side, leaving a trail of bright explosions behind him. Bright streams of energy appeared around the man's body. A bright explosion thundered on the road, lifting stone debris into the air. The destruction dragon looked at the queen lying on the ground, saying that as expected, she was a good child. Like the king, her destiny was to become his nourishment. The man grabbed her head with a giant hand, lifting the girl from the ground. The destruction dragon frowned, saying that she would stay with him forever. He held the queen by the head. Bright streams of energy appeared around her body. Iris gritted her teeth, asking what kind of nasty thing it was. The girl opened her eyes wide, realizing that he had absorbed his subordinate. He was definitely crazy. The destruction dragon clenched his hand into a fist, licking his lips. He tilted his head and smiled. The man bent his arms and opened his mouth wide. Bright streams of energy appeared around his body. The protagonist appeared on the road in front of him, saying that this was terribly disgusting. Hunu gritted his teeth, saying that the man really was a fiend from hell. He asked what his name was. The guy realized that his opponent had shrunk in size. The destruction dragon raised his palm in front of him, telling the hero to come closer. The guy moved towards him, leaving a trail of bright energy behind him. The protagonist gritted his teeth, clenching his hand into a fist. He swung, leaving a bright stream of energy in space. The man refused to move away from it, saying that it was slow. Hunu frowned, looking at him. The hero delivered a hail of blows. Bright explosions appeared around the body of the dragon of destruction. The man punched him in the chest, saying that it was still too slow. The bright stream of energy threw the guy back. The hero raised his hands. Hunu gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, realizing that his opponent had become much stronger. The dragon of destruction put his hand forward, concentrating a bright stream of energy in it. A powerful stream of energy passed through the body of the main character. The guy opened his eyes wide, coughing up blood. Hunu fell to the ground, raising stone debris into the air. Iris opened her mouth wide, screaming his name. The girl clenched her hands into fists, saying that she would kill the man. Now he would not get off so easily. Iris opened her eyes wide, moving forward. She gritted her teeth, raising both hands above her head. The girl waved her arms, sending a white energy ring towards the man. The destruction dragon smiled and raised his hand in front of him, saying that was very rude. He waved his hand away from the approaching ring, saying that it was weak. Iris unclenched her fist and frowned, saying that it was not over yet. The destruction dragon smiled, punching her with his fist. The girl was thrown back. She flew into the wall of the building, sending rock debris flying into the air in a bright explosion. Streams of smoke rose from the place where Iris fell. The man said that he did not think the same way as her. The girl bowed her head, standing among the massive rock debris. Iris jumped back and crouched down. The girl's eyes shone brightly as she said that the man was really strong. She thought about how dangerous it was, but she would have to use all 9 tails. Iris spread her red tails. The girl bent over. Her clothes began to tear on her body. She gritted her teeth and stood up. The girl's hair turned white. Iris placed her hands on the ground in front of her, looking up furiously. She smiled widely, drooling from her lip. The girl put her hands out, saying that from now on, all jokes are out. The destruction dragon frowned, saying that it seemed like it would be a little more fun from now on. The protagonist placed his hand on the girl's shoulder, saying that she shouldn't do that. Hunu gritted his teeth, saying that he would deal with this bastard on his own. The guy and the girls moved forward. Iris stuck out her tongue, offering to do it together. The destruction dragon frowned and smiled, saying that the hero didn't seem to have recovered yet. Iris raised her hands to the side, forming a bright cage in front of them. The man's eyes widened, seeing bright streaks of red energy. The destruction dragon frowned and gritted his teeth. The protagonist raised his fist to punch. The guy punched him in the stomach, causing a bright flash. The man gritted his teeth. There were traces of blood on his lips. The dragon of destruction gritted his teeth furiously, calling Hunu very funny. The man smiled widely and put his hands forward, saying that he would not hold back any longer. A bright stream of energy concentrated in the center of the city. Everything around shook. Buildings began to fall on each other, raising streams of dust into the air. The hero put his foot on a stone fragment floating in the air. Hunu pushed off the stones in the air, moving forward, leaving a bright trace of energy behind him. The protagonist raised his hand with a bright stream of energy, using the skill Explosion of the Sky. The guy widened his eyes, looking at the dragon of destruction disappearing from the spot, leaving a bright trace behind him. The man appeared behind the protagonist, raising his fist above his head. He hit the guy, leaving a bright stream of energy in space. Hunu frowned. Drops of blood fell on his face. The guy closed his eyes, falling down. Iris pushed him away from the stone fragment, heading towards him. The girl grabbed his arms, stopping his fall. The hero lowered his head. She opened her mouth wide, asking if he was okay. The destruction dragon extended his hand with bright energy, saying that he was tired of them. A beam of powerful red energy was directed at the heroes standing on the ground. The man said goodbye to them. Streams of blue energy appeared in the air. The destruction dragon opened his eyes in surprise, looking at this. A protective barrier appeared around the dark silhouettes of the heroes. Iris looked up, realizing that it was a protective sphere. Kevin extended his hands forward and smiled, saying that the protagonist always comes at the last moment. Hunu smiled, looking at him and asking if he really called this the last moment. Streams of bright energy hung in the air. The hero noted that he needed to prepare. The sky became dark. The tops of the trees were visible behind the roofs of a small building. The hero screamed, saying that the sky demon cannot do this. Chongyang stood near the bright portal, asking who said that he would not return. He promised to return soon. After all, he is not Arnie. The hero took a step forward, entering the bright portal. A portal appeared in the sky above the city, from which the sky demon came out. The protagonist and Iris opened their eyes wide, looking forward. The man put his hands behind his back and smiled, saying that he even missed this monstrously dirty air. Hyunsu opened his eyes wide. The hero opened his mouth, seeing his teacher. Chongyang smiled, looking at him. The man looked at the girl and boy hovering in front of him. He noticed that the hero had become stronger. Hyunsu stretched his hands forward, tears streaming from his eyes. The dragon of destruction appeared between the heroes. The sky demon looked at him, asking how dare he interrupt the reunion of a teacher with his student. The man frowned, asking if he was his teacher. The dragon of destruction raised his fist and smiled, saying that in that case, he would get rid of him as soon as possible. Chongyang dodged his blow using the skill, deflection. The sky demon concentrated a bright stream of energy between his palms, saying that he now needs to prepare. The man put his hands forward. The dragon of destruction opened his burning eyes wide as a powerful stream of energy hit his chest. Bright flashes of white energy appeared in the sky above the city. Hyunsu and Iris put their hands out, blocking the bright light. The protagonist looked ahead through his hands, thinking that this is what he expected from the master. Since their last meeting, he has become even stronger. The guy wondered if it was because the teacher returned to his body. Chongyang hovered in the air in front of the dragon of destruction. The hero frowned and clenched his teeth in anger. The sky demon put his hand in front of himself, saying that he came up with this technique recently, just to fight people like him. Considering that the dragon of destruction survived after it, it was not for nothing that they called him a monster. The man looked forward, saying that since his body was with him now, it was time to fight. The destruction dragon opened its eyes wide and glowed, and screamed, saying that no one could stop it. Chongyang punched him in the face, sending him flying backwards. A bright explosion appeared between the heroes. The hero gritted his teeth, thinking that he couldn't see the old man's movements at all. Hyunsu punched him in the stomach, using the skill, Seed Strike. The destruction dragon opened its eyes wide and gritted its teeth. A hole appeared in its body again. Chongyang smiled, saying that it was great. Iris raised her hand, slashing the destruction dragon's back with her claws. The hero looked up, thinking that something strange was happening to him after the old man's punch. He looked at the dark streams of energy swirling in front of him. Bloody smiled, saying that it took him a while to recover. As far as he could see, it was not too late. He quickly changed his position in space, leaving wounds on the destruction dragon's body and saying that he would join in as well. The man frowned and gritted his teeth, calling them annoying. The destruction dragon clenched his fist, his hair rising up as he said that he would send them all to the next life. Gil opened his mouth wide, asking if he had exploded. Shinran frowned, saying that they were all in danger. Hyunti gritted his teeth, calling out for his brother. Kevin grabbed his shoulders, not allowing him to stand up. The destruction dragon raised his arms up, bright streams of energy surrounding his body. A blinding flash was visible from the surface of the earth. The flash grew brighter, increasing its radius. It took the shape of a dome, rising from the surface of the globe. Bright cracks appeared all over the planet. A bright explosion lifted rock debris into the air. Blinding streams of white energy appeared in the sky. The destruction dragon looked at the debris of the noticeable ball in space, asking how dare these insects talk to him like that. He folded his arms across his chest and smiled widely, saying that it took him longer to recover because of that old man. The destruction dragon widened his eyes when he heard Chongyang ask behind him if the student was okay. The boy bowed his head and pressed his hand to his stomach, saying that he used mystic circulation, so everything was fine. The destruction dragon opened his mouth wide, asking how they got here. He asked if Hyunsu could hear him. The protagonist smiled, saying that it was so. Hyun was sitting on a bench and smiling, saying that the transfer was successful. However, Hyunti was now in complete shock. The guy froze, not understanding where they were. The protagonist frowned, saying that now they can roam at full power. Chongyang looked ahead, saying that the destruction dragon is now weakened, so they need to act. He told the guy to show what it is like to cross the path of the heavenly demon. The protagonist gritted his teeth, saying that he understood the teacher. The destruction dragon opened his eyes wide, asking them to stop. The heavenly demon and Hyunsu joined their palms, concentrating a bright flash between them to explode the heavens. The heroes put their hands forward, directing a bright stream of energy at the destruction dragon. He opened his mouth wide, saying that he cannot resist this. His body began to crumble. Chongjin and the protagonist were floating in the air. A stream of smoke appeared in the place where the destruction dragon stood. The boy looked at the teacher. The man nodded to him. Two bright flashes rushed into the curtain of smoke. The hero used the skill, Heavenly Spiritual Body. A bright explosion thundered on the planet, raising streams of dust upward. The destruction dragon opened its burning eyes wide. Its body was turning into dark streams of energy. It asked what the point was if it turned out to be so pitiful. Bright particles appeared in the dark space. The heavenly demon was floating in the air. It folded its arms over its chest, saying that it was over and the earth was returning to normal. The protagonist looked at the connecting fragments of the planet, saying that Hyunti's ability was truly amazing. Yamamoto was sitting near the stone fragments. Haxon clenched his hand into a fist, asking if they were alive. Anderson gritted his teeth, saying that Hyunti must have tried again. The boy smiled, saying that they survived because Kiven, the third singularity, was able to save him. The hero stood behind him, joyfully raising his hand in front of him. Hyunti rubbed the back of his head, saying that he wanted to move time a little further, but he was already exhausted. Jill looked at him, asking what he was even talking about, since the boy had just saved the earth. The girl raised her eyebrows, saying that if the devil was not killed, then there was no point. Shinran frowned, asking what about that. The girls turned around when the boy behind him took a step onto a rock fragment. He asked them not to worry about it. Hyunsu smiled, saying that the destruction dragon was definitely dead since he and the teacher had dealt with it. Chongjong smiled. The heroes asked what did they mean, teacher. Gil opened his mouth wide, asking if this meant that the monster would not appear again. Anderson smiled, saying that they finally got rid of it. Mina smiled happily and raised her hand, celebrating the protagonist's victory. Ammon clapped his hands. The heroes happily hugged each other, saying that they did it. Everyone happily rushed to Hyunsu. The protagonist smiled, hugging the girl. People walked along the streets of the city. On the big screen, the TV presenter said that humanity, which was regularly suffering from portals just half a year ago, is now living in peace. Seoul, where the last Great War took place, has significantly recovered. The news anchor was dressed in a business suit, saying that the whole world thanks the Hunter Group New World. Today is an important day for the younger brother of the Hunter, Hyunsu, Hyunti's wedding. People walked around the bright room. Amon put his hand on the guy's shoulder, saying that he congratulates him. Gil shook Hyunti's hand, saying that he looks great. The guy put the ring on the girl's finger. The heroes looked at each other happily. The voice announced that the bride and groom could kiss. The guests clapped their hands happily. Hensu could not hold back his tears. The hero smiled and pointed his finger at the bride and groom, asking if the main hero and the fire lady were next in line. Iris hugged Hensu around the neck and bared her claw, telling him to choose between her and Yurak. The guy asked where Grandpa was now. There was a clear blue sky above the building. There was a black energy hole in the wall. The hero said in surprise that it must have taken the guy a long time to do this. The interlocutor noted that he still kept his promise. Kiven pointed his hand at the hole, saying that he was even able to make a public portal out of it. Hensu folded his arms across his chest, thanking him for this. The guy asked him to hurry up. The main hero took a step forward. Kiwen smiled and folded his arms, saying that it was a great job and he tried hard. The boy looked at him and smiled, saying that he would come back again. There were streams of water flowing among the tall mountains covered with green trees. Chongyun was sitting by the waterfall in the lotus position, meditating. His eyes widened when he heard the boy ask if he had lived here in good health all this time. The sky demon pushed off the rock, moving forward. The boy ran happily on the ground. The protagonist raised his leg to kick. The man smiled, blocking his attack. Chongyun looked at the protagonist, saying that he had become bigger since their last meeting. Hyunsu smiled, saying that he was definitely bigger than the teacher. The man punched him, asking how dare he be impudent to his teacher. The boy gritted his teeth. There was a big bump on the hero's forehead. He smiled, saying that these were the master's words originally. The man noted that he must have a lot of free time, since the guy was fooling around like that. Hyunsu frowned and moved forward, asking if he wanted to fight. Chongjin clenched his hand into a fist, asking if he was already attacking. The guy noticed that he was not the same as before. The sky demon put his palm in front of him, offering to check it out. Bright flashes shone among the high rocks in the waterfall. The protagonist was powerlessly lying on the ground. Chongjin folded his arms across his chest, telling him to stop lying around. The guy opened his eyes wide, saying that the teacher could have given in at least once. The sky demon beckoned him with his finger, saying that he could teach him a new move. The heroes went forward. Hyunsu asked if he could meet the masters that the master was friends with. The man put his hands behind his back, saying that it was possible, but the guy was already stronger than all of them. There were white clouds in the blue sky. The main character screamed, asking if it was worth going like this, because his clothes were left by the water. Chongjin asked if the guy hadn't undressed to show off. Now he could go and show off to the whole world. Hyunsu sighed with displeasure. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.